Hello, good morning. Hi, everybody. Hi, Vagisha. Can you please stop the video here? Good morning, everybody. It's such a lovely morning. Welcome. We already have about 282 participants with us right now. It would just be unfair that, a few people missed out on the start of this event. And, so we'll just take another 2 minutes, wait for more people to join in, and then we'll start with the session. A happy Republic Day to you all. I see a lot of comments on Q&A already. Please use the chat. Please send us a lot of messages today. Let's make the session engaging. So just give us another a minute or two, and we'll quickly start with the session. Okay, so I think we have a lot of people here with us. And I would now call upon Lovina Anthony. Please start with the session today, and let's have a rocking day.
Thank you so much, Mamta. I really appreciate it. Good morning. It's a gorgeous morning, and I'm so excited to be here with you. My name is Lovina Anthony, and I head Learning and Development, Training and Customer Experience at Edubridge. I welcome you, and I wish you a very happy 74th Republic Day. I feel a great sense of pride and gratitude for everything that our country has accomplished as we come together to celebrate the Republic Day of our country today. On this day, we honor the struggles and the sacrifices made by the people who fought for our country's independence. Our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, said at the G20 event that India can drive global growth due to the skills of its young generation. He also said India has the opportunity to become not only a knowledge center, but a skill capital of the world. India has capable youth with skills, values, passion, and honesty for work. India's skill capital can actually become the engine for global growth. Isn't that exciting? So with this as our inspiration, I welcome you to the third edition of Edubridge's flagship event, SkillsFactor 2023. It's India's largest skills marathon platform, which is a day-long fiesta where we will cover 10 extremely insightful sessions on various topics that will answer the most pressing questions that you, the youth of today, have. This event is conducted in association with UNICEF, Yuva, our event partner. Our event has also featured on various platforms of Times Group on Times Ascent. We are also streaming live on our YouTube channel, Learn Online with Edubridge. It can be viewed by thousands of viewers from across the country and beyond. So let's start with knowing a little bit more about what we do. What does Edubridge do? What are we all about? So Edubridge is a leading workforce development platform that helps learners in building their careers with leading corporates through training and career building services. It's our mission to empower youth to impact India's future by walking with them towards a better life. And we want to be the first choice provider of high quality skill and career development in every corner of India. With SkillsFactor, we celebrate the industry experts, our speakers of the day, who come from diverse backgrounds. They have gained immense knowledge and expertise in their fields and represent some leading organizations in India. They will be here with us today to share with us stories of their experience, teach us some key concepts, and help us to enhance the skills of the youth that will be attending our sessions and will become tomorrow a part of the organizations themselves. So each topic has been carefully selected, and it covers insightful information on trending job roles and careers in various sectors, such as technology and banking and finance. Now, we also have sessions, several sessions, in fact, that focus on self-development and how you can choose the right career path. So we hope that you will take advantage of this opportunity today, learn and be inspired and get motivated by them. Now, at this time, I also request all of you, our audience that is online with us on Zoom, the audience that has joined us via YouTube, I request you, please use the chat functionality that you see on YouTube, that's at the bottom of your screen, or you can also use the Q&A section or chat option that you see on your Zoom screen to post any questions that you might have during any of these sessions. And we will try our best to answer them for you right away. Also, may I please request you, please leave your name, your mobile number, and your email ID so that in case we need to answer any of your questions that we've missed, we can give you a call. Once again, thank you so much, everybody, for your time. Thank you for joining us so early in the morning on Republic Day and making the SkillsFactor 2023 a huge success. And with this, we declare the Skills Marathon open. Over to you, Tamisha.
Thank you, Lovina. Good morning and hello, everyone. Wish everyone present here a happy Republic Day. I am Tamisha Phaka and I am part of the employee training team here at Edubridge. We now start with the series of sessions planned just for all of you who joined the event today. So grab your seats and let's begin. Let us watch a small video message from our CEO, Mr. Giri Singhania. Can we please play the video?
Hello everyone, my name is Girish Singhania and I'm the founder and CEO of Edubridge. Not too long back, I was in your place. I was a young 18 to 25-year-old youth looking to how I should build my career. I wanted to understand what is it that I need to do so that I can achieve all my dreams and I can achieve what my parents expect of me, I can achieve what my family expects of me. I was exactly at the same place where you are. However, the difference is, back then, there was very little support to all of us on how we can achieve it. But today, there is a lot of support available on how you can achieve it. However, I don't know if that has changed where students are now willing to come and take that help. I urge each one of you to take that help. Please understand that the world has changed drastically from the times even 10 years back, even 5 years back. Please understand what the recruiting world needs for you to build your career has changed drastically. You need that expert help to be able to achieve your dreams. Some of the skills which recruiters really need today are: one, communication. No matter which job you go into, communication, be it written, reading, writing, anything is extremely important. And that's something which we spend a lot of time on to build in you. Two, a lot of 21st century skills, which are critical thinking, problem solving, aptitude, a lot of these are needed. So we spend time on building these in you. A lot of times schools, colleges are unable to build this. And this is where we come in and we build this in you. Not just to get your first job, but even for the future. This will help you continue building your career, and these are those basic foundational skills which all of us need. Third are digital skills. In today's day and age, everything is digital, and in the future, it is going to move more in that direction, which is why it's important for all of us, including me, to keep building these digital skills in us so that we are still relevant tomorrow. When a lot of the work will require digital skills, it's very important that we build them for tomorrow. Fourth is the domain specific, where you will be taking up your first job. Whether it is banking, financial services, or the IT sector, it's important that you understand what is needed and you build what is needed. You understand that this is evolving and you understand that this is dynamic. And so you need to be updated with what are the latest trends and latest technologies. That is something which we provide you through our programs, as well as through our regular learning nuggets that we will share with you on your student portal or your personalized dashboard. It's very important that you understand that it's not just about getting that first job. It's about building these skills which helps you build a career and not just that first job. And that's where at Edubridge we believe we specialize, because our focus is on you. Our focus is to give you that personalized attention, to work with you personally, individually, understand your needs, understand what will work for you, and then match you with the right recruiter. We have a huge number of recruiting partners, more than even 500 of them. But it's important for us to find you the right recruiter where you can build a career and where that recruiter will also be successful in having you as one of their talent. And this is where Edubridge comes in. This is where we believe we can make that impact. What we do is identify your strengths, your weaknesses, help you overcome them by ensuring that we build those skills and those mindsets which are needed by recruiters. So if you want to build a career with a recruiter in a specific industry, we train you for that because we've created that with the recruiter. Which is why we say we are for the recruiter, of the recruiter, by the recruiter. Because we have built that training for you with the recruiter. So once you take that program with us, once you learn with us, you have those skills exactly as per the requirements of the recruiters. So once you complete our training, you will get a minimum of 3 interviews guaranteed. In case, by any chance, you still don't secure employment after those 3 interviews, we don't stop. We will give you that 7th, 8th, 10th, 15th interview if need be to ensure that you get that job that you want. We will ensure that you get the job which is right as per your skills and right as per your mindsets. And we have been doing this for the last 10 years. We have worked with 150,000 youth and provided jobs to more than 1 lakh youth. We work with more than 40 to 50,000 youth every year. And in the next few years, we will be working with 10 lakh youth per year. So it is important for you to understand that we are here and our existence is only to help you understand your strengths, weaknesses, build the right skills, and then get the right job and build the right career for yourself. Why our portal? Our portal has all the services that you would need as a youth looking to develop your career right from the beginning till the very end. We start with first identifying the right opportunity for you, creating the right courses for you, training them through the best quality trainers who are from the industry themselves. We get experts from the industry to provide guest lectures to you, to provide mentoring to you. On the completion of this, we provide assessments and certification. Once you are certified, then we have recruiters who interview you and you get placed with them. All of this is done through your personalized dashboard, through which you know how you are progressing. You will see your scorecard, you will see your certificates, all there. Once you have completed your training through this dashboard, your certificate will also be on the dashboard. You have a personalized curated job portal where you will get the list of jobs which have been curated for you as per your strengths and weaknesses. You will have a dedicated placement manager who is going to work with you to help you achieve those jobs. All of this ensures that you get that right job to start. But once you start, you need to still continue to focus on building your career, which is where we are now going to be launching newer services to be able to handhold you once you have gotten into a job also. So which is why we truly believe that at Edubridge, we are able to provide you with what you want and what the recruiters want through our last 10, 11 years of experience. And we urge you to select us, and we'll be honored if you select us as your career partner. Thank you, and look forward to have you join one of our courses so that you can help us transform your career.
Thank you so much. Wasn't that really promising? I hope you all liked the video. Moving on, our first session today is based on the technology world. We all have heard of Java. Many youth are now pursuing it as a full-time career option, with Java-based developers being in such a huge demand in the recent times. We all know that many participants in our audience would have wondered if they can learn Java and full-stack development at whatever stage of career path they are on, and whether it's a good idea to start now. If the answer is yes, our next topic deems to cover this exactly. Let us now understand a roadmap of full-stack development career from an expert in this area. I would now like to welcome Mr. Ramesh Ekambaram as our first esteemed speaker. He is the Assistant Vice President of IT Services at a leading MNC bank. He has completed his bachelor's in Electrical and Instrumentation Engineering. He is a senior IT professional in technology, application support, and financial service industry with more than 30 years of experience. His professional traits include being a coach, firefighter, mentor, motivator, and public speaker. Mr. Ekambaram believes that an insight to see and perceive an opportunity in every situation and to convert it into a positive, beneficial outcome brings true success. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ekambaram. It is an absolute pleasure to have you with us here today. You can now start with the session.
Thank you, Tamisha. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, Mr. Ekambaram, you're audible.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I would like to welcome all of the participants and would want to say that I'm very honored and privileged to be given this this wonderful opportunity to talk to everyone today on the 74th Republic Day. So thanks to all of the Edubridge team and all of the participants once again for giving me this opportunity. Just wanted to touch, before starting off, I just wanted to touch on, this is the 75th Republic Day, right? So this is because the Constitution of India, was formed today in the year 1950, and that's why it's the 74th, and that's when India became a republic separate from the British Raj, right? So because it's the 74th Republic Day, I just wanted to touch on that. Okay. The other one point that I was, keenly listening to your CEO, Girish Singhania, it's the youth right now have a wonderful opportunity because a lot of things have changed. Like you mentioned, even 5 years, 10 years from now, right? So the whole thing is like, the digitalization has completely changed everything, right? And the social media, the access to social media and digitalization. So I think the youth, what I feel from my heart, what they need to capitalize, right? Tap into opportunity is just, we need to understand what we really want, right? What we want to build as a career. So it's important. I'm just trying to echo what Girish mentioned earlier, is that don't see it as a job, see it as a career. It's a long-term, commitment, because you're going to be in this field for, I don't know, 35 years, 40 years. So might as well, make it, interesting, make it, every day you should be charged, right? So that's how you should see this. So it's important to actually think, plan, and, really see, you should have an insight as to what I'm really interested in. What is my passion? What is, what are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? And then you need to actually, embark on your journey. And that's how you need to take it. All right. So today's topic is, just give me a minute, is full stack development roadmap, right? I completely, I think that some of you all probably have some experience in programming and probably, employed somewhere, but a lot of you all want to understand what is this, full stack developer journey. How does it start, and what are the things, what are the essential things that you need to, learn, practice, develop, evolve? Because now the current age is that every 6 months, right, the technologies are evolving, right? So it is very important that you understand the fundamental concepts, the key core concepts, the building blocks, and the structures of what is really essential to build a very strong full stack, development path, right? So let me quickly share my screen. Give me a minute. Is everyone able to see my screen? Yeah. All right.
Yes.
So I've just, put everything into a concise, short PowerPoint deck where I want to present this to everyone. So how I just want to understand what's the percentage of all of the participants present here have experience in either front end, languages, technologies like Java, or any other language like Python, or like even the front end, for example, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. If you can just, I know it's hard because we have a lot of participants here. So if you can just, give a thumbs up. Oh, okay. Brilliant. Wonderful. Wonderful. Whoops. I see a lot of thumbs up. Okay. All right. So The full stack development roadmap starts like this, right? The first and foremost thing that you need to understand is the front end, right? The front end core part forms the user interface and the user experience, right? The content, structure, design, style, and the whole which the website is actually appears to anybody who tries to access. So that's the front end part, right? Then you have the back end. Of course, the back end is a little more complex because the back end essentially consists of the whole data processing, validation, and storing of the data, which is like the database into a database and a server, right? So you need to understand the backend and the database part. Then the third one is the internet fundamentals. How you need to work with the internet. What are ports? What is DNS? Right? What is HTTP? What is HTTP? How is HTTP protocol used? Right? All these things, form the internet aspects, right? The working aspects you need when you're writing a program, right? So you need to know that. And then it is very beneficial if you have an operating system like Linux, right? Because most of the servers, probably I think about a large percentage of servers are hosted on Linux, right? So and most of the interfaces are CLI, is command line interface. So you need to, it's advantages if you know Linux. And of course, everything from now is being ported into, it's moving into cloud. So also if you could, if you have a good knowledge of cloud, understanding of how cloud technologies, infrastructure, their whole implementation, what are the services, who are the big players. So if you understand that, that will really help you in your journey. Okay, with the next, I'll just put it like this, so it's easy. Okay, so I just put it in because even the front end part is like so huge, right? It's so vast, right? But I just kind of put everything in a small screen, the complete suite. We have the languages, the frameworks, the bundlers and transpilers, the HTTP. So languages, the 3 core languages is HTML, CSS, JavaScript, right? Yes. So what do you understand from, first I want to talk briefly about these languages. What do you understand by these languages? What is hypertext markup language? So what does that say or signify? Essentially, it encompasses the basic structure and content of a web page, right? The HTML, right? And of course, you use it with Emmet plugin tool, which comes as a default with VS Code, right? Then you have CSS. What does CSS stand for? Cascade Style Sheet. So the HTML has the content and the structure, whereas the CSS gives us the styling and design of a website, right? And the third one is JavaScript. What does JavaScript give us? The HTML and CSS are basically static. It's very static, static pages of a website. But the dynamic aspect, which is the functionality and the interactiveness, is provided by your JavaScript, right? So these are the 3 core things, right? I just want to touch upon one thing. Maybe I should have just touched this upon earlier, but I want to better late than never. Why would anyone think of being, anyone want to be a full stack developer or a front end developer or a back end developer? Is it, I mean, you can, answer it in the chat. Or do you think is it because everything, because we're living in a digital age where technology is very important? Or do you think the salary or the remuneration, the package is very high? It's worth having it's if given a chance, I want to get a job where I can get about like 20 lakh package or 30 lakh package or a very high package, right? Yeah, that's one of the motivation. But what is the essence, which like one of the very, very important thing that a full stack developer has? I'll tell you today, it's your freedom. Freedom in the sense, you understand the technologies from a front end, from a back end, from the database server aspect, so that you have the freedom to design, deploy, implement, and put something what your dream come true. So that is the biggest essence. So, and the full stack development journey is not an easy one, right? It takes anywhere between 10 to 12 months or almost a year, right? To become proficient, to become, confident, to basically say that, yes, now I am ready I'm confident to develop an application, right? Develop a website, put it on the back end, right? And so that kind of confidence, that kind of expertise, it takes almost 10 months to 1 year. So I understand that if you want to become a full stack developer, one is you need to definitely be interested. You need to have an inclination towards programming, coding, understanding the technologies, and more than all that, the hard work and the commitment. You need to be involved and committed, because you're going to invest almost 10 months to 1 year time to become a full stack developer, right? Why I'm stressing this is very important. When you start your journey of making your career, it is very important that you take time to decide what you want to become, right? See, I understand this is, technology, remuneration, all this is there. But the essential thing is, why I'm stressing this is, you have to understand if coding is for you. If you see, some people would say like, I want to just be, a UI UX designer. So he would fall more into the front end development. But somebody wants to be in the back end, right? They want to, write a software, which handles data, right? So he would fit into that role. So it's essential that you have a very clear picture as with regards to your interest, with regards to your what you really want to become, and decide on that. And of course, it's a long, arduous journey. But yes, it is definitely it is a well-paying career, and it's got a very, very bright future. So with that, I would want to get on to the next slide, which is basically, I put a small in one slide as to how long all these languages and the framework would take, right? So for a beginner, right, there is self-learning, and there's also the guided curriculum. I'm talking about self-learning, right? You pick up your resources. There's lots on the internet. You'd have YouTube videos, you have a lot of things. But when you go the self-learning journey, you need to understand that you need to have your key core concepts, that is HTML, CSS, JavaScript. HTML with using Emmet plugin will probably take about 1.5 weeks, right? Max, you can learn, right? And CSS cascade style sheets, that is with the Bootstrap or the Tailwind framework, whichever is comfortable with you. For you, you can take about 1 month. 1 month. See, all of these languages or framework, you cannot. It's not one thing I want to let everyone know. It's not like, you know, it's not like you've read a book. Yeah, I've read all the pages of the book. It's not like that. And you can never ever master, you know, 100% of anything, right? You know the concepts, you understand the concepts, key core concepts, and then only when you start, you know, applying it, you know, in projects, when you start working on them, you will understand how. See, when you learn a language, you zoom in, right? But when you zoom out and see how that language is just a small portion of an entire, you know, application, right? Which is used, like, you know, for example, Netflix or Amazon, or how they've used this. What is the backend? What are the databases? What are the servers? What are the technology? So if you understand this from a very larger perspective, it is very complex, right? So what I would say is learn your HTML, learn your CSS, and of course, JavaScript with DOM manipulation fundamentals. I'll get to that real soon. It'll take about 2 months, right? So probably 3.5 months, and then you need a month for getting familiarized. I won't say a month, but month is, you know, sufficient to, you know, understand the framework, how you need to use the framework with that, right? With a complete structure. So I would say 4.5 to 5 months for being front end, to be confident, say, yes, I'm ready now. Okay. And it is not just learning the fundamentals, but you need to start working on the core concepts, you know, work on a small project, you know, design a small website, right? You can actually clone a website, right? You can practice by cloning, right? Like you have Paytm, you have Shopify, then you have you can have a small, you know, web page for registration, for landing, or you can have your own personal portfolio website or your college website. You can just make whatever you want, right? This is just for your practice, right? One thing I just wanted to mention is JavaScript, because, like, see, we've all learned different languages from college, right? A lot of people have, learned C++, right? And okay, some have learned Python, some, you know, out of their own interests, or having an opportunity, I've probably learned Ruby. So the behavior and consistency of all these languages is definitely different. So when we talk about JavaScript, it also comes with some of the baggages or some of the languages that you've learned, and you tend to think that, okay, I have, you know, programmed this language, so will this be, you know, will it have the same behavior and the interactive functionality? No, it'll be different. So, but the most popular one is the JavaScript. JavaScript is very, very essential, very popular. You need to give yourself a lot of time to understand the fundamentals, especially with respect to DOM manipulation. What is DOM? It's a document object model, right? It's basically an application API or a programming interface for HTML and XML documents, right? So it defines the logical structure of the documents and the way a document is accessed and manipulated, right? How the whole data is handled, right? So DOM basically contains a bunch of nodes where each node represents a HTML element. So this is, I'm just giving you a very, very big overview, right? So it takes about, would say about 4 to 5 months, right? 4 to 5 months comfortably to learn, to work on all these, front-end development technology, that is the language, the framework, and everything. And before I move on to the next one, I would want to play a small video. Just give me a minute. In the meantime, while I'm just getting my thing, anybody has any questions, queries?
We have a few, Ramesh, but I think
Okay.
we'll wait till the end to answer them. So
Okay.
questions are pouring in, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't have a chance to see the chat.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, let me first go ahead and share my screen. Okay. Why am not? Okay. And then I need to share audio. Give me a minute. Sound. Okay. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Every website can be split up into 2 parts.
Okay. And also, is the audio audible to everyone? Okay. Wonderful. Please watch this. This is like a very kind of a macroscopic view of what the front-end development, what are the technologies. So it's very interesting. It's a short video, but watch it. It's very useful. So, okay, let's watch this. Thanks.
The front end and the back end. The front end is all the visual stuff you see on the web page, the images, the text, the buttons, and the back end is what saves and manages your data. For example, your Amazon order history. In this video, I'm going to explain all the technologies that are used in the front end of a web application, and in another video, we'll explore the back end. Let's get started. We're going to start with a blank web page, and the first technology we're going to look at is HTML. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and is used to add content to our web page. For example, I can write this bit of HTML to add a button. I can also add other types of content like images and text. And if I write more HTML, it will add more content to my page. But you'll notice that our page doesn't look very good. That's where CSS comes in. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. And based on the name, it's used to style our web page. So it's used to make our web page look good by letting us adjust colors, sizes, spacing, things like that. Let's add some CSS to our page. So now that looks much better, but we're not done here. Let's say that I want to filter these products and only show one brand of shoes. So I click this checkbox. But you'll notice that nothing happens. And this is where JavaScript comes in. HTML and CSS only display things on our web page, but JavaScript is what makes our web page interactive. So for example, when we click something and type something, a bit of JavaScript code will update the page based on what we did. The most important feature of JavaScript is something called the Document Object Model, or the DOM. The DOM allows JavaScript to change the web page. For example, this bit of JavaScript code uses the DOM to change the text in the button. And this is how JavaScript makes pages interactive. However, using the DOM directly like this is really repetitive and hard to manage. And that's why we use a JavaScript framework. JavaScript frameworks give us a much nicer way to create our web page, and they take care of updating the page for us, so we never use the DOM directly anymore. The most popular ones are React.js, Angular, and Vue.js. Now let's take a step back and look at JavaScript again. JavaScript as a language is missing a lot of features that other programming languages have. One of these features is being able to split up our code into different files and to organize our code. To solve this, we had to use something called a bundler. The most popular one you've probably heard of is called Webpack. Webpack lets us split up our JavaScript code into many different files, and once we're ready to put it on our website, Webpack will combine all of these files or bundle all of these files into one JavaScript file that we can put on our website. Another tool that we use is called a transpiler. The most popular one you've probably heard of is called TypeScript. A transpiler adds extra features onto JavaScript. It lets us write an enhanced version of JavaScript, and then once we're done, it will transform the enhanced JavaScript back into normal JavaScript, because browsers like Google Chrome can only understand normal JavaScript. So those are the major technologies in the JavaScript world. Now we're going to move over to CSS. CSS as a language has the same problems as JavaScript. We can't organize our code into different files, and CSS is missing a lot of useful features. So we also use a bundler and a transpiler for CSS. There's a special name for this called a CSS preprocessor. It's basically the combination of a bundler and a transpiler. The most popular CSS preprocessor you've probably heard of is called Sass. Sass lets us organize our CSS into different files, and it lets us write enhanced CSS. And then it will bundle all of those files together into one file, and it will transform the enhanced CSS back into normal CSS. So you can think of it sort of like a bundler and a transpiler combined. Now, once we had CSS preprocessors, developers started to create CSS frameworks, the most popular one being Bootstrap. CSS frameworks are basically a whole bunch of CSS code that someone else wrote, and it helps us solve common problems. So using a framework like Bootstrap saves us a lot of time. The last thing we're going to look at is how does the front end communicate with the back end. For example, let's say I'm on Amazon and I want to make an order. How does this order get sent from my computer to Amazon? JavaScript has a feature for this too, called XML HTTP request. It lets us send a message. In this case, we're going to send our Amazon order to a URL like amazon.com/createorder. On the other side, Amazon's backend is listening for these messages sent to this URL, and that's how they get our order. We're going to talk more about this process in our backend video that you can find in the description. Over the years, we've improved on XML HTTP request, and these days we use tools like Axios or Fetch to send messages to the backend. Alright, so these are all the technologies we need to build the front end. You'll notice that it's really just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The other technologies make CSS and JavaScript easier to work with. Let me know in the comments how many of these technologies you already knew, and if anything.
Okay, so okay, 1 second. I think, is there a disturbance? I mean, I'm having probably, it's my internet, so just give me a minute. Let me. Okay. So how do you find the front end part, the video? Was it really with the, I mean, the concepts clearly explained, the brief? It's a very, very brief overview, but I think we've touched all of the the languages, the frameworks, and what's a transpiler, what's a thing. So it's very essential that you understand all this, because this is this is kind of the complete fundamental structure for the front-end development path, right? Okay, I see a wonderful video. Oh, wow. Yeah, I will definitely send across the YouTube video and the presentation to the Edubridge team, and I think probably they will share it with you, right? So, do you want me to move over to the backend, or is there any? You want to have a small break, ask some questions, or I'll leave it to the team and the audience.
I think we can move to backend because
Backend?
there are a lot of
Yeah.
questions related to backend as well in the audience. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Just give me 1 minute. Okay. For the backend development path, like I mentioned, the two core important aspects would be to understand and master how data is stored in the backend in a database, and how the data needs to be secure. It has to be consistent. It has to be scalable. So that is the database part, right? So one needs to have a clear understanding the core concepts of any database, the whole structure of the database. It could be any database. It could be Cassandra, MySQL, MariaDB, MongoDB, Oracle, anything, right? So it's basically how you understand what is the structure of a database, how data is stored, how the database, how secure your data is, how the data should be up to date. It should be persistent. It should be consistent. So all these things you need to have a very clear understanding with the database. The other one is the processing language, right? How a data is processed, how you receive a data from the client, process it, and store it in a database. So we have API sockets. You have different methods like long polling, short polling, various methods, and of course the languages which are kind of popular is JavaScript, that is Node.js. Then you have Python, you have Golang, you have Ruby on Rails. You have a lot of these languages, right? So am I still sharing my screen? Just want to understand.
No, Mr. Kamram, we can see you.
No, but is my screen PowerPoint presentation still shared,
It's
right?
not visible.
Okay, 1 second. Let me share it. Sorry. So is everyone able to see it now?
Yes, Mr. Kamram, it is visible now.
Okay. So some of the languages that I've put for the backend development suite, the languages are JavaScript, Node.js, Python, Ruby, right? And of course the framework where we use, so which makes our the coding journey more structured, more easier, because it's very hard to write long, cumbersome code. So all these frameworks makes it easy. You have JavaScript, you have Express, then Python, you have Django, Ruby on Rails, and Java Spring for Java, right? So these are the frameworks. And then the databases, just to mention a few: MySQL, PostgreSQL, and MongoDB. So for the backend development journey, the database learning, understanding, it's very hard to say, okay, I've understood what a table is, what the database structure is, what are forms, which is the primary key, secondary, all these things are there. But then how will you really get to know whether you've completely understood It's only when you start implementing, right? Doing a project or, trying to clone something to understand how it is stored, all these things. So if you need to spend some quality time on the database itself. So it takes somewhere around 2 to 3 months, depending on, how much time you would be able to spend, right? See, again, it depends. It is like there's like 3 to 4 hours in a day. It's not like 8 or 10 hours in a day. But then, if you are consistent, if you're very, if you're dedicated, if you have that, passion, if you're able to spend, yes, definitely, you can completely understand. This is a self-learning, right? Of course, you have a structured curriculum where it's a little different. Maybe you'll take a lesser time, but then the good thing about self-learning is you start to think on your own. Okay, I have this. How do I implement this? What are the steps that I need to do to put the data correctly into this? So these kind of things, right? Self-learning is, you have that advantage and that freedom, right? Then the language that you need to learn, it depends, right? It could be Node.js, JavaScript, or Python or Ruby, depending on your whatever language you like, where you want to pursue the thing. But the most common thing is Node.js, right? Popular one. And the integration part, this, of course, it takes a longer time with your learning journey, with how you evolve, how you understand, writing HTTP, then understanding the internal fundamentals, then Linux, like understanding files, permissions, then the whole thing, how it is mapped to the server backend, the database, and then the cloud computing, because everything is moving into cloud. It is definitely very essential to understand the cloud technologies. And the three big players are Amazon, Google, and Microsoft Azure, right, for cloud. And the backend also has some miscellaneous things, like when you want to post a code, make it public, you have to put it in GitHub, right? You have to use GitHub. Then you need to test your code. There are a lot of testing tools like Selenium. You have Google Chrome. I think testing tools that you have. Other testing tools. Then you need to do continuous CI and CD. This is another process where you need to follow a particular framework, so that you have things which are structured in order and which is very consistent. Then I would touch upon the projects. See, doing a lot of projects is something good, but then even if you do just 2 or 3 projects, which is of medium complexity, like let's say you clone a website, right? Something like a Paytm or anything for that matter, right? Like Twitter or Facebook, whatever. But when you put it as a project, when you go for an interview, I'm coming to that, but I just want to mention this. They will ask you, what additional feature have you done? See, you have done this because already there on the internet. Okay, you try to do a prototype or a model, but what you need to basically bring out, what additional features that you have added, right? I'll come to that. Then here I would want to play another video with respect to the backend technology. This is also very, very interesting. I would want everybody to watch this along with me, because this again gives you a very, very macroscopic, broad view about what are the technologies, what are the essential, backbone structures, the building blocks for backend development. Right? Just give me a minute.
Every website can be split up into two parts.
Is it clearly visible and is it audible?
Yes, Mr. Kamram, it is visible and audible.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's watch this. Thanks.
The front end and the back end. The front end is all the visual stuff you see on the web page, and the back end is what saves and manages your data. For example, if you are on Amazon.com, the back end would store your order history, your profile, it would load search results, and much more. In this video, we're going to take a look at the technologies that are used in the back end of a website, and in another video, we explore the front end technologies. As an example, let's say that we're on Amazon.com and we do some shopping, and now we're ready to make an order. When I click place order, what happens? We're going to start from the ground up. Any computer that's connected to the internet, including your computer and my computer, can send a message across the internet to another computer that's also connected to the internet. So to simplify things, Amazon has a computer in their office building somewhere, and our computer is going to send a message containing our order to that Amazon computer. In this scenario, the computer that is sending the message is called the client, and the computer that is receiving the message is called the server. But before this happens, computers, they can't receive messages from the internet by default. We have to program them to be able to receive messages. To do that, we need a backend programming language. Almost every programming language has a feature that turns a computer into a server and allows it to receive messages. Popular backend programming languages are JavaScript, sometimes called Node.js, Python, Ruby, and Java. However, using a backend programming language by itself is actually really difficult and requires a huge amount of code. So there are two tools that we use to help with this: a backend framework and a package manager. A backend framework helps us create a server much easier and with a lot less code. Each backend programming language has a few different frameworks to choose from, but the most popular ones are Express.js for JavaScript, Python Django, Ruby on Rails, and Java Spring. In the backend, we also use a lot of code that other people have written called packages to do common tasks like doing calculations, talking to a database, and setting up user login and authentication. We typically use a lot of packages in our backend, and in order to install and manage all these packages, we use something called a package manager. Each language has its own package manager. The most popular ones are NPM for JavaScript, pip for Python, bundler for Ruby, and Maven for Java. These are all the technologies we need to create our backend server. The next problem we have is we need somewhere to save the data for our website. Going back to our Amazon example, data could mean our user data, like the login information, order history, as well as data for all the products that are being sold on Amazon, the descriptions, the ratings, and the reviews. To do this, we use a database. A database helps us store and manage data. It's just a piece of software that usually runs on a different computer, and we have to do some setup so that our backend can communicate with the database. The most popular databases are MySQL, Postgres, and MongoDB. Alright, so if you're just starting out, this is basically all you need for the backend. You can build most of your projects with just a server and a database. For example, here's how our Amazon scenario could work. When the customer places an order in the front end sends a message containing the order to the backend. The backend then saves the order to a database and sends back a message to the front end confirming that the order was created. The message that the front end sends to the backend is known as a request, and the message that the backend sends back is known as a response. This is called a request-response cycle, and this is generally how web applications work. Here's another example. Let's say that you're in the Amazon warehouse. The warehouse might have a different front end that sends a request to the backend to get our order. The backend then gets our order from the database and sends it back to the warehouse front end, and then they go ahead and prepare our order. Now that we've seen the overall flow, we're going to dive deeper and take a look at what's inside a request. Here's a simplified example of a request to create an Amazon order. If we read over it, we can see that it's actually really easy to understand. We have the items that we ordered, the quantities, and some other information about our Amazon order. At the top, we have the type of the request, the domain name, and the URL path. This describes where this request is going and what type of request this is. First of all, Amazon, the company, has bought the domain name Amazon.com, and they configured it so that any requests going to Amazon.com will be redirected to that server in their office building. So that's why we're sending this request to Amazon.com. The type and the URL path identify what kind of request this is. So in this example, this is a post request to /orders. In the backend, we use our programming language and backend framework to define what types of requests are allowed and how we should handle these requests. For example, we can allow a post/orders request, and whenever we get a post/orders request, we will create an order using our programming language and save it to our database. We can also allow a get/order request, and in this case, we will retrieve the order history from the database and send it back as a response. Another example is a delete/order request where we will cancel the order. So this list of all the different types of requests that the backend allows is called an API, Application Programming Interface. The API is one of the most important concepts in backend programming. If you send a request that is not allowed by the API, the backend will respond with an error. So we mentioned earlier that we can identify requests using a type and a URL path. There are several types we can choose from, such as post, get, put, and delete, and the URL path can be anything we want. So why in this example did we choose post/orders? This is just a naming convention for our requests, and this naming convention is called REST, Representational State Transfer. In REST, the type of the request has a special meaning, so post means to create something, and in this case, post/orders means to create an order, get means to get something, and delete means to delete something, and so on. An API that uses the REST naming convention is called a REST API. REST is the most common convention that we use for our APIs, but there are several other conventions that we could use. One of them is called GraphQL, which uses post/GraphQL for all of our requests, and another one is called RPC, which uses post and a more detailed URL path like post/create order or post/get order history. So that is what a request is, what an API is, and what REST means. Now let's talk about infrastructure. Nowadays, instead of companies purchasing their own computers to run their websites, they rent computers from a cloud computing company. The biggest cloud computing companies are AWS, Amazon Web Services, GCP, Google Cloud Platform, and Microsoft Azure. The basic idea of cloud computing is you're renting a bunch of computers. This is also known as IaaS, Infrastructure as a Service. Behind the scenes, AWS has a giant, powerful computer, and inside its software, it's running many smaller computers, and we're actually renting one of these smaller computers. And these smaller computers only exist in the software, so we call them virtual machines, or VMs. So to run our website, we rent a VM from AWS to run our backend, and we also rent another VM to run our database. Another problem we have to solve is, what if our website gets really popular during the holiday season and we start getting a lot of requests and internet traffic that our server can't handle? With cloud computing, we can set up multiple VMs running the same backend code and then set up a special VM in front of these called a load balancer. And the load balancer will distribute requests evenly across our VMs. Once the holiday season is over, we can just shut off our VMs when we don't need them. This is a lot easier than having to buy physical computers, where if the holiday season is over, you still have the physical computers that you paid for. But we still have another problem. We now have a lot of VMs that we need to create and set up, and it takes a lot of time and effort. Cloud computing companies offer another service called a PaaS, a platform as a service. A PaaS just lets us upload our backend code. It will set up all the VMs, including the load balancer, and integrate everything for us. The three most popular PaaS are Elastic Beanstalk for AWS, App Engine for GCP, and App Service for Microsoft Azure. The next concept we're going to look at is microservices. For our Amazon example, let's say that our backend contains code that saves an order to the database, charges the user's credit card, and sends an email confirmation. In the real world, this backend can be millions of lines of code, so we split this up into 3 code bases. Then each of these code bases will have their own backend, each with a load balancer, and sometimes their own database. Then when we need to send an email, our orders backend will send a request to the email backend, which will send the email. So splitting up our backend into separate backends like this is called microservices, and it helps keep our code base smaller and more focused. Each microservice does not have to use the same programming language and database. One microservice can be using JavaScript and MongoDB, while another microservice can be using Python and MySQL. Now, to make this even easier, there are companies out there like Twilio who have already created an email service. So Twilio provides a backend and an API for sending emails. So instead of us creating our own email microservice, our backend can just send requests to Twilio's backend. When a company provides a backend and an API that outside applications can use, this is called a SaaS, software as a service. Pretty much everything you do in the backend that's complicated, there's probably a SaaS company out there that already provides that service, and you can just use that service instead of building your own microservice. So these three concepts we just looked at, infrastructure as a service, platforms as a service, and software as a service, are the three foundations of cloud computing. These days, most companies use cloud computing to run the backend for their websites instead of buying and managing physical servers themselves. In this last section, I want to introduce some additional technologies you might see in the backend. Previously, we mentioned the databases MySQL, Postgres, and MongoDB. These are sometimes called primary databases because they're the main database that our website uses. Generally, we start our backend with a server and a primary database, and then bring in these additional technologies if we need to. If we allow our users to upload images, a primary database is not good for storing images, so we would use a blob store like AWS S3 and a CDN like CloudFront to store and load user-uploaded images. If we want to allow text search, primary databases are very slow at text search, so we would bring in a search database like Elasticsearch. If our website is getting a lot of traffic and we need to take some stress off our primary database, we would add a cache like Redis to improve performance. If we want to do data science, we don't want to do the data analysis using our primary database. It's busy running our website. So we would copy all of our data into an analytical database like Snowflake, which is really good for doing data science on the side. If you want to schedule a task for later, for example, Amazon might want to email their users before their Amazon Prime subscription renews, we would use a job queue like RabbitMQ to schedule this task for the future. And there's a bunch more technologies like these out there that are made to solve specific problems. So these are all the backend technologies that we covered in this video. If you're just starting out, you mostly just need to know how to use cloud computing, a backend framework, and a primary database. These other technologies are things that you may or may not use. You would add them to your backend depending on what kind of website and features you're trying to make. Thanks for watching. My name is Simon from supersimple.dev. I want to make a tech career possible for anyone. If you have any questions or comments, please leave them down below, and I'll see you in the next one.
So how was the video, participants? Was it really good? Was it useful?
Lots of thumbs ups and lots of hearts for you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So I think we still have about 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
We're almost done with the session.
Okay.
It was about 9:20. Yeah, we got a minute left.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I should have had a little more time for but I felt that this is very, very important to have a very clear understanding. I just wanted to mention, when you go for the interview, it's important for you to understand when how to nail the interview. Is that it's important that you put your code in GitHub and you've already tested it and you have it ready for implementation, right? That will give you the edge. The other thing is, what is important whenever you answer, like be it front end, back end, or the complete full stack, it is important the way you answer questions in an interview is that what value are you trying to bring in for the organization, and that will set you apart.
Tamisha, you want to take over?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for your helpful insights, Mr. Ekambram. It
You're
has
welcome.
indeed set the pace for the audience and got them thinking.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Our audience does have questions, but in the interest of time, it would be
Yes.
great if we can email them to you. And if
Yes,
you would be kind enough to answer as many of them as possible.
definitely. I'll do my best.
Thank you so much once again, Mr. Kambaram. You can
Yeah.
exit the webinar now
Yeah.
while we continue on a marathon of sessions.
Okay, thanks once again to the Edubridge team for giving me this opportunity. And thanks to all of the participants for taking your time and interest in attending this session. Have a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
so much.
Kambaram. Have a
Thank you.
great day.
Have a great.
All right. Moving on to our next session, it is also related to the technology space. With the analytics career on the rise in the recent times, and more people looking forward to building a career in it, we are here with an exciting session to help you get an expert's vision and experience as a guide to choosing this path. Today we have among us Mr. Karthik Shashidhar, the Senior Vice President and Head of Analytics, Business Intelligence and Data Science at Delivery, one of India's largest logistics companies. Formerly, he has worked with brands like IIM Bangalore, Hindustan Times, Crystal.ai, HT Mint, and Goldman Sachs. He has helped companies use data and quantitative methods to solve business problems. He is also an IIT Bombay and IIM Bangalore alumni. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Shashidhar, who will now be talking about 10 must-know things for a career in analytics. Thank you for joining us. You can now start with the session, Mr. Shashidhar.
Okay, looks like my virtual background is completely off and it's picking all the wrong things. And this is one example of AI that is not working. So I don't know. I mean, I think I should just.
You can just switch it off.
I will just switch it off. Just give me 1 minute. Okay. I think that now this is fine. It assumed that I had
This
a
is
green screen
perfect.
and
Yes.
yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you. Hey, okay. So I think I'll just keep it short. I'll probably talk for 10 or 15 minutes, and I'll just take questions after that. I don't know what format you have for questions, but like you can just use that, and we can I think there'll be a moderator who takes it and who will pass on the questions to me. I think that might work very well. Okay, so I'm Karthik. I head analytics and data science for Delivery. Been here for a bit more than 2 years. So I have had first up, I should mention that I had a bit of an unusual path into data science, in that like I did not join any of the classic analytics data science companies. I did not go through the standard career path. For about 9 years, sometime in 2011, I was working for Goldman Sachs, and I decided, okay, this analytics thing seems like some interesting thing. Let me do that. And I set myself up as an independent consultant in that. And then after that, I think just that I happen to enjoy it and I happen to be good at it. And so I just stumbled into this profession in some sense. So, which also means that the way I think about analytics and problem solving here is very different from how most other people in the industry think. So, which means that whatever I tell you, please take with a lot of salt. Please if you were to listen to me perfectly, you will do well in the interviews with me, but may not be doing well in the interviews with other companies. So, I just want to say that, make that clear right up front. Anyway, so I think the way we do this is sorry, I just have some notes here on the side. Yeah. So the way we do this, I just talk to you about some of the. I think I'll just keep it very simple. I'll talk about some of the work that my company does. I think it's the easiest way to introduce you to some of the kinds of problems that you can solve using analytics and data science. And before that, I think just to give an intro, I think data science is basically about how do you get. It's about, you might have heard of the scientific method, which is like when you have a problem, how do you solve it in terms of how do you solve the problem using there is a few steps and things like that where you identify the problem and you kind of try different things and see what works and formulate hypotheses, test hypotheses and things like that. That's the standard scientific method. Data science is basically the standard scientific method applied to using data, where we use a lot of the data that the company has, and then or whatever wherever you're working has, and then you try to generate insights out of it, right? So that's the very basic of data science. I mean, initially my plan was to use ChatGPT along with this session, so that if I have any sort of jargon related questions and stuff, I can just share my screen. But unfortunately, it seems to be massively overloaded today, so I don't have that luxury of using ChatGPT. But I think you should, whenever you get the chance, use ChatGPT. Any questions that you have, you should just ask it. And I think for all things like what is data science, what is analytics, what is the difference between data science and business intelligence, and things like that, I think ChatGPT will do a much better job of answering than any human that you could talk to. So I think you should definitely do it. So in terms of broad careers, right, in terms of data science, if you were to talk about it, there are a few broad buckets, I will say. One is data engineering, which is in some sense it sits somewhere between software engineering and data science. We'll talk about that. I'll just introduce everything, and then we will go deeper into each thing. So one is data engineering. The other one is what I would call as classic analytics data science, which is basically you have a business problem and you dig into the data to figure out why you have that problem and things like that. So that's the second one. Then there is machine learning, which is a small subset of data science, but which again is pretty large. I mean, if you go on LinkedIn and look for data science, I mean, most people will be talking about machine learning only. So that is basically where you have a lot of let's say, for example, put it simply, you have 100,000 images of dogs and 100,000 images of something else, and you feed that, you build an algorithm which just learns from this. You don't have to tell it, you need to look for this for a dog or something, and the algo will figure out what are the features that are associated with dog and not dog, and when you give it a new picture, it will when you give it a new picture, it will tell you whether it's a dog or not. So something of that sort. So that's machine learning. Then there is business intelligence. Business intelligence, I think, means very different things in different places. Again, the way my company sees business intelligence is very different from pretty much the rest of the world, in that we look at business intelligence as answering business questions using intelligence from data. So I think that's how we look at it. But most of the world, it's more in terms of how do you take the business information and present it to the management and employees and other people in an intelligent manner, in a way that they can understand what's happening. They'll get intelligence about the business through sort of standardized dashboards and things like that. So we'll talk about that as well. And then, so we'll cover data engineering, data science, analytics, machine learning, business intelligence. And then, I think these are the very, very broad buckets. So I can sort of go slightly deeper into each of them and probably use some examples of problem statements that we solve in my company to be able to give you a good, better example of how we are, what all possible career opportunities lie here. So let's start with data engineering, because I think it's a bedrock of all the data stuff. So for example, my company, I work for Delivery, India's largest logistics company. We move about anywhere between 1.5 to 2 million packages every single day. So we pick up 1.5 to 2 million packages every day and deliver them, which means that and each package, from the time it's picked up until the time it's delivered, gets scanned about 20 times on average. And what that means is that we have about 30 to 40 million data points every single day. Now, when you're collecting so much data, how do you collect the data? How do you store the data? What kind of database should you store this in? If you can imagine our people all over India, in I think some 5,000 different facilities all over India, will keep scanning packages all the time. And each of these scans need to be sort of stored into a database with a whole bunch of details. I mean, we take some 1,000 different features of each scan in terms of who did the scan, where it was scanned, what the nature of the scan was, and things like that. So how do you store this data? How do you store this data, and how do you sort of store it in a way that's easy for analysis later on? And again, how you store it depends on what kind of analysis you might want to do, but also you don't want to sort of over optimize when you're making your data storage decisions and stuff. So the data engineering team is responsible for making sure that all this data gets collected and stored in a nice manner, which can be later used for analysis and generating other kinds of insights and so on. And the skills that they broadly have is they need to know the understand data storage, understand data retrieval, how information is stored, what they given if you are looking at image data, what is the best way to store it in this particular context based on the analysis we want to do on that. If we are given the large number of the sort of data points that are coming every minute, how do you stream the data so that it goes and sits in some place? And you need to understand cloud technologies like AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, etc. So and understand different kinds of databases, what the trade-offs are, because some databases might be good for quick retrieval of old data. Some might be very painful for old data, but more recent data you might be able to get very easily and do more analysis with and so on. So it's a very what do you call it? It is about understanding a lot of concepts and then understanding the business and understanding the business needs, and then setting up the pipelines and the structures and all that, so that the business can collect the data and then make use of it. And usually data engineering is usually part of the tech organizations in most companies. Okay. Next, I'll talk about which is my core competence, which is analytics. So analytics is basically it's in some sense about like one of my friends called it investigative work. So you will somebody will come up with a business statement, or rather, for example, in my company, my team is responsible for coming up with the problem statements as well. Stuff like why is Flipkart not giving us as many packages as it used to? I mean, this is not this statement is not true. I'm just taking a random example. Okay. So why is Flipkart not giving us as many packages as it used to? Now, I mean, there are some sort of intuitive ways to look at it. Maybe you can go talk to Flipkart and things like that. But if it's Flipkart, they're big enough that you can go talk to them. But if it's a small seller who we are servicing, like, you don't have the luxury. I mean, it just takes too much time and it's not worth. So you just dig into the data. You look at where has the sales gone down. Let's say, for example, it could be on certain kinds of products. It could be on certain origins or certain destinations. And how do you sort of dig into the data? I mean, this is where I think what the skills that you need are like, I mean, one is, of course, like it helps to know a statistical package like Python or Julia or R or something. You need to be, I mean, fundamentally, you need to be fairly good at Excel for this. I mean, forget anything else. If you need to be good at Excel to be good at data. Again, that's my belief. You have a large number of data scientists who pretty much have never used Excel. That's a separate matter. But at least for this kind of analytics kind of work, it's good that and what you should do to get good at it is, like, there are lots of interesting data sets floating around. So, for example, if you go to Cricinfo, you'll get career averages and all the stats of every cricketer who has played in the last 120 years. And you can analyze that data, and then based on that, and then like try to find some insights. You can come up with like, why did I mean, I'm talking about cricket because that's something I like, but you could choose your own domain. So for example, you'll be like, does Sachin Tendulkar's century help or hurt India's chances of winning, for example, right? So that is I don't know. Yeah, you can look into the data, and then the different ways you can analyze it. So sometimes knowing statistical methods helps, but not always. You don't necessarily need to be too technical. I mean, being technical always helps, but what you need is curiosity. What you need is an understanding of the domain. So if you're working in logistics, you need to understand logistics. If you're working in cricket, you need to understand cricket, and so on. And the other thing is to be able to quickly slice and dice the data so that you can answer the questions that are being asked. Why have our service levels come down in the last 1 week? You need to know what service level is, like how do you, what data you need to get to for service. I mean, this is extremely specific to my domain, so I don't expect any of you to get it, but I'm familiar with this, so I'm talking about this. But you need to understand the domain, you need to understand the data, you need to be an ability to connect one to the other, and you need a fundamental curiosity in terms of broad problem solving. That's pretty much what there is to the classic analytics kind of approach. Then there is there's a whole bunch of data science jobs. I think majority of the data science jobs that are floated nowadays are in machine learning. I gave a brief intro of that, which is like where you don't tell the algorithm. It's sort of like it's like writing algorithms, except that in machine learning, you don't tell the algorithm how it should solve the problem. You just give it a large number of examples of solved problems, and then like the machine will learn by itself in terms of how to solve it. So, for example, if you again what I used earlier, you want to know whether a picture contains a dog. I mean, this is you can imagine small variations of this problem in different business contexts. So, for example, you can say that does this picture contain a dog? Similarly, you can have does this based on this X-ray, do you think you can see a broken bone? So it's sort of a similar kind of a example. So now what you do is you don't tell the system that if there are 2 eyes and 2 ears and a wagging tail, it is a dog. You don't tell that to the system. What you do is to just give it, I don't know, 1 million pictures of dogs and 1 million pictures which don't have dogs, and and then the system will learn what are the features of dog and not dog, and then given a new image, it will tell you whether there's a dog in it. So what this sort of and it's a whole bunch of maths. I mean, the way the system machine learning, you might sometimes when you see things like Chat GPT or something like that, it might be you might think it is it's some sort of magic, but it's not. It's all maths. It's just linear algebra. So if you want to work in machine learning kind of stuff at a very deep level, I mean, obviously for all data related roles, it really helps to be good at maths, or at least it helps you to have a good interest in maths, whether you're good at it or not. As long as you're interested in it, you will be able to figure things out and be able to solve the, attack the problems and so on. So it's about, one was it helps to be good at maths, but even if you're not good at maths, I think like there are roles in machine learning where if you are able to understand all the packages that are, broadly understand how they solve the problems and what kind of problems are solved with what kind of methods, I think you should still be able to make a career in this. I think it's a very, very fast growing field. I mean, I know that there are a bunch of data scientists who have gotten laid off in the last 2 weeks in like Google and Microsoft and Swiggy and so on, but still like it's a fast growing field. So which means that there will be new opportunities for you in this one. So that is on, I was talking about all the machine learning kind of stuff. Then there is business intelligence. I will talk about it in the way that the industry understands it. It's about taking the data and presenting it in a nice manner. So you would have heard of technologies such as like there's like some Tableau and Power BI, and Amazon has something and Google has something and so on. So every large software company comes up with its own sort of visualization tool. Here, the challenge is in terms of taking the data that's already there and showing it in a manner that can generate insights. So, for example, this is more, it's a combination of an art and a science. So there is an engineering aspect of business intelligence, which is in terms of how do you, there is data sitting in a database, and the database is getting more and more data every minute. I mean, I think I told you about the roles of the data engineer and so on. And from after that, now that the data is sitting there, but you need to show insights to the business. How do you sort of engineer the pipelines, as we call it, in terms of taking the data from the database and then putting it up and and showing it in a nice way. Like that's like just connecting those, making those connections so that you can show the data is one part of the part of the job, which is where you have the business intelligence engineers. Then there's the whole visualization aspect, which is in terms of like how do you represent this data? what is the way in which you can represent the data so that it tells the story in the nicest manner? So, for example, like if you are looking at, let's say, I don't know, like, let's just take again Sachin Tendulkar's batting average over a period of time. Should you show it as a bar graph or a line graph? Should you smoothen the bar, smoothen it? If you want to smoothen the line, how much should you smoothen it by? And if, how do you allow, if somebody, let's say, do you think people might be interested in comparing Sachin Tendulkar to Virat Kohli? So maybe we should give them a option for comparing two people on the same graph or something. And if you're comparing two people, because they would have played at different times, they would have played in different, like when Tendulkar played, 250 was a good score in ODIs. Now every match it goes to 350. So how do you compare Tendulkar and Kohli in that sense? So that kind of how do you show the data that exists, that there is a visual element of this? And bringing it all together in terms of the dashboards, like there is the engineering part, there is the visual part. There's also like some role in product management when it comes to BI kind of roles as well, and so on. Right? And then there is the rest of, I mean, like it's very hard to classify. I mean, I've spoken about data engineering. I've spoken about analytics. I've spoken about classic machine learning. I've spoken about BI. There's also then there is. There are some of these problems which it's hard to sort of pigeonhole them into any one domain or so on. So I'll just talk to you about 3 or 4 different problems that we in delivery solve. One is to figure out, for example, like, let's say you have ordered a package from Amazon. It comes from their warehouse near Gurgaon and it has to come to you in Bangalore. So what is the best way to move that package? Like, should it go from, let's say, we have a daily truck that 2 or 3 trucks daily that go from Gurgaon to Bangalore. But should it go directly from Gurgaon to Bangalore, or would it be cheaper to send this package from Gurgaon to, let's say, Nagpur and then change the truck there and then to another truck to Bangalore? So how do you optimize our network so that we can get all your packages to your houses on time and still like keep our costs the lowest possible? So that's one kind of problem statements that we have here that we do in the data science team. Another is in terms of, let's say you're running a last mile delivery center in our company. So today you have 1,000 packages to deliver and 20 people who are available to deliver. How do you figure out who should take out which package? There might be one person who is very familiar with, let's say, Indiranagar first stage, another who is very familiar with Indiranagar second stage. How do you make sure that all the first stage packages go to the first stage guy while not overwhelming him in terms of like you don't want to give him 200 packages because like he's not going to be able to deliver all of them in one day and so on. So these are that's another sort of problem that we solve it. Yet another is like we have a whole bunch of cases of fraud. You would have seen in the it'll come in the news once in a while, which is like basically somebody ordered an iPhone and got a stone in place of it. So how do you figure out if there's a fraudulent order? Based on the details that you have of the order at the time that it got picked up, right? So these are some of the problems that we solve. These are it's hard to sort of pigeonhole them into either analytics or machine learning or data engineering or whatever. But all of them are things that we that are necessary for a business. So in terms of the skill sets broadly, I think again, pretty much for everything, you need to be curious. It helps to have a good interest in maths. I mean, I won't say you need to be good at maths, but you need to have an interest in maths. So if you don't want to do maths, you don't want to do this. Then if you need to have some sort of a feel for the business, though there are roles, especially in machine learning, where it's okay to sort of be more technical and not really sit close to the business. It's perfectly fine. And then there is just understanding how to sort of understanding data, understanding how you can sort of slice and dice something. How do you just get good at the basic level, get good at Excel, and the second thing is just start. Data science is something which all you need to practice this is a computer and some curiosity. There are plenty of data sets available, so you should just start looking at some of them, looking at what you can do with it. There are sometimes some I don't know, like you can just for and once you do it for fun for a while, you'll know whether you're interested in it or not. If you're not, I mean, you won't do it for fun. So which means that you can choose another career. But if you are, then like you can, all the work that you have done for fun, you can put it on GitHub and then like, yeah, that should get you a job. So I think I'm done with what I wanted to talk about. So I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
Sure, Mr. Shashidhar, we do have some questions from the audience.
Yeah.
So the first one is, what qualifications and skills are required for a career in data analytics?
Nothing, 12th standard. I mean, I don't care about degrees. Again, what I'm telling you is I look at data science very different from the rest of the industry. So I don't care about degrees. Others might, some people ask for PhDs and so on. But don't worry about your degree. I mean, as long as you're good at numbers, it's fine.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Shashidhar. So we have another question. What are the job opportunities available in data analytics?
I mean, every company, think about companies which go for slightly bigger companies. Don't go for, let's say, Series A startups and so on. So slightly bigger companies, because you need the company to have a certain amount of data to be able to sort of do data science there. I mean, that's a fundamental thing. Job opportunities available. I mean, you have a whole bunch of analyst roles, which is basically in terms of your job will be. Oh yeah, one skill I forgot to mention is like it helps to know how to get data. Like I was talking about data engineering and about how their job is to structure the data and put them in a nice manner so that like you can do analysis. For data science and analytics, it also helps to know how do you how to sort of get data and how do you like writing SQL queries, for example, or how do you get information which is stored in some weird place and all that you should know. Sorry, I missed the point of the question because I got distracted. What is it, Tanisha?
Yes. So the question was, what are the job opportunities available in data analytics?
Okay, job opportunity. Yeah. So one is, for example, like you have a whole bunch of analyst roles where your job is to extract data and build simple reports. So these are so the basic skills required for these, I would say, are at the basic level, it will be SQL and Excel. You should be good at both of them, and if you're good at both of them, you're already in the top 10% in terms of like the people who can do this job well. So that's one kind of opportunity. Then there is a slightly more deeper analytics kind of roles, which is like where you are given unstructured business problems and you need to find insights. Like, for example, I told you, why is Flipkart giving us fewer packages this week? I mean, you should be able to solve that problem. You should be able to structure the problems and solve it, figure out what data can be used to solve this problem, and then be able to get that data, dig into it, analyze the data, see pattern, find patterns. It's all about pattern matching if you think about it, and then maybe make some reports and dashboards and so on. So yet another in analytics again comes in analytics is in terms of just taking data, extracting data, and building reports out of it, or extracting data, building dashboards. So a lot of these are like sort of analyst kind of roles. Like we hire at pretty much all levels, from fairly entry level to, I mean, to like I'm a senior vice president doing exactly this day in and day out. So that's I hope that answers.
Definitely, it does answer the question. We have more questions pouring in. So the next one is, what are the most in-demand tools and technologies used in data analytics?
I don't want to, I mean, just stick to open source tools. There's R, Python, Julia. Scala, I think, is used by some companies. So Excel is not open source. It's expensive, but it's super useful. SQL. So yeah. I don't want to. Yeah. Don't. Yeah. Stick to, apart from Excel, stick to open source tools. So.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shashidhar. Next question is, how can I gain practical experience in data analytics?
All you need is a computer. You can teach yourself. There are enough courses, and there is enough data available for you, and based on that, you can just based on you can make your own problem statements. You can play around with the data. It's quite And then like that will tell you whether you're good at it or not. If you are, then you can apply for a job. If not, you can find something else.
Great. We have another question that states, what is the career path for data analyst?
See, the industry itself is 10-15 years old, which means that there's no set career path. So it's pretty much the same thing. You join as a junior person, and like as and when you do well, you become more senior. Like you start taking more complex problem statements. You start solving bigger problems for the business, and yeah, that's how it keeps going. And then like there will be like a aspect of people management which will come in at some point in time, and so on. So it's like any other industry, just that it's a very new industry. So I don't want to sort of tell you this is the career path because it's hardly 10-15 years old. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sashidhar, for this answer. The next question is, what are the most important concepts to know in order to excel in data analytics?
Excel.
Okay.
And, you need to have an interest in math. You need to have an interest in math and for numbers and so on. There's no such thing as concepts. It's just about curiosity. It's about curiosity. And see, the easiest thing to do is figure out something that you're interested in. Find some data sets in that. Do some analysis in that. You start with Excel and then move on to R or Python. Enough courses online. Stack Overflow is full of good answers for all of these. Teach yourself, do some nice analysis, put it up online. Somebody will find you and give you a job. So.
All right. For the next question we have, how do I start learning data analytics?
By doing it, by practicing with data. So by just like, so for example, take for example, like Sachin Tendulkar's scores in every single innings that he has played. What is his batting average? What is his strike rate? What is his batting average and strike rate in ODIs, T20s and tests? Like that's how you get started. So you just take something that you are familiar with. I realize I've been talking about Tendulkar all this while, and most of these people may not be aware because like he retired 10 years back. But anyway, so.
Okay. Next we have, how does data analytics differ from data science?
According to me, there's no difference. But again, this is something you should ask ChatGPT. I think that will give you a better answer whenever you can log in. According to me, there's no difference.
Okay. And we have someone asking us, being from a non-IT background, can I learn data science or data analytics?
Absolutely, you can learn everything. I mean, there's no, as I told you, like there are jobs for everybody here. There are jobs for everyone depending on what you are interested in, what you are good at, and so on. If you're from an IT background and an engineer, yeah, you can be a data engineer, machine learning engineer. You can move into data science from there and so on. If you're from a non-technical background, as long as if you can understand the business, then you can get into the sort of the classic analytics kind of role, as long as you have some interest in maths. So I think that's a sort of broad, that little interest in maths is a sort of a broad necessary condition, but that apart, there's nothing really.
All right. Next question says, what are the languages that are needed to build a career in data analytics?
Nothing is needed. It's about your choice in terms of what you want to do. And also like you learn, and don't learn languages, learn how to analyze data. And then after that, you can, whichever company you will join will tell you which language to learn and you can learn that language. But for your own analysis, you should use Excel, R, and Python are the three main things. You can start with Excel. I mean, you should definitely start with Excel. So.
All right. This one is a very interesting question. What are the common problems the data analyst encounters during analysis?
Okay, that's hard to answer because we pretty much every problem statement is our problem. So how can we grow our business is our problem. Why are our costs going so high is our problem. How can we make sure that more customers come and buy our product is our problem. Everything, I mean, why are so many people leaving us in the tech team? It's our problem. We can analyze pretty much any question that you can take. As long as you have some idea of the data that's available, you should be able to answer it using data. So every problem is an analytic problem. So.
For this question, would you also like to take up an example from your own experience where you got stuck into something while doing the
Oh,
analysis?
yeah, that kind of problem. I thought I was thinking of problem statement that we solve. When you get stuck into something, I mean, yeah, sometimes what is, yeah, for example, I remember where I get stuck in something is convincing people of the solutions. Saying that, okay, let's say, for example, you think that historically, for whatever reason, you would have thought that an average e-commerce package is 300 grams. Okay. Now, based on the recent data, the data tells us that it has gone to 600 grams. And you have used that in some model. Somebody else will come back and say that, why have you used 600 grams? Isn't it 300 grams? And then you have to sort of convince them, show them the data, show them that your analysis is fine and so on, so that you can tell them that you can convince them that what the data is showing is correct. I mean, so sometimes it's a lot of selling. I guess this largely at my level, but like it is a lot of selling in terms of like explaining what the model has told you to people who don't really understand the model, who don't trust the model, and so on.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shashidhar. Next question is, what is a generally followed process for cleaning data before analyzing it?
There's no generally followed process. I mean, like if it looks clean to you, it is clean. I mean, you need to make sure that like, and actually, in some sense, I'll say that like don't formally try to clean the data. Start doing the analysis. If it gives you rubbish results, it means that your data is not clean, and then you better go back and clean it. And it'll tell you how to clean it as well. So, like if you have some data which tells you that Sachin Tendulkar's batting average is 2000, then you obviously know that there's some mistakes somewhere, and then you can look into the data and you can find out where that mistake is, and then you can fix it there. So don't follow any of these sort of formal cleaning processes and stuff. Again, this might help you in your other interviews, not with me, but like but yeah, in general as a practice, it's not well recommended. So
great. So next question is, how do you present and explain technical concepts to a non-technical audience once data is analyzed?
I mean, the hard one. There's no, again, how do you explain? Like, see, you need to talk their language. You need to talk their language as much as possible. So you need to use the jargon that the non-technical people are using. So in some sense, one thing I found, again, this is also why I have stress so much on Excel as part of this thing, is that like business people understand Excel. If you show them some complicated code in Python, I mean, they're not going to, it's just going to fly over their heads. They're not going to pay attention. But if you show them the data in Excel, that's something they are familiar with, which means that like it's easier for them to understand what you have done, and then like and then they'll understand it. So it's I mean, it's not easy, but it's just about you have to make the effort to talk their language as much as possible.
Great. Can you name some of the statistical methodologies used by data analysts?
No, I can't, because I don't want to. I don't want to go there. I don't want to. You can Google it or ask ChatGPT, and you'll get the answer.
Okay, so that will be a task for the audience. Great. What are the types of hypothesis testing used today as per your understanding?
Whatever, hypothesis testing is a 50-year-old subject, at least to the best of my knowledge, and I don't think it has changed at all. So you can read any statistics textbook and it'll tell you what to do. I mean, like it's a yeah. I don't want to get see again. Like I think on a broader note, don't get too caught up in detail in terms of what methods to use, what hypothesis testing methods to use, what languages to learn, and so on. I think largely this is more of a conceptual thing in terms of it's about getting a feel for what is there and so on. I mean, I'm talking about things that will make you good in your job, not good in your interviews, but like you just need to sort of understand where, like, you just need to get a feel for the thing and get a broad. If you know how to solve most problems, you can look up these things. So remember that, like in any job, you will have access to the internet, so you can. And Stack Overflow is pretty good, so you can ask your questions there. So.
Okay. Next one we have, how can one handle suspicious or missing data in a data set while performing analysis?
Yeah, again, we are going too much into the details here, but how do you handle the suspicious data? Yeah, one is to ignore it. Second is to, I don't know, fill it with some average. I mean, there's some standard techniques again, you can Google it and find it out.
Great. Can you please elaborately explain what are the future trends in data analysis?
No, I don't know what the future trends are. So all that I can tell you is that like the amount of data that's being collected is going up. So I assume that the industry is going to continue to grow as fast as it has been. That's all I can tell you.
Okay. Can you please share your personal journey with us? We can learn a lot from your journey and friends on a similar path.
Okay, I don't think you should learn from my journey because it's a very unusual journey. I did my bachelor's in computer science. I did an MBA. I worked for a few years. Figured out that what I'm good at is in terms of what I'm good at is looking at understanding patterns in data. I started looking for a job. I didn't. Back in 2011, there weren't too many people hiring for data science jobs. Data science wasn't even a popular concept at that point of time. So I became a freelance consultant. Started working with some very large companies, helping them solve their business problems using data. And I did that for a long time. Alongside, I taught for a little bit. I did some research. I was writing a column for Mint. I wrote a book, and all that happened. Then the pandemic happened, and I started getting bored. I stopped meeting people, which meant that I was just spending all my time doing consulting work. Then I was like, I might as well get a job, and I got a job at Edubridge. So that's pretty much my career journey. I don't know how repeatable it is, but yeah, that's for it. So.
Great to know that. So our audience wants to know that is the job role we will have, what is the job role that they will have after completing a course in business analytics? Is business analytics a better choice after completing CSE in BTech?
I am not a fan at all of courses and certifications. It's especially when it comes to analytics, data science and stuff. You just need to just do the stuff. Just do the stuff. So if you have a choice between doing a course and working somewhere, work somewhere. If you have a choice of doing a MOOC versus taking some data and analyzing it by yourself and putting it on GitHub or Kaggle or something, do the latter. So just do stuff. Don't bother about certifications and courses.
Great. So the audience wants to know who gets better salary, data scientist or data analyst?
It's up to your skill set. So like it depends on. I don't think this is again one of the sort of the new industry. So salaries are a random process. So it's hard to say.
Okay. There's another question. I want to understand the importance of R programming language in analytics, and if you can give a brief introduction of what all goes into learning it as a language.
I use it. I still use it every single day. I learned it in 2009, and I learned it that's over 14 years, which means that like, I mean, it's again difficult to explain how to use it. Well, I just use a lot of Stack Overflow and things like that. And yeah, it's another nice statistical tool which is easy to use. At least as far as I personally am concerned, I find it far more easy to use than Python. And if you come from a non-technical background, it's definitely a better tool than Python, because Python is definitely better if you come from a technical background, though it didn't work for me. And yeah, it's just an easy set of commands to analyze data, and you have nice packages for everything that you want to do. I mean, I don't know if there's anything else I should say about this.
We have another member from the audience who has a very specific question. So the member says, as a supply chain management graduate and being from a non-tech background, what are the digital skill sets required to make a career in logistics and SCM companies? You being the VP of India's largest logistics company, what do you suggest for us to work on to make a good career growth in this domain?
If you're an SCM person, if you have already done a degree in SCM, I mean, I'm sure like we are expanding some of our facilities and we are hiring somewhere. So just look out for our job postings and get a job and start working. That's all. So I think it's a very simple thing. I mean, study versus work. Do projects versus study. Do projects and things like that. So that's So yeah, I mean, if you have already done a degree in SCM, just get yourself a job and then like yeah.
Great. We have another question. Which one is better, Python or Pandas for data analytics?
Pandas. So, and Pandas is a package in Python, by the way. And for data analysis, please use Pandas. Don't use Python without Pandas. It just becomes impossible to read. So.
Okay. How to deal with new algorithms in data analysis?
No, that's all.
Okay. So there's another question about the packages that an analyst can get as a fresher. Also,
Don't
if
use
we have
SAS.
experience in other fields.
Don't use SAS. It's paid unless you work for IBM. I think unless you work for SAS, not IBM, or some research lab, you're not going to have access to it. So it's not worth it. There's enough open source tools like R or Python or Julia, which you should learn. What is the other thing mentioned?
Yes. So as a fresher, and even if a person is experienced in other fields, then what will be the packages like?
No, are they talking about salary packages? That's the case. I have no clue. But like, I only know the salary packages for the roles that I am hiring for. So, but yeah, I think you'll have a bunch of career counselors here. So I think we should get one of them to answer this once I drop off.
Okay. Next question is, what is the accuracy of the data we are analyzing? How do we know whether the data analyzed is correct or not?
That's an interesting and important question because, I grew up in the 90s. I had this thing in computer science then we said, garbage in, garbage out. So if you're analyzing bad data, you are going to get rubbish analysis. So how do you know if the data is good or bad? Sometimes, you should look at the data. You just look at the data. You should just see if something's stand out. Like, for example, if there's a column which has people's height, just make sure that if it's in inches, it's somewhere in double digits. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense, right? Sometimes just analyze eyeballing the data makes sense. Sometimes just make some simple graphs and plots with the data, and that will tell you whether it is if something is wrong or not. Otherwise, you just go ahead and do the analysis, and then the analysis will throw up rubbish results. And that will tell you that there's something wrong with the data somewhere. It's more likely that the data is wrong than your analysis is wrong. And then you can go back and point you into how to change the data, how to clean the data, and so on. So.
Great. Our audience also wants to know what data analytics self-study material sites or channels can you suggest for learning?
Nothing. Stack Overflow.
Okay. And they also want to know, personally, what books do you read to keep yourself updated with latest trends?
What books do I read? I don't read books for latest trends because books usually take 2-3 years to publish, which means that none of the books will have any latest trends. Just hang out on Twitter, read a whole bunch of blogs, things like that. And that's there are a whole bunch of tech newsletters. Nothing immediately comes to mind, but as long as you're following them and following the right people on Twitter, I think it's really fine.
Thank you. Next one says, can you describe a situation where you had to present complex data analysis to a non-technical audience, and how did you approach it?
Okay. This is my everyday job, if you think about it, presenting complex data analysis to a non-technical audience, because though again, I guess in my company, the people I talk to are largely somewhat technical, at least they'll, so how do you present? See, I'll tell you some of the things. One is to make good visualizations. That's an underappreciated part of data analysis in terms of how do you show the data. So sometimes, for example, maybe, I don't know, there are, maybe you will, let's say, for example, you want to show that Sachin Tendulkar is the greatest batsman of all time. You take everybody who played around the time, and he played maybe minimum of 20 test matches, look for average and strike rate and plot some kind of a scatter plot. And then you'll see where Tendulkar is and you color him differently. So that somebody who sees, it's basically about, it's all about manipulation. It's a data analysis is all about telling lies. It's about telling the message that you want to tell using the data that you have, which means that you go in prepared with material that shows what you want to show. So things for example, a scatter plot of averages versus strike rates for everyone, which Sachin Tendulkar shown in bold, and then you can, when they look at the map, they know that he stands out. But is average and strike rate the right thing to do, or to look at average and something else, and or should you just look at one variable? I don't know about that. That's all the prep you need to do before the meeting. But as long as you have done the prep and you know how to communicate the work, if you can figure out some nice visual way to communicate what you found, that's great. It will work for a non-technical audience. Also, what works for a non-technical audience is sometimes just showing some kind of data tables and things like that. Again, highlight it well, follow the good sort of visualization practices, and you should be fine.
Great. So somebody from the audience is asking, I am learning data science from 5 months, and the important things that I've noticed is asking the right questions and then getting the data. What can be done for improving the skills of asking the right questions?
Work on more problems. Like basically, you're absolutely right. That is the key part of data analytics, which is asking the right questions. And the only way you can become better at it is by doing more of it. So there are some stuff you would have done in your course. Also do some of these things elsewhere. Like, I mean, with some random data that you find and things like that, ask questions and find the data. Like, I mean, it only comes with practice. I don't think there's any other, you can't find this in a book. So.
Okay. And what kind of questions are asked during an interview for a data analyst? How does one prepare for it?
What kind of questions are asked for a data analyst? I mean, you will definitely expect questions on how do you extract data. That's knowing SQL. That's one thing that's definitely going to be asked. They will probably give you a data set and ask you to analyze it, which means that you should have practiced some Excel and things like that. So then there will be, they'll ask questions on what else do they ask? Data analytics. See, it's basically, if you think about it, it's about extracting data, analyzing data, presenting data. So that's what they'll ask you. If you run into somebody like me, I'll ask you some fairly high-level maths questions. But otherwise, yeah, like it's about logic, about whether you can think. They'll ask you some puzzles and standard kind of hiring stuff, but also in terms of how do you extract data, process data, and present data. That's about it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shashidhar, for that answer. The next question is, you would have built a team, and assuming that you hire many people so far, can you share some points on what do you see in a candidate while selecting them for a position of data analyst?
Fundamentally, it's somebody who's curious, somebody who has shown that they have an interest in this. So, for example, I interview a lot of people who I'll be like, what? Give me some example of data analysis that you've done outside of your job. They would have done nothing, which for me, it's like, okay, they're probably just doing their jobs. I don't know if they really have an interest in this also or not. That's one thing. The other thing is in terms of, there need to be, I look for people who can think logically, who are good at, I test for basic maths and statistics and so on. I mean, that's something that I definitely test for. I test for given us data set. Sometimes I give them a data set and ask them to analyze it in front of me and present some of the insights. Sometimes that can be as part of a take-home assignment as well. So it is about what do you say? Analyzing data. It's about presenting data. It's about extracting data. The extracting data, I don't ask somebody from my team will usually ask. But yeah, that's how I have. It's about data and logic and maths and things like that. And also, like, yeah, one other important question I always ask: give them a business problem and ask them how they are going to model it as a data analytics problem. Because I think, as somebody asked 5 minutes back, like the biggest part here is in terms of how do you ask the right questions, and so you need to test whether they're able to ask the right questions. Otherwise, you'll end up doing 90% of their work. So,
great. Next question is, what are the important responsibilities of a data analyst?
Like identifying problem statements when there is a problem in the company somewhere, because you are always looking at the data, you should be able to flag it and say that there is a problem. When there's a problem, and then like you thinking up of solutions to the problems that you have identified, and then like generating insights, presenting them to the business, maybe building some algorithms, putting them into the product. All of them are responsibilities of a data analyst.
Okay. Next is, what is clustering? Can you please name the properties of clustering algorithm?
No, it's too technical. I'm not handling this today.
Okay. Again, we have another question. What is the difference between the true positive rate and recall?
Again, a technical question I'm not answering.
Okay. What do you do for data preparation before you start a project?
There's no standard process. I think I've taken this question before in terms of like, you just eyeball the data, look at the data, you'll know if something stands out, if something is wrong and so on. And then you sort of deal with that. And then start your analysis. Once if your analysis is rubbish, you'll know that like there's some data that you have a problem with.
Okay. Also, the audience wants you to talk about the data visualization in a little depth.
See, it's basically about taking the data that's there and presenting it in a way that people can understand easily. So if you think about it, what you need to remember is that you are in control of the message. So you need to so let's say you want to present the message that the sales have gone up significantly. Now there is a way you can, again, it comes with practice. You can draw a graph of the sales in a way that it shows that like it has actually gone up significantly. I mean, so it just comes with practice. It's about the stories you want to tell. And remember that the stories that you as the analyst wants to tell. It's not like, so there's no story that you have to kind of retrofit to and so on. And yeah, so that's about it. Like, I mean, you need to know what story to tell. First of all, you need to know what story the data tells you. I mean, that there can be multiple versions of that, and which of them you want to tell your audience. And then once that is done, you just with some practice, you'll start with some visualizations, and you will find out at some point of time that people are interpreting the wrong things from it, and then you'll figure out that there should be a different set of stories that you should have told and so on. So yeah, that's how you do it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Shashidhar. So that was the last question we had from the audience. This was a very educational session, and rest of the questions we will be sharing it to you on email if you could answer as many as possible.
Sure, I'll try to, but I think I've answered a lot of them now, but I'll try to answer.
Definitely.
Any other. Okay, thank you. Thanks all of you.
Thank you once again, Mr. Shashidhar. You can exit the webinar. You have a great day.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Great. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank our event partners, UNICEF Yuva, who have been instrumental in making this event reach lakhs of young aspirants across India. Phew, that was really 2 hours of technology talk. Let's now take a little break and see what our CEO, Mr. Girish Singhania, has to say next. Can you please play the video?
My name is Girish Singhania, and I'm the founder and CEO of Edubridge Learning. For every organization, the focus is always innovating on their products and services that would help break traditional molds. A lot of times, this innovation actually helps in breaking traditional molds. A lot of times, it goes far beyond. Edubridge, we believe, is one of those organizations which has not only been able to break the traditional mold of the way things are done, but we've been able to go far beyond. What we do is essentially provide a workforce development platform to all of our stakeholders. On one hand, unemployed youth looking for employment, and on the other hand, the recruiters looking to hire trained talent so that they would be productive from day one. As a platform, we work across the entire workforce development continuum, right from identifying talent who's looking for a job, ensuring that we counsel them as per their strengths, their weaknesses, and as per the custom requirements of recruiters. We then ensure that we provide them the right quality of training which has been created along with recruiters to ensure that they're ready to work on from day one for those recruiters. Once they are enrolled into these programs, they are provided high quality, intense training for 6 days a week, 4 hours a day, over a period of 3 to 6 months to ensure that they're ready to perform. post completion of training and even during training, there are regular assessments, regular certifications, there are regular teachbacks to ensure that the skills which are being imparted in the students, the mindsets which are being imparted in the students are truly developed. At the end of the program, the students are assessed and certified to ensure that they are ready to be deployed in the industry. On their completion, there are a whole host of recruiters who are looking at recruiting students trained by us to ensure that they contribute to their organization's productivity. All of this work that we do along the workforce development continuum is integrated through technology. We ensure that all of these services are provided through the latest state-of-the-art technology, through a personalized dashboard for each student, through a strong resume builder for each student, to ensure that there is a curated job which goes to each student basis their strengths and basis the recruiter requirements. So the entire matching between the recruiter and the student is done on the portal itself. Once that is done, then the entire process of shortlisting, recruitment, screening is again done on the portal itself to ensure seamless operations for the recruiter as well as the job seeker. All of this is managed through our portal, which has been developed through our in-house team over the last few years. And through this, we are able to ensure that we are getting for the unemployed youth the best possible opportunity for them to build a sustainable career. For the recruiters, we are ensuring that we are being able to provide them with the best possible talent for the work that they have. And at the same time, we are being able to achieve the objective of making India the skill capital of the world by providing our demographic dividend with the right skill set and mindset to grow and become a part of the productive workforce. We do whatever we do through the 75 physical career academies that we have spread across the country. We provide online training through our online learning portal, edubridgeindia.com. We have been doing this work for the last 11 years, and we have worked with more than 150,000 youth and provided jobs to more than 100,000 youth, focusing on the banking and financial services as well as the IT sector. We look at doing this more and more as we go forward to help build India as the skill capital of the world and to help ensure every job seeker gets the job which is the right job for them.
Wasn't it great to know what Edubridge is all about? Now you know a little bit more about us and why this whole event is about skills. Now that we have learned what we need to know about the analytics industry as a whole, our next session is designed to understand how to master the skills needed for data analytics. I'm super excited to introduce our industry expert, Mr. Rajat Khatri. Mr. Khatri is an analytics leader with over 16 years of experience in the field of data analytics, data science, and business intelligence. He is currently working as an assistant vice president of business intelligence at Ferns and Petals. He has also formerly worked for companies like Fractal Analytics, EXL Indictus, Housing.com, Makan.com, and Cactus Communication. Mr. Khatri has delivered guest lectures related to data analytics at many colleges and business schools. He has also been an esteemed speaker at events conducted by Adobe, Snowflakes, and other major companies. Mr. Khatri is also a happiness coach and the author of best-selling book titled 10 Keys to Attain Happiness, which is based on data-backed research. This book is available to buy from Amazon via the link available in the chat for our audience today. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Khatri. The stage is all yours.
Thank you so much, Tamisha, and a very, very good morning to all the listeners here. I think it becomes my responsibility now that for the next 60 minutes, I should add so much of a value that you all feel that it was worth staying here and listening to me. So my attempt would stay that, let's make this session very engaging. Let everyone listen carefully and then answer the questions. I'll try to make it very simple so that each and every student here can understand what is data analytics, how it is being used. More importantly, what all changes in the mindset or the way we have to look at the problem, how that has to be addressed. Because creating, extracting data or creating a dashboard or doing a data science, this is secondary. This is really, really secondary. At the end of the day, no CEO, no CMO has a time to see the dashboard that you have created. The only thing that they want an answer to is, okay, why this business metrics is improving or why this business metrics is declining, and what are the major reasons for that, right? And if someone can give a summary of this in the 2 to 3 minutes, that serves the purpose. But to do that, there has to be a lot of hard work that goes in the past, right? And so that's what I'll tell you. I tried to take myself 16 years in the past when I was a fresher in this field of data analytics, and what all I have learned in 16 years, I just tried to create one slide on that. Don't worry, my presentation is not more than 16 slides. It's much lesser. And yeah, so before we begin, I want you guys to know more about me, and that's why in the chat I'm just putting my LinkedIn profile also, so you can just check that I'm a very genuine leader with all the experience that I have, right? And as during the introduction, they said that I'm also a happiness coach and the author, and that is more like a personal side of me. And it's very critical when you have to grow in your life to know what your strengths are or what you want to do. So I do data analytics basis my profession, but I do happiness coaches basis my personal growth, right? And therefore I'm once again just putting the link of my book as well in the chat window. And just in case you are interested in reading that, I'm sure that will be very useful for living a very, very happy life. हेलो सर, स्पीक इन हिंदी. ठीक है जी, मैं हिंदी में भी बोल सकता हूँ, एंड आई मेक श्योर कि थोड़ी थोड़ी हिंदी, थोड़ी थोड़ी इंग्लिश दोनों चल रही है. ठीक है, आई एम जस्ट शेयरिंग माय presentation, and let me know if you can see that, so that
Yes, we can.
You can see that, and I have just put that into a full slide mode now, right? I assume even that is visible.
Yeah, that is visible as well.
Great. So let's get started. Before that, a quick question to each and every one of you, who all are super interested in knowing that how can you be a data analytics enthusiast. आप data world में कैसे तबाही मचा सकते हो, क्या आपके mindset में चीजें होनी चाहिए. If you can just send a yes, interested, hands up, whatever in the chat window. यार ये जो हिंदी वाली रिक्वेस्ट आ रही है ना बार बार, ये थोड़ी सी चैलेंजिंग हो गई है, क्योंकि डायलॉग डिलीवरी मैंने रेडी की हुई है इंग्लिश में, और अब आप लास्ट मिनट में कह रहे हो कि उसको चेंज करना है, बट ठीक है, आई ट्राई माय बेस्ट.
I think you can balance between both now.
Sure. But I am super interested that there are so many messages coming. Awesome. Thank you so much, people. That means everyone is awake, right? And on a holiday morning, अगर मैं किसी का टाइम ले रहा हूँ तो of course उनका इंटरेस्ट लेवल भी हाई होना चाहिए और मेरा उससे भी हाई होना चाहिए. एक कोई कह रहा है कि तमिल में बोलें. सर, तमिल तो मेरे को आती भी नहीं है, मैं पंजाबी में बोल सकता हूँ अगर आप समझ सकते हो तो. ठीक है, चलिए शुरू करते हैं. So let's start with this, that okay, what it takes to be a great data analyst. आप एक बहुत बढ़िया डेटा एनालिस्ट कैसे बन सकते हैं? क्या आप सिर्फ कुछ कोर्सेज करके, आर या पाइथन सीख के, टैबलो सीख के, गूगल एनालिटिक्स सीख के आपको लगता है कि आप डेटा एनालिस्ट बन सकते हैं? मेरा थोड़ा सा उसमें एक शक है, और मेरे पास मेरी कंपनी में देयर आर सो मेनी पीपल हु कम अप फॉर इंटरव्यूज, और ऐसा ही होता है कि वो एक अच्छे कॉलेज से उन्होंने अपना डेटा साइंस का कोर्स किया होता है या डेटा एनालिटिक्स का कोर्स किया होता है, तो वो इंटरव्यू के लिए आते हैं. एंड देन व्हेन वी ट्राई टू गॉज कि उनका कितना क्यूरियस है, वी जस्ट फाइंड इट कि मतलब वो शायद दे आर जस्ट स्टार्टिंग. यहाँ तक कि कुछ लोगों की मैंने ऐसे भी इंटरव्यू ली है जिनको इंडस्ट्री में 5 साल 7 साल यहाँ तक कि 10 साल भी हो चुके हैं. उनका मानना ये है कि मैं एक्सेल का एक्सपर्ट हूँ, मैं टैबलो का एक्सपर्ट हूँ, मैं एसक्यूएल का एक्सपर्ट हूँ. और जब उनसे कोडिंग करवाते हैं, डैशबोर्ड बनवाते हैं, वो तो ठीक है, लेकिन जब उनसे ये पूछते हैं कि ये डैशबोर्ड क्यों बना था, क्या इनसाइट्स दिख रही हैं इसमें से, क्या स्टोरी लाइन दिख रही है, तो मतलब उनको कुछ आंसर ही नहीं होता है उनके पास. they are clueless कि ये चीज क्यों बनाई गई. And this is what is the actually the most important thing to be a data analyst, to understand ki why these things are, why this data is being asked for, or why this dashboard is being asked for. तो मेरे accordingly अगर आपको डेटा एनालिस्ट बनना है ना, तो आपको 3 डोमेन्स को बहुत अच्छे से समझना पड़ेगा, जिसमें से फर्स्ट डोमेन है कि आपकी डेटा अंडरस्टैंडिंग बहुत अच्छी होनी चाहिए. ईच एंड एवरी वेरिएबल, उस वेरिएबल में क्या वैल्यूज हैं, ये आपको बहुत अच्छे से पता होना चाहिए. लेट मी जस्ट टेक एन एग्जांपल. मान लेते हैं कि आप क्रिकेट एंथुजियास्ट हैं. My quick question, how many of you actually understand the word of cricket? If you like cricket, if you understand कि cricket के metrics क्या होते हैं, then I think you can very well correlate with this. Yeah, now few people are asking for English, others are asking for Hindi. तो थोड़ा challenging होगा. Great, but so many people are saying yes, they know cricket. Okay, awesome. So let's assume now I give you a project that you need to predict that, okay, who would be the playing 11 for the forthcoming World Cup. ठीक है, और उसके लिए मैं आपको एक फाइल देता हूं जिसके अंदर around 500 variables. There are 500 variables related to each and every ball being bowled in the history to any of these batsmen. And let's assume you understand only 10 or 15 or 20 variables, but rest 400 metrics का आपको पता भी नहीं है. Then it just becomes very tough for you to use that data and then create something very, very meaningful with that. So therefore, as soon as you step into any industry, or as soon as you step into any project, first of all, understand each and every data that is provided to you. There could be 20 fields, there could be 50 fields, there could be 100 fields, there could be just 5 fields. But you should be very careful about what each field means and what are the various values, how clean that value is. So your data understanding has to be like 100 on 100. You guys with me? The second thing that is needed in is basically your technical knowledge. And when I say technical knowledge, this is exactly what I said, that you might be very good with SQL, you might be very good with Tableau, you might be very, very good with Excel, which is brilliant. And you need to have that. So for example, you might understand the data, but you don't know how to write a SQL code to process it. Then of course you cannot become a good data analyst or a data scientist. So your technical knowledge has to be very accurate. And the third thing that is needed is your aptitude to solve the problem. Now, this is the key thing. Let's assume I ask you that, okay, guys, so you are the business analyst in my company. And I ask you that, guys, why was the conversion rate down yesterday, right? Now, you might see a lot of data. You might extract a lot of data. And you tell me that, this conversion rate is less on, say, mobile devices. This is less because people were not moving from one page to another, which is okay, right? But you're not solving the problem. You're not trying to understand why this is happening, right? Now, this why is basically what is the most critical part, and that is how you have to break the problem. So this has to be your aptitude of solving any business problem, right? Okay, and the mixture of these three things is actually what makes a successful data analyst or a data scientist for that matter. Right. So let's now move to the things that I want to tell you, that what is an analyst mindset, right? How can you just grow well in your career, right? I totally understand that you guys are undergoing some kind of courses and you are learning the tools and the techniques. But over and above that, how do you solve this problem is what I'm going to tell you in the next 5 to 7 slides. Okay, before that, I think on chat, there are people saying Hindi, English. Let's just come to a conclusion first. What exactly is needed? Hindi or English, dono bhashaon. Okay, take it. I think most of the people are just trying for both Hindi and English, or what I can do is I'll speak a sentence in English और उसके बाद उसको हिंदी में भी translate कर लूँ, ठीक है? पर इसका दुगना लगान लगेगा फिर। ठीक है, ऑलराइट, ठीक है। So many messages on the chat. I am actually closing the chat now. Otherwise, that will just distract me. Right. So, guys, now just be with me for the next 15 to 20 minutes because I have actually taken a lot of time to come to these kind of slides. I think these things not many people will be able to tell you. बहुत सारे लोग आपको ये चीजें नहीं बता पाएंगे, वो आपको टेबलो सिखा सकते हैं, एसक्यूएल सिखा सकते हैं, डेटा को कैसे रीड करना है वो सिखा सकते हैं, लेकिन करना क्या है उस डेटा का वो बहुत कम लोग सिखा सकते हैं। और आई थिंक आज की डेट में इंडस्ट्री में जरूरत इसी चीज की है कि व्हाट आर वी गोइंग टू डू विद दिस डेटा। So the first mindset that you need to have is you need to question the status quo. May I just ask you what exactly do we mean by status quo? Any one of you जिसको पता हो कि status quo होता क्या है? What exactly is the status quo? What do you mean by challenging the status quo? Status quo नहीं दीक्षिता जी? ओके, ठीक है। स्टेटस को होता है किसी भी एग्जिस्टिंग नंबर को चैलेंज करना। देखिए होता क्या है, लेट्स अज्यूम आई आस्क यू दैट ओके हाउ मच मार्क्स डिड यू स्कोर इन योर स्कूल डेज एंड यू से दैट 70%। अब एक माइंडसेट बन जाता है कि यार मेरे 5th में भी 70% थे, 6th में 71 थे, 7th में 72 थे, उसके बाद 68 थे, तो मतलब मैं एक एवरेज स्टूडेंट हूँ, 70% मार्क्स इज व्हाट आई गेट, right? And then we start living with it. On an average, मेरे तो 70% के आसपास ही मार्क्स आते हैं. We never challenge that status quo. Challenging here means कि okay, let me uplift myself and move to a level where I can score 75 or 80%. Similarly, in the business, as soon as you go into any of the organizations, so let's assume I am working in an e-commerce portal, and we see these numbers, and let's assume we say that कि प्रोडक्ट्स डिलीवरी टेक्स अप्रोक्सीमेटली 1 आवर, कि जोमेटो को 45 मिनट्स लिखते हैं प्रोडक्ट बेचने में, Amazon के प्रोडक्ट्स नेक्स्ट डे डिलीवर होते हैं, फ्लिपकार्ट भी नेक्स्ट डे और उसके नेक्स्ट डे होता है। बट देन समवन थॉट कि यार व्हाई नेक्स्ट डे, इफ आई कैन गो टू अ शॉप एंड ब्रिंग द प्रोडक्ट्स इन 10 मिनट्स, व्हाई कांट इट कैन बी डिलीवर्ड टू माय हाउस इन 10 मिनट्स? सो दैट इज हाउ यू चैलेंज द स्टेटस को कि नहीं यार, देयर इज एन इंडस्ट्री और देयर इज a different way of looking into this business mechanism, and let me just challenge that and see now how can I deliver this product in say 30 minutes. Probably it started with that Domino's wala thing ki Domino's can deliver their own products in 30 minutes, so theek hai yaar, maybe grocery bhi 30 minutes mein deliver ho sakti hai. So that is how the Blinkits and the Zeptos and everyone were born, and they said that okay, let's start with the 30-minute thing, and then they realized this all the data and they saw ki probably we are delivering it in 20 minutes itself, which is a huge thing. And then they challenge themselves, why even 20 minutes, right? The problem they are solving is I have already kept tea on the gas, and that's when I realized there's no sugar at home. घर में चीनी ही नहीं है, अब मुझे चीनी चाहिए, तो क्या होगा, या तो मैं गैस बंद करूंगा, किसी को घर में भेजूंगा कि जाओ जी शॉप से चीनी लेके आओ. But can there be a business where I can just order and it can come in the next 5 to 7 or 10 minutes? Yes, it is possible. So that is how this is done. Similarly, you guys need to challenge each and every number as soon as you go to a business and you start seeing the metrics. And let's assume आप कहें कि जी हर महीने की सेल लगभग 30 करोड़ की होती है, तो 30 करोड़ की क्यों, 50 करोड़ की क्यों नहीं हो सकती? क्या मार्केटिंग स्पेंड बढ़ाने की जरूरत है? क्या हमें डिलीवरी बढ़ाने की जरूरत है? क्या हमें पार्टनर्स बढ़ाने की जरूरत है? क्या हमें जिन जिन सिटीज में ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं उसको बढ़ाने की जरूरत है? दैट इज हाउ यू विल स्टार्ट लुकिंग एट द डेटा, एंड दैट इज हाउ यू कैन क्रिएट एन अपॉर्चुनिटीज, एंड देन यू से कि सर ये जो आप धंधा आज की डेट में कर रहे हो, रोज का 1 करोड़ का 2 करोड़ का, ये एक्चुअली बढ़ के रोज का 1.5 करोड़ या 2 करोड़ हो सकता है अगर हम ये 7 चीजों को मैनेज कर लें, right? And then you create a business plan around it, and that is how you need to share that with the business, right? Second thing is you need to know what is the right metrics. Now the image here I am showing it as your weight, right? आप में से कितने लोग ये चाहते हैं कि your fitness level should be very very high? Okay, more people. You don't want to be fit? Probably everyone, right? Now what has happened is that we say that okay, fitness measure करने का right तरीका क्या होता है? Right तरीका होता है कि एक काम करते हैं, अपना weight देखते हैं, और अगर weight reduce हो रहा है तो मतलब मैं ठीक हूँ, मैं fit हूँ. But is that the right metrics? Answer is no, not at all. I can go to a gym and I can still gain my weight, right? Because my muscles are increasing, right? So weighing yourself is not the right metrics there. The right metrics could be that, you know, how many push-ups can I do now, or how much long can I do a squat? The longer the duration, the fit I am. Maybe those are the right metrics, right? So this is exactly the problem that happens in the business. We sometimes say that, okay, how loyal are our customers to the business? ठीक है जी, फाइन. तो व्हाट इज द राइट मेट्रिक्स? राइट मेट्रिक्स है, काम करते हैं, रिपीट रेट देखते हैं. तो अगर लोग वापस आ रहे हैं हर महीने या हर हफ्ते या हर साल, तो इसका मतलब कस्टमर्स तो हमारे लॉयल हैं. बट इज दैट राइट मेट्रिक्स? मे बी नो, क्योंकि शायद वो आपके पास इसलिए आ रहे हैं क्योंकि आपके अलावा मार्केट में कोई और प्लेयर है ही नहीं जो ये सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड करता है. ठीक है, अब आज की डेट में अगर IRCTC कहे पूछे कि मेरे लॉयल कस्टमर्स कितने हैं, तो शायद उसको डेटा दिखेगा कि 90% लोग लॉयल हैं, क्योंकि वो तो हर साल आके ट्रेन की टिकट बुक करवाते हैं. लेकिन इज देयर एनी अदर ऑप्शन? एटलीस्ट ट्रेन जर्नी के लिए कोई और ऑप्शन नहीं है. लोगों को IRCTC पे ही जाना पड़ता है, राइट? तो मे बी दे व्हाट दे नीड टू सी इज, ठीक है, नाउ दैट players like MMT or other players are coming in this thing, then what is it that now I should look at to understand the loyalty of my customers? तो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. और कई बार क्या होगा ना, आप जब कंपनीज को ज्वाइन करेंगे, when you will join an organization, people will just ask you, okay, I want to see the conversion rate, I want to see the traffic, I want to see the marketing spend, I want to see the visits and all those, and you will keep on preparing those kind of reports or dashboards. But probably you need to question back to the management or the stakeholder, okay, sir, what exactly is the use case and why are we measuring only, say, the visits or the conversion rate? Can there be anything else? मैं आपको एक और एग्जांपल देता हूँ. होता क्या है कि वेबसाइट्स पे अब बहुत सारी चेंजेस करते रहते हैं, राइट? तो लेट्स अज्यूम आपने जोमेटो की ऐप खोली. अब आपने देखा होगा कि पिछले एक हफ्ते में जोमेटो का जो होम पेज है वो थोड़ा सा बदल गया है, कुछ उन्होंने नए फीचर्स ऐड किए. ठीक है, तो अब जिसने ये फीचर्स लॉन्च किए होंगे वो डेफिनेटली पूछेगा कि ओके, नाउ दैट दीज फीचर्स आर लॉन्च्ड, व्हाट इज द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ दैट? ठीक है, तो आम बिजनेसेस क्या करते हैं, दे जस्ट सी कि 7 दिन पहले कितना बिजनेस हुआ, 7 दिन बाद कितना बिजनेस हुआ, और अगर उसमें बिजनेस में ग्रोथ हुई तो जी सर क्या बात है, बहुत बढ़िया फीचर यूज हो रहा है, क्योंकि धंधा तो बढ़ गया, 7% 8% धंधा बढ़ गया इससे, एंड एवरीवन इज हैप्पी एंड दे विल बी congratulating each other, they'll be celebrating that it's a great feature. But किसी ने कभी ये चेक ही नहीं किया कि उस फीचर का यूसेज कितना हो रहा है. तो लेट्स अज्यूम अगर जोमेटो प्राइम या क्या कहते हैं उसको, जोमेटो प्रो को लॉन्च किया गया है, और अगर लोग उसको एक्सेप्ट ही नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बिजनेस इसलिए बढ़ा क्योंकि मे बी अचानक से नॉर्थ में दिल्ली सर्दी बढ़ गई और लोगों ने सोचा कि नहीं यार आज तो बाहर का खाना खाते हैं, या वीकेंड आ गया, लोग कहते बाहर का खाना खा रहे हैं और ऑर्डर बढ़ गए, और लोग इसी बात पे खुश हैं जोमेटो वाले कि नहीं यार एक्सेप्टेंस बढ़ गई. तो ऑलवेज ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड द राइट मेट्रिक्स एंड हाउ यू वांट टू गॉज द सक्सेस ऑफ दैट. यू विद मी? एम आई मेकिंग सेंस? इज इट बोरिंग? इज इट इंटरेस्टिंग? Thank you, Sachin. Thanks,
So
Ramesh.
many likes and hearts for you already.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. I'm moving to the next one now, right? So the next mindset is basically have the right definition in mind. Okay. I was giving this example of the repeat rate, repeat purchase rate. This is a very, very common metrics in any business, right? So let's assume Zomato, Amazon, Flipkart, Swiggy, Ola, Uber, Ferns and Petals, and Ajio, and whatever. There are so many e-commerce portals these days. They are definitely measuring this, that what is the repeat rate of the customer, which means कि अगर पिछले साल मेरे पास 100 customers आए थे, there were 100 customers who came to me last year, how many of them have come back this year? And let's assume this number is 50. So they say कि मेरा repeat rate is 50%, यानी कि मैं हर साल अगर 100 customers को acquire करता हूं, उसमें से अगले साल 50 लोग फिर भी मेरे पास आते हैं. Now, this is a very standard definition that is being used. But now, is this the right definition to understand again the loyalty or the success of a business? Answer is no, because depending upon business to business, there should be a variable for the duration as well. Zomato आप शायद हफ्ते में 3 से 4 बार यूज करते होंगे, राइट? ऑन एन एवरेज 2 बार तो करते होंगे, इतना मेरा मानना है. तो शायद जोमेटो को रिपीट रेट देखने की जरूरत है पर वीक. कहने का मतलब कि कितनी % जनता जो इस साल जिन्होंने ऑर्डर किया इसी हफ्ते उसमें से दोबारा भी ऑर्डर किया, तो शायद उनका रिपीट रेट एक हफ्ते के लिए है. लेकिन Amazon और फ्लिपकार्ट शायद उनका वीकली भी हो सकता है और मंथली भी हो सकता है, लेकिन उससे बड़ा नहीं होना चाहिए, राइट? कंपनीज लाइक अस, लाइक फर्न्स एंड पेटल्स, वी आर इनटू गिफ्टिंग, राइट? हमारा मानना ये है कि गिफ्ट आप हर मतलब ठीक है आप वैसे तो हर ओकेजन पे भेजते हैं, पर शायद ऑनलाइन गिफ्ट आप सिर्फ उन रिलेटिव्स को भेजते हैं जो दूसरे शहर में, आपके अपने आसपास की फैमिली या आसपास के फ्रेंड्स को नहीं, क्योंकि उनको तो हम मिलकर गिफ्ट दे ही देते हैं. हालांकि वी आर ट्राइंग टू गेट इनटू दैट स्पेस एज वेल, लेकिन अभी के लिए फर्न्स एंड पेटल्स इज अबाउट कि ठीक है मेरे पेरेंट्स मेरे होम टाउन में रहते हैं, मैं दूसरे शहर में रहता हूँ, उनकी एनिवर्सरी है, लेट मी सेंड अ गिफ्ट. और ऐसा ओकेजन साल में या 6 महीने में एक बार आता है, तो हम अपना रिपीट रेट साल के बेसिस पे देखते हैं. कितने लोग ऐसे थे जिन्होंने पिछले साल राखी पे फर्न्स एंड पेटल्स के थ्रू अपने ब्रदर्स को राखी भेजी है, और उसमें से कितने लोग अगली राखी पे वापस आए हैं. सो दैट इज व्हाट आवर डेफिनेशन ऑफ अ रिपीट रेट इज. But for any other businesses, it could be weekly, it could be daily also, or it could be as good as annually. Now, a quick question to you, right? Just listen to this question very, very clearly. How should WhatsApp understand the repeat rate? At what parameter? Should it be weekly or monthly or any other duration? Give me your answers in the chat window, please. Daily, hourly, good, nice. Per day, weekly, daily basis, daily, very nice, awesome. Daily use, very good, very nice. Every second, okay, I like that. Daily, per minute, weekly, daily. Okay, thank you so much, guys. So that means first thing is confirmed that you are listening to me. So it's not that I'm just speaking like a lecturer. And you are absolutely right. I might have want to see it hourly, or I might max to max see it at a daily level, that how many people are coming back every day on my portal. Great, awesome. Let me give you one more example. How frequently should Amazon Music check the repeat rate? Amazon Music or Gaana or Spotify, any of them? Daily, weekly, every hour, monthly, weekly, per day. Good. I think they should also see their repeat rate, if not daily, at least at a weekly level. But I think daily can also work. However, I have my own concerns that maybe the repeat rate is not very high over the weekends. क्योंकि मैं ये सभी apps during traveling to work, I listen to them. पर क्योंकि Saturday Sunday मैं जाता ही नहीं कहीं, तो शायद मैं उस दिन app भी नहीं खोलता. But yeah, maybe I can just check this number on a weekly basis कि weekly repeat कितना है. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, guys, for very actively engaging with me, and I'll keep on asking these such questions. Okay. Okay, one more question now. What were the earlier 2 mindsets that I've talked about? Do you remember that? Anyone noted it? Or are you guys just listening? Okay, thanks. Great, awesome. Shubham Verma. Great, thank you so much. So guys, just keep on taking the notes. See, the idea of these sessions is always to have some notes with you and revisit those notes at least for the next 3 days. Then only you can remember this. And then you can even use this whenever you go and work in your organizations, right? All right, I'm moving to the next thing now. All right, so the next mindset is basically the 80-20 rule, right? Now, what happened is, let me just go back 16 years. It was my first project, and that project was with Visa credit cards as a company. They said, Rajat, we want to understand, right, how much spends are happening at each of our merchants, right? And now when I extracted the data at a merchant level, there were millions and millions of merchants. Just to give you an example, so let's assume Indian Oil के petrol pump पे जाके आप petrol डलवाते हैं और Visa card use करते हैं, right? Now that will be an entry, but it won't be written as Indian Oil. It will be written as, let's assume, Indian Oil Sona Road, Gurgaon. Then there's Indian Oil Chennai, Indian Oil Kolkata ka some area, Indian Oil Saket Delhi, Indian Oil Sector 56 Gurgaon, Indian Oil Ludhiana, Indian Oil Model Town Ludhiana, Indian Oil Model Town Extension Ludhiana. ऐसे करके there was a huge list. That was such a high list कि हमें we used to search for Indian Oil, extract करते थे Excel में, क्योंकि Excel फट जाता उस वक्त, उसकी इतनी लिमिट भी नहीं होती थी, तो उसको वहां पे क्लीन करने की कोशिश करते थे. Now what happened was, जब हमने ये देखा, there were around, I vaguely remember there were around 9.8 million rows का एक बार डेटा हमने एक्सट्रैक्ट किया. अब हमने कहा यार इसको how can we clean it? It's so huge. हमारा ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जो था, एग्रीमेंट जो था कंपनी के साथ, वो 3 महीने का था, और हमें लग रहा था कि सिर्फ डेटा क्लीनिंग को ही 3 महीने लग जाएंगे. when we will do the project, so we have to think about what is the best strategy now that we can adapt. And what we did is, on the basis of the revenue or the number of orders, we just sorted the data, and we realized that if I just clean the first 1 million rows, I'll be able to clean 87% of my revenue or orders, right? Now, this makes so much of a sense. Instead of 9.8 million of a data, which I have to extract in different Excels and then clean, then, upload, let me just extract this data in one go in one Excel and just clean the top 87% of my merchants. और वो क्लीनिंग भी इजी है, क्योंकि अब 9.8 की बजाय एक तो जस्ट 1 million पे काम करना है, और it will take much lesser time. So we use that strategy, and we started cleaning the data and started tagging that कि okay, जिसमें भी इंडियन ऑयल आ रहा है उसको इंडियन ऑयल लिखते हैं, जिसमें भी मैकडॉनल्ड्स आ रहा है उसको मैकडॉनल्ड्स लिखते हैं, जो भी ऐसे ब्रांड हमें बड़ी बड़ी वैल्यूज दिखती रही टॉप से, उसको सर्च करके उसको क्लीन करते रहे, और हमने एक मेजर टैग बना दिया मर्चेंट का नाम ढूंढने के लिए, and that is how we could give this data. Plus, we send this information to the client as well, where we said that, we are actually working on 87% of the data and not 100% of the data. Otherwise, if you want 100% cleanliness, this contract has to be extended to 6 months, which means you need to give us more money. And more or less, every business, every client, everyone understand this thing that, even if my data is 85-90% clean, I think I can go ahead and do any analysis on that. So always remember this thing, that you go with the 80-20 rule. You need not clean 100% of the data unless it's a very small segment that you're working on, or small data set. But otherwise, even if your data is 85%, 90% accurate, and you know that, this I can trust this. ये कॉस्ट अकाउंटिंग तो हमने करनी नहीं होती कि यार एक चवन्नी का हिसाब लोगों को देना है. इट्स अबाउट बिजनेस एनालिटिक्स. कहने का मतलब ये है कि यार 50% ऑफ माय पॉपुलेशन इज मेल, राइट? अब वो 50 का 51% है या 49% है, उससे कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, डिसीजन वही रहेगा. हाँ, ये नहीं होना चाहिए कि 50% की बजाय सिर्फ 30% थे या 80% मेन, राइट? सो दीज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स यू नीड टू बी वेरी क्लियर अबाउट. Don't spend a lot of time in cleaning the data which is not even needed. Just keep working on 80% of the data. That will serve the purpose. Any questions here?
There are a few, but I think we can take them towards the end once you finish.
Sure. Great. All right. Okay, so I'm moving to the next one, which is be curious, right? Now, guys, if you have this mindset, I can guarantee you that you are going to be very, very, very successful in your career as a data analyst, or as a data scientist, or as a business intelligence guy, or whatever designation you will get it. This is what most of the people, they lack, right? People give this information, data analysts give this information that Sir, your conversion rate is 10%. All right, awesome. But what does it mean? Is it improving? Is it declining? Is it at par? Why is it 10%? Why not 15%? Or why not 5%? Right? From where are we getting such a huge conversion or such a less conversion? Are there some areas where I can improve it further? So you need to ask so many questions, so many whys to each and every data point that you see. To give you an example, this is exactly what it happens, right? We say that our e-commerce portal is converting at, let's assume, 10%. Now, I publish this report every day, every week, every month, and I present this to the CEOs, to the CMO, to CPO, right? And the question that comes back to me is, okay, awesome, great, Rajat, 10% we understand. You have already shown that we have improved from 8 to 10%. But then can you tell us how is it from tier 1 cities versus tier 2 cities? Can you tell us how is it desktop versus mobile versus app? Can you tell us how is it that when people land on a home page versus they're landing on a details page versus they see the product correctly? How is it that changing? Can you give us more cuts and then highlight that what are the opportunity areas that we need to improve? Right now, this kind of questions actually gives me a lot of work to do. I started learning these things around 5 to 7 years earlier when I started working directly with the CTO. And now today, instead of my boss or the CEO or the group CEO asking these questions, I tell them directly, which helps them create more trust in me that yes, this person is thinking from the business angle and he's already coming up with the answers. Otherwise, it's a to and fro. आपने एक रिपोर्ट पब्लिश की अभी, आपने मेल भेज दिया, मेल पर का रिप्लाई आया कि hey, you said that conversion rate is 10%. Can I know about tier 2 cities? अब आप क्या करोगे? आप वापस जाओगे, डेटा निकालोगे, tier 2 cities कौन सी हैं, कौन सी लेनी है, किसको इंक्लूड करना है, किसको एक्सक्लूड करना है, वो सारा डेटा क्लीनिंग करते करते 2 दिन लगेंगे. 2 दिन बाद आप रिप्लाई करोगे कि सर ऑन tier 2 cities the conversion rate is 7%. ठीक है, वो मेल पढ़ेंगे, वो फिर रिप्लाई करेंगे, ओके, कैन यू टेल मी which categories are not growing in tier 2 cities? फिर आप वापस जाओगे. ये टू एंड फ्रो चलता रहेगा 1 महीने, 2 महीने, 3 महीने. जबकि आप ये सोचिए कि एक सीईओ हमेशा सोच रहा होता है कि मैं क्विकली इन चीजों को कैसे फिक्स करूं, लेकिन उसको डेटा ही 2-2, 3-3 दिन बाद मिल रहा है. He's getting these answers after 2 or 3 days. And if you are not getting your answers immediately, you might not be able to expand the business. So you guys need to develop this understanding of being curious that what is it that I'm sharing with the CEO or with the product heads, product managers, marketing guys, and what kind of questions might come back to me. Am I already aware of the answers, or can I just provide those answers very, very quickly to them or not? Right. Moving to the next mindset, which is go deeper. There's a methodology called 5 whys. Why, and why. Right. And again, a very similar example. Let's assume you share that the cost of acquisition of a customer is 500 rupees, right? And this has gone up from 400 last year, right? Now, as soon as you will share this information with the chief marketing officer, definitely his question will come back is, okay, why, right? So you need to find the first reason for that. And let's assume you find कि मेरा first reason ये था कि इस बार हमने बहुत ज़्यादा spends Google Ads पे किए थे और Google Ads के कारण वहाँ पे हमारा cost of acquisition बढ़ गया. अब वो पूछेंगे कि ठीक है, गूगल एड्स का डिसीजन तो मेरा ही था, लेकिन मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है कि गूगल एड्स का कॉस्ट ऑफ एक्विजिशन 300 रुपए होना चाहिए, तो 500 रुपए कैसे बढ़ गया? देन यू नीड टू गो टू नेक्स्ट लेवल एट अ कैंपेन लेवल कि गूगल में हमने ये 15 तरह के कैंपेन्स चलाए थे, इसमें से 12 कैंपेन्स तो बहुत अच्छे कर रहे हैं, उसमें 250-300 रुपए का हमें कैक मिल रहा है, लेकिन ये 3 कैंपेन्स ऐसे हैं जहां पे मेरा कॉस्ट ऑफ एक्विजिशन जो है वो 750 के आसपास है. ठीक है, अब वो पूछेंगे, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन फिर ये आएगा कि ये 3 कैंपेन क्यों, ऐसा क्या किया है? फिर आपको उसका क्वेश्चन ढूंढना पड़ेगा कि सर ये शायद इमेजेस के साथ या वीडियोस के साथ है और इसका एक्विजिशन ऐसा ही होता है, इंडस्ट्री स्टैंडर्ड भी शायद यही कहता है. फिर नेक्स्ट की इंडस्ट्री में भी ऐसा क्यों होता है, व्हाई इज इट दैट हाई? तो लाइक दिस यू नीड टू थिंक अबाउट द नेक्स्ट 5 व्हाईज व्हेन यू टॉक अबाउट एनी वन मैट्रिक्स and try to understand that how can you add more value, and you go with the answers whenever you're presenting any numbers to any of the stakeholders, right? I just gave an example of cost acquisition. Maybe another example could be of the bounce rate. Okay, the last thing, the last mindset that you need to have is you need to have a very good storyline, right? Now, the people who see the numbers every day, उनको तो फिर भी कुछ ना कुछ numbers याद रह जाते हैं. जैसे मेरे टॉप ऑफ द माइंड है कि रोज का हमारे बिजनेस की सेल कितनी होती है, कन्वर्जन रेट कितना होता है, विजिट्स कितने आते हैं एंड ऑल दैट. right? But what I might not always remember is all those metrics which I hear once in a month maybe. ठीक है, अब उन metrics को याद करना मेरे लिए मुश्किल है, तो मैं जिनको present करता हूं उनके लिए तो it will be even tougher, right? So what is the best methodology? Here I tell you an example. So if you see my screen, I've just shown a very small match summary, cricket match ka summary, right? And this is exactly how we present the data in a business also. We say कि इतने visits, इतने orders, इतना revenue, ये इसका growth rate, ये बढ़ गया, ये कम हो गया, खत्म, ठीक है? But that is not what they want to listen. They want to listen the storyline. And now this dashboard, this scorecard is basically one of the most historical matches ever in the history of cricket. And sorry, I'm coming back to cricket again and again. You can understand I'm a cricket fan. So somewhere in March 2006, this match was played where for the first time, someone scored 400 runs in an ODI, and Australia did that. And in the same match, this world record was broken by South Africa because they chased that score, right? But this scorecard is not even highlighting those things. It's just telling that, Ricky Ponting scored a century, Gibbs scored a century, and then there's a 5-wicket from Nathan Bracken, right? And South Africa won by 1 run. It's nowhere showing that excitement or the storyline that, in the last over, 10 runs were needed. On the second ball of the last over, a 4 was hit. And then on the third ball, they lost yet another wicket. Now only 1 wicket remaining. Natini, which is one of the worst batsmen ever to play, he was facing the bowler, right? And then the most critical thing that he did was he took that very timely single in the next ball. And then very next ball, the 4 was hit. So that is what the storyline is. And this is exactly how you need to present to your management for them to remember the numbers, right? One of the key things is, yes, we create a lot of dashboards and we present it to the chief product officer, marketing officer, category heads, operation heads. And there are like 15, 20 people whom we send. But once I send it in an email, no one can understand, or I cannot write such a long stories in that. No one has a time to read these in email or presentations. But when I present them once in a month, I always go story by story. And that is how people remember that, okay, this is how the product flow is happening. If I tell them that, 25% of people come on a home page and 30% further go to the listing page, no one is going to remember these numbers for long. But when I create it visually, and I take them through that journey by opening the website real time and write these numbers in a very huge font, people just recollect them. And I have seen it that in the next monthly meeting, they remember, Rajat, I remember last time you showed this number as 36%. Why this number has come down to 32%? Things like that. So that is how you create storylines and you make people remember these numbers. And this is yet another mindset that you need to have. Before I move to the top tools, right? Any key pointer that you want to highlight? You're liking it, not liking it, interesting, not interesting, boring, too long, too short? Quick feedback, please.
We can see all the love pouring in.
Okay, that's awesome. Right. All right. Thank you so much, guys. I'm happy that it was interesting and you guys are listening to me and you guys are engaging. So thank you so much for being such a nice audience. And thanks to Edubridge for giving this opportunity.
Can we take a few questions? I think.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, just a second, I'll share them. So the first question here was, what qualifications are required to become a data analyst?
Okay, guys. So had you have entered this industry 15, 16 or 20 years earlier, so तब तो कोई भी ऐसा as such these things were not needed, right? आप bachelor हो, आप engineer हो, आप BCom graduate हो, आप MBA हो, सब चलता था. but now the industry has evolved and people are looking for experts. So when I hire people, there are two kind of things that I look for. One is the people who are experienced. तो उनसे तो मेरा क्वेश्चन यही होता है कि whatever projects that you have talked about, what were some key insights that they have shared and why they think this was relevant, right? This is when I look for people in the profile of business intelligence or business analytics or data scientist. When I have to hire people who are like Tableau experts or Power BI experts, I just ask them to create a wireframe. How would they create, let's assume, a cricket scorecard, or how would they create a dashboard for, say, Amazon ka CEO, right? And then I try to understand his mindset, that what all questions is he thinking, and he's trying to create that. However, when we have to hire the freshers, and let's assume these people say that they have done some course in data science, or they have done some data analytics ka ya Udemy se ya kisi bhi aur portal se, we have done these courses. I always try to understand what is their hunger to be in a data industry. And second thing, I never ask them questions related to ki kya pada, kya nahi pada, and all that. But then I give very small problem-solving problems to them, and I try to understand if they have a mindset to solve it. So it's good that you can do all these, you can learn all these languages, and it's good that you understand R, Python, and I'm going to talk about all these things. But these are not the things to be remembered the way we have, done our schooling. These things have to be practiced, and there are umpteen number of sources available online. You will get a data, you can publish your own dashboards, you can do unlimited coding, everything. You can do it on real-time basis and then see how you can optimize it, right? So keep doing that, keep practicing. That is what the key is, because that is how you will try to solve your own problems and become more and more efficient. I'll tell you one example, right? We have some SQL developers in our team, and many times they can write SQL codes and they can extract the data. But what happens is this code running sometimes take, let's assume, 10 to 12 minutes. Now we don't have that much of a time to wait, especially when some decision making have to be done on a real-time basis, and you're sitting with the senior management of the company. So now the work of this person is to optimize this code so that instead of taking 10-12 minutes, it should ideally take probably 5 minutes or even less than 1 minute. And how can that be done? Now this guy is what these experts basically now try to optimize these codes, and that is how this is run. Anyways, coming back to your question, guys, it's fine to go ahead and learn any of the languages. First thing first, don't try to master all the languages. कि मैं R भी सीखूंगा, Python भी सीखूंगा, SQL भी सीख लूंगा, मतलब Tableau भी सीख लूंगा, Power BI, ये वो, मतलब सब कुछ सीखूंगा और उसके बाद इंडस्ट्री में जाऊंगा, ऐसा नहीं है. किसी एक चीज को पकड़ें, अपना try to find your own interest. If you're good with coding, get into SQL, उसको चाट जाओ एकदम, मतलब जितना बढ़िया से, क्योंकि SQL के बाद किसी और लैंग्वेज को समझना, it just becomes very easy. You can connect the dots, right? Rather than speaking 15 different languages, you would always love to talk in one or two languages, right? ये भी वैसी ही languages है कि दो languages इतनी अच्छे से आती हैं. English ऐसी आती है कि जब आप बोलो तो लोग सुने आपको, right? ऐसा नहीं है कि तेलुगु भी आ गई, पंजाबी भी आ गई, गुजराती भी आती है, हिंदी भी आती है, फ्रेंच भी आती है, सब कुछ आता है हमें, बट मैं बोल नहीं सकता, उसका कोई फायदा नहीं. So just try to learn and master each and every language. Or if you want to go into dashboarding, then maybe Tableau को सीख लीजिए, Power BI, किसी एक को पहले तो सीख लीजिए, अपनी पूरी मास्टरी कर लीजिए उसमें, and then you try to get into other things. So that is what my recommendation would be.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Khatri, for the answer. We have another question with us. What is the career path of a data analyst?
See, my dear friend, frankly, the answer to this, no one knows. Okay, but it all depends upon the leader that you are working with. See, I've seen this concern in industry, because I also keep on applying for various jobs, and not now, but in the past. So I once went for a position of a head of a data science, right? Now I asked this company that, okay, so they took some interview, everything was done. And then I asked him, okay, what are the 3 key projects that you want me to do? And they said, that's why we are hiring you. You will tell us what project we should do. I said, guys, you would have something in the mind, right? That's why you are hiring me. At least give me a couple of examples. I can come and add more, but kuch to hoga na aapke mind mein. But they had no idea. And then wild conversations and all that, I tried to understand that, okay, what exactly do you want me to do on day one? And then they said that we have a lot of reporting and automation requirements, and we want you to build on that. So I said, finally, you need a head of data. You don't need a data scientist as such, right? Data scientist ka to role bahut baad mein aayega, pehle data to samajh lo. So when companies have those kind of problems, then they are not very clear ki what career path is it to they're going to give to you. So always try and work in a company where there's already a head of business intelligence or head of data analytics or head of data, and talk to him, because he will have the clarity for you. And the typical role for a data analyst is first couple of years, just work at a very, very base level. डेटा क्लीनिंग कैसे करते हैं, डेटा की अंडरस्टैंडिंग क्या होती है, डेटा को ऑप्टिमाइज कैसे करना है, डेटा के व्यूज कैसे बनाने हैं. Just try to understand all these things. After 2 years, get into the role of a business analytics, where you say that, okay, now that I create all these reports and these go as an emailer or as a dashboards to different people, how are they consuming it? Be a part of that meeting. Right? Sit with the marketing guy, sit with the product guy, sit with the operations guy, and see कि वो उस डेटा को रीड कैसे करते हैं. हो सकता है आपने तो 15 मेट्रिक्स शो किए हैं, लेकिन वो 2 ही देखते हैं. तो उनको बताओ कि यार ये 13 वेरिएबल्स का ऑलरेडी व्यू इज अवेलेबल. आई एम गिविंग यू दिस report, you see it, and let's sit together on this so that you get the business understanding and he gets the data understanding. And once you are having a very good understanding about, let's assume, only the operations side, then slowly start moving into the various other departments. And that is when you can go to the top of the career, where you can be a head of data and you can understand that typical metrics, how would a marketing guy versus operations guy versus a supply chain guy, they would look into this, because they 3 of them will have a very different perspective to the same problem.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Khatri, for that answer. The next question is, what are the industries that use data analytics the most?
Guys, by the way, these days, every industry needs data. There's no specific thing. But yes, if you have to ask me the most important ones, I would say definitely the insurance and the medical, because these two are like using data like anything. And I tell you the reason behind that. And third one is e-commerce, of course. And I tell you the reason behind this: insurance, because with the use of a data, they can reduce the premium by age groups, by demographics, by cities, by age, by medical history versus no history. And that is what they want to do. Because agar aapka premium, let's say you want to get into medical insurance, and a company says that, I charge 9,000 rupees for your medical insurance. And then the same company says after 2 months that, I am going to charge 8,500. There are higher chances you will buy for 8,500 because the premium is now lower. So, but coming to this value, there's need to be a lot of data analysis that should go. Medical, because they are trying to gauge if they can predict that, okay, Rajat, you are 42. Based on your health conditions, I can predict that you might get a heart attack after 5 years, right? So in these 5 years, better get into a very healthy lifestyle. Or I can tell you that you will have a liver problem or any other such thing. I don't want God to give me any such problem, but this is how medical is using the data. And e-commerce, because every minute a company is losing some revenue if there is an error or there is a problem in the platform, or the things are not well laid out on a platform. Right. So guys here, like, you would be spending a lot of time on all these, fashion apps, right? And you are checking for different products, jackets, suits, shoes, or clothing, right? Now, at that point of time, what offer I can give to the consumer, what product I can show it to them, how quick can I do the delivery? Guys, have you ever thought that when you visit Zomato or Swiggy, and let's say you want to order maybe a meal, right? You check 3 different restaurants. One says I'll deliver in 37 minutes, another says I'll deliver in 39 minutes, and third says deliver in 41 minutes. There are very high chances you will go with the restaurant that will deliver in 37 minutes. So this 2 minutes additional is a revenue loss for that particular restaurant, right? And this is how the data is being used in these days. How I can improve this timing, how I can send this faster, so that I get a better conversion and a more business.
Thank you, Mr. Khatri. We have one last question for you.
Yeah.
How does data analytics differ from data science?
Okay. So if you talk in a legal language, see, data analyst is more like he will just get into the data and try to figure it out. For example, as I gave you an question that, why is conversion rate down? So you will look at only the web analytics data and you will try to understand कि sir mobile devices में है और मैंने आपको ये बता दिया कि लोग listing page से details page पे नहीं जा रहे और मैंने आपको ये बता दिया कि last week there were some challenges in the checkout process and that's why it's reducing. So this is what a data analyst will do. The data scientist will more or less look into many more variables in the sense, what was the pricing this week versus last week? What were the promotions that were being run this week versus last week? How much discount was being offered? What kind of an audience were we getting? How many, high intent versus low intent users were coming? How many new versus repeat users were coming and things like that, because there are so many factors to that. So data scientist gets into more or less each and every possible business metrics to come to a conclusion, whereas a data analyst will just look from that one angle that is being asked to him.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khatri.
Sure.
The session was very insightful. I'm sure the audience has enjoyed it thoroughly and learned so much from the session today.
Right.
We do have a lot of other questions that we can share you on email, and it will be really great if you could answer those questions.
Sure.
Thank you once again. You can now exit the webinar. Have a great day.
Thanks to each and every one of you, and thanks to Edubridge for giving this opportunity. Really honored. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too.
Wow. I'm sure this too much tech talk might have gotten you thinking a lot about jobs and opportunities in the technology space. However, the next session is where we move a little away from that and towards a more business-oriented discussion. From our partners at UNICEF Yuva, we have two very young and dynamic entrepreneurs who are ready to take the world by storm. We feel there are many in the audience who will be able to relate to them and their journey. Let me first introduce you all the way from New York, Ms. Charvi Gangwani. She is the founder of Amygdala. She is a 2022 American College of Cardiology's young scholar and has a strong interest in the global health science. She has been awarded the Long-Term Impact Award by UNICEF India and the Best Social Enterprise Plan 2020 by Teach a Man to Fish UK for spearheading a community-driven campaign to end the silence around mental health challenges faced by students and organized various activities from grassroots to a global level. She has spoken on world stages such as TEDx, Good Earth Environmental Conference, and Generations Unlimited UNICEF India. In the future, she aims to build a platform for women's leadership in global healthcare, celebrate inspirational women, and work at all levels from global to institutional levels to enable diverse, gender equal leadership in health. Welcome, Ms. Gangwani. Thank you for joining us today. You can please share your journey with us all.
I think Charvi dropped out for some reason. Maybe we can start with Komal.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I would like to introduce Ms. Komal Chenna. Meanwhile, Ms. Chenna is the founder and COO of the Sapientiary. The Sapientiary is an internationally recognized edtech startup that is changing how Indian higher educational institutes educate and upskill students for their careers and livelihood. She specializes in operations and talent management. She works with a strong team of passionate education enthusiasts who believe that the current education system isn't making learners ready for the disruptive world of tomorrow. Ms. Chenna is constantly working on ensuring that the next generation of leaders are holistically educated and ready to take on the world. Welcome, Ms. Shena. It is a pleasure to host you today. We would love to hear about your journey.
All right. Thank you so much, Tamisha, for that wonderful and very extensive overview about me. It's crazy to see that there's around 500 people here listening to all these wonderful, speakers coming in, talking about so many amazing things. So truly honored that, I was invited on this panel to just speak about my journey and how what I've learned so far can be used and can be helped in some way or the other to these wonderful students and people joining in. So thank you for, Edubridge and Yuva, first of all, for giving me this opportunity. But yeah, let me go ahead, share my screen. I have a small presentation for you guys as well. So let me go ahead, do that right now. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, awesome. Great. Okay. All right, guys. First and foremost, happy 74th Republic Day to you all here. As I mentioned earlier, very honored that this is a platform where I get to share my journey and what exactly I have learned as an entrepreneur over the past few years. So, guys, today I'll be talking about 21st century skills for the future, right? What are those skills that are going to help you no matter what domain you go into, no matter what you do, right? Whether you're researching, whether you're going to be an entrepreneur, whether you do a corporate job, what are those skills that are essential components of your career growth? So I've been an entrepreneur and educator for the past few years, because I personally saw that these skills, these 21st century skills, were lacking in college curriculums and school curriculums across the country. So actually, before I begin, I want to understand from every one of you, what do you think are 21st century skills, right? Just any skill that comes to your mind. What are some essential skills that you guys think? You could actually go to www.menti.com and it'll ask you to give a code. And this is the code 82210942. So you guys can put in 3 different whatever skills that you think are necessary, and I'll be able to see kind of like a word cloud of all the thoughts from these 500 amazing viewers. So go ahead, I'm gonna give you guys 2 minutes to log in and just share your thoughts. These skills can be anything from creativity to collaboration, to maybe learning how to use a laptop or phone, whatever you think is necessary for you. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything yet. Are you guys able to log in? Any issues with going to the website? It's just www.ment.com. Okay, a couple. Okay, a communication, AI, digital marketing. Okay, wow. A few more, creativity, interpersonal. Wow. Okay, a great audience here giving me all the crazy keywords that people look for when it comes to 21st century skills. Awesome. Okay, let's get a few more. There's 500 people here. I'm looking for at least 20 words. Coding, data analysis, public speaking. Awesome. Okay, we're getting a couple of more. Data science, negotiation skills. Amazing. Leadership, agility. Wow. Okay. E-commerce, time management. Great. Wow. Okay. So I'm going to keep this running in the background, and I'm going to switch back to my presentation. You guys can still keep on going, putting your thoughts there so that I can, extract this and see what you guys have in mind. But that's amazing that you guys already know what these 21st century skills mean, right? So in this presentation that I'm going to be sharing with you guys today, quick 15 minutes, I'll be weaving in 3 integral skills that helped me shape my entrepreneurship journey, helped me overcome various different challenges that I faced and pivot into different product lines, into different projects that we did, and and also how you can develop those skill sets starting from today. So, oops, the wrong slide. Okay. Once upon a time, not too long ago, specifically 2017, me and my co-founder Kushal, we started a nonprofit organization called the Vimana. We focused on building skills like collaboration, critical thinking, autonomy, physical working in this physical setting. So we actually got together a bunch of engineering students, undergraduate students from across Bangalore. We worked on all these crazy engineering projects. We did the most insane of projects. We did mini rockets, we did autonomous drones, we did high altitude balloons. So we actually worked on all these crazy different projects, and we got these projects from the industry. We collaborated with different companies like Airbus, different institutions like Indian Institute of Science and Horticulture to get these projects and give them to the student community. So this was going amazing. We were growing exponentially, and all the students who are graduating, who are applying for jobs, were crediting their success to what they had learned, the essential competencies that they learned when they were there with us in Vimana. But any good story has to have a but. The pandemic hit and we could not meet physically anymore. You know, we tried doing things online. We had online weekly meetups, but because everything was built around this physical setting of people coming in, working on projects, doing things with like the drill kit and whatever, it was literally impossible for us to go fully online. So we failed miserably at this. Boom. That's where skill number 1 came into place, which was critical thinking and problem solving. Me and my co-founder Kushal needed to think quick, right? Because what could we do and what should we do? We couldn't just shut down complete operations because we saw the immense positive response from people. But at the same time, what we were doing was not working anymore. So we started talking to our mentors, we started talking to our peers, fellow entrepreneurs, literally anybody who would hear us out. We started thinking, outside the box. We come up with a lot of solutions, tested a couple, failed in a few, but finally stuck onto one, which is what I'm building right now at Sapientry. So critical thinking integrated with problem solving itself is all about looking at problems from multiple different perspectives. It's about ideating solutions from various different mindsets and approaches. So now you guys are probably like, okay, Komala, that sounds great, but how do I actually improve this skill for myself? Well, it all starts with asking the question, why? Just in your daily life, but everything that's happening, right? Why does this car work the way it does? Why does that person behave the way they do? Why is this book top selling amongst others, dozens of other books in the similar genre? Staying curious to find out the questions is actually just the start, right? It's just step 1. Finding the answers is a whole nother next step and a next level. But this shows that you're curious to know why things work the way they do. And that automatically hones that meter for when it comes to you being put into a difficult situation or a problem that you're unable to solve. You'll start thinking, okay, why is this happening, right? What is maybe the root cause of this? What are the external factors that are making this problem worse or better, right? It all starts with asking the question why in just everything that you do in your daily life. And to be very honest, with all the world's information available to us at just the touch of a finger, it doesn't take really long to find out answers to these whys as well. But so that's about my first skill that helped me very, very, very highly when, as an entrepreneur, there's a lot of challenges that I deal with, right? It's important to make sure that I take into consideration a lot of different solving methodologies to see which solution would make the most sense at what time. Okay, so back to the story. So now we had this idea called Sapientry. We had an idea, we had kind of like this product in mind. Now we worked day and night to bring this idea to reality, just off the paper into the real world. One way for us to do this was through business pitch competitions. Gosh, we applied to so many competitions. We got rejected in so many, multiple times. We got selected for a few. We didn't win. We came back home very sad. We got selected for a few. We actually won a few. And throughout that whole journey, we learned a very, very crucial skill. And I think this is something that you guys mentioned in the word cloud earlier as well. Number 2 is communication. And no, I'm not talking about the general ability to speak in any language, right? The level of communication that we're talking about that's necessary for the 21st century is all about, I would say, in my opinion, 3 main things. Number 1, making sure that what you say is completely understood by your audience, right? It's completely taken in by whoever you're speaking to. For us, when it came to business pitch competitions, it was all about, do the judges actually understand what our company does? Do they care about it? Do they understand the nuances, the technicalities, the logistics? Is whatever we're saying actually getting registered into their heads? Because, we can talk for the sake of talking, but what really matters is what is retained by the listener, right? Number 2 is the power of persuasion. So, good news that I would like to share with you all. Last year in August, we actually closed our pre-Series A funding round for Sapientry. But this took almost 4 months of persuading the right stakeholders. So the ability to influence other people's thoughts, opinions, and actions was so important to us because it wasn't just the investor who was one person. It was the whole investor team. It was the legal team. It was their chartered accountant team. There was all these stakeholders. And we had to convince them that our team was the right one to do this job, to get Sapientry off the ground, to grow with the money that you give us, even though we had little to no evidence to show them. This is where persuasion plays such an important role in all of your daily lives, right? Whether it is persuading your parents that you want to sleep over at your friend's house, or whether it's persuading your teammate to help you out on a project, or whether it's even persuading your manager that maybe either you're working too hard, you need a break, or maybe you're not working hard enough and you'd love to take on more responsibilities. It's really, really important to understand how to get the other person, how to, I would say, plant a seed in the other person's mind about what you want them to think and make it such that they understand why you are thinking that way, right? Through convincing arguments, through facts, through pointers, whatever it is. And the third one is strong written communication, right? There's a big difference with verbal communication and written communication, especially in the age where we text more often than we pick up and talk to people over calls. During our whole investment process, we had so many documents to prepare and submit. And all of these we had to do, just me and Kushal sit in, we had to prepare these documents completely from scratch. We only had them reviewed by the legal team. So it's really, really important to know how to write certain pieces of information, for what context, for which audience, in what setting. Obviously, what you're going to be saying to your mom over a WhatsApp text is going to be much different from what you email to your professor about an assignment, or is going to be very different from what you ask for an extension in deadline for your manager, right? All these contexts are very different. The audience is very different. The tone in which you're writing also is going to be very, very different. The language that you use is going to be different, even if it just might be English itself. So this is also something that really helped us make sure that investor team trusted us, right? That we were capable enough to take their money to the next level. So again, how do you guys develop these skills? To be very honest, I would suggest each and every one of you who's struggling specifically with these, or maybe even if you're not struggling, right? Maybe you're just a novice, maybe you want to become an amateur in just professional communication. I would say immediately go ahead, sign up to any free course that you get on, all these MOOCs, these massive online open courses like Coursera, Udemy, EDX, NPTEL, Skillshare, on professional communication. There's a lot of different things that you're going to learn in terms of specific nuances, specific domains of communication. I've just mentioned a couple. There's going to be a lot of more because communication itself is a very broad topic. So I would say anybody who wants to take this skill to the next level, definitely go ahead. Again, there's tons and tons of free resources online to get you started off with. Okay, but coming back to the story. So we needed to grow exponentially, right? We had the money, we had the investment signed up. The investors, they believed in us, how we spoke, how we presented, really influenced them and convinced them to put his money in our company. Now, what do? How do we grow? How do we expand exponentially? Well, that's where skill number 3, which is digital literacy, comes into place. So this might sound a little contradictory because, all of us already use our phones 24/7. We're literally on this call via Zoom. So what else does digitally literate mean, right? Well, it's all about knowing how to use digital tools to your advantage. And I'm starting from the very basics, right? Do you know how to effectively do a Google search? We search dozens and dozens of things on a daily basis. But how do you do an effective Google search? How do you use the right keywords, the right placeholders of different kind of words, right? What are the filters involved, right? Starting from the very basics, moving on to things like how do we put automations in place? How do we put systems in place using digital tools? So at Scavenger, we were able to automate so much of our manual work using digital systems. So for example, let's say a student signs an interest form on our website. A welcome mail gets sent to them automatically, right? None of our team members are sitting and sending them emails, checking who signed the form every 1 hour, but it's a system that's put in place. It's an automation that happens, right? Similarly, many of Scavenger's processes run on autopilot, and that's why our entire team is able to focus on the really important things like growth and ideating new projects and products. But this isn't just something that's, fancy business lingo or entrepreneurship skills. This can be used in all of your daily life as well, right? I would suggest all of you guys, right, after this session or whenever you have 30 minutes to kill, go ahead and just check out this website. It's called digitalliteracyassessment.org. They have a bunch of free assessments. So, you can just try these out, see what level you're at in terms of digital literacy, in terms of whether you know how to use basic tools like Microsoft Excel or PowerPoint, all the way moving on to, do you know how to do a career search, right? Do you know which platforms to use for the right career search, the right pathways to go to maybe find your end outcome, right? This platform is something that we use at Scavenger as well to help our students really find out kind of where they stand in terms of digital literacy and what they should improve on. Now, if any of you want to go to the next step, really take this digital literacy to the next level, I would suggest downloading an app called IFTTT. It stands for If This, Then That. So this app actually creates mini automations on your phone It's actually really fun because it brings out so many other skills like creativity, problem solving, just brainstorming in general. I have an automation on my phone that it's something related to finance. Every time I do a Google Pay transfer, it automatically updates that onto an Excel sheet where I can track and manage my expenses. And all of this, I'm not sitting and coding anything, right? It's just through the app. I drag and drop the right things that I want. So in this way, right, I'm really using technology to help me, right, to help what I want to achieve. So, all right, guys, coming to the end of the story, this is Sapientry. We're on a growth phase right now where we're rapidly hiring, expanding, building new projects. This is what our vision is. We want to help people from various domains, age groups, backgrounds get more confidence in their career and subsequently their life. We're building a Google map for career navigation. And you guys can check us out at sapientry.com, or on LinkedIn, you can find us on Sapientry as well. And you can even connect with me, obviously, at Komala Chana. That's my LinkedIn profile. But we have been working for the past 2 years specifically on this problem. How do we make students more competent that when they graduate, they're more confident in what career choice that they want to choose? So to conclude with, none of these skills, guys, will ever come to anybody naturally, right? Nobody is born with some mysterious talent of critical thinking in difficult situations. That's why they're called skills, right? Because with practice, research, and experience, you can develop and hone these skills. I'm a strong believer that anything in this world, from how to, make a dosa, to how to drive a car, to how to knit a sweater, or to how to build an app, right? Anything is a skill to be learned. So as long as you guys put your mind to it, I truly believe that you guys can go ahead, achieve whatever you want. So happy learning, everybody. Thank you so much for listening. And, I'm open to questions. But yeah, hope you guys learned a little something from me and have a lot to take back from today as well.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chenna. We do have a question that we will direct towards the end.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. So let me stop sharing my screen and I will go ahead, give it to Charvi to go ahead and, inspire these students.
Right. And now for our second young achiever, Ms. Charvi Gangwani. Ms. Charvi, since you were away, I would really want to reintroduce you to the audience. Ms. Gangwani is the founder of Amygdala. She is a 2022 American College of Cardiology's Young Scholar and has a strong interest in global health sciences. She has been awarded the Long-Term Impact Award by UNICEF India and Best Social Enterprise Plan 2020 by Teach a Man to Fish UK for spearheading a community-driven campaign to end the silence around mental health challenges faced by students and organize various activities from grassrooting to a global level. She has spoken on world stages such as TEDx, Good Earth Environmental Conference, and Generations Unlimited UNICEF India. In the future, she aims to build a platform for women's leadership in global health, celebrate inspirational women, and work at all levels from global to institutional level to enable diverse, gender equal leadership in health. Welcome, Ms. Gangwani. Thank you for joining us. You can share your journey with us.
Thank you so much, first of all, for such an amazing intro. And hi, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in today. A very
Seems to be some technical issue here. Chavi, can you hear us? I think she's dropped out. Tamisha, can we, ask Komal a few questions that we've received from the audience by the time she's rejoining?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
So happy to have you back, Ms. Chenna. We do have some questions for you.
Awesome.
So yes, the first question is, how can I find funding for my startup?
Oh, wow. Amazing question, whoever, put that out. So I'll explain a little bit about how we found it, and I'll then explain how potentially you guys can go ahead too. So we actually, like I mentioned, we were a part of a lot of business pitch competitions, and in one specific competition called TIE Global, that's the Indus Entrepreneurs. We represented Mysore. So we pitched first at the Mysore level, then we went to Karnataka, then India, then South Asia, and then national level. And we actually won the international pitch fest for the Social Global Impact Award. So that got us a lot of recognition within the Mysore ecosystem, because a lot of people started saying, oh, these people represented Mysore on the global level. So a lot of H&Is or high net worth individuals kind of saw, okay, who are these people? What are they doing? And in that way, we actually got a mentor who was part of this program. So he was mentoring us for the duration of the whole program. It was almost a year-long I would say from selection point all the way till prize distribution and moving ahead. And after he started hearing from other people saying, oh, wow, this is such a great company, maybe you could look at how you could mentor them even beyond the competition. And so our relationship with him grew stronger after that. And actually, he became our investor eventually when we went and we asked him, you've been our mentor, you've seen how we're growing for almost a year now. We would love to onboard you as our first investor to really, because, you've seen us grow, exactly where we would want to go in the future as well. So that's what happened in our case. We're very lucky to have our mentor as our investor as well, because he's always looking out for us on a personal level as well. So I would say that was a very kind of a lucky by coincidence thing that happened. But for many of you guys, I would say the route path would be very similar in terms of you just need to keep applying to different opportunities. So whether it is, pitch competitions or being part of different organizations, like I think Young Indians, Young Entrepreneurs is another one. IACC is another one, just TIE in general. And a lot of these organizations, they do these pitch fests. They start off with minimal prize money, but just being there, being present, being vocal about your company is going to get you eyes of all these important people. And that's why they say your net worth is your net work, right? The more people you meet, the more people you might, get something back from. So I would say just go ahead, apply to all these different business competitions out there. Even if you may or may not win, the more experience you have, honestly, it's just like an exam, right? The more experience you have, kind of what things to do to crack the pitch fest. But I would say that's a really great place to start for anybody who has an idea, kind of has maybe a prototype in hand and wants to take things to the next level.
Thank you, Ms. Chenna, for that answer. I have the next question with me. How can I scale up my business?
Wow. Okay. So very, very broad question. So I think whoever, asked that question, one thing that I would say strongly is find a core team that is going to stick with you no matter what the hardships are. And I think this is going to be the hardest thing you're ever going to do. The whole investment procedure is not going to be anything when it comes to just finding a solid team who, you can really depend on and rely on. It was the hardest thing for us that we're, still working on a daily basis. But that's one way you can grow, because you as an individual, as one entrepreneur, as one business owner, it's physically impossible for you to do everything. You cannot take care of sales, product, content, customers, technology, right? right? You cannot take care of all of those. Maybe in the beginning, first couple of months, you can, maybe it is possible. But if you want to grow, you need to put the right people in the right places so that they can take that forward. Head of marketing to take care of marketing completely. Head of sales to take care of sales, customer success. Head of product to take product management, updates and everything. So I would say that would be the most difficult thing that you do, but that would also be the thing with the best outcomes that you could possibly do.
Thank you for the answer, Ms. Chenna. So unfortunately, Charvi's network issue are still persistent, so she won't be able to join us back. But we can continue to get you to answer a couple of more questions if you may.
Sure. Yeah, I think Sanjay put on the chat, having a good team, 90% of problems are solved. Yes, 100%. You need somebody to rely on because entrepreneurship, it is a very lonely journey, right? That's what everybody says. You'll see your peers, classmates, they get a good job, they get a good pay, maybe 2 years down the lane, they're buying their own apartment, their own car, and you're still here struggling with a product that maybe is an MVP, that maybe is in the market or not. So surrounding yourself with good, positive people who you can rely on. They might not be full-time team members. I would say have a good network of people who can volunteer as well, right? Whenever you need, come in, maybe you're hosting an event, just your friends, your family, somebody who you can call, who will be there, who will show up for you, makes the difference a lot.
Great. I do have one last question. How can I balance the demands of running a business with my personal life?
You can't. The straight up answer is it's impossible. When you have a business, especially the first few years, you have to I would say the whole joy of running a business or of having your own company is that is your baby, right? When a family has a kid, the kid becomes their entire personal life, professional life, like everything revolves around the baby. Is the baby being fed enough? Is the baby being taken care enough? Does the baby have a good stroller to go on? Whatever that is, right? In the same way, when you start a business, everything becomes related to your business. Even when you're sitting and just drawing or doodling, right? You'll start to think, how can I maybe take this creative side? How can I improve the marketing aspects? How can I improve like the design aspects on my website? So that's, I would say, the real joy of entrepreneurship. And if you or anybody is somebody who struggles with having a balanced entrepreneur life and then professional life, probably entrepreneurship is not for you yet, right? Maybe there are some things in your personal life that you want to do, maybe some milestones that you want to achieve. And maybe after that, you can go ahead, because I'm telling you, personal experience, this is very difficult. I'm all smiling, talking all happily, but this is not me all the time. There's going to be a lot of hardships. And so, it's something that is very challenging. There's not going to be any balance. But I think one thing that has helped me out is taking breaks every couple of whether it's just taking Sundays off or taking like a trip every 2 to 3 months to kind of just, defocus, take a back step and just see what's happening, context setting, those kinds of things. But yeah, genuinely cannot expect to have work-life balance, at least for a few years, right? We don't want that to be the whole entrepreneurship journey, but at least the starting 2 to 3 years are going to be like that.
Thank you so much for that answer, Ms. Chenna. And thank you for sharing your journey with our audience today. You truly are an inspiration for all of us.
Wow. Thank you so much, Tamisha. It was really great. And it's so unfortunate to see that Charvi won't be joining us. I was very excited to hear her speak as well. But hopefully, I think maybe, the audience can maybe ask questions to Charvi just based on what she was about to speak. And in that way, we can get something back from her. But yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. It was really a pleasure to speak to all of you.
Thank you, Ms. Shenna. Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye. Right. That brings us to the next leg of our event, and I'm personally very excited about this one. I would now like to again welcome Lavina Anthony to join us and share some exciting news. Stage is all yours, Lavina.
Thank you so much, Tamisha. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So we're supposed to be bringing in some very exciting news for all of our learners sharp at 12. We have about 5 minutes to go, and I'm hoping all of my learners will join me in this session, in this entire event, to see what are the special things that we've got for them today. So how about we wait just for a few more moments, few more minutes, okay, everybody? Hang in there with me. We're gonna hit the 1,000 number on Zoom and about more than tens and thousands on YouTube. So hang in there with me. We'll go live sharp at 12. Until then, we can do like a countdown. And I could also run a small quiz. Do you know what I'm here for? For all of the audience that's there on the chat, do you know what we're gonna be doing now at 12? Any guesses from anybody? Go ahead, shoot on the chat, right? Whatever it is that you want. What do you think we're gonna be doing? Oh, you want us to play some music? Okay, that's gonna come. I promise you, it's going to come. Oh, we're gonna do a quiz. Yeah, sort of. We're gonna do a quiz at some point in time. We'll do a quiz. Singing, I am a terrible singer. Not even in the bathroom I can sing. Like not even in the bathroom I can sing. Games, yes, of course. Of course, there's gonna be games. People says free courses. Getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Sami says event management team. Nah, not really. But I can tell you this: you're gonna love what we're gonna get for you. You're gonna love it. Okay. We're gonna call a celebrity. Yes. The Bachchans, the Khans, they're all in the waiting room. They're right there. They're gonna show up at any moment. So hang in there. See, hang in there. You know, while y'all keep guessing, somebody from UNICEF, you just met one of them, and more. You'll get more. Hindi, Janiman, Hindi mein to main bol lu, pura ka pura session Hindi mein kar lu. But Edubridge is all about English. Jobs are all about English. Placement is all about English. So chalo thodi koshish tum bhi kar lo. Soft skills? नहीं, आज कोई soft skills वाली class नहीं है. आज full chill out, full masti. It's going to be amazing. You know what? Tamil, just hang in there. You will hear a solid line in Tamil. We have it coming up right for you. There you go. Oh, we're gonna get a DJ. How will I get a DJ virtually? Y'all are not gonna enjoy the music. So no, not you love the way I speak. I love you too. Thank you so much. I love it too. Thank you. Oh, keep shouting. You know, listen, y'all wanted a celebrity. There's no better celebrity in Edubridge than Lavina Anthony. So good. There you go. You got a celebrity right there. And so now you see, more interesting, more games. Abhi aap sab bologe, Urdu bolo, Telugu bolo, Malayalam bolo, matlab bacche ki jaan hi le lo.
How many languages will you have to learn though, Lavina? That is the question.
That they want me to learn.
Of course.
So good. See, we've hit 5. I told you we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Come on, let's go, guys. Guys, get all your friends, get your family, put YouTube on your TV. आजकल सबके पास में smart TV है. सारे लोग smart TV पे YouTube देख सकते हो, okay? So put SkillsFactor on your YouTube. Because what I'm going to do in the next hour, you are going to love it. I promise you that. Okay? So come on. Get your friends to watch us. Okay? Godwin says time's up. Absolutely. Time's up in just a few seconds. You know what? It's so awesome. I'm so happy. So since I'm back, I was here at 8 o'clock. Since I'm back, firstly, may I say aapka sabko a very, very happy 74th Republic Day. I wish you all a very happy Republic Day. I hope you have a good holiday also after the session. I hope you enjoy your day. So it's 12, and now it's time for my session, okay? And so we're gonna start, and I hope you keep adding your friends, right? So everybody, right now, I totally feel like Santa Claus because I bring to you good news and gifts and so many surprises. You know, on November 25th, 2022, for the first time in the history of Edubridge, we decided to shower you, our learners, with a whole lot of gifts for showing us your loyalty by referring your friends and family to Edubridge. And so we're so happy and proud to say that as we ended this event on January 20th, 2023, we were so pleased to see the entire list of learners who were able to earn some amazing prizes for themselves. And so I'm here to announce to you the winners. Are you ready? Are you ready? There we go. There we go. So Lidwin Joan from batch 8266 won herself a laptop. Give herself a round of applause, guys. Come on, come on. Clap for her. Congratulations, Lidwin. Sumit Chaudhary from batch 8491 won a laptop as well. How exciting is that? Congratulations, Sumit. Kumar Gaurav from batch 7492, you just won yourself a G-Shock watch, buddy. Congratulations. Unnati Kamble from batch 6256. Girl, you got yourself a G-Shock watch too. You know, it's one of my favorites as well. Congratulations to you. Jessica, it's bicycle time for you, my girl. Batch 7369. A huge congratulations. Let's live healthy. Priya Varshini, ye mera favorite hai. Batch 8384, you got yourself an instant camera. Let's go clicking. Girithar S from batch 8600, you won yourself an instant camera too. Congratulations, buddy. Very well done. Siddharth Mikhela from batch 8168, you won yourself an Alexa Echo Dot. I have one too, and it's amazing. Congratulations. Anand Singh from batch 7963, you won yourself a graphic drawing pad. Let's get creative. Vikram Baure from batch 8681, you got yourself a graphic drawing pad too, buddy. Congratulations. Sachin Savalia, you've got one of my most favorite things from batch 7489. You won yourself a laptop bag. You know what? It's got a charger too. Congratulations. Keshav Sharma from batch 7964. You got yourself a bag too. When you get one extra, please send it to me as well. I would love one too. We love you and we thank you.
Such amazing gifts. You know, our mission statement reads to empower youth to impact India's future by walking with them towards a better life. But I feel that our learners would be cycling towards a better life now, especially learning while earning. So, Lavina, with the tough competition that we have had in these few days that we saw, I believe we have got to have more of such competitions to get our learners to refer their friends and family. What do you think?
Absolutely, Tanvi. A big congratulations to all of you for winning such amazing gifts, and an even bigger thank you for trusting us to make a difference. We promise that we will keep coming back to you with many such events where both of us can celebrate together. Now, I'm sure all of you have heard of the living legend, Mr. Ratan Tata. He said that if you want to walk fast, you walk alone. If you want to walk far, you walk together. So we decided that we want to walk far. And so for that, we need to walk together with you. Are you wondering how we plan to do this? Well, let me tell you. The next bit is the most exciting news that we have for all of you. Now, before I start, I want to thank you once again for your continued trust that you've put in Edubridge. And we sincerely appreciate the trust and confidence that you've had in us all through the journey. And, you know, honestly, our ongoing success relies on the loyalty and the support of customers like you. So today, we'd like you to experience the power of loyalty. Are you wondering how? Let me show you.
To join the Elite Learners Club, you must first enroll in a course with Edubridge that is conducted by a trainer, not a self-study course. There are no club membership fees. If you are an enrolled learner, you are a club member. As soon as you join a course with us, you automatically become a Silver Club member. Isn't that great? In the Silver Club, you earn up to 10,000 Indian rupees for every friend-family member who enrolls into our courses with your reference. In addition to that, you get some unique benefits such as access to a personalized dashboard and free learning tools. You also get free access to master classes with industry experts and a personalized resume builder which is AI-enabled. With a unique personal lifetime code assigned to you, you can maintain an additional stream of income by referring learners to all our online programs. This is one-of-a-kind club membership which helps you to learn and earn both at the same time. To upgrade your membership, simply follow these steps. Refer a friend or family member to any Edubridge course on the Learner portal. When your referral enrolls into any course at Edubridge, you will receive a cashback amount equal of up to 10,000 Indian rupees depending on the course that he/she enrolls into. Not just that, you will earn loyalty points. Here, 1 rupee is equal to 1 point. So, if you earn 10,000 Indian rupees as a cashback, your account will be credited with 10,000 points. Isn't this exciting? What is even more amazing is that as soon as you earn 7,500 points, you automatically get upgraded to the Gold Club. As soon as you earn 35,000 points, you will be upgraded to the Diamond Club. Not just that, every time you refer a friend after you become a Diamond Club member and they enroll into a course with Edubridge, you will receive 25% cashback on the course amount, an amount up to 15,000 rupees. Every time you unlock a membership, you unlock several benefits with it too. Isn't this amazing? The Platinum membership unlocks after earning 75,000 points, and with that you are entitled to all benefits that Edubridge has to offer. Our loyalty program lets you earn cashback and points and enjoy exclusive offers and rewards every time you refer a family member or friend to join our courses. It's always win-win when you are in the club. To know more, visit www.edubridgeindia.com and log into your learner portal now.
I hope you like that. Woohoo!
Yes.
We give you the Elite Learners Club. Yes, Anusha.
Wow.
Over to you.
I would like to say something after looking at the video, Lovina. Wow, what a wonderful entry, our own Elite Learners Club. So there is no other educational institution in India which offers such unique benefits to its learners through a wonderful loyalty program, which can help everyone continuously develop their skills for a better career. This makes Edubridge a one-stop career shop for its learners. So I hope you all agree to this.
Totally, Neeta. You know, guys, we give you this Elite Learners Club, a loyalty club, exclusively for you, our learners who, and this comes to you with a lot of great perks and benefits. This loyalty program will help you to earn not just money, so not just cash back, but it also helps you to get points and enjoy lots of offers and rewards every time you refer a family member or a friend to join our online courses. So this way, it's always a win-win when you are in the club. Now, there are no club membership fees. It's absolutely free. But if you're an enrolled learner, you automatically become a club member. Now, to join the Elite Learners Club, you must first enroll into a course with Edubridge, okay? That is conducted by a trainer. It cannot be a self-study course, okay? As soon as you join the course with us, you automatically become a Silver Club member. Isn't that great? So all of you who are on the channel with us right now, and you are enrolled learners with Edubridge, you are already a Silver Club member. And so with the Silver Club, you can earn up to 10,000 rupees for every friend or family member who enrolls into our courses with your reference. Now, in addition to this, okay, you get some unique benefits. You get access to a personalized dashboard. You get a lot of free learning tools, free access to masterclasses with industry experts. You also get a resume builder, which is AI enabled. Also, with a unique personal lifetime code assigned to you, you can maintain an additional stream of income by referring learners to all our online programs. So you can refer them to any of the online programs that we have. This, guys, is a one-of-a-kind club membership that helps you to learn and earn both at the same time. May I please request one of the speakers to go on mute?
The way she's talking.
Thank you. You kind of got me there, but I'll tell you the next part, okay? To upgrade your membership, all you have to do is follow these very simple steps. Now, many of you must be thinking, Abhi to main silver pe hoon, so how will I go to gold and diamond and platinum? It's very, very simple, guys. You refer a friend or a family member on any course to the portal. When your referral enrolls into a course in Edubridge, you will get a cashback amount. You will earn cash of up to 10,000 rupees, depending on the course that he or she enrolls into, okay? And not just that, you will also earn loyalty points. So for example, 1 rupee is equal to 1 point, okay? So if you earn 7,500 rupees as cashback, your account will automatically be credited with 7,500 points. Isn't that awesome? Now, what is even more amazing is that when you earn 7,500 points, you will automatically get upgraded to the Gold Club. So now, right? As you earn 35,000 points, you will be upgraded to the Diamond Club. And not just that. Now, that's the change, right? That's the beauty of it. Every time you refer a friend, after you join the Diamond Club, they suppose they enroll into the course, you will get 25% cash back on the course amount and amount up to 15,000 rupees. The Platinum membership that unlocks after this, if you earn 75,000 points, then you are entitled to all the benefits that Edubridge has to offer, each and every benefit that you see on the screen in front of you. Now, every time you unlock a membership, you unlock several benefits with it too. You see the lock signs there? They keep getting unlocked every time you clear a particular membership. So you can get access to on-demand videos of the industry experts, leaders from some of the top companies across the world. You can also get access to personality tests, career tests, counseling from an industry expert, an expert counselor, basically. You can get mentorship, you can get the secure your salary insurance. There is so much more that you can earn when you are a part of this club. Now, remember, you're not paying even 1 rupee if you are a member of the club. All of these services are given to you absolutely free of cost because you are a member of the club. So like I said, many of you are already silver members. So imagine you can already start earning, start winning, and start unlocking these benefits that we've made and curated specially for you. Now, to know more, please visit www.edubridgeindia.com and log in to your learner portal now.
Wow, amazing. What a level experience. I find the learner portal so interactive and it makes me come back to it every day.
Henna, Anusha, henna exciting. Look at all the colors and all of the things that you can now see and start unlocking. It's a different experience altogether. Ek aur exciting cheez bataun. You know, when they say ke a real friend is the one who walks in when the whole world walks out on you. So you need to be a true friend and refer your friends and family to Edubridge. Become a member of the Elite Learners Club and keep unlocking these benefits for life. Now, I want to show you something, okay? I don't think anyone was expecting this, but I want to show you something. Take a look at these learners who have already grand entry in the club of Elite Learners Club. Do you see them? Can you see them? These are already the Gold Club. Nita, can you share those names again? I would love to call their names out. So all of you who already feature at the Gold Club, right? This is big. You're already in the Gold. Sure. Diamond is just a few steps away. Can I see that poster again for everybody to look at it?
Sure, I'll do that again. Can you see?
I think we've already got 6 of our learners who are already. Look at that. Siddharth Mikala. You won yourself also came into the Gold Club. Then you see Lidwin along with a laptop already in the Gold Club. Vibhor Singh. Oh, there's an echo in my voice. I'm so sorry. Nita, you'd have to put off. I'm so sorry. But I wanted you guys to see all of these learners who have already reached the Gold Club. You see them? Guys, you're already at the Gold. You're our first Gold members. So a huge congratulations to you for being a part of the club and for being a part of the Gold Club as the first members of the Gold Club. This is such a proud moment for you and for me both. Diamond is next. Are you ready? Now, I do hope, guys, y'all can now go onto the learner portal and y'all can see which club are you a part of. So if you log in and you click the view ELC membership right on top on the dashboard, when you click on that button and you access the learner portal, you will already be able to see whether you stand in the silver or the gold or the diamond or the platinum. Start using those services, guys. They come absolutely free of cost for you. The more you refer, the more you earn, and the more benefits you end up unlocking, right? So I do hope that you use this, you ensure that you're able to unlock all of these services and refer your friends. Now, with me, guys, today, I have a very special guest, without who we would have not been able to put together the Elite Learners Club, okay? Please join me in welcoming our Chief Product and Technology Officer, Mr. Akshat Sharma, who is the brain behind the beautiful experience that you just saw on the learner portal. Akshat, please join me as we celebrate the launch of the first ever loyalty program at Edubridge, the Elite Learners Club.
Thank you so much, Lavina, for being so kind. Happy Republic Day, happy Basant Panchami, happy ELC Day, and happy anniversary of the SkillsFactor, everyone. As always, it's difficult to come after you, but still, I'll just take a cue from what you mentioned. So you spoke about one RT, the great Ratan Tata. I'll also very briefly talk about another RT, Dr. Richard Thaler, who happens to be my inspiration as well. So not many would have heard about him. So he is a recent Nobel Prize winner in the area of behavioral economics who introduced nudge theory, right? And I am privileged and fortunate for having got the opportunity to pursue my PhD in the same area. And over a period of time that I have spent here at Edubridge, I have come to realize that a lot of what he has researched, a lot of what I have researched happens to come in a very good coherence in terms of the journey that we have been able to map out over the 13 plus years of our association with the learners, right? So we are in a very good spot and a position to understand the problems that the people face, the youth of the country, the upskilling sector of the organization, that they generally face when they are looking at their career trajectory. They are looking at identification of the right career path in itself. And at the same time, when they get into the entire equation of the continuous learning, how their touch points could be enhanced. How could we actually make sure that one industry to another industry transferability happens on the fly? And these are some of the areas that we have been able to put together and in the solution roadmap through technology adoption, right? And I would very briefly like to give you a very small indication about how do we use data and some of the intelligence to augment your own journey as well with data-driven career development. So let's take a look. Okay, so it starts right from the spot when you are still figuring out what is the right way to go, right? So we have a very great lobby of career coaches. We also have master classes wherein you can have an interaction with industry experts who have established themselves over a period of time. So they help you with their career planning. And these are very regular events that you can come and attend. We help you with the actual trainings, which comes with an application-oriented industry readiness by some of the well-known master trainers, and the entire concept of assessments. Now, this is something where we have done a lot of reverse engineering as well. So assessments is not just linear in nature the way we do it. These are recruiter-oriented curations, wherein you can come and get a taste of how your experience is going to be when you are actually in the recruitment funnel. And then now with ELC coming up and some of the other initiatives in pipeline, we are getting into the cycle of continuous learning. So consider it this way, that when you start about thinking about your career, from that point till the moment you are actually in a position to now mentor others, we will be there with you. So I would very briefly like to show you an illustration in terms of how this all is going to pan out. So we have a mix of technology, investment banking, and various courses, including digital marketing. I am taking a very brief illustration in terms of a journey for a technologist. Let's say you join your first organization with Edubridge or through Edubridge as an individual contributor as, let's say, a software developer. You move through the chains. There will be various interventions wherein we will come and hold your hands and help you carve out your journey and growth in your own career path, getting into a multifunctional developer, a full stack developer, an architect, and then into a system designer. And eventually, so this is somewhere, see, over the last 13 years, we have witnessed the dreams of our learners. Today, I am sharing my dream with you. I eventually want one day, one of our learners to take my position. And that's where the CPTO is going to come in. And this is what, along with the thing that I started with, the entire concept of bringing the behavioral economics and the nudges together. So we create intelligent systems to augment your journey and help you rise through the ranks and eventually becoming somebody who you are sought out to be. Okay, so the real sponsors of our roadmap are not our investors, not me. It's our learners. Through the constant feedback, through the constant engagement, through the constant touch points. Neither, can you please just go to the previous slide? So we have been in a, we have had our own learning journey and our own learning curve, wherein we are talking about coming up with more and more offerings for you to have a holistic experience and cross-platform engagement, not just in one country, but when you move to other countries with the global acceptance. We very recently launched our offerings in 19 more countries. So the global footprint and the global audience that we have started to get together. Now, when you move from one place to another and showcase that you have been part of an Edubridge journey, there is going to be a significant impression on that particular aspect. We are getting into the integration of the entire recruitment funnel. And also, just imagine you have your AMCs for your cars, your own health, but consider about your own career. We are looking at a continuous career augmentation coming up with more and more of AMC expertises that you deserve. Learning on the go with your mobile app, with any of the devices, whether you move from a Wi-Fi to a 4G, and in some of the cases, not so 4G, which is actually 3G, we will have your experience optimized and you will be able to consume more and more content, learn more and more while you are in train, in car, etc., etc. We are adopting more and more of artificial intelligence related communication agenda as well. So you do not necessarily have to depend on the 3 or 2 hours of the window in a day that you have with us, but your continuous learning is going to go on in a more and more personalized fashion. So just imagine that we are able to get into a hyper personalization at a stage. So I'll give you one example. So let's say there are 10 students in a batch and there is an MCQ. The correct answer is B. One student chose A and the other student chose C. Both may be wrong, but the reasons both are wrong may be different. So it's easy for us to say that the correct option is B, but with more and more of system learning coming in, we will be able to help. Why did you choose the wrong answer? And what would be the right approach to get you to B? And this is where we are getting into the entire roadmap, which I am again saying, you are the real sponsors. So we are constantly listening. There are various fora through which you can reach out to us. I have given a very small snapshot of the learner portal itself, where we are very clearly seeing that your feedback matters. This entire note that you saw today and you have been witnessing since 8 a.m. in the morning, this all has come from your feedback. We are creating channels for an omni-channel collection. You do not necessarily have to rely on a typical 9 to 6 customer support, but on a click of a button, actually you can distribute anything that you have learned from here, whether it is on your social media, your certifications. So we are giving you the right to boast about yourself and also tell us about how we can improve our offerings to you. And this is just the beginning. We are learning with you and we are building more with you. So thank you so much and have a wonderful skill factor. Thank you, Lavina.
Thank you so much, Akshat. You are a genius. Now, at this point, guys, I would also like to give a shout out and a big kudos to our head of finance, Mr. Prakash Jain, for playing a pivotal role in helping us putting this entire thing together. The skeleton and the flesh of what we call today the Elite Learners Club. We've been working on this entire model, the Loyalty Club. We've been working and trying to put this together since the last 3 months. And believe you me, we've tried our best to keep you ahead and give you everything that you've been looking for and everything that you've been giving us a feedback about in the last so many months. Now, don't stop that. Like Akshat said, we can only get better when you tell us how we can improve. And so your feedback is key to us. We're doing this because we want to help you to make Edubridge your one-stop shop for all career services. And we won't be able to do that if you don't share your feedback with us. We do genuinely hope that you enjoy using the Loyalty Club. You take all the benefits out of it. And so, you know, I do want to tell you that when we have to put this entire thing together, you would agree that it's not one man's job or it's not a one woman's job. It takes an entire team to put this together. And so the entire team under the product and tech, under the product and tech division at Edubridge, led by Akshat, they've all been working day and night to put this together for you. Like I said, Prakash has been instrumental. We could also have not been able to do this if we were not blessed with two magicians who have been working tirelessly since the last 3 months to make this a success. So a big thank you and a big congratulations to Neeta and to Anusha, who helped us to create this magic. I also want to tell you that, you know, when we were doing this, we always made you, our learners, a priority. And so thank you to our wonderful team who made you a priority, who made this launch a priority. And I also thank all of you amazing learners who actually, you know, you push us every day to ideate, to conceptualize, to create, to construct, and, you know, to keep implementing new services and benefits and products every single day. Guys, my learners, all of our learners, right? You are our inspiration. You are our inspiration. And I thank you so much. And with this, I hand over the next part of the Skills Factor to the team. Mamta, Tamisha, over to you. I know Tina is due to come at 1. Maybe we could play a quick Republic Day quiz. How does that sound to you? Since everybody was asking me for a quiz. And then maybe to the winners, we can send some special gifts too. What do you think?
That would be amazing, Lavina.
Awesome. Sounds good. You know, yeah. when we played this quiz last time, okay? Now, this Mamta was there last time. For many of you who were not here with us last time, let me tell you, I failed miserably in this quiz. I failed miserably. So I want to see how many of you can answer these questions, because ye mere bas ka nahi hai. Right? So Tamisha, do you want to play this Republic Day quiz jisme main hamesha haar jati hu?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. So how about who's got the quiz going? One of you has the quiz, right?
Tamisha does, yes.
Let's go.
Yes.
And everybody who's on the screen, you have a shot at giving the answers too, right? So feel free to write in the chat these answers as well. Yes? और जो जीतेगा ना उसको special prize. Yes, जो सबसे ज़्यादा सही जवाब देगा. ठीक है?
All right, so I'm going to share my screen now. Is it visible?
It's loading. Yeah, it should be here any minute. But you know,
Okay.
ye quiz ka yehi glitch hai, huh? If you give the answer here and you show it here, YouTube में 1-2 सेकंड बाद जाएगा, वहां पे देखना लोग पहले ही आंसर दे चुके होंगे.
Mamta, I think there might be a glitch at my end.
So it's just showing that you've started screen sharing and you're still not able to see. Just let me check.
I am not. Right. Can you also allow the stop sharing for me?
Sure.
So while they come up with this quiz, okay, I want to ask you, all of our learners who are on the screen right now, ready to play, ready to win. I want to ask you a question that many Indian celebrities lost during TV shows. Okay, can somebody tell me the name of the President of India? Who can tell? ये देखा मुझे पता था. How can it happen कि Mr. Narendra Modi का नाम नहीं आए for this particular question? और यहाँ पे मुझे लगता है सिर्फ मेरा general knowledge खराब है. Guys, question was, who is the President of India? जिसने भी नरेंद्र मोदी में लिखा, join my gang. क्योंकि ये गलती हमारे से भी हुई थी. And whoever has written Miss Draupadi Murmu, absolutely right. Absolutely right. Very good. There goes 1 point to you. देखा, इतना tough है ना general knowledge. You can't remember the President of India. चलो ये trial था. इसके ऊपर कोई gift नहीं था. अब शुरू हुआ quiz. With me, everybody? Go, Tamisha.
Thank you, Lovina. So we have the first question here with us. Who takes the salute on Republic Day at Rajpath in New Delhi? And we have the options: the governor, prime minister, president, or defense minister. We have so many answers coming in: president, prime minister, all sorts of answers. Okay, it's raining answers right now. So can we have the correct answer, Mamta? So the correct answer is president. So all those who answered president, yeah, you got the correct answer. Great. Let's go to the next question and see how many can answer the next one. So our next question is, when India adopted the Constitution of India? And the options are 15th August 1947.
Look at it. Just look at the answers on the chat, Tamisha. Look at that.
It's raining. It's not going to stop today.
Look at that. We got 1950 as the answer. Kamal hai bachcho. 1947.
Okay, I'll wait for 5 more seconds and I'll let you answer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, stop answering. It's not going to stop, I know, but we need to get to the answer. So, Mamta, can we see the correct answer for this? And the correct answer is 26 January 1950. So congratulations to everybody who gave the correct answers. At least we know you know this much. Great. Moving on to the next question. Who unfurls Indian flag in the state capital on Republic Day? And we have the options with us. Okay. Okay.
Please, can I guess? Please.
Yes. Yes.
I think it's the chief minister.
Okay.
Yes, I'm going to make a big boo-boo on this one also.
So we are getting answers from our learners. So many answers, so many different answers, options. Last 5 seconds, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. I got more than 250 answers in 5 seconds. Lavina, can you imagine that? Okay, great. Mamta, can we see the answer now?
Let it be Chief Minister, please.
And the answer is the governor.
Okay,
I'm so sorry, Lavina.
I'm not even going to try this because I'm not going to get it.
So we know we need to get you some latest events, books.
Totally. Y'all need to help me get my GK up to date now.
For sure, definitely. And you're going to win the next year's quiz. Okay, let's go to the next question now. So, National Bravery Awards are given on. We have the options with us. We are not even displaying the options and we started with the answers. Wow. Okay, so many options. 26th, 14th, 26, 8, 2. I can all see the numbers going up and down. Okay.
Look at the speed with which our learners answer. This is epic. I've never seen this before.
They're active, their fingers on the keyboard already. So yes, last 3 seconds to answer this question. 3, 2, 1, stop. Okay, Mamta, let's get to the answer. So the answer to this question is 26th January. So yes, our National Bravery Awards are given on 26th January. Great. Let's move on to the next question. Republic Day parade in New Delhi starts from. Now, people who are living in around Delhi and who've been there will definitely know this.
हाँ, पर उनको तो try नहीं करना चाहिए, तो cheating है.
ठीक है. We can allow them to cheat once a while.
You know, this one also I got wrong last time.
What did you say was the answer?
I think I said India Gate. I think I said India Gate. If it was today, if you were to ask me this today, I would probably say India Gate again today, hoping that it starts from India Gate today.
They must have changed for you, right? Maybe. Okay. So let's see the answer, Mamta. We are getting all sorts of answers.
Listen, I changed Rashtrapati Bhavan because most of my learners give me the hint it's Rashtrapati Bhavan. Okay. So
okay, let's see.
Yeah. Okay, so all of you amazing learners who gave me this answer, this one is for you.
Great. Thank you, learners, for helping Lavina out here. We have our next question with us. The beaching retreat ceremony is held at. Okay, and we have the options with us. This can be very confusing with the previous question. So be very careful while answering this one.
It happen at the liner control thing at Kargil. That is not even an option here.
Yeah, I guess. But you know what? The correct answer is among these 4 options.
Okay, so I'm just gonna seal my lips because I know I'm just becoming another of those, celebrities who doesn't know.
Lavina, I'm sure we need to get together and get some of these classes.
Who can start classes for me now? I need classes on GK.
We'll definitely find you a good trainer. Okay, so we are getting all sorts of answers. Let's see what's the correct answer for this one. And the correct answer is Vijay Chau. Yay! Kudos to all the ones who gave the correct answers. Okay, moving on to the next question. Mamta, can we have the next question? Yes. So, who was the president of India on the first Republic Day? Now, I think this question we've been listening to since childhood, right? So let's see how many of us get this one right. So yes, the answers pouring in. Anyone who wants to try from our panel?
Yeah. I definitely want to try this one. I've already got the answer. Just look at the learners giving the response. This one, all learners know. And guys, you'll be very happy to know. Even I know that it's Dr. Rajendra Prasad. Even I know.
Okay, so let's see the correct answer, Mamta, for this one. Yes, definitely that's the correct answer, Lavina. Congratulations. And to all
I got one. I at least got one. Safe. Now I'm gonna hand this over to everybody else to try. If you all think you all know, all the best to you.
Thank you, Lavina. And Mamta, next question. Constitution Day is on. Okay. November 26, November 29, January 26, or January 29. You know, sometimes the options are not even on the screen and we start getting the answers in the chat box. And that's really impressive because I know our learners already know the answer. That's amazing, guys. That's amazing.
Tamisha, the speed with which the answers are coming in, I think they're faster than the jet planes that are flying up in the sky on the Republic Day parade.
I'm sure. I'm
Faster than
sure.
that.
It's like 1 second, there are hundreds of answers in the chat box. Great.
I think
so,
we should not keep the options the next time because answers ऐसे ही आसमान से गिर रहे हैं.
Exactly. They don't even require the options. They know it already.
It's for us. It's for people like me and Lavina who are very bad with the GK. It's for us. We need special hints. These guys, they just need the question right in front of them.
I swear. So let's look at the correct answer for this one. I'm sure a lot of them got it right. And the correct answer is November 26. Yay! So many of them got the right one. Very nice. Moving on to the next one. Who is called as father of Indian Constitution? Do you actually need options for this one? Oh, see, the answer started pouring in. And so many of them got the correct answer already.
I am so thankful to God that I went on mute because I was going to blurt another wrong answer. I'm just going to hide. I am just going to hide.
Okay, so I guess most of them got this one correct. So shall we look at the correct answer, Mamta? Yes, B.R. Ambedkar is called the father of Indian Constitution. So congratulations, everybody, all the learners who gave the correct answers. Now, our next question is, who designed the Indian national flag? Wow, this is interesting. Let's see how many of you know this answer. I can see the answers coming in. Isn't that impressive? Wow, wow. Amazing numbers. It's raining answers today.
Absolutely.
Great. I'm proud of my learners. Okay, so we have a lot of answers. I can see a lot of correct ones in there. Mamta, can we see the correct answer on the screen? Yes, we have the correct answer, Pingali Venkaya. So many of you actually gave the correct answer even before the options were there. Proud of you all, seriously. And do we have a next question, Mamta?
That's the end.
Yes, that was fun, guys. Everybody, that was really fun. I'm so happy to see all the correct answers from all my learners. Amazing. Lavina, would you like to say something here?
So to all of you geniuses who got the best and the most correct answers, we're going to send you goodies very, very shortly. Listen, if you want those goodies, when we reach out to you, make sure your correct name has been written, your correct email ID has been put on the chat, your phone number has been put on the chat. Otherwise, how will we connect with you and send the goodies to you? So please make sure we have all your information out there when you are logging in, okay? If not, then share it on the chat very, very quickly, okay? And thank you so much, everybody, for participating. And with this, I would like to hand over the next part of the Skills Factor to Tina.
Thank you so much, Lavina. Hello, everyone. Okay, so let us start this segment with a video showcasing culture and fun at Edubridge. Okay, so I'll share the video. Yes, we are one family. We are Edubridgers. Hello everyone and happy Republic Day. I'm Tina Visavadia, Manager Employee Training Team. I began my journey with Edubridge as a training officer in 2019. Yes, 4 fantastic years with Edubridge. The company is constantly growing and so am I, with my new job roles and responsibilities. As an employee, my role transition over the past 4 years speaks about the endless career opportunities and options at Edubridge. All my managers have been supportive while being realistic through all my role transition. They have been helping me to build my goal and chart a plan to achieve them. In my Edubridge journey so far, me and my team have been responsible for the growth and development of all the Edubridge employees, enabling our organization to create and retain a highly skilled workforce. So yes, now it's time to welcome Mr. Samir Munshi, the head of HR department. Yes, Samir, over to you.
Thanks, Tina. Thank you so much for playing that video. I mean, it's really amazing. It makes me feel that as if we only have fun at Edubridge. I just kind of missed the point. So, but guys, thank you so much all for joining us. A very good afternoon, a very happy Republic Day. And I'm sure it's been quite a long day, especially for those who've joined us since 8 in the morning. But I'm sure it's worth your time. And thank you for the team of Edubridge, who's all of you guys who've been part of, tirelessly working to put this event together and present it to all of us. Thank you so much. So here I am. I've been my objective of this whole discussion is, or the point that I'm going to talk about are with regards to work culture. So let me begin with an important question. How do we all make our decisions in life? And I'm talking about the decisions that matter, the big ones with regards to the work. In terms of a once in a lifetime purchase, like a real estate, or for that matter, a job, a career option. How do we go about doing that? I'm sure you will agree that everyone tries to find out sources where they can gather genuine customer reviews and feedback before we decide on what we expect. So while I can, here I am sharing a live review and testimony of my experience at Edubridge. And guys, this is not a paid partnership, by the way. So I'm going to talk about, I can go on and on talking a lot about amazing experiences during my journey. However, in the interest of time, I will share the 5 most significant points with regards to the work culture that makes me feel proud to be associated with Edubridge. Okay. So first is planning and goal setting. Clarity in terms of goal. At Edubridge, we always choose to be clear about what we want to achieve, by when we plan to achieve, and most importantly, how do we plan to achieve? Which means planning at Edubridge is a serious task at every level and is done meticulously. In terms of the kind of tools that we use to achieve this, we are always one step ahead of what we want to achieve in terms of the plan that we have in mind. So it's never that we are late. It's, always we know that we're going to achieve this a little earlier, and we keep enough buffer and cushion. So that is what makes us stand out from a lot of other people. The second point is focus on people practices. So we are always trying to enhance our people practices by engaging with experts in the industry and investing in external partnerships to learn what more can be done to make sure we are able to impact the lives of our employees in a meaningful way and provide them with as many opportunities for learning and growth. So for example, I'll quote an instance where last year we used to do a lot of internal customer satisfaction survey. We used to ask employees and keep that records with us. We chose to actually do an unbiased, a third-party survey using a third-party, service provider who did this ENPS survey, which is the Net Promoter Score of our employees. And we figured out that obviously we have a way to go it's still going to take us time to reach there. So we collected all of those initiatives, about 15 or 20 initiatives. The entire leadership team, based on the feedback what we got to employees, we created a plan, an action plan, and again, a very detailed plan in terms of who will do it, when will it get completed, who will be the owner of that. And while we did all this, we continuously closely monitored the progress of each of these tasks. So that's what, and finally, towards the end of the year, we were able to complete and achieve all of those tasks. So now yet the scores are yet to come out. We need to conduct another survey and come out, but we've done what we could by engaging with our audience and doing all those initiatives which we were supposed to do. So that's as far as people practice is concerned. Third is solution-oriented approach. So at Edubridge, we always believe in focusing on the solution by not giving more than required attention to the problem, So, there could be, and what we most importantly believe is not attacking the person. We believe in attacking the problem. Because, the person is an individual. He can make a mistake, he or she can make a mistake, but it's the problem that we need to understand. So we clearly refrain from, blame game, office politics, groupism, and focus on working as a team in an organized way to resolve issues. So trust me, it'll be a task to figure out any office politics or gossip or a water cooler talks in Edubridge. We don't do that. If anything we want to talk, we directly reach out to each other. So that's one. Fourth point is celebrate success and learn from failures. So we seize every opportunity to appreciate and acknowledge the success of our employees, irrespective of the scale of their contribution. Just to give you an example, based on the ENPA survey that we did, we figured out that there was obviously a lack of acknowledgement that was there. So we decided that every month we would celebrate this with the entire organization, and we call it a 10x day event, where we acknowledge all those who contribute towards our journey towards the larger 10x goal. So that's, and when I say learn from failures, what I mean to say is while we are okay to make a new mistake every time, failures simply means for us is not repeating the same mistake twice. So next, moving on to the last point, not the least, we have a growth-oriented mindset and we believe in using technology. So I would like to say that we never shy away from aspiring for the moon. So our goals are never restricted to 1x, 2x, 3x, 5x. We start from 10x. That's our belief. And we are an extremely agile, young and tech-enabled organization, never willing to stop or slow down at any cost. So we rely heavily on use of technology to collaborate with teams and maximize productivity. So although I believe culture is something that you can only experience, but I hope I was able to give some perspective on what you can expect at Edubridge. So now moving on, let us hear from few of our talented and multi-skilled employees have to say about their journey at Edubridge. Tina, can you please play the testimonials?
Edubridge is one of the few organizations which enable its employees to grow with it. I have been fortunate to have the guidance of my manager and the leadership team to achieve my true potential and become better with each passing day. The journey so far has been amazing, and I am looking forward to contribute towards the many milestones Edubridge is going to accomplish in the coming years. I am proud to be an Edubridger.
Edubridge has helped me learn and grow in this organization, and I like the fact that it lives by its values and has a culture of transparency.
It is an amazing journey working with Edubridge so far, where I have got the opportunity to create a better future for the new generation and a lot of youngsters, and I am blessed to have this opportunity with Edubridge.
I would like to say Edubridge is the best place for work, and to be honest, I am fortunate to be a part of Edubridge family.
I am associated with Edubridge for last 4 years. It's been a wonderful journey so far. Everyday learning is helping me to enhance my skill and knowledge. It's been a great journey with Edubridge. Thank you.
It gives me a lot of ownership attitude and motivation to work. Like I never felt stressed, or else I can say demotivated working with Edubridge.
Every company is a work in progress, but Edubridge really does strive to do better in any way they can. Great work environment where people aren't only compensated fairly for their work, but are also given many opportunities to grow and learn new things in the field of work.
The most exciting thing working at Edubridge is a typical day is never typical. I mean, something challenging is happening. Every day there are new learning opportunities, and I'm of course thankful to my leaders who allow me to wear multiple hats to explore my skills, my knowledge, my potentials. So I'm really grateful to them. Thank you so much, my leaders, and of course Edubridge. Thank you so much.
Edubridge over the past decade has cemented the expertise in bringing about a massive union between youths at the grassroots level and corporates. And I see myself as having a great opportunity to build world-class products on this bridge, not only to develop careers in India, but also around the globe.
Thanks, Tina. Thank you so much. And thank you all for listening to us. And by now, I'm sure all of you are excited to come and experience the same fun and hard work culture at Edubridge. So guys, on that note, I would like to hand it over to Leena Thakkar, my colleague, who's responsible for talent acquisition at Edubridge. And she, along with her team, works tirelessly day and night to ensure we have the best talent available at all times. Over to you, Leena.
Thank you, Samir, for the warm introduction. And let me tell you something. How beautifully did you explain that, Edubridge continuously thrives to being a great place at work. So thank you so much. Let me take this ahead from here. Hello, everyone. A very good afternoon, and wish you all a very happy Republic Day. And to all our learners, a very happy Basant Panchami as well. What a lovely audience we have here. I would like to begin with a quick, small introduction of myself and the role that I play at Edubridge. I'm Leena Thakkar. I come with over 16 years of experience into talent acquisition across industries. And it's been a year now with Edubridge, but I feel I've always been here. So I head the talent acquisition function. And here's what hiring is all about at Edubridge. So my role entails sourcing and recruiting talented candidates. So candidates who are willing to adapt themselves to the culture of the organization, candidates who are willing to go that extra mile, candidates who aspire to grow in all means are the ones that I'm looking for. So I believe, in other sense, talent acquisition role is very, very similar to that of a gatekeeper. And the reason I make such a comparison is because like a gatekeeper follows various protocols before letting a stranger in. Similarly, a recruiter does various checks and balances and follows a protocol before even making an offer to a candidate and before onboarding the new employee to the organization. So that's what we call ourselves gatekeepers. So people, let me take this opportunity and give you all a little gist about how hiring is at Edubridge. With the 10x, you've heard this word quite a few times from previous speakers. So we're on a 10x growth path, and the hiring at Edubridge is absolutely a big thing that we're on with us. Tina, if you would play the PPT for me. Yeah, thank you so much. So talent acquisition as a process deals with the strategies, tactics, and processes for identifying, recruiting, and retaining the human resource any company needs. It includes developing, implementing, and evaluating programs for sourcing, recruiting, hiring, and orienting. Hence, recruitment and selection process of employees is a very, very valuable and important process in any human resource management. Yes, we are currently hiring. So we're hiring for various departments at Edubridge. To name some of the departments, we have the training team, the learning and development team, the sales team, the strategic partnerships team, the placements team, finance and accounts, IT tech, and corporate. So let me give you a quick explanation of a little more on each of these departments, the names that I just took. Our training department comprises of a set of experienced, specialized trainers who are well experienced in their domains like data analytics, software testing, it could be Java analytics, Java full stack, business intelligence, aptitude and communication, etc. These trainers are the people who are responsible to impart quality training to all our learners and enhance their skills that will prepare the learners to the next step of their career path. So they are the most critical hiring at Edubridge. For this department, we're hiring currently business intelligence trainer, business analytics trainer, data analytics trainer, Java full stack trainer, software testing trainer, manager training and quality for investment banking, and many more. So if any of you have references, your family, friends, experienced professionals who would like to apply for these skills, please mail us at careers@edubridgeindia.in. The other department that I would want to talk about is our learning and development department. This comprises of a set of experienced training excellence managers and subject matter experts who are responsible for creating and developing and implementing learning strategies and training programs that are involved in advancing our learners. So they are our core backbone of the organization, I can say. And they are the ones who instill greater motivation and guidance and preparedness to the learners. So for this department, we are hiring the below roles: subject matter expert for SAP, training excellence manager for Java full stack, training excellence manager software testing, and training excellence manager people manager team. So in case you have references for this, you know where to apply. It's careers@edubridgeindia.in. We have our next department, which is our placements team. Very, very, very important for all the learners. Again, our placements department comprises of a set of experienced team which generates employment opportunities. So I'm sure that's the end motive of the learners and Edubridge as well. They go ahead and establish and maintain productive industry partnerships. This team basically counsels, prepares, and enhances the hiring potential of all the learners. And good job. The placements team is, again, I can say the backbone. So for this department, we're hiring the below roles, which is an assistant manager placements, business development placements, placement counselors. So in case you have references, anyone with relevant experience, please mail us at careers@edubridgeindia.in. Our next most important department that we do a lot of hiring is our sales team. Our sales department comprises of a Salesforce team which enrolls learners by guiding them to make the right choice, right career choice. This team provides all students and working professionals with the correct information of all the possible available upskilling courses and programs available at Edubridge. So they are the ones who are your career guiders at the first step, to let you know that this is what you can probably do in terms of upskilling and enroll for that. So we're hiring for this team as well: business development managers, business sales strategy managers. We have center managers, we have career coaches that we're hiring for this team. And if any of you all think you all have sales skills, please apply at careers@edubridgeindia.in. We have a very simple selection process as well. The selection process would not include anything more than this. The first round goes with HR interview, post which you have a technical assessment and a hiring manager interview, which completes your selection process. And the offer letter is issued the moment we finish with simple background check, and there goes your offer. So guys, what are you waiting for? Let me see how many of you would be mailing me today, references for all these positions. And I would share the email ID that you need to mail us on, which is careers@edubridgeindia.in. Let Edubridge be the architect of your future. So look forward to see you guys. And moving ahead, let me put this across to some fun with Tamisha. Tamisha, welcome online.
Thank you, Leena.
Over to you.
Thank you so much, Leena. It was very informative about the vacancies that we have and the roles that we are hiring for. So, Tanvi, would you like to accompany me for this part?
Yes. So, Tamisha, since morning we just had one quiz and we had over 600 responses. And to get such kind of responses on a platform like Zoom, it's amazing how much our learners are enthusiastic. And, like I mentioned, the answers are just as fast as the jet planes in the sky. So we thought, let's bring something new on the table. And this is where I would require all our learners to again go on their fastest finger first while a competitive mode. Unfortunately, we are the ones right now on the hot seat because the answers that you given, we are having a hard time tracking you all. So we are going to need you back on your screens and back on your keypads to give answers. And definitely, Republic Day hai, bachpan ki yadein hai, childhood memories hai. So we thought, let's go back down the memory lane. All of us have played treasure hunt. We have seen Captain Jack Sparrow se leke, Sherlock Holmes se leke, everybody having a treasure map and finding clues and getting their treasure. So we thought, why not give it a chance to our learners as well and our participants as well. बट पैंडेमिक है तो इतना वीडियो की आदत लग गई ना, इतना वर्चुअलनेस की आदत लग गई कि हमने सोचा चलो ये भी वर्चुअल करके देखते हैं. So how about we have a virtual scavenger hunt done? Tamisha, do you think this seems a little interesting?
Of course, it's very interesting and they are going to have a lot of fun.
They are indeed. I am already sweating with the amount of answers and the number of people we are going to have in the chat box given. My God, whoever is going to keep a track on this, all the best. Because ये learners शांत बैठने वालों में से बिल्कुल भी नहीं है. So can I get a good thumbs up and love and smileys as reactions to know that our learners are all ready? बाप रे, मतलब सेंटेंस भी खत्म नहीं होने देते. क्वेश्चन तो दूर की बात है, स्क्रीन शेयर तो दूर की बात है, यहाँ पे सेंटेंस खत्म होने से पहले हमें रिएक्शंस मिल रहे. कैन यू बिलीव? माय गॉड, दिस
I
इज
think
सो
this has
लवली.
never happened before, Tanvi.
This is like a record-breaking amount of smileys I can see on my screen right now. So much of love. Thank you so much, guys. And I promise you, the amount of excitement that you have in you and the amount of excitement we are bringing on the table, this half an hour that we have kept, especially for you to find different answers, is going to be worth it. So can we start with our very own virtual scavenger hunt for our edubridgers, for our learners, for our participants across this platform? But very quickly, let's go through our instructions. What we have done is we have posted so many posts on different social media handles as well as our websites. So what you're going to do with the help of the questions and certain hints and clues, you're going to find these answers on our website as well as on the different social media handles. So once you find the answer, how will you tell us? अभी हम लोग नंबर तो शेयर नहीं कर सकते because my God, imagine कितना फोन हमारा बजते रहेगा answers के साथ. So what you would be doing is you would be reposting the posts on your social media handles and you would be sharing that link with us on the chat box. Simple है फंडा. आंसर्स ढूंढो, आंसर्स को रीपोस्ट करो और रीपोस्ट किया हुआ अकाउंट का लिंक हमें चैट बॉक्स पे दे दो, so that we are all aware how well and how sportingly are you playing with us. However, there is a small twist because जलेबी सबको पसंद है तो twist भी सबको पसंद ही आता होगा. We have a small twist wherein for one task you would be logging in on the WhatsApp web. If you are logged in from a system, your desktop or a laptop, you would be logging in on the WhatsApp web and you would be playing that task through WhatsApp with us. Hence, we require you over there. So I guess all the instructions are clear. Can we have some chat box pay? Yes, no, any doubt or something, some answers or some feedback that we are on the right track? Yes. Okay. Someone wants me to repeat. I'll do it right away so that we can start the session then. What you're going to do is there would be certain questions, there would be certain hints, there would be certain clues given to you. You're going to find these answers of these questions on our website and on our social media handles. Now, there are different social media handles. So I request all of you to keep all your social media handles ka tabs ready for you. Once you find that answer, you're going to repost that post on your social media handle. So if you find something on your on our LinkedIn profile, you're going to repost that on your LinkedIn profile and you're going to share that link with us on the chat box. Cool. Now, once you do that, we are going to keep a track of it so that we know that you have reposted your answer and then we can move on to the next. And for one particular task, you're going to be required to go on WhatsApp. So if you're logged in through your desktop or your laptop, please log in on WhatsApp web as well. You can definitely get more, good chance of winning the last task then. So we can start with the first one. Tamisha, I think we're good to go.
Tanvi, there is one question. What if they have not logged in through desktop, but they've logged in through phone?
Oh, then it becomes very, very easy for them. Then they have an added advantage. So I guess, Amisha, we are going to see an increase in the number of participants because everybody would be logging in through their desktop also and their phones also and their laptops also and Baju wale ka laptop also. I remember this scene from Munna Bhai, where he wants to give the answers quickly on the radio chat show with Vidya Balan and he gets 3-4 people to call their mobile numbers, that I think that's going to happen very, very soon with us also. We are going to have people logged in from different devices all at the same time just to give their answers for taxi. So
because they have to do it because they all will be winning some amazing goodies.
Absolutely. Nobody goes empty-handed with the Edubridge games that we have for you. So let's start with the first one, Tamisha.
Sure.
Okay. So I bring about the very first question for the participants. First one is complete the sentence. Mr. Girish Singhania walks the talk when he says. Now, पहला भगवान का होता है ना, तो हमने सोचा चलो हिंट भी आपको अब भी दे देते हैं. You can read about this. You can read about this post from our founder and CEO on our website, wherein he is a part of the leadership team. And you can also see a quick little screenshot of where you can find this and how does it look like. Now, when you click on that read more wala tag, you're going to get your answer. So you are now required to post the complete sentence that Mr. Girish Singhania has given in his chat box, in his profile on the website. I think people have now started going online and going on our website because अभी तक answers नहीं आ रहे हैं. थोड़ा tough कर दिया हमने तमीशा इन लोगों के लिए, I guess.
They'll have a good time searching it up. We couldn't have given out the goodies for free, no, for easy questions.
No. ऐसे कैसे चले? कुछ पाने के लिए कुछ खोना पड़ता है. अभी आपकी चैन खोने वाले हैं because हमारे questions ही ऐसे आने वाले हैं. So can we have a few answers coming up on where can you find this sentence, and we can have some answers posted on our chat. Chase the vision, not the money. मतलब ये summarization करके नहीं देना है अपने को. We want to have the actual sentence put up. So you're almost there, Aditya. If you can share the complete sentence, you would be right on track. I guess सब लोगों का ना एकदम lunch break हो गया है तमिशा. So yes, you're getting some answers.
We are getting the
You can
answers.
go on the website from your phone as well. So if you've already logged in from a phone, you can go on the website from the phone as well. And you can find our leadership tab. You can see our founder, our CEO, Mr. Giri Singhania's direct hyperlink to the post that we are talking about, and you can find the answer right over there. Oh, we're getting the answers now. अभी थोड़ा जम रहा है. आई टोल्ड यू ना, पहला भगवान का होता है. तमीशा तो ऐसे हिंट्स दे देते हैं, बट आई थिंक अभी बहुत इजी कर लिया हमने इन लोगों के लिए. आई
बहुत
थिंक वी
सारा
नीड
हिंट
टू,
दे दिया.
बहुत सारा हिंट दे दिया. ठीक है, अपने ही बच्चे लोग हैं, अपने ही लर्नर्स हैं, अपने ही पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं. चेज द विजन नॉट द मैन. वेरी नाइस. ठीक है. आर्ट एंड कल्चर. ओके, ऑलमोस्ट देयर. He walks the talk when he says. Cool. So I guess we are getting a few responses, and I think people are now getting the hint of how much they have to earn the goodies now. So we're getting good responses, and we are now understanding how much our participants are queued up for the goodies. So can we move on to the next one, or give them 3-4 more minutes? What do you think?
I think we have found out our winner for this question, so we can move on to the next one.
Great. Awesome. Now we are not going to show you the hints right away. ठीक है, वो एकदम लाड़ प्यार पहले ही क्वेश्चन के लिए हो गया. अभी हम थोड़ा स्ट्रिक्ट बनेंगे क्वेश्चंस के साथ. So the next one for you. Find a post. Okay, now guys, this is something wherein you have to repost the post that you find and share the link of your handle. So we have a motivational speaker, Mr. Zig Ziglar, and we have posted one of his very famous quotes on our profiles, on our social media handles. So you can open up any social media page, you can find his post, and you have to repost it on your account. So the hint is already up. Even the second hint is already there, that this has been posted on 18th of January. So can we have this answer? बाप रे, सबके मतलब जो एक्सप्रेशन जैसे हंसी भरे आ रहे थे ना, वैसे एकदम सैड वाले हो गए हैं अभी. माय गॉड, क्या कर दिया हमने ये तमीशा.
I'm sure they are. Oh, okay. Reactions. ये वाला surprise. ये question कहाँ से आया? Why is there
कहाँ
on
से
the
निकाले
screen?
ये लोग क्वेश्चंस. ये रिपब्लिक डे क्विज तक तो बड़ा अच्छा चल रहा था इनका, फिर हमारे साथ क्या गुस्ताखी हो गई कि इतने टफ क्वेश्चंस डाल दिए. कैसे मिलेंगे गुडीज? एवरी डे इज अ गुड डे, एंड इफ यू डोंट बिलीव मी, जस्ट ट्राई मिसिंग वन ऑफ देम. ओके, ये ये हमने पोस्ट डाला है या किसी और ने किधर तो पोस्ट डाला है?
I think तन्वी ये Google का कमाल है. They're looking for it on Google.
गूगल अंकल यहाँ पे कुछ मदद नहीं कर पाएंगे आपकी. सो सॉरी. Oh, we have one link already. Prajakta has done a very wonderful job. So guys, again, I'll repeat the question for you. We have a post that's put up on our social media handles, and you all have to find that post. We have given you the link, we have given you the hint, we have given you the date. All you have to do, find the post, repost it on your account, and share the link with us. Very, very simple. Wow, we are getting more and more responses. Awesome. Very cool. थिंक थोड़ा ज्यादा ही टफ हो गया नहीं कि तमीशा?
तन्वी नेक्स्ट हिंट भी दे ही देते हैं।
ठीक है, चलो तुम कहती हो तो दे ही देते हैं। दिस पोस्ट लुक्स लाइक दिस। ओके, अभी इससे ज्यादा अगर हमने हिंट दे दिया तो हम आंसर ही दे देंगे आपको, इतना क्लोज हिंट। Come on, guys. We have got amazing feedback on our LinkedIn profile पे आए हैं, किसी के Facebook प्रोफाइल पे आए हैं। Awesome. This is so nice. अभी जाग उठ रहे हैं थोड़े थोड़े लोग. People are now understanding how much it takes to earn a goodie from Edubridge. Very nice. Keep it up. Wow. It's happening. बट ये रिएक्शंस बहुत ही ठंडे नहीं हो गए तमेशा? एकदम दुख का माहौल छा गया है, दर्द का
बिजी
माहौल
हो
छा
गए
गया है।
एक्चुअली, दे ऑल आर सर्चिंग फॉर द पोस्ट, ट्राइंग टू रीपोस्ट इट।
No time to react. So much of hustle bustle happening on the back end of their screens. Why is this surprised oh coming up? Oh, so tough. Very good. We have got a good amount of responses and we have got a good amount of reposts as well. Awesome.
And we have found the winner also for this question.
Yes. So let's move to the next question.
Yes.
Okay. Now again, you have to send us a screenshot of this. Okay. It's a task, right? It's a treasure. So it's worth the treasure. You have to send us a screenshot on the chat box. On which social media platform do we currently have above 20,000 followers? Okay. And the hint is this social media platform allows you to follow and connect with people. And it currently holds more than 20,000 followers for us at Edubridge. It also looks something like this. और थोड़ा बड़ा कर देंगे ना स्क्रीनशॉट तो आंसर भी आ जाएगा आपका. So, अरे, yes. The moment you give them hints, everybody has started answering. Very nice. Very cool. LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. मतलब ये तो सब लोग ऐसे तुक्के मार रहे हैं कि कोई तो एक सोशल मीडिया हैंडल होगा ही इन सारे के सारे. Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube. ओके. ये लिंक्ड ग्रीन क्या है पता नहीं हमको तो लिंक्डइन पता है. लिंक्ड ग्रीन में पता नहीं कौन सा नया चैट बॉक्स ओपन किया है. ओके. Instagram. Great. Tamisha, do we have our answer and the winner for this question as well?
Yes, definitely, Tanvi. We have the winner for this question also.
Great. So अरे बौछार हो रही है आंसर्स की बिकॉज काफी टाइम के बाद थोड़ा इजी आंसर मिल गया ना सबको तो से एकदम आत्मा तृप्त हो गई आंसर्स डाल डाल के. So let's move on to the next one. Repost our post. Again, we know this will take some time, but now that you've got a hint of how it goes, you know what to do. Repost our post with the tagline, job interviews are like first dates. Good impression counts. Absolutely. Always. Now, you have found the social media page already. If you can find the post right over there, your life becomes so much more easy to answer. So job interviews are like first date, good impression counts. What is the post? Find the post, repost it, and you would be able to get the answer correct before 697 other participants. Wow, we have already got a few answers putting on the chat box. Very nice. Put the post, repost the post that you find, and you would be able to get the answer. So repost it and find that link, give that link to us here in the chat box. So we would love to see how you have posted it, where you have posted it. So please put it in the chat box. Amazing. We can get we are seeing a few links on Facebook, on YouTube, on LinkedIn. People have started reposting it. Very nice. Okay, great. सब लोगों ने थोड़ा खाना खा लिया है बीच बीच में तमिशा, इसके लिए सारे आंसर्स एकदम 2.5 किलो की मिठाई जैसे आ रहे हैं फटाफट। वाओ,
Especially for this
दिस इज
one.
रियल। मतलब सोशल मीडिया होगा और अपने लर्नर्स पीछे रहेंगे, ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता। नॉट एट ऑल पॉसिबल, नो। सो can we move to the next one, Tamisha? I guess we have a lot of our answers.
I think I'm still waiting for a couple of more links.
Okay, great. So you never know, you can be the next one to get the answer right, because we're still waiting for that one post and that one link to be posted. वाह, LinkedIn हमें पता है, बट आपको रीपोस्ट करके लिंक डालना है। So link the link of the LinkedIn and you will be linked to a goodie of Edubridge. तमिशा, मुझे म्यूट करने से पहले मैं नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे मूव करना चाहूँ। Before Tamisha and Mamta permanently put Tanvi Rane on mute, let's move to the next one.
Okay, let's look at the next task that we have.
Okay, now this is where you would be required to use your WhatsApp status stories. Okay, now we won't be adding you to any of the groups, so don't worry on that. Basically, what you have to do is you have to find the 2 YouTube channels of Edubridge that are there on YouTube. You're going to post the channel ka links on your WhatsApp story as your WhatsApp status, and then you're going to send the screenshots on the chat box. Now, this is a big task which is going to take a lot of time. So you never know, everybody is running for this. And you have a big shot of getting the answers done over here. So you need
And
to
you know what,
share.
Tanvi? For
Yes,
this
Tamisha?
question, we can have 2 winners.
Oh my God. Can it be Tanvi and Tamisha as the winners? Can we have
I
that
know
done?
we should get the goodies as well, right? We knew
Yep.
all the answers.
Absolutely. Especially when we prepared this 10 days back and we were practicing since 10 days. Absolutely bahat ho gaye the answers. Mamta,
Right.
can we have something wherein we can also get some, goodies, please, for not giving the answers, not revealing the answers? Mamta is thinking, how can I put this girl on mute? Kahan pe hai iska mute ka button? We are getting some responses. Oh, wow. We're getting some responses on the chat box. You need to find the channels, guys, which you've already found, I guess. You've got to find the 2 channels on the YouTube platform that we have for Edubridge. You're going to post the links on your WhatsApp story. Okay, थोड़ा भागम दौड़ी बैठे बैठे भी तो हो सकती है ना। I just wish it could burn some calories. Nothing like it. तब अभी तक तो तमीशा और मेरे तो 10 किलो आराम से कम हो जाते हैं बैठे बैठे ऐसे ही, but नहीं हो रहे unfortunately. So you guys have to do that task for us, wherein you have to post the links of YouTube on your WhatsApp story and send the screenshots to us. You can directly add it as a file in the chat box. You have 2 और उसी के बाजू में एक file का you see an icon beside the smiley face. You can click on that file and you can add your screenshot saved. Hence, the instruction that we would require you to use WhatsApp web on this. So can we have some screenshots coming up? I think everybody is reposting it. That would be also awesome. But yeah, you have the chat box beside which you have a file icon. You can simply click on that file icon and you can add your images. So I think people have their screenshots ready, Tamisha, but वो deliver नहीं हो पा रहे हैं.
They are wondering कि screenshots कहाँ डाले कैसे. I mean, upload नहीं हो रहा है, network slow है, something or the other. But I'm sure we're going to see some screenshots soon.
Yes.
And remember, we have 2 winners for this question. No option to upload. Okay. So on the chat box, there is an emoji option, smiley faces there, right? Right next to it, there is a file icon.
what you need to do is you need to click on that file icon, and that will allow you to attach the screenshot.
No, I think people are still having trouble with this. No.
Okay. So let's do one thing. अभी इनको स्क्रीनशॉट को ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा है, so how about we ask them to post these links of our YouTube channel on their social media pages, and they can send us that post.
Let's make it easy.
Yeah, how about that?
अभी तो practice हो गई है सबको.
हाँ, exactly.
Abhi everybody knows how to repost their own posts of the social media with us. So guys, very simple task. All you have to do is you have to post these 2 links of our YouTube channels on your social media handles, and then send the links again with us on the chat box. No social media except WhatsApp. No, we will thoda sa, make it a little easy for you, because बहुत आपको थका दिया है, बहुत भागम दौड़ी हो गई है, एक चैनल से दूसरे चैनल से तीसरे चैनल, ऑल टैब के बटन्स मतलब बिगड़ गए हैं लोगों के कीपैड्स के. Great. So we have already a few links coming up very fast. Wow. ये मुझे पता है, ये ना मुझे जानना है कि ये इतने फटाफट आंसर्स आते कैसे हैं. मैं तो मतलब आधा टाइम तो मैं ग्रामर चेक करते बैठी हूँ, खुद का और दूसरों का. Many people from Edubridge would agree. I keep on checking the grammar so much so that I forget to hit the send button, and the answer stays over here. Because I'm busy reading the answers कि अरे इसने तो ये गलत लिखा, स्पेलिंग गलत है, ये पंक्चुएशन गलत है, और मेरा आंसर इधर ही रह जाता है. How do you guys do this? Talent. Drive link. Oh my God. This is very innovative. I am not on any of these, FB, Insta, LinkedIn. How? This is very new. Oh, wow. Can I share on Instagram? Yes, you may share on Instagram. That would be awesome. If you can share your Instagram story, great. Nothing like it. You can mention our YouTube link. Tamisha, are we recording the answers, right? So we are getting our winners.
We have found one. We are yet to find another one. So you still have a chance.
Wow. Everybody still has a chance. Both the links, guys, not just one. ऐसा cheating नहीं चलेगा. मतलब पूरा पिज्जा मंगाया और आधा कैल्जोन आया तो अपने को कितना बुरा लगेगा. Same thing. We also want the whole 10 inches of the pizza that we have ordered from you. So please share it. Both the links. We're getting so different links now. I'm excited to open up all these links now. कुछ Acrobat के links है, कोई PDFs है, कोई Google Forms है, कोई Drives है. Wow. This is so cool. कॉपी पेस्टिंग में इतने माहिर लोग मैंने आज तक नहीं देखे रे. इतना पैंडेमिक का कमाल है कि ऑल्ट टैब कॉपी पेस्ट रीपोस्ट तो बस ऐसे आते रहते लोगों को. So cool. How to post the screenshot on the chat box. If you're not able to, you can simply repost the links on any of your social media handles, and you can share the link with us. Wow, great. These are so
I am
nice.
still waiting for a second winner, Tanvi. So they still have a chance.
Wow, we are waiting for a prince or a princess on a horse to come riding and say, I am the winner of this. This is my gift and I own this gift. So this goodie is waiting for that one special person and that one special answer to be there. वो क्या बोलते हैं, दाने दाने पे खाने वाले का नाम, वैसे गुडी गुडी पे. I need to rhyme it nicely now. Yeah. So till the time I can find a good rhyme for this, people can share their answers. Amazing. Tamisha, there are a lot of answers coming. I don't know how great
Yes,
you
there
are
are
with
a lot
this
of answers coming,
filtering. Wow.
but the answers that we're looking for, we are still looking for that.
You know,
ऐसे
Tamisha,
कुछ
all the
भी
time we were waiting
post
for
करना
a
है.
knight in shining armor. We are looking for the right in shining armor.
I swear.
The right answer in the shining armor. इतने
Somebody's
सारे
actually
stories.
suggested you change the question.
अरे क्या होता है ना, सांता क्लॉज नॉर्थ पोल से निकलता है ना, तो वो उसके गुडीज उसके बैग में ऑलरेडी भरे हुए रहते हैं. अभी वो वापस कहाँ पे नॉर्थ पोल पे जाएगा, उसकी बैग चेंज करके वापस आएगा. तो ऐसा हमारा भी कुछ हो गया है. हम इतने गुडीज बांटने बैठे हैं ना कि हर एक गुडी का सब डिसाइडेड हो गया है. मतलब स्कैवेंजर हंट हमारा चालू है कि आपका चालू है सर? How is this question coming back to us? Great, but we are having such innovative heads, you know. I never thought people can share Google Drive links, people can share Acrobat files, PDFs to get the answers done. Indians ka jugadu level, nothing can beat it. And this platform is just an example of when you want a goodie, you get it done anyhow. You post it on all the media channels, you share it on a drive, you share it on your stories, and that's how you get it done. Bas, that's it.
And I think, Tanvi, we have found our 6 winners.
Finally. 6 or 7? No, 6, right? We have
6,
2 for
5
the last
questions,
one.
6 winners. Can you imagine that?
Great. बहुत नाइंसाफी है. अब तेरा क्या होगा तमिशा, कितने गुडीज देने वाले हो तुम फाइनली?
6. We are giving out 6
6.
goodies.
Great.
So, Tanvi, do you want to announce the
Yeah.
names of the winners?
हाँ, बाप रे. इतना बड़ा ऑनर के इतने भारी आंसर्स और स्टोरीज के आंसर्स, मतलब आई वुड बी ऑनर्ड. हाउ विल आई गेट द गुडीज? हमें आंसर्स तो मतलब नाम तो डिक्लेयर करने दो, आ जाएंगे गुडीज. वी हैव, तो जैसे हॉगवर्ड्स में आउल्स होते थे ना, हमारे पास डिलीवरी, डंजो, स्विगी जिनी, सारी चीजें उपलब्ध है. सो डोंट वरी. We are going to have a lot of people getting goodies and they would be reaching them. So please share your names, your email IDs and your phone numbers. So this is how you would be sharing it with us. We have our email ID. You would be sharing your name, mobile number and email ID of the winners on the eb.training@edubridgeindia.in. So Tamisha, I would request you to do the honors of sharing the names of the people.
Okay. So, I feel lucky to announce the names. So, the first winner we have is Aditya Sai Kundela. I'm also putting the name in the chat box.
Yes.
For everybody. Okay. Congratulations, Aditya.
Aditya, please share your details with us on the email ID that's given and you would receive your goodies very, very soon.
Yes. Now we have a second winner. We have Prajakta Raje.
Wow.
Amazing.
Prajakta, I guess we saw you on the chat box. So if you can show us your presence on the chat box, that would be awesome.
Great. And the third winner, are you all ready for the third winner? The third
Very
winner
much.
is Pavan Kumar.
Wow.
Congratulations, Pavan. Now
Very
we
nice,
are left
Pavan.
with 3 more
Congratulations.
winners.
इन्होंने ही हमें तड़पाया था तमीशा, इन्होंने ही हमें तड़पाया था. आंसर्स ही नहीं दे रहे थे, तो हम भी अभी वही करेंगे.
Slowly we'll go. Slowly we'll announce the names.
Yes.
Okay. So the fourth winner we have is actually Prince. Prince
Wow. So the prince in the night, in the shining armor that we were waiting for. Great. Thank you, Prince.
Amazing. Our fifth winner is Bharathan M.
Congratulations. अरे क्या कोइंसिडेंस कि भरतम को ऐसे साक्षात्कार हुआ था. I would win this. तो मैं पहले ही इनका लाइफ इजी कर देता हूँ. I'll share the details right away on the chat box.
But you
Bharatam,
need to
amazing
share
job.
the details on email with us.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
And our last winner, Tanvi, how excited are you for this?
This person made us wait for 5-10 minutes to reach. You are super late, but you have got this. So we would be
Yes.
waiting for you, and you would be waiting for your goodies.
So our last winner for this quiz is Charu SL.
Great. Nice.
So I
Congratulations.
request all the 6 winners to send in your details on this email ID, your name, mobile number, and your email ID. Chat se kaam nahi chalega, email pe send karna padega. Oh, that was rhyming actually.
You're getting a hint of the Tanvi-ness in this now, Tamisha. बिगड़ा
I
के रखूंगी
guess.
मैं तुमको अभी. ममता बोलेगी एक तमीशा सुबह से ठीक थी, ये 10 मिनट के लिए तन्वी आके उसको बिगाड़ के चली गई.
नो प्रॉब्लम, बिगाड़ लो. आज बिगड़ने वाला ही दिन है.
So guys, I know you have played with great enthusiasm and participation. Just the last bit to do is send us all these details on our email ID so that we can have a final confirmation and we can share the goodies as soon as we can with you. And once you receive it, of course, you know our main channel of getting to know each other is through social media. So, Tamisha, could we post the names again, just one after the other for everybody?
Yes, just
It's
doing it once.
eb.training, Pavan. So, eb.training hai, not just training@edubridgeindia.in. So then I think your message would be delivered to us. So for all the amazing participation, thank you so much. I hope you have loved this, half an hour that we spent with you as well. Definitely, please share once you get your goodies, we would love to see your love through our social media handles. So जैसा आपने एकदम कष्ट से repost किए हैं, वैसे ही कष्ट से थोड़ा हमें प्यार भी repost कर दीजिए on our social media sites. You have all the social media access now. You know our YouTube links, you know our Instagram page, you know our LinkedIn page. And I think if you hack us a little more, you might find Tamisha and me somewhere on the website as well. So please share your love over there. And for the winners, congratulations. It was a very tough competition and you all took some time and you did all your jugards, but you got this done. So thank you so much. We have the winners. So all the 6 winners, great job. सारे रिएक्शंस तो अभी मतलब ऐसे लगता है सब लोग के हाथ इतने थक गए ना फास्टेस्ट फिंगर्स करके कि रिएक्शंस भी रुक गए. हाउ इज इट पॉसिबल? नहीं, इतने ठंडे रिएक्शंस, इतनी ठंडी चालू है इंडिया में कि रिएक्शंस भी ठंडे पड़ गए आपके. हाउ इज इट पॉसिबल? Yes, now I can see my right corner of the screen beaming with the hearts and the laughter. And there are still some people with the oh thing. I don't know. What are they so surprised about? Yes,
But we
surprise
really
bahut.
had fun, Tanvi. We really had fun. I am not sure about our learners. I'm sure they had fun moving around our social media pages. It was really amazing experience having this quiz with them.
Yes, absolutely. So congratulations to all the winners. We had fun. We hope you had too. And before Mamta puts me on mute and throws me out of the session, I hand it over to her so that I can now finally stop rhyming and making funny jokes. So Mamta, all over to you. Thank you
Thank you so much. Finally, Tanvi, I get my screen space now. Thanks a lot. So hello everyone. I wish everybody a happy Republic Day. Hope you all are having fun while learning new things about your domain of interest. And of course, it's been all fun and flowy right now. We've had so many engaging sessions. We are almost, post lunch now. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our event partner, UNICEF Yuva, who have been instrumental in making this event reach lakhs of young aspirants across India. So we are almost at our halfway checkpoint in this marathon run, to be honest. And it's time to speed things up a little bit, don't you think? So we now begin with our next series of sessions, and these will be even bigger and even better than what you've already witnessed since the start of the event. So stick around and let's learn some more. One of the many good things that came out of the pandemic was time to focus on self and on personal lives. Personal finance was a huge part of this, and many turned to learning about the markets and investments and how they could make their money work for them. More and more people got interested in what will be covered through our next session, investing in mutual funds. I would now like to welcome Mr. Nilab Sanyal, the COO of Kuvera.in. An IIM alumni, Nilab is a professional with ample experience across financial service disciplines, including investment banking, treasury, wholesale, and private banking, and engaged in developing and leveraging technology to redefine the delivery of personal financial products and services. Welcome, Nilab. It's a pleasure having you at SkillsFactor.
Hi, Mamta. Thanks a lot for the kind words.
Go ahead. The session is all yours.
All right, thanks. I'll just take a moment to share my screen. Let me know if you guys can see.
Yes, we can. A big hi.
So a big hi to everybody, and a very happy Republic Day to all of you who have joined in today, and hopefully are enjoying your session so far. So this is a slightly different type of a session. Some of us are in the in the beginning phases of our career. Some of us have been working for some time. Here we talk about self primarily and try to understand and try to bring some focus on financial wellness. I just want to sort of preface this a little bit. This session is not going to be about how do I get more income. This session is going to be about how do we create more wealth for ourselves. And the fundamental difference between income and wealth is long-term. Income is like a P&L, wealth is like your balance sheet. That's one way to think about it. But enough talking, let me walk you through. By way of a quick background, like Mamta kindly introduced me, we run this platform by the name of Kuvera, and we are present in various segments of personal finance, including mutual funds. We also offer domestic equities, international equities, fixed deposits, etc., etc. And this is, the platform is completely focused towards individuals and how they can improve their financial wellness and improve their financial well-being and achieve their financial goals. So that's a little bit about me singing for my supper, but let's get ahead now. So what are we here for? Basically, I've just, sort of gone ahead. This was a slide in the middle of the presentation, but I've just brought it right up ahead. And basically, the idea is to share a plan to invest for your financial goals. Now, each of these terms would have, specific meaning for each of us. But let's see what could be some of the financial goals that we have. And depending on where we are in the career, where we are in our personal lives, financial goals could be very different for different people. But fundamentally, there are two factors which define your financial goals. One is by when do you want to achieve that financial goal? And the other is what is the amount that you think you will need to achieve that financial goal, right? For example, do you want to buy or upgrade your car in the next 5 years? Another example, are you saving enough every month for the things that you want. This could be the next iPhone or the next S23 Ultra that is getting launched on Feb 1st. Do you want to buy a house in the next 10 years? If you have kids, are you investing for their education? Maybe, some of us have ambitions to send our kids overseas for studies. And are you thinking about retirement? The first 10 years, probably none of us think about retirement, but the sooner you start, the better it is, because that is one way, starting early is one way to sort of increase the wealth that is available to you to enjoy. Let's get into some of the reasons why we don't invest. And, again, I'm changing direction a little bit, but just, this is for context. A lot of us think that, while we are, while we have a salary income, we don't have any money left to invest at the end of the month, because the approach that we take is investment is what I will do once I have money left over from my salary. So it's not an essential, sort of approach. But think about it this way, that investment is going to help you achieve what you want beyond your needs. See, all of us are, all of us will be making some salary over and above our needs, right? Some income over and above our needs. The first priority should be to think about how we can invest this and then use what is left over for our wants. The other reason is commonly, understood reason is that we will start investing when we have more money. Now, this is just an example of the sooner you start, the better it is. And it doesn't matter what the amount is. It could be even 5,000 rupees a month. And just the difference of a 10-year, if you start, let's say, you after 40, you can start investing 15,000 a month versus today you can start investing 5,000 a month. This is just an illustrative number, but in 20 years, that 15,000 a month could translate to 2.3 crores, which is great. But if you had started investing 10 years earlier at 1/3 the amount, which is 5,000 a month, that amount could translate to 3.5 crores. So as you can see that this, starting early without worrying about how little you're saving or how little you are able to put aside goes a very long way. Another, this is a slightly technical one, but the way to think about it is this is compounding. Every year, whatever return you're making, if you stay invested, you are going to earn further return on the investment that, so it will keep growing with time. So to give an example, a very simple example, let's say you are earning 10% every year. If you've invested 100 rupees, the next year you would have 110, right? And the year after that, you would have, not only would you have another 10 rupees from the 100 that you've invested, but even the 10 rupee return that you earned in the first year will earn you another 10%. So you would end up with 121, right? So this is a very simple way of understanding compounding. And those who understand compounding, they can benefit from it. And this is a saying by Albert Einstein. I'm not sure if it is by Albert Einstein, but yeah, it sort of brings it out that if you don't understand compound interest, or if you can't use it to your advantage, you would end up paying for it. The other reason is, to shy away from investing is what's wrong with just putting an FD, because that's what our parents did. It's easily available, salary account hai, I can just log into my account, put aside an FD and, save a return, save towards my financial goals. Why take a risk of investing in mutual funds or equities or any other kind of financial product? So fundamentally, what we understand, or what we should understand, is that the enemy here is inflation. A movie ticket 20 years ago, or 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago is at least 2x. 5 years ago is at least 2x of what it used to be. A movie ticket 10 years ago probably be 3x or 4x. And 20 years ago, I can't even imagine. I remember 20 years ago, we used to buy movie tickets for 15-20 rupees. Today, the popcorn costs more than the movie ticket. So the inflation, steady state inflation is around between 5 to 7%. FD returns are very similar to that. So yes, FD is a good product to invest in if it is meant towards saving for short-term financial goals. Let's say you have to make some kind of a financial commitment in the next 1 year, 2 years, even 3 years. Then you could think about FD as one of the products in which you are investing. But aside from that, for a long-term, from a long-term investment standpoint, FD may not be the best, sort of option from an investment perspective. So again, the younger you are, the better it is for you from an investment perspective, because the big tool that you have in your arsenal, like in the earlier slide, your enemy is inflation, and the big tool or the big weapon that you have in your arsenal is time. So if you start investing early, that means you have the capability to ride through far more volatility, take far more risk for the long term. And fundamentally, this slide is more to highlight what are the kind of returns that a 1 lakh rupee amount invested would have given you over 20 years. Now, again, traditionally, we would have, what would the traditional investment options? There would be probably real estate. Again, thanks to our parents, that, so-and-so made so much money in by investing in real estate, or, let's just put our money in FDs. So over a 20-year period, real estate has, probably grown by about 4x, which is great. FDs have grown better than real estate. So that, though they would, that return would amount to, that amount, 1 lakh would amount to 4.3 lakhs today. Gold is another favored investment. Any festival in the, any auspicious occasion in the house, typically we think about gold. But is it really, something where you would invest a large amount of money? And of course, each of these instruments come with their own set of risks. But for example, gold, the risk is that you may end up buying gold from someone who's not, who's given spurious gold. Or if you buy the best quality gold, you may have to incur costs of protecting it, keeping it safe, like a locker charges or something like that, right? So which is known as the carry cost. So even on, so this is before carry cost, your 1 lakh has become 4.9 lakhs. And now look at the BSE Sensex, which is a very broad-based index comprising of 30 stocks, which is listed on 30 stocks by market capitalization, which is listed on the Bombay Stock Exchange. That 1 lakh rupee invested over 20 years would have become 10.2 lakhs, right? And, fundamentally, nothing wrong with any of these investment options. You could have a need for real estate. Let's say you want to buy real estate to stay in it, buy a property or buy an apartment to stay in it. That is completely fine. But as an investment option, real estate may not be the best, this thing to invest in, because you can take capital, you can take tax benefit on investment. You can take, you can take a loan to buy, leverage to buy real estate, but the return that real estate has generated you will not be able to justify as an investment option, especially now. Same for gold. If you need to have, consumption, so a wedding in the family is a classical example where one invests in ornaments, but they are ornaments for use. So if you're investing or you're purchasing gold to consume it, and I'm using these words very carefully when I'm saying consuming real estate, consuming flat, what does it mean? That these are assets that you're acquiring to use for your own consumption. Let's say, you're buying a 2 BHK today and you want to stay in it And after 10 years, you may want to upgrade to a larger house. That is fine, but that is not, don't think of it as an investment option, right? Same for gold. If you're buying gold to consume it, that you have to wear it for occasions, or you're wearing, sort of accessory, as an accessory, fashion accessory, that you want to wear it and your work, or your work, sort of allows it, or your personal preference is to, consume gold, then it's fine. But don't look at it as an investment option. Sensex, you can invest in Sensex in many ways, and we'll come into, look at more details. But right now, this is more to compare and understand over a 20-year period how risk can act in your favor. Taking that additional risk is very different from being rash. Third reason, we are very busy. And believe me, being busy, this is, and it is true, I don't doubt that we are busy. We have, all of us have jobs that we love. We may be, we may have hobbies which require significant amount of time commitment. We may be planning for something. We may like gaming, which is, taking up time. You're out for a movie, you're spending time with family on weekends, you're spending time with friends on weekends. So there are a lot of, there's no question. All of us are too busy. But fact is that don't push this, don't deprioritize investing for yourself. Think about it this way, that if you were to spend, let's say, I'm just putting a number, let's say 1 day in a month for the next 12 months, that translates to probably, sort of 2 hours in a week. A 1 day in a month translates into 2 hours in a week, right? Maybe 1 hour a day on weekends. So Saturday, Sunday, set aside that 1 hour or 2 hours to plan. Because finally, if you are too busy to invest, you can't make, you probably won't be able to do stock market investments, because that requires a lot of time and effort in terms of understanding opportunities and making those investments. But mutual fund investing is fill it, shut it, forget it, right? So you just have to plan, you have to get started. And once you do that, you have to understand where you are investing, you have to understand the asset class, you have to understand how much you have to invest. And you can probably forget it once you start your plan, once you start an SIP. After that, you can forget about it for the next 1 year. And why do I say 1 year? Because next year आपकी salary increment होगी, then there will be an additional opportunity to invest. You may get a bonus from your employer. There may be an opportunity to invest more. So this is in Gujarati. Do any of you know how to read Gujarati?
I do a little bit, I think. Bhadu, vyaj, nafo.
Okay, so what does that mean?
So bhadu is rent, vyaj is interest, and nafo is profit.
Did you see this
presentation? No, I am not.
Okay. So when you think of income, salary is also an income. And I'm assuming that our conversation today, our discussion today is primarily focused on folks who are salaried. One of the main sources of income for us, for a large part of our professional lives, remains a salary income, right? What is the difference between salary income and these three methods of, these three different types of income? Could anyone take a shot at it or an attempt at it? Rent could be from buying a house and putting it on rent, or owning a shop, commercial establishment, putting it on rent, having a car and putting it on rent. Could be anything where you're renting out an asset that you own, right? Interest is self-explanatory, but interest is, let's say you're earning interest on fixed deposits, interest is what you earn on provident fund, or any financial investment which gives you interest in the return in the form of an interest, or you're giving a loan to someone. On that also you could be earning interest. What is profit? Profit is simply when you make an investment, it increases in value, and once you sell that off, you're able to generate a return. So the selling price being greater than the buying price, that difference is the profit. So I went through the definitions also. Can anybody take a shot at what is the difference
So
between?
Soma Prasad and Vijaya say that these are passive incomes.
Fantastic. You straight away given the right terminology for it. But let me put it differently. Yes, that's true. That is the right answer also. Passive income, rent, interest, and profit are all passive incomes. But think of it this way. Fundamentally, the difference is in each of these versus salary. Salary में आपको office जाना है, आपको काम करना है. You have to report to work at 9:30 every day, and whatever your office timings. You have to perform. You have to deliver. This is where your money works for you. In these forms of income, you don't work for you. You don't work to generate money. Your money works to generate more money for you, right? Let's go through these examples again, and that is why this is called passive form of income. Rent is when you make an investment of your money, you pay an upfront amount to acquire an asset, and you put it on rent. After that, you're not involved, right? Probably maybe once in a year, rent aapko aata rahega. Maybe once in a year, you need to look for you'll get an increment also on the rent, or maybe if the tenant moves out, you will need to find another tenant. But that is all in terms of involvement. Otherwise, 365 days minus that one day on which you have to put that effort, you are free. Same for interest, right? These are passive forms of investment because once you put in the money, and if you made the right choices, of course, I'm not saying that it's easy to make those choices. But the idea of sort of bringing this in such sharp focus, in such bold letters, and in 2 languages is to try and just showcase that we should have a mental model of trying to build these 3 schemes of, these 3 forms of income as soon as possible, as early on as possible in our career. The idea is that if you have 1 lakh rupees as salary, for example, and over a 10-year period, you're able to generate rent, interest, and profit put together of more than that, you've taken care of your expenses. Of course, inflation adjusted, but you've taken care of your expenses. After that, you're working for a salary not because you need the money. You're working for a salary because you like what you're doing. Your employer is giving you something exciting to do, which is suiting your requirement. So you need not be if you don't like your job, you can quit. But the whole idea is that your needs are met. Probably your wants are also met from these 3 streams of income, and you're not dependent on salary, or you're not dependent on paycheck. And that should be the focus. Gujarati households, this is a very, sort of imbibed in all Gujarati kids right from the time that they are born. And that's why the, verbiage was in Gujarati in the previous slide. Now let's come to the sort of topic at hand. What are the 3 reasons why we should invest? And we already covered why we don't invest. So that's out of the way. Now, why should we invest? We should invest to beat inflation, like I mentioned. And there's a question after this, so I will not repeat. But one is to beat inflation. The other is to meet our financial goals, and also to prevent us from saving it, from spending it all. Because a lot of times the tendency is how many, if you have money in your wallet, it will get spent. If you have money lying in your bank account, it will get spent. If you have unused limit on your credit card, you may be tempted to use that to buy something that you want, which is not a necessary expense, but just because you can, you will buy it. So to prevent us from spending it all. Now, I've already answered this question. The average rate of inflation for the past 10 years. And the last 10 years, the average cost of goods, whether it was, I gave the example of a movie ticket, probably most relevant for all of us. But average cost of goods have gone up 2.5 times nearly over the last 10 years, right? We touched briefly upon this previously. What is the financial goal? It is a well-defined expense in the future. Don't worry if you don't know how well you can define this goal. If you're not sure kitne time mein aap retire hoge, you can use approximate numbers. But the idea is to think, to visualize what what is it going to be like? Whether would you want to buy a house? And some of the questions that I put early on, those are not things sometimes which we think about in the start of our career. But when we get married, we start thinking of these things. Maybe when we have kids, we start thinking of these things. Or maybe when our parents retire and maybe they want to move in with us, then we start thinking of some of these things where we start thinking fundamentally about wealth. And financial goal is very simply put an amount, and after how much time will you need that amount. So this is a retirement goal example, that let's say you think that after retirement you'll need a corpus of 1 crore. And the time that you have, because you're 30 today, typically most people would retire at the age of 60. So 30 years, 1 crore. And don't think that because I gave the example of 30 years of age, that's the right time to start planning. Even if you are not working today, even if you are finishing your studies and if you yet to start a job, this is something that you can start thinking about right now. Because like the previous example that I gave you, 5,000 rupees versus 10,000 rupees investment, just that difference, 1/3 the amount, the difference can be 2x of the ending portfolio value. So you can save much lesser if you start sooner. I mean, you'll need to save much lesser if you start sooner, and you can have much larger financial goals. That's the idea. And what is a financial plan? Financial plan is effectively a means to achieve a financial goal. Here we have done some math and showed you the result. But basically, if you save 4,000 per month for the next 30 years, you're likely to have an ending investment value of around 1 crore. So this is this is just to put this construct of a financial goal and a financial plan in your mind. There are a lot of complicated explanations and a lot of detailed fancy presentations or tools that are available online, which will give you which is great. They will give you detailed plans and everything. But fundamentally, this is it. You have a financial goal, you have a financial plan. It's up to you how you want to work towards it. The sooner you start, the better it is, because you can take more risk. The sooner you start, the better it is, because you can start with a smaller amount. And the sooner you start, the better it is, because you will end up creating wealth for yourself, whether it is by way of rent, whether it is by way of interest, or by way of profit. This is another example of a financial goal. Again, this is to sort of help you understand with a different, more sort of near-term example. Retirement to 30 साल के बाद है, but गाड़ी तो अभी खरीदनी है मुझे. So you want to, let's say you want to buy a car in 5 years time, and the value of that car adjusted for inflation is 12 lakhs. You can achieve that goal by and there are various calculators available. They'll show you different amounts, but this is the idea, that My financial goal is to buy a car for about 12 lakhs in 5 years' time. And my financial plan is that by investing 12,000 rupees per month for the next 5 years, I will be able to achieve that goal. Now, now that we've sort of understood what are financial goals, have you written them down and do you track them separately? You don't have to answer these questions, but these are questions that you have to think about. And it's important to visualize these, these things, because that is what makes investment worthwhile, worth your time, because otherwise it's just money, right? It's great. You feel great that you earn, you earn a higher return than others, or you made this investment and it doubled in 5 years. You bought this stock and, it started running up in 3 months time, whatever, you made a huge return. But that is a very, sort of, it's happiness, but it's not linked to a financial goal. The idea, if you are able to visualize it, for example, if you are able to visualize that, hey, I want to be able to buy a house for my parents where they can, after retirement, where they can settle down. If you can visualize that, okay, I have now reached a point where I've saved enough that I can send my child to the best college, let's say, wherever in UK or the US. That satisfaction, or that, that comfort, or that financial security is immeasurably more valuable than making a 15% return or a 25% return, or even doubling your money in 2 years' time. So this visualization is a very visualization of your financial goals is a very powerful tool, and we should all sort of think about it and try to bring it and implement it in our financial lives. This is some data that we've pulled for users. We have close to 20 lakh users now, and these are some of the top goals for folks who are between 25 to 35 years old. It's great that people are thinking about retirement. It's great that people are thinking about owning a home and educating their children. Now, just summarizing what we've discussed already: start as soon as possible, invest according to your capability. You obviously cannot borrow to invest, but you should obviously not spend everything and not save anything and start investing because of all the reasons we discussed earlier. Risk is a tool in your arsenal. The sooner you start, the more beneficial it is to you. Risk works to your advantage. And lastly, spend time defining your financial goals. Your financial goals can change from time to time. It can, something new will come up in life very frequently. Let's say, you were planning for your child's education, and then suddenly your next child, you have twins. So now you have to plan for the education of 3 kids. Or it could be that, you find a house that is your dream house. You do not want to wait for 20 years to buy that house, or 10 years or 5 years or whatever time to buy that house. There is just some opportunity which is available to you to buy that house today. You may want to take a loan to buy that house, but visualizing it now and trying to, sort of plan for it, even though they may change, even though those numbers may change, but at least mentally, this is what you're working towards, right? Now, in terms of investment options, just a quick context here. As Kuvera, we don't offer all of these investment options, but this is an unbiased view in terms of how you should think about investing and what are some of the parameters that you can choose to invest. So in the first 3 columns, the first column is obviously the instrument type: equity mutual fund, real estate, gold, debt mutual funds. These are various places where you can deploy your financial savings. Duration of investment is the period for which you want to in which you should think about investing in these instruments. So the way to read it is that if you're investing for more than 3 years, equity mutual funds may be a good choice. If you're investing for more than 10 years, NPS can be a good choice. PPF can be a good choice. Even gold and real estate can be good choices. But you have to think of it also from another perspective about what is liquidity. What does liquidity mean? Liquidity means how easily are you able to access that money? How easily are you able to withdraw that money? So let's say you invest all your savings into a house which is costing 2 crores, and everything you have invested in the house. So now you have nothing, and suddenly you need to, you have a need for, let's say, 10 lakhs. You're not going to be able to sell your kitchen and get that 10 lakhs and buy something, right? This is liquidity. This is the problem of liquidity. So when you're buying certain assets, some of those assets will lose value because you own them, but those are depreciating assets. That's a different thing. But liquidity is when you make an investment, how easy is it to take out money? So what would happen in such a scenario is if you need liquidity immediately and you have no option, but you have to sell real estate or sell an apartment. We all know that when we are going to buy, markets are always moving up. Real estate is becoming expensive. It will become 2x, 3x, 4x in the next 5 years, 10 years. And when you are trying to sell real estate, markets are always down. Vacancies are very high. वो road तो वहाँ पे आने वाला था, international airport आने वाला था, but बहुत time लगेगा अभी. तो इसलिए prices down है, prices have not gone up. So liquidity is for real estate is low. I have nothing against real estate, by the way. I'm just saying that it requires a large exposure, large amount of investment. So unless you're consuming real estate, it's best to sort of consider other investment alternatives rather than real estate. Gold, we understood. Equity versus debt mutual funds. Debt mutual funds are also a type of mutual funds, but these debt mutual funds invest in fixed income products. They are also risky, but they are typically for shorter investment horizons. If you're looking for more than 10 years, then preferably between equity and debt mutual funds, equity should be higher, debt should be lesser. NPS, public provident fund, by design, these are very long-term investment instruments. NPS is, where you put money aside into a government-run scheme, and these are invested by different fund managers, and they will generate a return and give you. Typically, these investments start becoming available from a liquidity standpoint after 15 years. PPF, PPF is one of those preferred investment tools which we have inherited, or the knowledge of which we have inherited from our parents. And this is a great investment option because it offers you multiple, tax benefits also, tax breaks and tax benefits both. So PPF remains a great option. NPS is also a great option, but these are limited by the amount of exposure that you can take in them. So every year you can invest only up to a certain amount in each of these instruments, beyond which tax benefits will not apply. So जब तक tax benefit आपको मिल रहा है, these are great options to consider for the long term. But if you are investing, if you have amount which is in excess of the the NPS and PPF tax exemption limit, then you should consider other investment options also. Fixed deposits we already discussed. If you have a medium term goal where you need a fixed amount, you don't want any volatility, you don't want any risk, you can't take any risk, then fixed deposits can be a good investment option. Now a quick background about mutual funds. So, and I know the session said mutual funds, and we are almost through 25 minutes of the session, and we are now starting to talk about mutual funds. But the whole idea is that, see, in mutual funds is just one vehicle or one method or one savings option that is available to all investors. The fundamental point is we have to switch from the mindset of not saving to saving as much as possible. The We have to switch from the mindset of, यार मेरा तो कोई financial goal है ही नहीं, I don't know what I'm saving for, or I don't have anything to save for, to visualizing your financial goals. It could be something as simple as retirement. If you're not married, if you don't have dependents, you could say that, yeah, I don't have kids, I'm living in my parents' house, I'm going to continue to live here, I don't have the need to buy a house, I don't want to buy a car, so I have no financial goals. But retirement is a financial goal. How will you provide for yourself after you retire? What happens after a few years? You will probably think about getting married, you may have kids, right? Wealth creation is a financial goal. So mutual fund is just one of the tools that you can use to achieve your financial goals. Fundamentally, the difference or how to understand mutual funds is, a large number of investors will put in their money into a mutual fund. A mutual fund is managed by, it's basically like a bucket, which is managed by a fund manager. Those funds are managed by a fund manager. Fund manager takes the decision of where to invest, depending on whether it's an equity mutual fund or a debt mutual fund. They could be investing in stocks, they could be investing in bonds, debentures, or various other financial instruments available in the financial market. Not only will they take a call of when to invest, they will also take the call or decision of when to sell. So they may decide that, it's a great time for buying Adani stock. So they will invest in and they will start taking exposure to Adani stock. And then they will think that, okay, now Adani stock has run up, it may be overvalued. So it's a great, it's probably a good time to reduce exposure to Adani stock. So they will take that call without you being involved, without you being participating in that decision of whether to invest or to pull out that money. Why would somebody trust a third person with their money? Because these are trained professionals whose job is to sort of take care of your funds, generate returns from those funds, and that is how they earn their money. That is how they earn their income, that is how they earn their livelihood. So fund manager works for the mutual fund itself, and the mutual fund is it's a government regulated. It is policed by SEBI, which is the Stock Exchange Board of India, and it is a government appointed watchdog for mutual funds. So your investments fundamentally into mutual funds are safe. Of course, if the fund manager takes the right calls, you will end up making good money. If the fund manager takes a wrong call, you will end up making less than good money. But the intention of and the whole this construct of mutual funds is to make sure that there is a process that is getting followed, the investment fund manager is taking conscious decisions, and the fund manager is worthy of taking care of your money. So only a registered with SEBI mutual fund can exist, otherwise there cannot be a mutual fund. When they sell, of course, they will generate returns, and it is reflected in the form of an NAV. NAV is the price at which you buy or sell a mutual fund at a particular date. This is just a summary again. Mutual funds are professionally managed. They help you to diversify risk, because our capability to understand different financial instruments and how much to invest in each may be very limited. But mutual funds help us diversify that risk across different asset classes. And stock is a different asset class, bond is a different asset class, gold is a different asset class, and so on and so forth. It is regulated by SEBI, and it is safe and very transparent. Mutual fund websites have all the information about where your money is invested, what return has been generated. If you withdraw today, money will come into your account within 1 to 3 days, depending on the type of mutual fund that you've invested in. And you can see your portfolio every day. So it's really transparent. Now, how to choose the right mutual fund? So this is a this is a sort of a matrix where we've laid down what is your what is the risk involved in investing in various types of mutual funds, and what kind of returns should these investments generate, should these types of mutual funds generate. Typically, of course, कुछ कमाने के लिए कुछ खोना तो पड़ता है. So अगर if you have a higher risk appetite, if you can take more risk, or you have a investment duration which is long, then obviously your return expectation, you should be compensated for being able to take that much more risk, and that is in the form of a higher return. I won't go into explaining each of these categories, but very focused sectoral funds, for example, kisi ek, for example, a fund which invests only in technology stocks is a technology, it's a sectoral equity fund, or a fund which invests only in infrastructure like airports and probably electricity utility companies, that's a sectoral equity fund. These are typically considered to be the most risky, because your focus is on a particular sector which is which may behave or have higher volatility as compared to a broader market with where there are more, if one sector underperforms and another sector can perform well, and so on and so forth. So the other extreme is sectoral equity fund, and on the other side is money market liquid funds. Money market liquid funds are money market funds or liquid funds are for very short term investment horizons. If you are investing for less than 6 months, and these are typically more like FD. Here there is less volatility. The chances of losing money are much lesser as compared to the other categories of mutual funds. But this is a very broad range, and we covered the two extremes. Everything else lies in between, and depending upon our risk appetite, how much risk we want to take, what is the period that we are investing for, we can make a choice between what type of mutual funds and which type of schemes to invest our wealth in. Again, what are the factors that affect mutual fund returns? These are just examples. Higher equity, meaning higher allocation to equity of a mutual fund scheme, there is higher the return potential because it is taking more risk. Smaller market cap funds have higher return potential, which means that if you are investing in younger companies are able to grow much faster, but there are a large number of young companies, while there are few very large companies. So the fund manager's capability to make that choice is very relevant when you are investing in smaller market cap companies, smaller market capitalization companies. So just remember one thing: the higher equity, higher return potential is the word. So there is a chance that you will get a higher return. It's not necessary, it's not guaranteed, right? Okay. These are some of the important tools, important tips, I would say, to sort of don't think about how large is a mutual fund scheme, uska assets kitna bada hai, because that does not matter. That is past information. Another very important thing: past returns do not predict future returns. And this is, in any advertisement that you see, you will always see this underlying disclaimer which says mutual fund returns are not, mutual fund performance is past performance. They're not indicative of future returns. There's a reason for saying that, because a lot of us pick winners on the basis of who's winning right now. This may not be true for an investment standpoint. So the best performing fund, a fund which has given extraordinary returns over the last 1 year, may not necessarily continue to do so in the next 1 year. So your decision to invest in a particular fund should not only be what its past return has been. You should also look at consistency. You should also think about whether it fits with your investment plan, if your investment horizon is matching with the kind of scheme that you're investing in. And lastly, this is obviously very clear: popularity has no effect. It just could be a marketing strategy, that a particular fund is running a great ad. So you can't make an investment into a fund just because they have a great advertisement. The other question that we get asked from some of the folks who've just started investing is, how many mutual funds are enough? Because the typical strategy would be, इस साल ये 5 funds जो है best performing funds में आए हैं, इनको award मिला है, so I'll invest in these funds. Next year those funds will be different from the last year, so again you will invest in another 5 funds. So as a result, over a 5-6 year period, you will end up with 30 best performing funds from the last 5 years. But that's not how it should be. You should invest according to a plan. You should select 4 or 5 funds, maximum to maximum 8 funds across different categories, which gives you a broader exposure across different asset classes. Fundamentally, think about it this way: there is very limited advantage of buying multiple funds from the same category. What I mean is that आप 4 large cap funds ले लोगे, या if you buy 4 small cap funds, there's no advantage of doing that versus spending time and making the selection, getting the selection right, and choosing maybe one of the large cap, one of the small cap, or 2 of the small cap for that matter. And lastly, it's easier to manage because remember, all of us are busy, right? So the more the number of funds, the more the amount of time that we will have to spend to manage, monitor, and take decisions on the portfolio. So this is more of information for you. This is a statistical proof that you don't need to have 15-20 mutual fund schemes in your portfolio. But once your broad portfolio, because remember, mutual fund itself is a diversified portfolio of stocks. So as long as you're investing in non-overlapping categories of mutual funds, maybe 5-6 mutual fund schemes are good enough for you. Now coming to systematic investment plan. Systematic investment plan, I have a number of slides on this, but remember one thing: systematic investment plan is nothing but you put aside the same sum of money every month, just like you pay rent or just like you get salary for that matter. Same way you decide that, okay, I will invest this much into mutual funds by way of SIP. It's lighter on the wallet because once you've 1,000 rupee, investing 1,000 rupee every month is much easier than investing 12,000 rupees once in a year. Also, when you're investing the 12,000 rupees, you may not be able to make the best. It may not be the best time to make that investment. Actually, no time is the best time to make that investment. The best time to make an investment is when you have the money. So, which means that every month, along with your salary, once your salary comes in, next day, 2 days later, 3 days later, 5 days later, invest whatever you have to by way of SIPs. And it allows us the advantage of rupee cost averaging. Rupee cost averaging means nothing but buying at different price points, whether the market is moving up or market is moving down. You don't need to bother, or you don't need to worry about it, because you are investing systematically across different market cycles. Again, SIP versus lump sum. SIP is one time, investing the same amount of money every month, a small amount of money. Our lump sum is the example that I took, 1,000 rupees per month versus 12,000 rupees once in a year. So here also, your money sitting idle in your account is worse than it staying invested. So you should invest when you have the surplus available. Use the monthly salary surplus for SIPs, and lump sum should be used. Lump sum method or one-time investment should be done when you have a windfall. Windfall meaning bonus or a special allowance or something like that, which is not a regular income, or which you could not have predicted in advance. Another factor about mutual funds is there are 2 types, or one way to classify mutual fund is how they are distributed. So you can either go through a broker or you can buy a direct plan. So when you go through a broker, it's known as a regular mutual fund. And when you're buying direct, it's known as a direct mutual fund plan. And you can increase your return when you invest in a direct mutual fund plan, because here there's no broker involved, there is no commission getting paid, which is true in the case of a regular mutual fund scheme. This is just an example. Kuvera is obviously in the direct mutual fund plan. There is no commission that is payable to Kuvera when you use Kuvera to make an investment. There is no continuing commission. What does that mean? That 1% of your investment amount every year could be going to a broker. Investment usne aapse aaj karaya, but every year you're ending up paying commission. Now, this is a small point, but this is a very relevant point to think about. That you may say that 1% is nothing. I can pay that 1%, right? But it's 1% every year, and it is a cost which comes to you as an investor. Again, this is to highlight that how much difference that 1.5% can make over a 40-year period. If you think the delta between a regular plan investment or a direct plan investment could be as high as 81%. So 1 rupee can become or an ending portfolio value. Let's say you have a portfolio value after 40 years. If your portfolio is worth 100 rupees in case of a regular plan, it could be as much as 181 in the case of a direct plan. So do consider choosing direct plans over regular plans where possible. This we have already discussed. Now, this was all theory, but how do we put it into practice? There are a whole bunch of financial, and there's nothing after this. This is the last slide of my presentation. We can jump into questions right after this. But there are various financial tools available. There are various websites, mobile applications available now to start investing. My message simply is that don't wait, don't spend too much time in thinking that, okay, when I get time I will do this, or when I have money I will do this. Start with a small amount. With time, as you understand this asset class, as you start visualizing your financial goals, you will be on the path to much better financial security, not only for yourself, but also for your loved ones. And that's it. So thank you very much for bearing with me. I've done this for now 55 minutes. But if you all have any questions, I'm happy to address those.
Well, we do have a lot of questions, but I think in the interest of time, we can answer one. Okay. So we have Walid Anjum who has a question. Is it a good time to invest in mutual funds?
Like I said, it is always a good time to invest. If you have money, if you have surplus available, you should definitely consider investing in mutual funds, because fundamentally, if you're investing for a 5-year period, 10-year period, 15-year period, if you're putting money aside for the long term for wealth creation, it doesn't matter if the markets have corrected a little bit or if the markets are a little bit expensive, because I'll share one statistic. If you had invested pick any investment horizon in the past 20 years, and we've done this study, if I'm remembering correctly, if you have invested for any 1-year period, people would have made money 70% of the time. If you had invested for a 3-year investment horizon, you would have made money 91% of the time. And if you've invested for 5 years, you've always made money. So there is not a 5-year investment horizon in the past 20 years where you had invested in, let's say, 2005 and 2010, you would be making money. If you had invested in 2004 and 2009, you would be making money. When 2009 was the time when the entire financial markets had collapsed. The world had collapsed around financial markets. So yeah, I mean, there are there are those events also that can happen. When COVID became more well known, as that it's going to be what repercussion it's going to have, Indian markets also collapsed. but they recovered very quickly. And in fact, today we are higher. Today markets are much higher than where they were when the COVID situation or the pandemic broke out in India. Simple point is, if you have the money, should invest. If you have surplus, if you have regular surpluses, consider investing by way of SIP. If you have, surplus which was unexpected, it's a windfall surplus, then consider investing that as by way of a lump sum.
So that definitely answers one of the other questions which was in the audience, which was SIP versus MIP. So I think that covers that as well. There's just one more question here which says, with so many mobile app options, which app is best according to you to track and monitor investments?
Well, disclaimer.
I think you're biased there a little.
Disclaimer, I am the founder and CEO of Kuvera. But with that disclaimer, I think it's the best option to invest and track your financial investments.
So can you shed some light about what Kuvera is all about, and where can they actually go and register for it?
So our website, our website is kuvera.in. You just click on sign up. It's a 5-minute process to register yourself. If you're not KYC compliant, then you will need to get KYC done. We will do it for you. We'll help you do it. If you are on the mobile application, then you can just search for Kuvera on the App Store. If it's iOS, then App Store. If it's Android, then Play Store, of course. You can download the app, and the experience across both is pretty seamless. You'll be able to set up an account and get started with investing. We have various options to including tracking your financial goals, creating your financial goals, tracking them, making investments into various mutual fund investment options offered by, various mutual fund schemes offered by various fund houses. You could also invest in fixed deposits. We have been doing this for now 7 years. We're a 7-year-old company. And yeah, what else would you like to know? We are we have roughly about 40,000 crores in assets under advisory, close to 20 lakh users, like I already mentioned. And I would love it to have more people join.
Wouldn't we all want that, in fact? That's great. So that's kuvera.in. You will actually see on the screen, it's kuvera.in, which you can visit, and you can actually use that app. It's really helpful to everybody who needs more information and would like to invest, and just earn some money. So thank you so much. This is a very insightful session, Nilab. I know most of the people in the audience will agree that we all know managing money is, more difficult than earning it. So now having the know-how about mutual funds and investments and how to do it and when to do it and how much to go for, I hope we all will be able to manage our finances a little better than yesterday. So our audience does have some more questions, but in the interest of time, it would be great if we can email them to you, Nilab, and if you could be kind enough to answer as many of them as you possibly can. That would be great. Sure. Thank you once again, Nilab. You've been amazing as always. And you can exit the webinar now while we continue on with the marathon of the sessions. Have a very pleasant day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Bye, guys. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Yeah. So moving on from the finance world to the technology space again, we now move to what we all have heard of, but might not understand it completely as a career option. I'm talking about Amazon Web Services, or popularly known as AWS, and how it has taken the world by storm. I would now like to welcome Mr. Rohit Sharma, an official representative from AWS, to talk to us about how do we move our career forward with AWS. Now, just to introduce you, hello, Mr. Rohit Sharma. Thank you so much for joining us today. Yeah, we've just paused the recording for you now, so nothing to worry about. So just to introduce Mr. Sharma, he's a seasoned IT professional with a rare and rich combination of experience in IT infrastructure, modernization and consolidation, workload automation, and next generation innovation using AWS Cloud. He has an extensive 18 plus years of experience, 11 plus AWS certifications, and is presently employed by AWS as GDR technical lead. I mean, it couldn't get better for AWS as a topic right now, right? So thank you so much for joining us, Rohit. You can now start with your session.
Thank you, Mamta. Thanks a lot, folks. Very good afternoon, very good morning, or very good evening, as per according to whatever time zone you are in. And if you are in the same time zone as I am, it's good evening. Let me share my screen first. Can I get a quick confirmation if you can see my screen?
Sure, we can see it. Yes.
Okay, great. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Quick confirmation, does it shows disaster recovery or does it shows the screen that I'm seeing? I can see 3 people on cam and I think 274 participants join. Wow, massive.
That's right. So we see disaster recovery on AWS on the screen right now.
Wonderful. Folks, welcome to the session on AWS disaster recovery. My name is Rohit Sharma. I am a technical lead from AWS Training and Certification Global Delivery Readiness team of AWS, and I take care of entire APJC, Asia Pacific. I take care of. In this session, we will talk about AWS disaster recovery options. What are the different AWS disaster recovery options that we have? It's very, very important to give you an idea that this session is going to be a complete technical session, and people which they have got some understanding of AWS, probably at least the foundational level understanding of AWS services, will be able to understand it. Feel free if you have any questions. I would like to start the session with the question that has been asked by Mamta. What are the career options, or how AWS can help in building the career? How many of you have heard about Gartner? Anyone who has heard about Gartner here in this 272 participants? I think we all know Gartner. Gartner is a third party which talks about how industry is moving, which talks about who's the pioneer in the industry. And when it comes to cloud computing is something which is today and which is future. Anyone who does not know about cloud computing is possibly living in a stone age era, I would rather say. So it's very, very important for us to know cloud computing, because it's not the phase where customers are thinking of migrating to cloud. It's the phase where 90% customers have already migrated to cloud. So it's very, very important that we should be aware of cloud computing, number one. And why I have taken the name Gartner here, because in Gartner survey, right from 2016 till today, AWS is pioneer in the cloud computing. They have got several thousand features, 6,000 plus features, and more than 200 plus services, and all the categories of customers, be it enterprise, be it startup customers, or be it SMBs, small medium business customers. They are getting benefit by using AWS services. They are getting benefit by using AWS features. And all customers, they say that they are able to run their workload successfully and securely in AWS cloud. So definitely when it comes to how AWS cloud can help in career, that's a big question. The current situation is there is a shortage of AWS cloud professionals, and you will find every day people are learning, people are writing AWS certifications, people are learning AWS cloud so that they can meet the demand which is there. So all three categories of customers, small medium business, even startups, and even big enterprise. They are looking for people which are highly skilled, which knows AWS clouds, which can manage AWS cloud. So when it comes to the opportunity, there is a huge opportunity if you are an AWS professional person, if you know AWS and if you are certified in any of the AWS certification. That helps a lot. Hope that answers your question, Mamta. Okay, wonderful. Let's start with the topic, which is disaster recovery. I'm going to talk about disaster recovery. This is going to be a technical session. It is understood that participants which are attending this session should have basic understanding of AWS services and features. Then only you will be able to understand this. So let me start with disaster recovery of workload on AWS. There's a white paper which was published first of all in 2021, Feb 12, 2021. This white paper was published, and this white paper is continuously being updated. I checked it today. Recently, it was updated in Feb 2022, almost 1 year back, because technology keeps on changing. So you need to keep on adding a couple of things. This white paper consists of each and everything which I'm going to talk about here in this session today. So if you feel that the technical talks that I'm doing is a bouncer for you, or is something which is very, very difficult for you to understand, feel free. There is a bit.ly link. You can also scan the QR code, download this white paper, and all the PPTs that I'm going to show and all the material that I'm going to use here for this 1 hour session is going to be there with you. So this white paper talks about what are the different disaster recovery options that AWS possesses for their customers. It's very, very important that we should have an understanding why to have a DR plan, disaster recovery plan. I'm going to talk about what disaster recovery plan is. People which knows commands, or people which knows which likes black and white world, probably doing a lot of commands, knows this command very well. It's a Linux command which says remove, and that too forcefully, and asterisk everything. Why do you need a DR plan? Maybe accidentally someone ran this command and deleted everything. So you lost everything. And what if those things are business critical? If those things are business critical, there is a chance that business will face a lot of challenges. And if you are doing these mistakes very often, by the way, it's very, very important that you should have your LinkedIn profiles updated, because 1 or 2 times is fine. But if you keep on doing these mistakes again and again, you have to search for new job. Company will not allow you to be there after you have done a disaster for them. So I'm going to take an example of a movie. You might have heard about that movie, Toy Story. Anyone who knows what is Toy Story? If I remember correctly, this Toy Story, this movie has made more than 14 billion US dollars. And the interesting story about this movie is, this movie was deleted right after everything was done. This movie was deleted. The backup was there, but the backup was also corrupt. So they were also not able to restore it from the backup. And they were like, oh, this movie, world will never be able to see this movie after so much of hard work. Someone ran a command. So there is a reason I have come up with this slide. Someone ran a command and it deleted everything. Movie got deleted. There was a backup. Backup could not be stored. There was a challenge in restoring the backup. And the technical director, she was hospitalized. She was hospitalized because of an emergency. And the technical director said that, I have got a copy of the movie in my personal laptop. Can someone go my home and see if that copy is still there? And that's how they took 1 week of time and they were able to recover this movie. And this movie was able to made 14 million US dollar. I don't know how many of such movies have been deleted so far. So accidents can happen. How many of you have seen the Hindi movie Darna Zaruri Hai? You remember Rajpal Yadav entering Sunil Setthi's house and says, "Sir, why don't you buy the insurance? Accidents can happen at any point of time. Accidents are unpredictable." That was comedy, super comedy thing, and very hilarious. But it's true. Accidents can happen at any point of time. At times, it can be unintentional. Someone running RM minus RF, delete everything, is unintentional. But what you will do now, if it is your business critical data, what you will do? So, my question is, have you done this mistake ever in your life? Let me raise my hand. I have done it. I was in a project where I recorded 365 videos, and those 365 videos were supposed to be streamed to the audience. And one day I was working on my laptop, something happened, everything gone. And I was like, oh my God, several months of what I have done is gone. What should I do now? And I was not aware whether I have a backup of it or whether I don't have a backup of it. Somehow, all the backup was there in S3. There is a service called S3, Simple Storage Service from AWS, which is very much like similar to an online storage. So whatever I was storing in my drive, a copy was there in S3 also. I had automation for that. So my last resort was, okay, let me update my LinkedIn profile now. I might have to search a job because AWS is going to kick me for this mistake. This is not done. But it has happened. And when I looked at S3, I was like, okay, now my heartbeats are normal. I'm able to get all 365 videos there. I started making one more copy so that in case if something goes wrong there, I should be able to recover my data. So it happens. It at times mistakes can be basically unplanned, or at times mistakes can happen. So we are going to talk about disaster recovery here in this part. Now, there is a term which is called as resiliency. Resiliency means make sure you have redundancy of everyone. If you are using some technical components, if you are using some servers, if you are using some router switches or any hardware, make sure you have redundancy of everything. Because if you have redundancy of everything, then failure of one component is not going to impact your business going on and running. Your users will still be able to get uninterrupted services. So resiliency is equal to have redundancy in mind. Make sure each and every component is redundant. In simple words, I would say you should never plan your cloud environment in such a way that you have left single point of failure anywhere. Never have single point of failure anywhere. Single point of failure at times can result in big disaster. Your entire business can collapse if you have single point of failure. So start with resiliency in mind. And in resiliency, there are two categories, or basically you can say that resiliency is divided into two parts. Disaster recovery, that's the topic for today, and availability. Availability means your service is available for a longer duration of time. I will not say that high availability is equal to 100% uptime. I have never ever seen that in 18 or 19 years of my experience, that anyone who says this is 100% high availability. High availability means you can have 99.999% of high availability, but still there is a downtime of 5.25 minutes annually associated with it. So high availability, ensure that you have redundancy of every component so that any component fails, your users are still getting services uninterrupted. I have never seen when I use my ICICI bank account that they says, sorry, our website is down. Hey, wait. Or they have never shown a dog coming up and says, hey, Rohit, now you're going to have a heart attack. You were doing a transaction and sorry, we are not available. There's always a service. So they have ensured high availability for their customers. It's a very, very critical business that they are running. Similarly, there are a couple of other customers, or there are a couple of other businesses which runs on a 2% margin. The 2% of their company is their profit. And in case if their customers are getting an experience where their websites are down or maybe their business is down, it will result in loss of revenue, and probably customer will never visit such kind of e-commerce portal or maybe a couple of other things. So high availability possesses a target. The target is service should be continuously available to users. That's the target of high availability. So rather than having one server, plan it in such a way that you have multiple server. One fails, second is there, second fails, third is there, third fails, fourth is there. That's what high availability is. Disaster recovery is all about restoring the service. If something has happened, if something big has happened, then you should be able to bring your business back to the function. It should not happen. Hey, there is an earthquake, sorry, gone. Pentagon attack, everyone knows, it's very famous. How many days they have taken in order to recover all the data which they have lost? So disaster recovery means if any such thing happen, which can be either a human created problem, terrorist attack, or which can be a natural disaster, earthquake, 3 days before. So basically I'm from New Delhi, and 2-3 days back, I saw that there was a small earthquake in Delhi. So it can be a natural disaster also. And these natural disasters at times can bring your data centers down. How you will ensure that in case if you have lost your data, in case if you have lost your servers, in case if you have lost your applications, you will be able to bring all those things back and your business will be up and running. That's what disaster recovery is. So both possesses different aim. High availability, the service should be provided to users in uninterrupted way. And disaster recovery, you should be able to recover in case if there is a disaster. CTO of Amazon, Werner Vogels says that whenever you design your cloud environment and whenever you design running your workload on AWS cloud, make sure you have this statement in mind: everything fails all the time. And if you're designing with this statement in mind, everything fails all the time, you will always remember that you have to have redundancy of everything. No single point of failure in your design. If your single point of failure is there in the design, your design is not an approved one. I don't know how many of you are solution architect, but I get a lot of designs which I see and I scrutinize those designs. And in case if I find that there is a single point of failure anywhere, it's like, sorry, I'm not going to approve this design. There is a design flaw. That's how architects works. So one of the career option that you can have after learning AWS is you can become a solution architect. Mamta, I'll keep on coming back to you and answering your question as and when it is possible. I hope you don't mind for that. So
not at all, not at all.
So everything fails all the time. That's a statement by Werner Vogels. I thought of adding it here so that you can understand what does that means. When it comes to disaster recovery is about business continuity. Your business should be up, your business should be running, your business should be continuously up and running all the time. There is a possibility that you may want to control some of the events. Those events can be natural disaster. Those events can be, there is a technical failure that has happened, a hardware component that has burnt up, or maybe an application failure that has happened, or it can be a human action. I gave you an example of human action. Someone hijacked the plane and then they just used that Pentagon attack, and lot of important data was lost in that. They took few months of time, but they were able to recover everything. Not even a single bit is lost in that attack. So when it comes to you want to manage larger scale things, when it comes to you want to manage less frequent events, natural disaster is less frequent. You are not getting earthquake every day. You are not getting flood every day. It is not so that there is a technical failure that is happening every day. It is not so that human action is creating a problem every day. But when there is a disaster, you should be able to perform the recovery and you should be able to run the operation. Another real life incident I would like to share with you. I was in Chennai and I was delivering a session for a customer there. And next morning when I wake up, they said, sir, no breakfast today. I said, what? No breakfast? What happened? You don't know, sir, Chennai is flooded. Oh, what? Chennai is flooded. And it was like, When I started when I started the TV channels, it was all over in the news. You can't go anywhere. It was big flood. There were a couple of data centers which were shut down. Phones were on, and I was stuck in that condition for 4 days. You cannot move out of your hotel. But those data centers, what they did is they started the disaster recovery sites. They were continuously replicating their data to other locations, and they started those locations because there was a massive power cut. So how long a generator or how long a power backup will sustain in such conditions? 4 days, 5 days? But in case if there is a power failure, what you will do, how you will run your data center? So you have to have a DR plan, disaster recovery plan. If my one of the site is down, I will still be able to perform business continuity. My business will still run by ensuring that the business is running from the DR site, disaster recovery site. So these are some of the things. When it comes to disaster recovery, there are two technical terms which are used a lot. Recovery time. I have already given you an example of recovery time. They took 7 months of time and they were able to recover all the data in the Pentagon attack. That's what RTO is. How much time you need in order to recover your data completely is RTO, recovery time objective. Recovery point, what is recovery point objective? Recovery point objective is, what was your backup frequency? Were you taking backup every 30 minutes? Were you taking backup every 1 day? And if you were taking every 1 day of backup, there is a possibility when you will perform the restore, you may lose 1 day of your data. So how much data losses you can bear when you are performing the recovery? That's what RPO is, recovery point objective. So two very, very important points: recovery time objective, recovery point objective. More on this later. High availability, I talked about high availability. High availability is meant for small scale things, more frequent events which are happening. One of my EC2, EC2 is one of the service from AWS. Think of it like you are running a virtual machine on AWS cloud. One of your virtual machine is not working. One of your virtual machine is showing that there is a status check that has failed, because of which your application is not running. Do you think that you should go to a customer and show a dog image? Sorry, our website is down. Wait for some time. No, that's not a good customer experience. Customer will not come to your site ever again. They will say, I have many other e-commerce website. Let me buy from there. What I need is speed. What I need is high availability. So high availability is meant for smaller scale, but more frequent events which are happening. And the idea of high availability is, in case if one component has failed, no problem. There are other many components which are continuously providing services to the users. However, if there is a act of God, another Hindi movie, Act of God, I learned this line from there. You know Paresh Rawal, Act of God. So in case if there is act of God, earthquake, entire data center is down, then it's a disaster. Okay, now you need to think of, can I bring the business back from my DR site, a disaster recovery site? So there can be component failure, there can be network issues, there can be sudden spikes. Usually lot of sales are there, 26 January sale going on, and a New Year sale going on, Christmas sale going on, and there is always a yearly sale. People, they have gone mad to buy everything. So in that case, if lot of spike is there, are you able to bear that much of load that has increased on your website? If yes, that means you have maintained sufficient number of servers at the backend, and you are still able to provide uninterrupted services to your users, and that's where you will be a winner. And a lot of customers are doing it. There are case studies which are available to you, which you can access, and these case studies are available on aws.amazon.com/case studies. You will find case studies. Our customers, they are very, very happy in sharing what are the interesting things they have done on AWS cloud platform. So the maximum high availability that you can get is 99.999%, which is equal to 5.25 minutes of downtime annually, which is still fine. 100% availability is like, oh, you are absolutely 100% there. Not even a single second downtime is there annually. But With all efforts, you can still have maximum 5/9 of availability. That's what this slide says. Very interesting story. I asked, so I'm sorry, I can't stop my laugh here. Immediately, an example came to my mind. I was conducting one of the class and I asked the same question which is there on the slide. And there was one guy who was like, no, Rohit, let me answer this question. And I was like, what happened? He definitely possesses something interesting which he is going to come up. My question was, what is a disaster? Please don't get offended with this example. I'm sharing a real case with you, and this has actually happened. And he says, Rohit, the biggest disaster is your wife. And I was like, it was so hilarious. Entire class started laughing. I was like, you guys are demons. You should not crack jokes when I'm teaching such a, I mean, technical thing. I'm talking about what is a disaster for something which is related to technology, and you are taking it in a different direction. So that happens. So don't come up with such kind of answers where you say, hey, disaster. I can tell you what is a disaster. Now, disaster, I think I have taken a couple of examples. There's a natural disaster that has happened, or there is a man who has created some problem, or there is a possibility that a component has failed in your data center. That can also be a disaster. I've taken an example where power was out for 6 to 7 days and data centers were shut down and they were running their business from disaster recovery side. That was also a disaster. There was a flood in Chennai. So these are the disaster. Before I talk about disaster and before I talk about the disaster recovery strategies which AWS recommends, let me give you some idea on some technical terms which AWS uses. Regions. AWS uses a technical term called region. Regions are geographical locations where AWS data centers are present. And currently we have 31 regions which are present worldwide. And AWS is continuously expanding their data centers in several different geographies of the world. So there are 31 regions which are available worldwide. In India also we have a region, Mumbai. And in Mumbai, you have data centers or group of data centers which are connected to each other by means of dark fibers, ultra low latency. These data centers or group of data centers present within the region are called as availability zone. So Mumbai is a region, and within Mumbai, there are 3 different availability zones which are available for customers. Customers, what they do is they are smart. They don't run their workload only in one availability zone. If you run all your workload in one availability zone, it will be a single point of failure. You want to install, let's say, 30 virtual machines for your customers, and you have created all the 30 virtual machine in one availability zone, in one data center or group of data center. And let's say that availability zone, which is data center or group of data center, is down. What will happen? All your 30 virtual machines are gone. Your customers are suffering. They are saying, hey, what happened? Application is completely stopped. And you are, sorry, sir, I just installed all the servers in one availability zone. There was a design flaw. I'm sorry. That's not recommended. Always design with high availability in mind. Make sure one server in one availability zone, second in second availability zone, and third one in third availability zone. At least if one availability zone fails, your remaining servers will be available. So availability zone is very, very important for high availability. So regions are geographical locations, and within every geographical location, you will find minimum 2 availability zones are there. There are more than 2 availability zones present in several regions. We have 31 regions as of now, and it's continuously growing, and we have 99 availability zones still today. And I explained you what availability zone is. Data center or group of data center, and these data centers, group of data centers, are connected to each other by means of very fast speed networking dark fibers. Categories of disaster. Natural disaster can be one category. Technical failure can be one category. I have already given you the example. Chennai was flood, no electricity, technical failure. Servers are fine, they can run, but you don't have the fuel to run them. No electricity, sorry. You have to shut down your data center and you have to start your DR site. That's what we did. And it can be human action. I have also given you the example of human action. Shared responsibility model. It's very, very important that we should understand that when we are running our workload or applications in AWS cloud, customer possesses some responsibility and AWS also possesses a lot of responsibility. AWS is responsible for ensuring that the regions, their availability zones, the edge locations where they are storing the data for users, caching locations, I would rather say, it is properly secure. It should not happen that any engineer who wants to visit the data center can use the card. Hey, I'm Amazonian, let me in. And you are there and you are playing with the customer data. That's not possible. You don't know what is the address of Amazon data centers, number one. And even if you know, you are not allowed. Only authorized person can access the data center. And there is a two-factor authentication always. Each and every step that you are doing is being audited. So Amazon is responsible for protecting their compute, their storage, their database, their networking, their global infrastructure, which Amazon possesses. It becomes their responsibility as a cloud provider to protect it. You are responsible for ensuring that your applications are running securely in AWS cloud, and they are also designed in such a way that in case if one component fails, the other component is still there to support your application being accessible to your customers or your users. So things like backup is your responsibility. You have to take the data backup. You cannot say, hey, I'm running my application in AWS cloud, I am secure, no problems, no disaster will happen, I trust AWS. You have to plan your backups. You have to plan your DR strategies, disaster recovery strategies. You have to decide what's your workload architecture, no single point of failure. And you also need to take care of change management. It should not happen that you are a bank and you says, hey, one of the engineer of the bank has accidentally opened the permission for everyone, and that's how the user data was accessible. No, you have to have a proper audit mechanism in place. There is a service called S3, simple storage service, and I conduct sessions at many places, and people says, Rohit, can you create a S3 bucket and can you please make it public? I want to just store one file in your S3 bucket to see if I can access your S3 bucket remotely. Yeah, it's doable. You can do that. But I normally say, sorry, this is a demo that I'm not going to do. I cannot declare my S3 bucket public. I will not allow it to become public even for a minute so that you can test to upload your file and see if you can put the data in my S3 bucket. Sorry, I can't do that. And most of the times the expressions that I get is, hey, come on, it's just a very small thing. Why you are not making your bucket public? The answer is very, very simple. I am afraid of love letters. I don't want to get any love letter. What is this love letter? The audit mechanism is, if you make your bucket public in S3, if you make your S3 bucket public, what will happen? It will immediately trigger a notification which goes to all the top shots of AWS, and they are immediately informed that Rohit Sharma has created a bucket and he has left that bucket public, and it creates a save to ticket. And then they write a mail, which is a love letter, to my manager, and my manager passes that love letter to me. Rohit, what has happened? What's the business justification? Why you have done that? So there are some security mechanism which you can put in place, saying that if someone has done a mistake, that mistake should immediately be reported. That is called as incident management. An incident has happened, incident should be immediately reported. So AWS is very strict in doing that. Now, let us suppose people, they don't have a habit of reading mails. That's what I have seen in these 19 years. If you write someone a mail, don't expect a response. They'll keep on the mail will keep there in their Outlook, and they will look at it maybe after 7 days or 10 days. So you cannot wait for that. Okay, someone will write a mail to Rohit's boss, and then Rohit's boss will reach out to Rohit and, hey, can you fix it? No, that's very dangerous. The S3 bucket can have some business related information. So it's not only incident management, incident response should also be there. So the next auditing mechanism which is there is the moment anyone in Amazon declares S3 bucket as public, it's reported to all the top shots, it's reported to their manager, and AWS config, there is a service called AWS config. It will immediately fix the permissions. It will make your bucket private again so that no one should be able to access the data. So it's customer responsibility. You cannot say, I'm a bank, I just left my bucket open. Sorry, the data is someone has theft the data or the data has gone to the wrong hand. Your planning was not proper. The audit mechanism that you had was not proper. The design that you have created was not proper. So customer responsibility is also there. Security in AWS cloud, data in AWS cloud, disaster recovery in AWS cloud, we need to understand is a shared responsibility. Amazon is doing its part. You also need to be very careful about ensuring that you are doing your part. High availability is not a disaster recovery. That's something which I have already told you. High availability is meant for small events which are happening. It is meant for ensuring that you should be able to provide uninterrupted services to your user in case if one or two components fail. Have a look at this design. In this design, there is a region. The outside white box that you see is a region. Think of it like Mumbai. And you have three availability zone: availability zone A, availability zone B, and availability zone C. That's the example that I took. Mumbai possesses three availability zones, and users, they try to access the solution or the services by hitting a load balancer. You can see the arrow which is coming from the top. Users are hitting the load balancers, and load balancers internal is forwarding your request to the web servers or the virtual machines that you have deployed here. Do I have high availability here? Have I spread my instances in three different availability zones? I think yes. There are three availability zones, and my instances, my web servers, are spread across three availability zones. What will happen if one availability zone fails? What will happen? Will you lose 50% of your servers, or will you lose 33% of your servers? 33 or 50? I think three availability zones is equal to 33% of your servers will be lost, which is still good. You still have majority of servers present in two availability zones, and that is able to bear the load coming from users. Users are bombarding your websites like anything. So that's a plan that you should have in mind. High availability. High availability always includes multi-availability zone concepts. This is one of the examples that I have shown here. Have a look at the bottom of this slide. There is a relational database service that they have used. For relational database, there is a primary database. The standby database is present in second availability zone, and there is a read replica which is present in third availability zone. If master or the primary database is gone, I will still be able to promote my standby as a new master. In case if both the availability zones are gone, I still have my read replica. I will be able to make my read replica a new master. So I have high availability of database. I have high availability of instances. I have high availability of NAT gateways. There are three different NAT gateways that are deployed. NAT gateways, instances which are present in that availability zones, in case if they have to download the patches, the fixes from internet, they will use NAT gateway. So three different NAT gateway. So high availability is very, very important. So NAT gateway high availability is there, instance high availability is there, and relational database high availability is also there. Do you have any single point of failure here in this design? Don't say S3. S3 is something which is Amazon responsibility. By design, it is highly available. So as a customer, you need not to do anything there. Don't say DynamoDB as well, because DynamoDB is also by design highly available. So when you use AWS services, you get benefit of Lot of services which are AWS managed services, they are highly available by design. S3 is an example. DynamoDB is an example. That's the reason I have not shown two S3 buckets here or two DynamoDBs there. So that's Amazon responsibility. But whatever is my responsibility, NAT gateway is my responsibility, instance is my responsibility, relational database is my responsibility. For that, proper high availability is taken care of. Now, when it comes to availability zone, always think of that availability zones are data centers or group of data centers. Installing all your applications, configuring all your applications in one availability zone will be equal to single point of failure. That availability zone fails, your business is gone. The good practice is to use multiple availability zones within a region. In case if one availability zone fails, no problem. You still have lot of servers present running on other availability zone, and you will still be able to manage uninterrupted services to your user. And this is called as multi-availability zone concept. Have a look at the slide. The slide says there are three availability zone. Availability zone 1, availability zone A, which is a data center or group of data center, availability zone B, which is a data center or a group of data center, and availability zone C, which is a data center or a group of data centers. What you were doing in your traditional days, I have got one data center which is primary, and I have got another data center where I'm replicating the services, which is my DR data center. If you are still in the traditional days, you can use one availability zone continuously to keep on replicating your data, and you will still be able to manage a disaster recovery across availability zones. However, this is not recommended from AWS. I'm giving you an explanation if you still manage the disaster recovery in the same traditional way like you were managing earlier. In that case, you can think it like this. EBS, Elastic Block Store. When you create EC2s or when you create virtual machines in AWS, EBS are also part of your EC2. Every EC2 is connected to a block level storage, which is called as EBS volumes. Think of it like your storage. The problem with EBS, Elastic Block Storage, is the scope of Elastic Block Storage is a availability zone. So in case if I have created my EBS volume in availability zone A and that availability zone fails, you will lose your storage and your data gets stored in storage. You are running a VM, it consists of a storage attached to it. Availability zone A is gone, your storage is also gone. You will probably be able to create a new virtual machine, but from where you will bring your data? So ensure that you are regularly taking the snapshots of your EBS volumes. If you are taking snapshots of your EBS volumes, it will be easy for you. You will be able to sustain the availability zone failure. Any availability zone fails, you can recreate your EBS volumes or your data will be back and you can attach that EBS volume to the EC2s. So it's very important to understand what is the scope of a service. Then only you can do the right solutioning. DynamoDB. For DynamoDB, you can take point in time backups. Keep on adding and you can take point in time backups. S3. For S3, you can enable versioning. The benefit of versioning is, in case if someone has accidentally deleted a file from your S3 bucket, you will be able to bring it back. There is a TV show, I'm not getting the name of that TV show. I'm not a big fan of that TV show, but my wife definitely is a big fan of that TV show. Some mad people, they are put in a house and then someone comes, Salman Khan comes, and then he keeps on talking to those people. Big Boss. Yeah, Big Boss. My wife is a big fan of Big Boss and I really hate that serial. I don't know why that serial is created. I'm sorry, I have my own likings or dislikings. And on top of it, what they do is they says, hey, We have got a person in Big Boss house. Would you like to vote for him? And they keep on tracking how many votes have been given for a X person. And there are many shows which are doing the same thing. Someone is singing, please cast the votes. Someone is dancing, please cast the votes. DynamoDB is used in all these cases. DynamoDB is used in all these cases because there is a massive hit which is coming. So what you can do if you are using DynamoDB, you can take point in time backup, so that at any point of time you want to restore or you want to create a similar DynamoDB table, similar NoSQL table, you will be able to do it from the point in time backup that you have taken. So redundancy at every layer. When it comes to regions, ideally a disaster recovery is region. What will happen if a region fails? Let's say there is a flood in Mumbai, or let's say there is an earthquake in Mumbai, because of which all the 3 availability zones are down. Where is your business then? You spread your EC2s, servers, or components across 3 availability zones. But what if entire region is down? By the way, it has never happened in past, but what happens if an entire region is down? You all know very well what is going on in world nowadays. Every day Sam uncle is there, and every day Putin uncle is there, and they're saying, hey, I'm dropping bomb, I'm dropping bomb. The moment you open news channels, they're talking about a atom bomb or hydrogen bomb or nitrogen bomb. What will happen if there is a nuclear war? Can it take the entire region down? Yes, of course. We have seen what happens when wars are there. An entire country is down. So if a region is down because of natural disaster or because of the problems which man has created, how you will be able to run or sustain from such kind of disaster? Will you still say that, let me replicate my data, or let me spread my servers across 3 availability zones within a region and let me manage it? No. You have to have your disaster recovery site present in some other region. So now you need to think cross region. What's the challenge? The challenge is for those customers which says, hey, there is a regulatory requirement that data should not be existing outside of the country. Now, in this case, the cross region will not be possible. So it's a trade-off decision. You need to think of a trade-off decision. So when it comes to, can I have my DR site in other region? Of course, you can have a DR site in other region. You can have one region as active and second region as your passive one. That's what this slide is showing. One region fails, you will be able to still redirect your users to the passive region, and you will start servicing everything from the passive region. You can also have active. You can have active. Both the regions are active. 80% of the traffic goes to one region, 20% goes to another region. So regions can also be the DR site, active or as active passive. Both possibilities are there. Business continuity plan should definitely be there. And before you create your business continuity plan, make sure 4 factors you have taken care of. What will be the business impact when you will run your business continuity plan, or when you will design your business continuity plan? Have you done the risk assessment? What's your business continuity plan? If any disaster happens, how your business continuity plan is going to run, and in what step you are going to run the business continuity plan, and what's your DR solution? Are you going towards multi availability zone within a region, or are you going towards multi cloud solution, or are you going towards multi region solution? 3 possibilities can be there. Recovery point objective and recovery time objective. This is something which I have already explained to you. How much data losses you can bear after a disaster. How much time you are going to take in order to bring your data back. That is also very, very important. RTO and RPO. If you want to have best RTO and RPO, you want to have minimum data losses, and you also want to use best time in order to recover your data, the investment is going to be high. Have a look at this. Now, this slide is the crux of this entire session. When it comes to what are the different models we have for disaster recovery in AWS, we have a model which is called as backup and restore. You can have a look. Backup and restore is there on my slide. What is backup and restore? You have region 1. You are continuously taking the backup of your data from region 1 and you are replicating it to region 2. Tomorrow, if the region 1 fails, you still have backup of all your data in region 2. In region 2, you can bring your EC2s or virtual machines back, start restoring the data, and your business will be back. That's a backup and restore model. Cost wise, it's the most cost effective model because you don't have anything running on region 2. You are just using the storage of region 2 to store your data. But when it comes to how much time you will take in order to restore your data, it is going to take a lot of time to restore your data. So your RTO and RPO is going to get impacted in backup and restore. Still, a lot of customers uses backup and restore because it is cost effective. Very good for SMBs, very good for startups where they can bear maybe some data loss, and they are also okay if the recovery is taking maybe some hours. Backup and restore. Pilot light. There is another model that we have which is called as pilot light model. In pilot light model, what you will do, you will replicate the most critical components to a second region. My database present in one region is possessing a copy in another region, maybe a read replica, or maybe I am continuously replicating the backups to another region. Pilot light. But my application servers, my web servers, and all the other components are not yet created. What is there? My database is only there. Tomorrow, if I need to switch over to my disaster recovery site in pilot light model, what I will do, I will use cloud formation templates to bring the infrastructure in second region, and my database is already there. So the time that will be taken in order to bring your business back is going to be less compared to backup and restore because you have cloud formation templates to deploy the infrastructure and your database is already there. So that's pilot light. The database in second region is not of the same size that you have in the primary region. So in primary region, you will have, let's say, a monster database or a monster VM. But in secondary region, you might be replicating it to a small size database, a smaller VM. What is the cost? Here you are paying a little cost because you are replicating your data to second region and your small size database is up and running. So cost is going to be a little high compared to backup and restore, but the recovery is also going to be quick compared to backup and restore. So this is second model. The third model is warm standby. Warm standby says that your application server, your web servers, and your database servers, a copy of them is already present in the secondary data center, but there is no user traffic that is there, that is being redirected to the second region. Be it backup and restore, be it pilot light, or be it warm standby. All these three models, they are under a acceptable recovery cost and they are used a lot by AWS customers. In case if you are a big enterprise and you want to quickly recover your data and you want to quickly restore your data, then you will go towards paying a little bit high and follow a model which is active, multi-site active. Cost is going to be high, but the time taken to perform the recovery is also very quick. And the data loss is also going to be very, very less, because your primary region and your secondary region both have same size of servers, and the data is being continuously replicated between primary and secondary. At any point of time, if primary fails, you can cut over your users and redirect them to secondary. I have stopped sharing the screen. So don't worry what happened to the screen. This is something which is purposeful. I hope you got some idea on what is disaster recovery, and you also got some idea on what are the different models that you have from disaster recovery. Okay.
So while you're managing that, Rohit, there's just a quick question.
Yep.
So what will happen to the data if the company is winding up?
If the company is winding up, what will happen to the data? AWS accounts, you need to understand the charging. If your data is there in your AWS account, your credit cards will be charged. If the company is winding and you have decided to decommission your data centers, or you have decided to decommission your AWS account, make sure you delete your AWS account. If you delete your AWS account, everything is gone.
That makes sense.
Your responsibility to delete everything. So folks, I would like to end here. I think we have 3 more minutes. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm more than happy to answer those questions. I hope you got an idea on what is disaster recovery, and I hope you also remember I have shown you there is a white paper available on AWS disaster recovery strategies. Please feel free, download the AWS white paper on disaster recovery strategies. Mamta, to answer your question again, sorry, I keep on coming back to you again and again.
I feel important by that. Thank you so much.
One of the job role which is there in the market is DR engineers, disaster recovery engineers, and they are even highly paid compared to a solution architect. Because DR is something which is heart of an enterprise.
That's perfect. So I think that answers the question, but we also have one more question from Madla. She is, I think, currently pursuing a cloud practitioner certification program and would love to know what are the kind of job roles that she would be eligible for once she's completed the certification.
So cloud practitioner certification is the basic certification, and it is meant for all those people which wants to become the cloud solution associate. Cloud solution associate are those people which are responsible for talking to customers, understanding what are the needs of customer and passing it to the team. So that can be one of the job which a CPE certified person can get. Once you have done your CPE, you can think of moving towards maybe system operations. If you want to troubleshoot customers' issues, or if you want to do a lot of configuration for customers, system operations is the right certification. If you want to move towards architecting solutions, solution architect is the next certification you can move towards. And if you like programming, developing on AWS is the right one for you.
Great. And we have one more question from Hari Krishna Mondal. Please explain the difference between AWS S2 and S3.
S2 and S3, there is only S3, there is no S2.
Oh, is it? Okay, so I think he meant to ask what are the difference between two versions, the latest one and the one before that.
Yeah, so S3 is simple storage service. That's the reason it is called as S3. There are 3 S, and it's a object storage. And that was the first service which AWS launched in their cloud platform. And there is no S2, there is no S4 coming, by the way. It will always remain S3.
Absolutely. And one last question that we have is, how do I gain hands-on experience with AWS?
Brilliant question. Search for AWS workshops. You can create a AWS free tier account and try out AWS workshops. Nothing is better than AWS workshops. Second answer to that is AWS hands-on tutorials are also there. And you should think of AWS hands-on tutorials which are free. Don't go for the one which says $5 charge or $10 charge. You can still try those hands-on tutorials. In case if you are starting your journey and you are not that comfortable to try the hands-on or the workshops, there is a channel from AWS which is called as AWS Knowledge Center. It's a YouTube channel, AWS Knowledge Center. Search for any topic, let's say S3 plus AWS Knowledge Center. The AWS professional services team, they have recorded several demos for you. So far, approximately 274 recorded demos are available to you, and no demo is more than 9 minutes long. So that's the best way to first see how things are happening in AWS and then give it a try in your free tier account.
Amazing. I hope that answers the question there. However, like in the interest of time, I think, it would be great if we can email the remaining questions to you, Rohit, and if you'd be kind enough to answer them, and we would possibly forward them to anybody who has even sent those questions to us. So thank you so much, Rohit, that this was an amazing session. The examples that you have shared made things so much easier to understand, even though you started by saying that this is a technical session. It did not even seem like that. I'm sure the session will boost, the confidence of the audience to consider AWS as a career option. So thank you so much for sharing this knowledge and helping our audience learn more about this exciting career option of AWS. So thank you once again, Rohit, for joining.
Thanks for attending this session, and AWS is the future. So if you get any opportunity, feel free. Go for CP or other certifications that you have. All the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And you can exit the webinar now while we continue on with the marathon of sessions.
Sure, I'll do that.
Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yep. So thank you so much. I believe, everything that we've learned so far, the audience has found really, really helpful. And moving forward with this renewed purpose, let's move on to our next session. I will not beat around the bush much with this one, since this is tremendous buzz around this topic already, the domain of investment banking. Our placement team already has seen a very sharp rise in the job opportunities in relation to this profile. And hence we had to conduct a session surrounding this job role and the career option that is picking up pace. The topic of interest here is Ultimate Investment Banking Career Guide. And who better than Mr. Sudarshan Ramakrishnan, the managing director of a leading investment bank, to lead this conversation. After all, he has 13 plus years of experience in investment banking, mergers and acquisitions, and building strategies. Welcome, Mr. Ramakrishnan. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Mamta. Wish everyone a happy Republic Day. Very happy to be here again.
Wish you the same. The stage is all yours.
Thanks, everyone. What I thought I'll do is, unfortunately, I don't have slides to present, but what I thought I'll do is just structure the session just to cover kind of the what investment banking is all about, the types of skills that people would, typically need to have a successful career in investment banking, some of the domain knowledge in terms of just purely curricular knowledge that you would like to build on as you think of, building a career out here, what the different levels of roles are in the investment banking field, and, what is typically demanded across the different roles, some of the softer aspects in terms of, just more personality types that we've seen who have had successful careers out here, the types of models and products that typically are outcomes of what you would do as an investment banker, and then also from a longer term perspective as you think about your career, how investment banking is almost a stepping stone towards potential other job opportunities as well. And so I thought I'll cover that. Let me start with the what. So what do investment bankers effectively do? I mean, I think to very if you were to really simplify it, the investment banker's job is an advisory job, and your role is typically to advise your clients, who are typically corporates or funds, in terms of their growth strategies. And the growth strategies could be typically twofold. One is advising them on their inorganic growth strategies, particularly around mergers and acquisitions and how they could use that as a strategy to grow. And then the second is capital raising strategies. Capital typically raised to continue to build their businesses going forward. And as you're well aware, capital raising strategies in this market can be effectively 2 to 3-fold. One is in the public markets, so companies that look to effectively IPO and go public and raise capital through that mechanism, and we advise companies on that. And then second is, and what has become a pretty big part of our current market, is capital raising strategies in the private markets. As you can see, a lot of companies in India, we have close to kind of 120 unicorns in India, of which only kind of 6 to 7 are listed right now. So there are a lot of them which continue to remain unlisted, and yet have been able to raise money to fund their growth plans. What are the skills? What do kind of what does it take for you to be a successful investment banker? I would kind of break it down into 7 skills. One, the first one, which I think is kind of a base level skill, which is obviously important, is just basic quantitative skills, being able to understand businesses, but also translating a business strategy specifically into kind of numbers and what that would mean in terms of kind of the financial profile of the company. So really being able to break that down into numbers is very important. So quantitative skills, I think, are key. Second is analytical skills, and third are problem solving skills. While you might think of them as same, I think of them as different. So analytical skills typically, whenever you're thinking about the financial profile of the company, you're typically looking at scenarios. The market environment is continuously changing. The market environment in which we were in 2021, very different from what it was in 2022, very different from what it was in 2023. There have been different variables at play when you are a company, some of which are not in your control. So for example, the interest rate environment is not in your control. And the interest rate environment can actually impact the financial outlook of your business. So being able to analyze what are the different scenarios of moving variables that could impact your business and how that could have an impact on your financial plan is something that investment bankers advise clients on, and it's important to do that. Another good example is oil prices. For a lot of companies, for example, oil prices are a key input variable, or wage inflation, employee unemployment, employment, and what happens in terms of employee costs is a big input variable. And so again, as you think about founders of companies and who are driving their strategies going forward, understanding what that would mean in terms of your financial plan is important. The third is problem solving. When I say problem solving, a lot of our job is in bringing people together. What I mean by that is when a company wants to acquire another company, there's always an expectation in the acquirer's eyes in terms of what the target would deliver to them and what value the target would be for them. and what it could deliver to their business. And on the same side, in the target's mind, the expectations are different. The expectations in terms of what their business could add value to the acquirer, what value it could be in the hands of the acquirer, and how it could evolve could change. And so being able to almost, bridge the gap between what an acquirer's expectation is versus a seller's expectation, and problem solving to make sure that they come together is very important. And when you think about a company going public as well, on the one side you have the company that's going public, and on the other side you have the investor who's looking to invest in the company. And again, there's a natural bid-ask gap, if I might say, in terms of one is kind of the valuation the company that's going public is looking to achieve versus the valuation at which the investors want to invest. And so being able to kind of bridge that gap is also important. And then also, in a differing market environment, kind of the size of the capital raise, right? Sometimes you think you're going to go out to the market raising, call it, 1,000 crores. And what you see is the market's actually appetite is a lot more. And so, does that present necessarily a different opportunity for the company to raise more capital? Or on the other hand, sometimes it's the other way around. You're going to raise 1,000 crores and the market environment, for whatever reason, is not as good. And so being able to actually problem solve with the client to make sure you meet their objectives in a constantly changing expectation environment is very important. The fourth skill is teamwork. Teamwork, I mean, is a very basic. It sounds like a soft skill, but the reality is, as an investment banker, you're effectively working very, very closely with your client. And so not only are you a part of kind of the client's team, but you're also part of the client's working team. So there's the CEO, CFO, founder at the senior levels, but then there are the finance, team, the FP&A team, the tax team, legal advisors, accounting advisors, all of them who are coming together along with you and maybe other bankers. And so being able to actually work in a team is very, very important, because typically you're working on very, very crunch timelines. It's very important to kind of know your role, play your role, and ultimately kind of deliver the output to the client. The fifth point is very kind of basic, but it's very important. It's client orientation. What I mean by that is, in our business, if we don't have our clients, we don't have a business. And so ultimately, your client is always right, even if they're being unreasonable. And so being able to, and sometimes when the client is saying something, what they're saying versus what they mean is sometimes very different. And so being able to actually sift through what that really means and being able to deliver an outcome to a client is very important. So, if you're a person, you need to have high interpersonal skills to be in this business in general, but you have to have a very, very high level of service. It's a service-oriented business. And so high level of service and client orientation is important. Sixth point is commercial mindset. So, ultimately our role typically involves providing advice on the finance side of the business, which means that you have to be shrewd. You have to be completely up to date in terms of, all the different variables that play in a financing environment, be it kind of valuations in the markets, be it interest rates, be it, prices of, all the different input variables that can change the financial outlook. So, commercial mindset, again, very, very important to be a successful banker. And then seventh skill, I'd say, is negotiation. Again, as part of, everything that you do, you're typically, you're trying to bring people together, which involves a lot of negotiation, and being able to understand different requirements and actually being able to negotiate hard is a very important skill as a banker. Let me get into some harder skills like domain expertise. Look, what do you need to know to be a successful banker? I would put it into kind of 4 buckets. One is obviously finance skills. So finance, when I say finance, I mean corporate finance skills, being able to understand what a P&L, balance sheet, cash flow, etc. is, what are the different line items, how it gets impacted, how does tax play a big role, how does liabilities play a big role, what are short-term liabilities, what are long-term liabilities. So really understanding finance in a very, very high level of detail is a basic domain skill that's required as part of investment banking. Second is strategy. And I'll combine my second and third point together, strategy. And the third one is sector skills. So what I mean by that is for you to be able to advise, say, a telecom client or a technology client, typically you're talking to a CEO, CFO, founder. As an investment banker, you're never going to be able to run the business the way they run it or understand the kind of level of detail to kind of build a business the way they build it. But for you to understand the sector in detail, for you to understand the different players in the market in detail, to understand what the strategic initiatives for each of the different players in their market and how their moves could impact their business in detail is kind of really value additive to a CEO. So for example, the CEO or the founder gets up in the morning, or the CFO for that matter, they get up in the morning and they're really focused on their business. They're really focused on building their business in the best way possible. But as part of their day job, they are not necessarily always focused on, while everyone keeps a tap on competition, they don't have the nuanced pulse of what their competition's strategic priorities are, financial priorities are, how they're thinking about M&A and what moves they're making that could have an impact on their business. And so I think that's where, again, a banker, when you talk about strategy and when you talk about sector, I think because as investment bankers, we have the ability not only to have a pretty deep understanding of every player in the sector in which your client operates, as well as, what are the strategic moves. I think those are the really domain, expertise that is of value add to your client when you're giving them advice. And then the fourth point is on the regulatory and the legal side. Again, everything that a business touches has implications from a regulatory and legal perspective. I'll give you an example. For example, I do a lot of advisory on the telecom side. The telecom sector is a licensed sector. It's very heavily regulated by the government of India in terms of the Department of Telecom, as well as what regulations are around, for example, license fee costs, spectrum costs, AGR liabilities. And so really, or if you take the e-commerce sector, for example, what are the regulations around, multi-brand retail, single brand retail, who can play, where can there be foreign ownership, where there can't be foreign ownership. Or if you take the electric vehicle space, how is the government choosing to subsidize electric vehicles? There are FAME subsidies, there's PLI subsidies, what implications those have. So the regulatory and legal framework in which your client operates, really, you're not expected to know it as well as a lawyer does, but you need to understand how those things impact the commercial side of the business, when you're giving advice to the client. So those are kind of the domains. Let me get into kind of the levels of investment banking, right? So what are the different, the investment banking is I've done this actually not 13 years, I've actually done it 19 years. And it's a career that's, it has a pretty flat trajectory. The different levels is your entry level job in an investment bank is typically what's called an analyst level job. After 3 to 4 years of doing the analyst job, it's obviously a very hyper competitive environment, and most organizations operate on a little bit of a kind of, it's hyper competitive but also very meritocratic, but it's also a little bit of an up and out policy. So in the sense that either you're moving forward or you kind of have to move on from that career. So after your analyst 3 to 4 years, you typically are an associate for 3 to 4 years. Then you have a bucket called the VP bucket, the vice president bucket. After vice president, there's a director bucket. After director, there's a managing director bucket. And so those are typically the different levels in the investment banking job. And the skills required to be successful at each level are different. So, when the analyst level role is a lot more to do with, the hard work in terms of understanding the quantitative side of the business. Excuse me, the quantitative side of the business, and the kind of presentation side of the business. As you become an associate and a vice president, you get into a lot more of the execution side of deal making. How to drive a transaction forward. And once you're a director and a managing director, your role, while you do all aspects of the job, your role is really in terms of client origination, transaction origination, really spending most of your time with your clients, understanding, listening, really understanding what your clients' priorities are, and then trying to be able to provide solutions to them that are of value to them, and then really handholding them through that process, right? And typically, and I'll spend a little bit time talking about this because this is kind of what I've done for at least the last 7 years. Typically spending time with your clients you're typically working with a client on something that is, call it, critical path to their strategy right now. So either it is they're looking to either buy or sell their business in an M&A transaction that could be defining to them, because a client's business is effectively their baby, right? They've either founded the business or run this business for a long period of time. And so it's not just being, cold-hearted about are they going to make money out of the deal or not, but it's also being empathetic to their software requirements. Sometimes being a founder of the business and being a CEO of the business matters a lot more to the client in terms of their standing in community sometimes. So it's not always got to do with just kind of the money they get or the salary that they make out of the transaction. And so client management as a job, as I said, a lot of what you're doing is very critically important to them. Either taking the company public is critically important to them, or doing a fundraise that can change the outlook of the business is critically important to them, or buying or selling a company which is in their sector could be critically important to them. And so a managing director job is to basically be, primarily client facing and riding and, really being an advisor to the client from a longer term perspective, keeping in mind kind of while you have a near-term transaction you're advising them on, your relationship matters more than anything else. Let me get into kind of some of the softer aspects of the business which are important. So one is, I think, to be an investment banker, you have to be target oriented and entrepreneurial. What I mean by that is ultimately, if you want to build a career longer term in investment banking, your ultimate goal will be to effectively, run a business. And when you run a business, you have P&L targets. And, the one thing you have to keep in mind is in our business, we don't have a product. We don't have a Nike shoe that you're selling that will sell for itself, or for that matter, any hard product that you're selling. You're effectively selling your intellect to the client and your service to the client. And so, every new situation, you're starting from zero. I think the only leverage you have is your relationship with the client and your understanding of their needs and what's going on in the market. And you have to continue to give them ideas that will take their business forward. And so, being entrepreneurial, being continuously thinking about ideas for your client, and ultimately, of course, when you're running a business, you also have to be target oriented in terms of how much you're going to ultimately make in terms of revenues to be a successful investment banker. And so that's the first thing. Second thing I would say is team building. So especially for me, we run a team of 20. We have certain goals in mind, but being able to actually hire kind of senior investment bankers who are able to kind of own clients, own outcomes, deliver upon their targets, and still maintain the high quality of reputation that is required to be, a successful investment banker is extremely important. And so team building. Third is, I said, team orientation. When I say team orientation, it's got to do with the teamwork point that I made earlier as well. So I won't spend too much of time on that. Fourth is being able to stretch in terms of work. So I think the one thing the investment banking job is not is it's not a 9 to 5 job, right? Ours is it's a project oriented job. You typically get busy based on projects that you're doing with clients. And your clients can call you anytime, anywhere, or you might come across an idea at any time, anywhere, maybe even when you're on a holiday sometimes. And typically these things are, high priority. So it's important to be able to, like, I think of, like, if you want to make a long-term career in investment banking, I think of it more as a lifestyle than necessarily a career, which is, you're kind of, of course you have to learn to switch off, but at some level you're always on, and you have to be able to be nimble. And it's a little bit like, how it is to work in a startup, right? You have to be outcome oriented, and if it requires being working and being stretched when you work, then you have to do it. What type of materials do you typically deliver? If I had to break it down quite simply, what do you have to deliver to be successful as an investment banker? So one is you need to have good kind of financial modeling skills. What I mean by that is you have to be able to take any company that you're working with and be able to build, like, effectively at a very simple level, like an Excel model that projects out how the business is performing and how the business will perform in detail. And it could be drivers. So again, if I was to give you the example of the, telecom, and we can talk about other sectors, telecom is a sector where you start with kind of how many mobile subscribers are there in the market, what is the market share of your company, what is the ARPU that the company generates, hence what is the revenues that the company generates, how much of that goes in costs in terms of license fees, spectrum fees, operating expenses, etc., to get to profitability. And so being able to actually build out a detailed model so that you really get a detailed understanding in terms of what are the different things that drive the finance of the business is critical for you to be able to provide good advice. Second is what I would call collaterals. When I say collaterals are basically documents that are used by companies to communicate with investors or counterparties. So if you go to any listed company, you go to their website, typically they have something called investor relations. And under investor relations, they will have something called an investor presentation, which effectively tells the whole story of the business. What is the business doing in detail? These are typically, 40-page decks. Sometimes they're 120-page decks, which go into details of what the business is doing, what's happening in the sector, what are the regulations driving it. Being able to actually articulate that in a way that is understood by investors is something that we advise companies on doing. It's something that is very important. Particularly for listed companies, it's important because they have to communicate with public market investors. But even for private companies, it's important because, that's the document that forms the basis on which you typically go out to the market to raise money, right? And so, and again, an investors meeting, call it, 100 companies in a month who are coming to raise money. They typically will invest in 5 to 10 of them. And so you'll get, 1 hour of their time to be able to present your case. And so being able to effectively deliver the explanation of what your business does and why you're there to ask the investor for money and why you will make the investor a return on the money that they invest within that 1 hour is, it's critical. And so being able to communicate very, very in a lot of detail and yet very punchy is like a critical skill of a good banker. The third thing is legal documents. So, when you're in transaction document mode, when it comes to like for a acquisition transaction, there's something that's called a share purchase agreement. There's something called a shareholder agreement. There's something called an antitrust agreement. These are legal agreements, and ultimately the lawyers will document these legal agreements, but the bankers need to be able to read the fine print of every legal agreement to understand the commercial impact the legal agreement can have on their client and how the client should negotiate those legal agreements. And so being able to, go through that is very important. I gave you the examples on the M&A side. On capital raising side, typically, when it comes to an IPO, you'll see a company puts out what's called an IPO prospectus. Being able to read every disclosure, an IPO prospectus typically has the story about what the business does, but it also has things like risk factors. Risk factors are important because a company has to be able to disclose what are the risks that an investor has in investing in their business. And for whatever reason, if the risk that the company, has not disclosed comes to reality, investors have the ability to actually sue companies. And so again, being almost a gatekeeper to telling a company, listen, you have to disclose this to have fair disclosure to investors is important. So an IPO document is, for example, a very important document. And then alongside an IPO document, there are, 15 other certificates that you submit to a regulator before a company goes public, which is a due diligence certificate, which tells the regulator, as investment bankers, we've done our due diligence on this company. We are stamping this company to go to market. All of that is something that you have to be able to do. And then research, right? I think the investment bank, for you to be current in an ever-changing market, you have to allocate, call it 1 to 2 days. I do this even now, like 1 to 2 days in a week where you read a lot of research about the sectors in which your clients operate, right? It is, and that's ever evolving. Like I'm continuously learning. The beauty about this job is you get the opportunity to work. You learn with your clients, like you get a chance to work with a lot of clients who are working in a lot of exciting industries. And as part of that, you're learning, but you also have to continue to do your homework because otherwise you're not going to be relevant to your client. And then look, last, I would say in terms of longer term, like as you think about investment banking as a profession, what can it open out doors to? Again, I've done this for 19 years. Typically, I mean, I've not seen people typically be investment bankers for all their life. I don't know whether investment banking is necessarily a career. It's not a 45-year career. It's typically a career for a certain amount of time, and it leads you on to doing other things. What I've typically seen is after a certain point in time, investment bankers typically do, one of three things. One is they get into the investing side of the business. Given, again, a lot of what we do effectively has a financial element to it, but we are on the service side of the business where we are giving advice, and we are servicing clients. The natural adjacency is to say, I'll do something similar to what investment banking does, but instead of servicing clients, I will actually invest clients' money and take risk, right? And so that could be a natural kind of progression from being a banker to kind of becoming an investor. So I think that's one of the second is I've seen investment bankers become founders, right? They just after a point in time feel like they have garnered a good enough network to be effective business people. They've always dealt on over time. They may have dealt on particular sectors in detail, so they feel like I have the ability or the confidence to kind of work in a particular sector. Third is our business is a very outcome-oriented business. Again, investment bankers typically only get paid by the clients if the deal gets done. And so that go-getting mentality of saying, karna hi hai, getting the stuff done is like a very founder mindset mentality, very outcome-oriented, right? And so that helps translate into kind of, becoming, those are the skills. I don't think all skills I'm not saying all investment bankers can become good founders. That's definitely not the case. But there are a lot of skills that you pick up along the way of building a career in investment banking that can help you as a founder. I mean, if anyone has read the book Doglapan, that Ashneer Grover was an investment banker before he became a founder. He talks a lot about some of the skills that have translated well. So maybe that's my 10-minute articulation won't do justice, but you can read that book to get a sense. And then third is like a corporate job. I think again, typically a corporate job on the finance side is a natural transition as well. I've seen a lot of my colleagues, move on to the corporate side, either in strategy roles or in finance roles. They ultimately obviously, hope to become kind of leaders in their businesses, but that is typically a natural next step in terms of the career. I think I ran through what I wanted to talk about. I'm happy to stop there and take any questions. Mamta, I'll be guided by you.
Sure, there are so many questions here in chat, as you can see. So, yeah. So, somebody from the audience wanted to know, how can I get started in a career in investment banking?
Yeah, so I'll tell you. So I think getting started in a career in investment. So typically what I've seen is the following. So one is there are typically two paths I've seen. One is the path which I followed, which is, do an MBA, typically do an MBA with some sort of finance orientation, right? And then I think your skill set allows you to get into then typically all the investment bankers will come to campuses to hire you. I think that's one option. I think the other option I've seen is without an MBA is people do internships either once they've completed their CA or they've completed maybe their engineering, they've started working in kind of the back office of one of these investment banks. So you kind of either do an internship role or you start working in the back office. Look, the back office of investment banks, actually the work is very, very high quality. It's an amazing training ground for, I have, a lot of people in my team have started their careers there. It's been an amazing training ground to build a career in banking. And you also come with a certain level of hunger and, you're not necessarily entitled. So that helps. So I think those are the typical paths I've seen people follow. But you need to have some bias towards finance, either BCom, or then CA, or then ultimately an MBA. I think those are the prerequisites typically to be a good banker.
Sure. I have a question from Soma Hariprasad. Can you please share some common Q&As for investment banking aspirants in an analyst's position?
Yeah, I mean, the types of questions that I ask them. Yeah. So, look, I think typically for an analyst position, you will get asked questions like, what's your favorite sector? Or name your top 5 stocks, right? Why do you like those stocks? Based on which stock you like, then, how do you think about kind of the business? Like if I was to tell you to build a financial model for that company, tell me I don't want the answer, but just tell me the steps of how you would break down the different drivers for the business and think about building the business for the company. How would you look to value the company? What are the different methodologies you would use to, value those businesses? What is WACC? What is weighted average cost of capital? What is enterprise value of a company? What is equity value of a company? So basic finance, like basic corporate finance questions is the hard questions that you get asked as an analyst in an analyst interview. And then you would typically get asked the softer questions in terms of why do you want to do investment banking? Everyone says they want to do investment banking. Do you really want to do investment banking? Like, what have you done outside your studies that makes me believe that, hey, you thought investment banking was an interesting career? There could be, sometimes we can try to just, stress people in interviews more just to test their reaction. I'm not necessarily like we don't get thrilled out of doing it, but it's just to test someone's readiness in terms of how they would react to, being put under stress. So, and then, what are your interests outside? I typically look at, I do definitely look at also academic performance, because I think that it's not that we want you to be, look, I wasn't great in terms of my academics. Okay. So I'm not necessarily saying that academic performance necessarily translates in the real world well, but a consistent performer over time tells me that their ability to work hard has always been successful. And that, I think, is a critical role. Sometimes, investment banking is not a job. It's not a rocket scientist job. It's not a job where I'm looking for the person who's going to make the next chat GBT, right? You're not an AI engineer. I'm not suggesting in any way that you're intelligent, but it is a mindset job. It's a work ethic job. And so really testing someone's work ethic is critical, being able to read it. So academics important, and also what they do outside work. Because look, I think the job can be very demanding, but you also want the person to have, like, ultimately, if you want to become a client person, you need to be someone who's interesting for people to speak to. You can't just be, like a person who has not unidimensional, like one-sided. So understanding people's hobbies, that's very interesting, because the diversity of the person also tells me kind of the longevity in terms of this career. So that those are the kind of questions I ask.
Perfect. The next question we have is from Fareen Khan. How do you stay informed about the investment banking trends and the current market conditions?
Yeah, so few things. So one is read the newspaper, right? I would say that, like, I think that if you pick up, like if you just picked up today's Economic Times, there's articles that span what's happening in different sectors, right? There could be, the technology sector, it could be the EV sector, it could be the telecom sector. So, reading the newspaper is kind of a underestimated, skill. So that's one. Second is there's a lot of good content nowadays that is being put out, either on, like, on sectors, right? So for example, Mary Meeker, who's queen of the internet, puts out a top internet trends presentation every year, right? Picking up and reading that is very interesting. Okay. I mean, I work for Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs puts out a podcast called Top of the Minds podcast, right? It just talks about, like, different trends. Very interesting, right? So in fact, when I started my career, access to this type of information wasn't there. Today, between all the VC funds, investment banks, economist, for example, there's enough for you to just read about kind of what's happening in the business environment in India for you to be, relevant. So, yeah.
Great. And then we have Tripti Puri, who wants to know what is the kind of package that you get as an IBO in a corporate sector as a fresher?
I mean, look, I think this sector is well paid. So, I would say that I don't know specific. I mean, honestly, I'm not best positioned to comment on specifics, but you will get, like, if you just go search the internet, you'll get a sense in terms of, what people get paid in terms of their entry level roles. That would differ. I think pre-MBA, post-MBA, I think there'll definitely be a, difference in terms of career trajectory. But I would think that, from a compensation perspective, it'll be competitive. Obviously, the startup world has been a huge kind of boost over the last few years compared to a lot of sectors. But, in a weird way, while investment banking is a cyclical business as well, it's actually a lot. Sometimes you can argue it's a more mature business than a lot of the new age businesses that have been set out. And so there is some stability in some weird way in this sector as well. It's just not a sector that hires big numbers. It's never going to be the IT services sector which hires big numbers. It's a small niche kind of consulting job at some level. So that makes it competitive. I'm sorry I couldn't answer your question specifically, but I don't have the number at the top of my head in terms of how much they make, but you'll make enough.
I think that helps. We have a very interesting question from Sobha again. He would like to know your opinion on opportunities in a kind of recession economy for investment banking professionals.
Yeah, I mean, look, so I think, in a cyclical business, obviously the hiring trends are slowing down, which is pretty much in our business, the investment banking business correlates with GDP growth, right? So when GDP growth is strong, you typically hire. When markets are strong, you're hiring. When markets are less strong, you're right sizing. I think that's pretty much consistent. However, I would say the investment banking market in India is growing, right? And including ours, I think every investment bank in India will look to hire over time. But I think right now, obviously, I think everyone's just a little careful because, look, I think we are driven by our clients, right? And when our clients, if you see all your clients kind of downsizing, clearly it's a sign in terms of what that means in terms of their businesses. When your clients' businesses are growing, you're typically growing. When your clients' businesses are slowing down, right? Whether you like it or not, your role doesn't necessarily change because you have to keep giving advice, but it just takes that much longer for a company to go public or raise money. And, ours is an outcome-oriented job. So, I mean, I'd say that, look, again, I think we are hiring, but it's going to be slower than in the last few years.
Absolutely. And then we have a question from Migom Pegu, who would like to know if you can share some details about EV investments in India and if you would have some values to share.
I mean, so the EV industry in India is definitely, I think the outlook is very strong right now, right? And the growth in the sector across the two-wheeler market as well as the four-wheeler market has been very, very strong. I think the government also is keen to see this sector grow, which is one of the reasons why they've set up all these subsidies for the sector. And I think with India, we are just starting. We're literally starting in terms of the long-term growth in this sector. Companies have attracted a lot of capital as part of that, right? So, I think obviously companies like Ola have raised money. I think the Tatas have raised money. I think there was it Mahindra? I think there was Mahindra that's raised money as well. So I'd say, look, I think and I don't know whether the valuations are public, but I think Tata has said that they had raised money at $10 billion or $9 billion for its Tata Motors EV business. I think Ola raised a couple of years ago, even, when it was pre-revenue at 5 billion. Now, they've sold 150,000 vehicles. So it'll be interesting to see where their valuation goes. So, definitely an area people are interested in investing in.
Absolutely. And we have a question from Akshara Krishnan. Do CFAs have a good career option in investment banking? And if yes, is it mandatory to combine it with MBA or CFA alone would be okay?
I think CFAs, what I've seen is they do. So answer is they do. What I've seen typically CFAs are successful at is so investment banking, when I talk about investment banking, all the stuff I've covered has been on the advisory side. Investment banking also has research analysts who are on the other side of the Chinese wall. So I sit on one side of the Chinese wall, research analysts sit on the other side. They're the ones who track stocks and provide opinions on different stocks and stuff. They typically have a CFA qualification, right? I think it's something that people look out for, particularly when they have a research analyst track. I do think that a CFA only kind of gives you a starting place in a investment banking role on the research side. I've not seen it that much on the advisory side where I sit. But, I would typically recommend doing, something alongside that, right? So CFA plus MBA probably just sets you up better from a longer term perspective, or you could do CFA, do a starting role in a investment bank, and then, figure out longer term, right?
Makes perfect sense. The next question we have is from Ajit Kumar. He would like to know the names of some authors or books to read or refer to for aspiring investment bankers.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, look, I'll tell you the ones which I read, some of which also makes investment banking seem like quite a controversial business. So let me give you all of them. I think Too Big to Fail was a very good one. It was written by the editor-in-chief of the New York Times called Andrew Ross Sorkin. It was about the whole kind of 2008 crash, right? The market crash, subprime mortgage market crash. So that's a good book. Second one is The Big Short. Again, it was about how basically a bunch of traders shorted the housing market in 2008, 2009. I think those are two good ones to read. Yeah, I would say those are two good ones to read. I mean, it's definitely more masala than anything because it talks about the market crash. But yeah, they're good.
I think there was also a movie based around the Big Short book, and that's also available on Netflix. If the audience is interested, you can go back today and refer to that. In fact, that'll give you a lot more insight.
Correct.
Okay. Moving to a little bit of what you do as a managing director. One question we have here is, can you discuss a particularly challenging deal you have worked on and how you've overcome the obstacles there?
I mean, I can talk about many challenging deals, and sometimes I have overcome and sometimes I haven't overcome. I mean, that's part of my job also. So, I mean, look, I think obstacles are part of the game. You're not going to do, I mean, it's just like, it doesn't even, it's just going to happen, right? Obstacles could be that, the market environment is very different, at the time at which you are trying to do the deal versus when you started to do the deal. And, typically the work that we do is long drawn out. So what the public sees is just the transaction announcement and, on the day of the transaction hits the news, whatever, but the deal making process is, call it can start, it could start 6 months before the announcement. It could have started 2 years before the announcement as well. So it's long drawn out. You're constantly problem solving. I don't view, to be a good, in the heat of the moment, you will always be emotional about it. But the reality is, to be a good investment banker, you have to be a little bit more cold-blooded about these things because you're going, by the time you're in 19 years I have seen transactions happen in a week's time. I have worked on transactions for 2 years, which have got announced and not closed for whatever reason. Some regulatory approval has not come, they're not closed. Or I worked for 2 years on something which, one day before the announcement, the client, the deal got pulled. So there are, and I've also had situations where you worked with a client and they've just been, their expectations have been unreasonable, and despite all my best efforts, I've not been able to manage them. So yeah, I mean, I can't be too specific on a forum like this. I can try, but yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I couldn't be more specific with my answer.
So I think it's more about dealing with the chaos when it comes and how it comes.
Yeah, I mean, look, the chaos is the reason you're there, in the sense that if everything was smooth, typically people don't need you. Like, investment bankers, like a lot of companies can raise money in smooth markets without investment bankers. It's when, it's really in kind of So yeah, the chaos is probably one of the reasons why you can add value, actually.
Great. And we have one more question here that says, can you discuss the role of technology in investment banking and how it has impacted the industry as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, look, so I'll tell you, so technology, so broader investment banking. So actually, now that I feel the questions, so there's what I've covered. One second. So what I've covered right now is more the advisory side of the investment banking job, which is a very relationship-oriented, personality-oriented job, right? And so I think on the technology side, where we've leveraged technology has been on KMS systems, right? Knowledge creation and leveraging, for example, material in a way where your time to market to a client is a lot faster. So it means you're using formats, templates, etc., which is critical. And then second is data access to information. So, your Bloomberg or your Reuters terminals, etc., in terms of kind of the quality of information that comes out, being able to leverage technology in that form, to be differentiated to the client. Now, on the non-advisory side of the business, like the trading side of the business or the equity side of the business, or for that matter, the risk-taking side of the business, or pure banking in terms of just transaction banking side of the business. Out there, the impact of technology is a lot more, because, there's been obviously, like, for example, even things like blockchain technology has just crashed, transaction banking costs and turnaround times in a material way. And so I think that these things have drastically changed that side of the business quite a bit. Yeah, I would say that.
Great. And I think we have ample time for one more question. So that would be, how do you approach risk management in your decision-making process?
Yeah, so a few things, right? Risk management for us is material, okay? Because you're like investment banker, like normally the media always paints investment bankers as blood-sucking vampires, right? The reality is we are not that. So, your reputation is very important. And so being able to draw a line on what is good business versus actually what is good business, but can be reputationally damaging, and walking away from P&L is a key part. So reputation of the client that you're working with, big risk management. Second is doing kind of KYC checks and stuff like that, because you're never going to be 100% certain till you are able to do like know your customer checks to actually know who you're dealing with. Third is like when you're in the part of the business, how much risk are you taking on as an intermediary to do the business versus what the reward is, and being able to understand how you can sell the risk that you're taking on and what impact that would have to your P&L is like a separate function on its own, right? That is a completely important point. And then there's like purely operational risk, which is, you have a kind of risk control framework to manage kind of business and operational risk. So I'm trying to answer it very simplistically, but there is a whole, like, if you think about our firm, we have like, of the 40,000 employees you have in the firm, you have obviously 8,000 people in technology, but you also have like around 5,000 to 8,000 people in risk and controls, right? And that could be controls on the commercial side, but controls on the reputational side, and then controls on operational side as well. I have to, Mamta, I actually have to drop off. I have a 5 p.m. Zoom, so I was hoping I could wrap this up.
Not a problem. So our audience does have many questions, but in the interest of time, we'll just email them to you, and whenever you do have the time, please, if you'll be kind enough to answer them for them. And thank you so much, Mr. Ramakrishnan. I really didn't want this session to end, but I think getting tips from someone who has been in this field for more than a decade is a great privilege for our audience and definitely all of us. So thank you for sharing your experience and knowledge with us today, and thank you for joining us.
No, thank you. Thank you for having me here. And, good luck for the superb event and happy Republic Day to everyone as well.
Wish you the same. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, after this very interesting session, we now move on to the next topic in line with what we have already heard in a previous session by Mr. Ramakrishnan. There was one of the questions which were based on, the EV world and investment in the EV world and how it works, how it functions, and what the future would be. So staying on the banking and finance domain, our next topic is a widely demanded subject always in any of the sessions that we have done in the past. So Edubridge has been in existence since more than 13 years now. However, this topic is the first question any learner is interested to know the answer to even today. So if you're interested in building a career in banking and finance domain, this is the session for you. The topic being covered is top career options for finance graduates, and who better to shed light on this but a chief financial officer from a leading corporate brand that is creating waves in the electric vehicles domain. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Deepak Jain, a finance leader with exposure to large multi-location and transnational revenues. Mr. Jain joined Ather Energy as the chief financial officer in November 2019. He brings over 22 years of experience across global brands like First Advantage, Apple India, P&G, and Gillette. He joined Ather after a 5-year stint at First Advantage as Chief Financial Officer for their India business. We are so happy to host you today, Mr. Jain. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me around. Good evening, everyone. I don't know if my camera is on or not, but for some reason I can't see things, but hopefully you all can.
Yes, you're visible. We can see you.
Fair enough. I have a confession. I'm not going to talk a lot about finance and career in finance. I think there'll be a lot of people who've spoken about it, and I believe I'm just humbled to be here. I'll just give you a little bit of snippets of what I believed helped me in my career progress over the years, and may not be a true finance gyan, if I can call it so, but it's more of things I kept in mind as I progressed in my life. Towards the end, I will probably touch a little bit upon finance careers because I got to be true to the agenda that was provided. A little bit of what I believe is, how careers have shaped up in the different colleagues and companies that I've been in, right? So I've spent some time. So I'll talk a little bit about that as well. Hope that works as a construct.
Definitely. The stage is all yours.
Thank you. I'll just present. I just hope you all can see the screen. I'm presenting something. I just hope you all can see the screen. If that's okay, then I'll move forward.
Yeah, it's just loading, I think.
Okay. Let me know once the screen's visible, then I can just quickly run through it.
Unmute.
Yes, Mr. Jain, it's visible.
Okay, fantastic.
You're done.
Okay, so I'll just quickly start off by saying I'll share 7 stories. It seems a lot, but I'll try and be very fast about it. But why 7 stories? The way I look at it is there are 7 days in a week. There are 7 wonders of the world. There are 7 colors in a rainbow. There are 7 continents on the planet. There are 7 Pharaohs, as we, at least in the Hindu ritual, as we take our vows. There are 7 chakras in the human body, and there are 7 dwarfs in the Snow White story as well. Right, so that's why I like the number 7 for some reason, and therefore just 7 quick tips and I'll try and just share some stories of how things worked for me. So this is way back in 1997. I think I can talk about that. I have some gray hair. I used to have a Yamaha motorcycle. Used to enjoy my ride, feel the gush of air going through my hair, and as most two-wheelers or a lot of early days riders, I met with an accident. It was such that I was in bed for almost 8 months because of the accident. But what I realized while I was in bed, while I was going through surgeries and all of this fun stuff. It was just seeing people around that, were probably more hassle than you were. And I started reading a lot. I read one of these books by P.G. Wodehouse, Carry On Jeeves. It was just a very, very fun book. In fact, brought out a sense of humor in my conversation with people that I had. And then actually, I went on to read more books. I kind of finished my chartered accountancy as a part of being in bed and doing nothing. Went to the examination hall in crutches and stuff like that. So, but the good news was the fact that because I was in bed, I started looking at things a little differently. Instead of, doing nothing, I just thought might as well study and get my CA final exams done with. And fortunately, I was lucky enough to be able to pass my exams. And that was what I would just call just trying to be positive, even in tough situations. Try and be sure that you're a little bit more considerate about how people around you are, and more importantly, if you're positive, you're having the right attitude. I think the people around will change, or will at least feel the vibe, and will make that change for themselves, right? The second thing that worked a lot for me was don't be in your comfort zone, right? That's something I always believe in. Again, another short story. I belong from Calcutta. This is where I was brought up. So I did my entire schooling, my CA, even my accident was in Calcutta. And in Calcutta, it's phenomenal life, right? My parents were with me. I was staying in the house. Food was taken care of whenever I want, 4 meals a day. I would, my clothes were ironed. My laundry was always done. Everything was, taken care of. My parents were like typical Indian parents, right? Extremely committed to how they take care of their kids, right? Food was always on the table, and I'm a big foodie, so that was all good fun. And, one day I was just sitting down, and this is just a picture of people who are from Calcutta will realize this, which is called the typical adda in Calcutta, friends sitting down and chatting around. And one of the friends just said, enjoying your life and I'm using a Hindi phrase, Bapuji ka hotel, right? You're just enjoying your life in your father's hotel. Everything is being taken care of. You've not probably challenged life. And that kind of left a flavor with me that said, I think for me to be able to really do something that makes me a little more confident is to step out. That's where I finished my CA and still in crutches, went to Delhi to give interview for my first job. And Delhi was the only location I chose because as we have in India, right, a lot of us have relatives in different parts of the country and maybe outside India as well. But Delhi was a location I had nobody, right? And I said, okay, if I want to go and get myself out of the comfort zone, let me go to a place I don't know anybody. And coming from Calcutta to Delhi, and people who know the cultures of both locations will know, it was a bit of a shock. But good fun. I got my job in EY. That's where I started my career. It was in an internal audit function. I did that for about a year and a half. Thoroughly enjoyed, was able to see different parts of the country, different kinds of companies. And if you're an internal audit, what you do is literally take a problem statement from the client and go dive deeper into trying to solve for and find solutions with it, right? I think for about a year and a half, I went into industries like paper pulp. I went into health industry. I went into finance leasing operations, into white goods industry, and Whirlpool and Singer and some of those, right? So it was good fun. Got a great exposure into how different categories work, how different business cycles work. It was good fun. But the important thing was I was completely thrown into this new world where I had to take care of my laundry, had to feed myself, had to ensure that the house that I was staying in was cleaned up every time, and everything around that what goes, right? So I felt I learned a lot, not just at work at EY, but even the skills to survive, the skills to take care of yourselves, and to be far more structured in your day, right? Plan it well so that you can do much more out of the day. And this is what I so much believe in, right? If you're in your comfort zone, you're in a different circle, right? This is where magic happens. So, you just got to step out. and all of us should kind of do that more often than not. The third one was be a little bit before time. That's something I've always liked. This is again, while I was in Delhi, winters in Delhi can be brutal, literally brutal, right? I mean, I had to take about 3 change of buses before I could reach my office in the morning. And sometimes during the month end, and I was, I had moved from E&Y to Gillette. And Gillette, I was taking care of financial reporting and financial planning. And every month end was a task where we literally had to spend some long hours. And that was because it was early days. The systems were just progressing. Not necessarily, today's world, month end closing is as onerous as it used to be earlier. Maybe in some places they are, but it improved in Gillette. So that's why I know it was not always so. It's not always that bad. But in those days, early days, we were like waking up at 5 in the morning, taking a ride, 3 bus changes, getting to work. It's one of those things that you do. And your grandfather told you he walked 25 kilometers to reach school. It's one of those kind of stories. But yeah, that's what we did. Used to go be at work early in the morning. And some of these things stayed with me, right? That if you're early in the morning, before the buzz of the office hits, you can plan your day significantly. You're far ahead of the game, right? You're in the morning, you're early, you literally have an opportunity to check your mails, do a few things, have your cup of tea without being disturbed if required, right? And before the buzz of the office starts, you're there, right? I think that has always gone a long way in at least how structure a day is, at least, right? Quite often, you want to start a day, you thought about it yesterday that, hey, tomorrow I'll come and do 1, 2, 3. More often than not, you land at 10 in the morning and there are 10 things piled up for you. And you really don't get to start what you wanted to do. But if you're there a few hours or a few minutes or a few half an hours early, right? I think you can plan your day much better. You can at least start off on a few things that you think you would want to do for that day. In fact, even in some calls nowadays, there are live after COVID. Most of us spend time looking into these kind of Zoom links. I've tried to be probably 2 minutes early in most cases than not. And those 2 minutes just help me on 2 things. One, to be sure, I'm not at the last minute looking for the link and looking for, passcodes, etc., or network not working, and I'm embarrassed to be late. But more importantly, if there's somebody else on the call, you get to say hello, which is not related to work, right? Quite often, and especially during COVID, most of us, right, were so back to back into calls, we hardly took time to even say hello to a colleague, right? So I think 2 minutes before a call, an hour before the day starts, some of these things have really helped me. This is something I think stays with me and stayed with me a long time, and I think still helps me a lot. So as I said, I had joined Gillette and I was doing financial planning. I joined Gillette in about 2000, somewhere around in 2005, 6. Procter & Gamble acquired Gillette, and I was in Gillette at that time. This was one of the mega deals of that time, where 2 large FMCG conglomerates kind of came together. P&G was known for more being a brand for the households. Gillette was the men's shaving. I think it was a great synergy. The companies came together. And when you have such acquisitions, the first thing you go through is what's going to happen to my job. Because as you think about a new company, not necessarily you have a chance to probably know whether you're going to have a job or they're going to sack you, stuff. So I was, like every normal human being, was going through my pangs of anxiety, not sure what's going to happen. But as I said, there was somebody looking out for me in terms of that helped me get a job in P&G itself. It just worked out. I had an opportunity of having a chat with the P&G team where I had done enough and more of financial planning and analysis. And I said, if you give me an opportunity in Procter, I'd like to do, I gave them a couple of options of job. One was sales finance, because I'd not done sales finance earlier, which was more taking care of the dealerships, the distribution setup. And P&G had a phenomenal distribution setup, right? And there was a lot to learn there. Or I had given them some options around treasury. I think I was lucky enough, as I said, I got an option to take into sales finance. So I accepted the offer and got into P&G. One thing I realized the moment we landed into P&G, that this is a company that trains a lot, right? And they were like, because we were outsiders coming into the company, they wanted to be sure we understood the company. We had a relevant training on the do's and don'ts in terms of the processes, the policies, etc. And then, what does it take to be successful in P&G? And there were many aspects to this. I think they did a brilliant job to an extent where I had to tell them that, guys, enough of training, let me get some job done. But no, I think they did a good job. But in one of the trainings that stayed with me, and that was on work-life effectiveness, there's this gentleman called James Lafley, right? And he had a full program, and there was a video as well. In fact, I think even on YouTube, you'll find that video, where he was talking about how do you manage work-life effectiveness, right? And one of the things he said that, as a human being, you have to play many roles, right? You would play a role of a dad, a husband, a son, a brother, so on and so forth. And if you're a lady, then you play many more than a man does, 24/7. But the fact remains is, what he said is, you can't do more than 5 jobs properly. And for that, you've got to be super efficient. And being an employee is a job. Being a father is a job. Being a husband is a job, right? But you got to be sure that, you're completely committed to it. And through that, and there was a long story, and as I said, it's available on YouTube. What one realizes that, you have to have work-life effectiveness, right? You can't be just sitting at work all night and figuring things out, right? And the effectiveness is important, right? You can't just say that, okay, I'll only build a career and I'll not take care of the family. And therefore, you got to say, hey, there are some things, and this is something I heard it from him. He's like, there's some things I will never miss. I'll never miss a birthday of my kids. I'll never miss an anniversary of my of our marriage, right? Or some of those things. He put that, right? That come what may, there's some things I will not do, right? And it just talks about how you commit yourselves to your family and be sure that you take care of your work as well, right? And towards the end, what I realized, and this came as a part of that learning, to say, you have one day, you have 24 hours, and therefore you have one calendar, right? So if you have personal work or professional side of what you're doing on the job, maintain one calendar. So if you have a birthday party of your son to go to, you better well have that on your calendar, because if you miss it, in all probability, somebody's going to come and block your time, and you'll have a Zoom meeting and you'll not be prepared to be with your son at the time that you were supposed to be, right? So I think that was a very important learning for me. I, even till date, if suppose I have, and I drive a lot in Bangalore, I don't like it much, but even my drive time from work to office to home, or home to office, is on the calendar, because that's an hour of the day that's on the road. So everybody knows in that time horizon, if I can only take calls. I will not be able to take video calls, right? So it's some of those things, how you plan yourself. It's important to know that there is one calendar, and you kind of stay true to it. The fifth one that works always for me is, come what may, keep calm, right? Always put yourself in somebody else's shoes, right? We go through our bouts of anxiety, we go through our bouts of stress in the job that we do on a day-to-day basis, and what we need to realize, and I realized it through one of the conversations, and I'll talk about that, is that everybody who gets up in the morning to go to work is there to do his best. Nobody gets up in the morning saying, hey, I'll take a shortcut today. I'll probably skip something today. I'll probably not give in my best. Nobody does that, right? Everybody's there. And if somebody's there and he's behaving in a certain manner because of stress, I think we should, and some people, and my mom sometimes says, count till 10, right? Just count till 10. Just give yourself a breathe. Don't react at that time. And this is what came to me. There was this incident where I was working and there's this colleague of mine walks into my room, and I was fortunate enough because by that time, from Procter, I'd moved to Apple. It was a great opportunity. After learning a lot from Gillette and Procter, I get an opportunity to be the CFO of Apple India. And when I got into the CFO job, I got a small cubicle. So I was lucky enough to be able to, shut the door and listen to some good music. But more importantly, get some work done. But one of the guys just walked in and he was fuming, right? Because I think he was leaving the company and some payroll error, and his full and final was not getting done. And he was fuming and he shouted at me and stuff like that. You and finance are not doing this, and you're not processing my payroll and stuff like that. And I heard him out and I said, I sincerely apologize. I'll just look into it. Give me 24 hours and I'll get back. And while all this was happening, there was one of my colleagues, who works with me in finance, who was the accountant there, was standing right there. And he's like, how did you let him talk to you like that? It was so rude of him and stuff. Like, just realize he's lost a job or he's taking up a new job. I didn't know what the reality was. And he has his own stress because there's a lot of change he's got to manage. And he probably has been calling somebody up here to get his payroll sorted out, but it was not getting so. Give him some leeway, right, and let him be. And he, to that extent, that colleague of mine who was standing there told me that, you're staying calm. And I'm like, yeah, what do I have as a choice, right? And that's what's important, right? We got to realize that we got to respect that people out there are not there to, be wrong to you or do wrong to you. Right? I think everybody does it right. They all are right intented, right? They have different objectives, and I'm oversimplifying. There are sometimes things get convoluted and they're conflicting objectives, but broadly and by and large, I think people are there to do the right thing. It's just we need to be sure that we take that in that spirit, right? Eventually, after a few months of things settling down, he sends me a LinkedIn invite, wanting to join me as in his network, and we chatted. And once in a while, we get a chance, we say hello to each other. This is also an important part, right? Be a part of the team. Quite often, in the kind of works that we do, and especially towards month ends and stuff, you're already so stressed. You wanting to just finish your work, and it's already 12 or 1 in the night. You want to wrap up and you want to go home. And by the way, don't get this impression that all finance careers people work till 12 in the night, right? I was probably the inefficient one who was doing that. But it's late. You want to go back home. You're trying to figure out how to finish your part of the job and move on. But what I realize is more often than not, when you're closing your books, right, you may have a certain part of the ledger or trial balance or reporting that you're doing, right? And there are other colleagues of yours also. And not necessarily everything is sequence, not necessarily everything is parallel. It could be both, right? And you may finish your job and go, but not necessarily that it completed the entire job. And what is the effort a team needs is to ensure that the entire job gets done, right? So individually, you may have done a brilliant job, but collectively as a team, if you all missed your deadline, then however brilliant you were, right, nobody will ever recognize because you were a part of the team that did not deliver. And therefore, I believe it is most important that you understand the team objective, and in some cases an organizational objective, and be sure you're there till the last, right? You should be the last man leaving. If you can have that as a spirit, to say, I will be the last man leaving to ensure that the job is done, that's going to go a long, long way in how not just people perceive you, it's just your ability to be there that says, hey, I was there as a part of the team. And more importantly, for me, what I realized is, and I've done this in my life quite a few times, that when you're sitting down there and you're hearing the issues or hearing the problems or hearing the solutioning that the people are doing, you learn a part of that, learn as a part of that, right? And I think that also helped me quite a bit, right? So not necessarily I'm just looking at what I did. I'm also there to learn from what other people are doing. And, it's just a part of how you absorb things, right? And that's very important. To me, it was also part of being a constant learner, right? Whenever you get an opportunity, and if you're sitting in a team, even if you finished your job and they're working on something different, hey, they are doing something that you may probably be doing tomorrow, or you may be accosted with the same problem tomorrow, and you may have heard of the solution which may be. So there are some benefits of being with the team and being successful with the team together. That helped. The seventh one was run your own race, right? And this is something that I've always believed in. This is again a short story of one of my managers, right? Or when I was actually moving across, right, between Gillette and Procter. And one of my managers came and told me that, hey, there is such and such levels in P&G. Like in Gillette, you had grades 1 to, I think some 20 or something. In Procter, there were different designations. So this is getting mapped like this. This is where you are. And I'm like already stressing, do I have a job? If I have a job, will I be a manager? Will I not be a manager? And I realized that, I'm just thinking about things which I don't control. What I control is how I do, right? If I'm giving in my best and if I'm doing my best, I think that's all I can do. If I start thinking about and having sleepless nights and saying, hey, by the way, that guy became a manager and I did not become a manager and he did something else, right? I feel it's just a sheer waste of time. The only thing that one should think about, right? And I used to fret about it. Did I get the job? Did I get the right level? And thankfully enough, as I said, I was lucky enough to get the right level, get the right job. But that's not the point. The key point is you just need to compete with yourself. Don't compete with the world, right? Even if you're the smartest, you look back or you look forward, there'll be somebody smarter than you, right? So this is not a race with people. This is a race with yourself, right? So every day, if you get up and say, I'm going to be better than what I was yesterday, that's all you need to do. You do not need to check, whose salary, he's getting 5,000 rupees more, he's getting a car and I have not got a car. That's irrelevant, right? That's completely irrelevant. Yeah, maybe it's a way you put your goals in your life, right? To say, hey, I probably in another 10 years, I want to do ABC. But that's your goal setting in which you are the only one who's competent enough to achieve it. You're the only one who's going to work towards achieving it. You cannot be thinking about who the other person does or what the other person does. And he was faster in his promotion. I was not so fast. There are many, 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 many rationales and reasons and context to which things happen. End of the day, if you just improve what you do, I think that's good enough. And that's probably what's going to stay with your life. So those are the 7 quick ones I felt always helped me in my career at different points in time. As I said, I'll talk a little bit about finance and the way I look at different careers in finance. And this is just a snapshot, not necessarily this is the only way to look at it. There are many ways to look at careers, right? Careers, I've known of people starting in a different function within the company and coming into finance and doing brilliantly well. I've seen people in finance, moving into other career choices, right? People have gone from finance to sales. People have gone from finance to marketing. People have gone from finance to supply chain management and vice versa, right? So it's not necessarily that's how you build a career, right? I think some of the things that you always need to be sure of, what you're passionate about, some of the other parts, the 7 ideas that I had shared, I think work also very, very well. But then eventually to me, just to give you a flavor of how I look at corporate finance, and this is more in the corporate domain, there are a few verticals that we will look at. And I'm just going to talk about business unit. Business unit is largely around business partnering, right? So if suppose I'm at Ather, I have a team that supports the sales and the marketing teams to be able to come to the right decisions, to be able to support them with the right strategic thoughts, to be able to help them with all the commercials, to look at it, help them understand what the P&L will look at, It could even go from early days in our career to say, hey, I'm looking at how much is the budget allocated and how much am I tracking to that, right? That itself is also an important job that people in finance do. And it's not just because it's just controlling somebody's spends, but more importantly, you get to know how to prioritize spends, right? So if you know that there is only a finite set of resources, you only have 100 rupees, but there'll always be an urge and eagerness to spend 120, right? And then how do you help the teams prioritize what's the best spend pattern? How do you get the best return on investment? I think that's a kind of work that goes around in this space. Treasury is all about the money. One thing actually somebody told me, this gentleman, and I was in conversation with him, a fairly elderly, extremely sharp and smart gentleman who was in very senior positions in Tata. He said, if in finance, you have to look at one thing and one thing only, just look at your cash flows, right? He said, in my life, I've not looked at a P&L, I've not looked at a balance sheet, I've just looked at the cash flow, right? And if your cash flows are good, everything else will be taken care of, right? Which is I think it was an important lesson for me to say cash, people say cash is king, but yes, in a corporate function, even if you're one of the most profitable companies, and I've worked in Apple as well, which is one of the most profitable companies in the world, cash is still something that has a laser focus, right? And treasury deals a lot into that, is how you optimize cash, how you ensure that you mitigate risks into your cash systems. How do you plan your cash flows? How do you ensure that there are better yields? I think even something as simple as checking what goes into your bank payment on a regular basis, right? Checking that you have your right, as an example, vendor master or lists, and the amounts that have been put in is accurate. Because one error, and we've heard some of the stories that a couple of zeros got added into a bank transaction. That couple of zeros could wipe off the entire company, right? Those could be disasters you don't want to make. So even the guy who's doing a validation of a bank statement and a bank entry has probably got a significant impact of how he can work well or not well for the future of the company, right? So treasury is a very critical role. Controllership is all about how you look at accounting, how you look at taxations, how you look at how you report your financials so that there is consistency. It is as per the policies. It is how actually companies get compared, right? It's one is the culture of the company, the other is the financials of the company. And if you don't have financials that are comparable, then you really don't know how to really value a company. And therefore, it's a very important part that the controllership's function does, is to ensure that the balance sheet, the P&L, the statements, the notes, etc., are very well reported, understood, clear, and it probably helps you be in the right path when an analyst or an external world looks at it, right? Internal audit is, and this is a funny one though, and my first job in EY was an internal audit. Quite often people say internal auditor is a person who's there to find faults. I think I beg to differ. Internal auditor is a person who helps to find efficiency in the company, right? He just tells you how to make a process more efficient. He tells you if you don't have controls, there's a possibility of things going wrong. And if things go wrong, the cost that you will bear at that time will be very high, right? So I think not just because I have a bias towards internal audit, because that's where I started my life, but it's also to the fact that how it can potentially impact the company. And internal audit is more like an early warning signal to ensure nothing goes wrong. Mergers and acquisition strategy is also part and parcel of what people in finance do. As you look into, as I said, when Gillette was being acquired by Procter, I believe there was a bunch of finance guys who were looking at that transaction to arrive at that 57 billion number as the cost of the transaction, right? So, and then there's a group of people who look at long-term strategy of where you want the company to head. And these are some of the roles that people do in finance. That's a little bit of what I had to share. I'll just pause here and open it up for questions, comments. Happy to answer. I'll stop sharing. I hope I was audible and didn't finish out the entire conversation with nobody hearing.
So there is a question, sir. However, I'm sure that the entire session was very, very insightful and very knowledgeable for all our participants here. Soma asked about experiences shared in form of storytelling was really wonderful. So do you see great changes in working operations in accounting and finance areas? Share some of them, whether it's due to accounting standards, technology, or metrics. Would you like to highlight on?
I think the way I look at it is it's a mixed bag, right? When you look at a small company, some of them still prefer, doing their accounts in Tally. And then as the company evolves and, you get into ERPs, right? When I was working in First Advantage, right? And I was taking care of two sections of First Advantage. One was a BPO based out of Bangalore, and the other one was the India commercial business based out of Mumbai, right? And I would spend 1 week in Bangalore and 1 week in Mumbai. Crazy life, but the fact remains is the BPO business was such, and the structure of the business was such that there were about 80 vendors, and that was the cost. And there was salary payout. That was the second part of the activity from a transaction standpoint. And third was just the revenue, because it was a captive BPO. You had work that you would do only for other First Advantage entities outside India. We didn't need a complex ERP. So we were happy using Tally, right? We didn't have any revenue streams, etc., to be managing the complexities. But the other side of my business, which was generating revenue, and we had 700 to 800 different clients. We had, about 50,000 validations that we would do every month, right? For that, the complexity, and we had almost 2,000 people in that, right? We had an ERP, we would work Oracle Financials, right? So I think the way I look at it is there is no standard that fits it, right? It is still very contextual. What is the size of the company? What is the kind of work that gets done in the company? What do you need the financial systems for, right? And what's the job it does for you? That is most critical, the way I look at it. And therefore, it has to be very contextual. There can't be one straight answer.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much. There's another question by Hari, where he's asked for some more information about Ether Energy and their market size in EV market.
Okay. So Ether Energy is a two-wheeler startup. I don't know whether sometimes I wonder whether I can call it a startup anymore. It was in 2013 when it came into being, right out of a campus in IIT Madras, where our co-founders Tarun and Swapnil wanted to make an impact into the energy space, and started off with building battery packs, only to realize that they were not great two-wheelers to put those battery packs in. So they said, okay, we'll make two-wheelers, right? And that's where they embarked on a journey, spent 5 years in research, in building the Ether vehicle that you may have seen, or if not, then I would urge you to go have a look into a showroom that must be around the corner in your city. But what it did is, in India, nobody has ever tried to build a product in the nature in which, and then I'm talking about a two-wheeler. So while some people talk about, Hero or Bajaj or Kawasaki, Bajaj or TVS being great companies, and they're phenomenal companies, right? They're humongous companies. They've got phenomenal might of distribution, the way they manage operations, the way they manage the entire length and breadth, and not just in India, exports as well, right? But a lot of them built their organizations and their companies on technologies that were supported by a Honda, by a Kawasaki, by a Suzuki, right? So It's not that they built a product grounds up. And I think that was a big differentiator where in India, Ather was building a product grounds up. When it came into the market, there were many firsts that were happening, right? First connected vehicle, first with a 7-inch dashboard a touchscreen dashboard on the screen, right? The first with the smarts that's available, right? The first in the public fast charging network structure, the first in the experience center. If you go and look at the experience center of Ather, it's unlike other automotive two-wheeler sales showrooms that you've seen earlier, right? Right in the middle of the showroom, you have a naked Ather vehicle with a battery pack submerged in water to tell that, hey, by the way, if it's an electric vehicle and if you take it into water, it's not gonna, blow up on you. So I think a lot of cool stuff happened. And over the years, we're already into the 3rd generation of our vehicle. We launched something with more colors, more fun stuff on January 7th. So yeah, I mean, it's available in a city. We are out in 70 cities now, 90 locations. That's a little bit about Ather. Sorry, there was another part of the question. I probably missed that.
Can you please share some insight for freshers to face or to be prepared in your domain? No, I think, sir, you have answered that question. So that was completely answered. Now, there's this other question by Madhuri with, where she asked that, with a lot of news on layoffs globally, can you please share some insights for freshers to face or be prepared for the market in the finance domain?
First and foremost, I think if you're right in some of the attitudes that I shared with you, I think that's in my way, because I've gone through situations where, so when we were going through the acquisition of Gillette and Procter, as I mentioned to you, right, in that there were people who were asked to move on, right? The good part was Gillette had created a career fair, got most of them placed, all of that happened, good stuff. But yes, you do, right? I think what's important is if you're always upgrading yourself, right? And when I say upgrading yourself, be out of your comfort zone, challenge yourself, learn new things, be a part of the team players. I think you will always find yourself valuable, right? In the same company, maybe not in the same company. If you're valuable, somebody will hire you. You will always have an opportunity to learn for skills on the job, right? Every time I took a job, and just a flavor of it, right? In Gillette and Procter & Gamble combined, I had about 10 years, and I did not do a particular job for more than a year and a half, right? I kept pushing my managers to say, hey, I've done this, I've learned this, I've contributed to the company in this, what's my next job, right? And so on and so forth. So I did about 5 or 6 different types of jobs within finance, right? As I moved through my career in Gillette, right? And I just share this not out of anything else, but just to share with you my experience of saying how I tried to just be more relevant. When I was in Apple, I spent 5 years with them as the CFO, and I joined First Advantage, and there were a bunch of people who came to me and saying, "You left Apple for First Advantage. Nobody knows First Advantage. Everybody knows Apple, right? And you were the CFO there, and you had quite a few doors open for you. Why did you choose First Advantage?" And my answer was, and still is, it was a brilliant decision, because in Gillette and Procter, I had done manufacturing, I had done sales, and I'm talking about sales, finance, manufacturing, finance, and so on and so forth, right? Done internal planning, I'd done forecasting. In Apple, I'd seen a trading business. In Gillette Procter, I'd seen an FMCG manufacturing kind of a business. First Advantage was into services, right? Into a BPO world as well, right? I'd never seen that. I'd never known how that works. How does the software company work? There was phenomenal learning for me, right? Today, when I'm sitting at Ather, we're a company that does manufacturing, that has a retail space, which Apple had, that has research, which we have software products because it's a connected vehicle, right? There's so much more that I'm just leveraging out of the learnings I had of the past, right? And at that point in time, had I just, and Apple was such a world that had I said I want to keep being the CFO for a few more years, it was okay. Had I said I want to continue to take up another job, the job would have been in Europe. It would have been a financial planning and consolidation job. which I'd done when I was in Gillette, there would be no learning for me. So fine, yes, I would have had a great brand name and I would have had a great company. And by the way, Apple's not the one laying off in the tech space. It is the other companies that are. But yes, I wouldn't have been able to upgrade myself. And to me, that was very, very critical. I don't want to be in my comfort zone. I want to keep on upgrading myself the day I feel. And just one tip, right? So if I can use the word, I update my CV every 6 months. Not because I'm going hunting for a job every 6 months, but every 6 months I open my CV and I say, can I add 1 or 2 bullet points of things that I've done? And if there's no way I'm adding 2 fresh bullet points or 1 fresh bullet point every 6 months, it's time to leave the job, right? So I've always maintained this. Every 6 months, my CV will be updated. It'll be updated for the jobs I've done in the last 6 months. So yeah, I mean, that helps.
Absolutely. So it's very, very, insightful and, a tip that all our participants can definitely, adhere to. There's one question which is very common, amongst all our participants, wherein they're asking that what are the basic skills that are required to start a career in accounting and finance as a fresher? So you can just go.
I think first and foremost, get the basic skills of either a commerce or a class 12 where you take up some accountancy. If not, some friend, some brother, some colleague, some sister would give you some basics. And when I'm saying accountancy is just one small part of it. You go through a few of those things. So just get some basic level of education done. And then a lot of it is on the job. Choose the right company, choose the right profile, right? When you say start a job in accountancy, don't be, in fact, I remember somebody telling me very early in my career, right? When I was actually taking my train to go to Delhi from Calcutta to take up my job, to say, if for the first 6 months they make you photocopy papers and make you sit in a corner, just be blindly doing that. And the intent is not to say that, that's the job that you should pick up. But the fact is, by doing photocopying, by looking at papers, by arranging how files are kept, how filing is done, and those days everything were hard copies, right? Manual hard copies, right? You would learn a lot. And I did that for a few days. I was lucky it didn't go for a few months, but I did that for a few days, right? You just do understand, hey, by the way, who keeps the relevant papers in the company? Who keeps the right stuff in the company, right? My point remains is, if you're taking up a job in finance and accounts, it is a sea out there. Take up a job, go deeper into it, keep doing well, and keep pushing yourself to be out of the comfort zone. So there's no guru mantra that says, hey, if you want to start a career in finance, please take up as a cashier, or please start as a accounts payable executive, or please start as a record to report executive, or please start as an assistant manager in cash, order to cash, right? It does not work. You go out, look for a job that works for you. And there's so many domains in finance you can look at, but be sure that you learn in that, you contribute. Once you've learned your job and you've added the bullet points in your CV, be sure you tell the same company to say, hey, what's next for me, right? In terms of not promotion only. And quite often people mistake this, right? If I'm not being promoted, I'm not being successful. Success is by you learning the job, right? And learning different parts of the finance function, right? There's so many aspects. The day you realize that the day you do be honest to that, the company will very easily realize that, hey, you are a guy who knows so many aspects about finance. They will take care of you, right? If not, then add in a few bullet points, go to another company, because there's another company who really wants somebody who's doing well.
Sure, sir. Yes, absolutely. There's another question by Soma Hari Prasad, where she asked that as you have dealt with cash-rich companies, so shed your experiences on how to handle such huge cash, and especially when you're answerable to investors. And what are the courses you suggest in finance areas?
Okay, first and foremost, I've been fortunate to be at extreme ends of the pendulum, right? Companies like Apple, which has cash for sure, and in First Advantage, we were not as cash rich. Let me put it that way. Even in a startup like Ather, I continue to raise funds on a regular basis, right? So it's not always the case, but yes, as you have oodles of cash, if I can take that as an example, then obviously you've got to first again put everything in context. What does is the company working towards optimizing the yield on cash, or is the company working towards ensuring conserving cash and not adding risk to it? And you have to first answer some of those questions, right? If it's a company that says, even if I have 2 rupees and I want to optimize the best return, then you will put into a high risk asset structure, right? And you will work towards getting great yields. There'll be high risks to it, but you're willing to do those, right? Versus if you're saying, hey, no, I want to not risk even a single penny out of my company because I'm not in a business of making money out of my free cash. I'm in the business of doing the business that I'm doing, whether it's manufacturing Apple products or whether it's manufacturing Tide detergents, right? And depend upon the call that you take, that the company takes, you will have to decide basis that, right? Some of the courses you can take, obviously, there are some professional courses you can go after. There are, I think, Chartered Financial Analyst is what I was told is a good course that people can take. Nowadays, I think, and pardon my gray hair, not necessarily I'm very good with this, but there are lots of Coursera's programs and quite a few online programs that are there that give you snippets of knowledge, right? Not necessarily everything. So depending on what you are accosted with or what you believe you're working on, there will be online programs that will give you small snippets, right? And always remember, whatever you learn, right, will just help you open up your mind a little bit. But what you will learn on the job is actually what's going to stay. How you problem solve for what the job is. There will be no defined course that will say, hey, I have it tailor-made for the problem that you will face in the company, right? You will always have a course that will give you a broad contour of saying, okay, here's how you can look at it, right? So if you're looking into something to do with treasury management, yes, there'll be somebody that'll tell you how hedging works, right? Theoretically, they will talk about how you can make some structures into what kind of financing or structured instruments that you can go into, right, to raise capital and stuff. But literally, when you go into the details of that transaction and that conversation, you'll realize is typically how it works is not all in theory absolutely accurate. It may work on an Excel spreadsheet, but you still need to understand what it works in the context. So yes, some of the courses help. As I said, CFA is one of the things I've heard, and I definitely profess not to be an expert in this space. But I would say, look at the problem. There are some online courses that you can go after. But if you want to do it as a career, then obviously, once you know where you want to build your career, you got to pick some of the courses up, right? As I said, there are people who were not in finance. So my first manager in Gillette, right, was, I think, a chemical engineer and did a MBA in finance, right? So completely different topics. But he did that. He did an MBA for a year or so in finance and was by his graduation a chemical engineer, right? So it's just how you apply yourself, right? So there's not necessarily one course, but it just helps you probably open up your mind if you know exactly what you're looking at.
Absolutely, sir. Yeah. There's another question by Yash. However, you kind of have answered, to his question, but still I would like to put this across. He asked that how can he improve on his accounting abilities in order to, get a job, or if he would want to, work with any of the MNCs in that case.
Accounting, maths, some of those things are very similar to me, right? You got to keep practicing it, right? And accounting is as simple as that. You keep open up, I now forget the name. There were those couple of books that we would do in CA, right? They were those thick ones and had probably 2,000 problems that you would solve. And you would probably solve them multiple times, right? Theoretically, that's something that you should do, right? To me, it had helped in my early stages in my career. That even if you become a CA, sometimes it's just good to go back to those books and open it up and refresh yourself, right? In fact, till today, suppose there are some accounting issues come, I would take a piece of paper, make a T form, and do a debit and a credit, and just to be sure I understand how the accounts works, right? But that's because that's how my mind was tuned. But the mind was tuned because kept practicing those problems in the theoretical manner, right? On the job, obviously, as I said, just don't stick to, suppose you were told to fill up a particular transaction ledger, right, of 500 vouchers into the system, right? Try and just not restrict yourself to that. Go talk to your colleague. अच्छा ये भरता हूँ तो क्या होता है? इसकी accounting entry कहाँ जाती है? Right? ये tally में यहाँ चला गया, उसका क्या होने वाला है? Right? Kind of a stuff, right? Just don't restrict yourself to say, okay, मेरे को 500 voucher भरने दे, भर दिया, अब मैं तो घर जा रहा हूँ. Right? There should be that sense of inquisitiveness, and that's how you will know that, hey, by the way, मैंने accounting में पढ़ा था, अगर ये expense voucher का यहाँ पे debit जा रहा है, तो उसका corresponding entry कहाँ जाता है? वो बंदा वहाँ पे ऑफिस में बैठा हुआ है, he will know, right? Let me speak to him. What's it impacting him, right? Or the guy who's consolidating the accounts, sit with him to say, you gave me this 400 vouchers to punch into the Excel spreadsheet or the tally system or the ERP system. Where does it go, right? So be inquisitive and please work hard in probably, taking care of those books. It's just, sometimes it's fun. If you like the subject, you'll enjoy solving those problems.
Absolutely, sure. There's another question by Charul where she says that, what's your thought on AI in fintech as a CFO? Also, enlighten me with more on responsibilities of a CFO.
Okay. And I'll probably take one last question after this, so I'll have to jump out at 6. But AI as a CFO, I think technology is a great tool. And a few years back, Tally was a great tool. A few years after that, and ERP became a great tool. A few years after that, blockchain came in, and then now machine learning and AI. I think, and there was this point in time where people said that, when you had ERP coming in, they said all finance jobs will be lost, right? And no, actually, you still have a lot of finance people getting hired for new stuff, right? The way I believe, as businesses grow, as businesses become transnational, as the businesses become extremely complex, you do need technology support, right? At different stages of evolution of commerce, if I can use the word, people have come out with tools to support the businesses, right? And AI is another tool to support the business. It is not how the business will be run, right? SAP is a company that provides ERP solutions for various companies. But a company like Ather will not be driven by SAP. Ather will drive SAP, how it's being used as a tool, right? So that's something that's very, very important we need to bear in mind. So AI is just another tool and what it does for you, right? And therefore, it needs to be relevant to what I do, right? If there is a solution that comes across that says, hey, it helps me improve the efficiency or the accuracy or the speed in which I am able to post an entry, or if I'm able to engage with my vendor or my customer, or I'm able to reconcile better, or how I connect with my banking systems, for sure, why wouldn't I go ahead and look at that as an option, right? If it just helps me free up my bandwidth from my team, who's probably punching in, tomorrow has a better way of getting that same transaction through in a far more accurate manner, then yes, I will take that as an option. Now, what does an AI tool do? I think it'll be dependent on what people who work on those various tools, bring it together in context to what you need to do. So yeah, that's how I look at AI. I think technology in general, right? I have had many opportunities to adopt technologies for whatever we do at different stages, but it always has to be in context of what it's solving for, right? Just because there's a good AI tool, I will just not pick it up. I will pick it up if I know for sure it's going to solve for something that I'm wanting to become more efficient or more accurate.
Sure, sir. Thank you. There's one more question, and that's very interesting, and that's why I'm just putting it across here. Like, what are some common financial mistakes that you've seen companies make, considering that you have got so many years of experience with so many companies? So if you can just highlight on that as well.
Keep your eyes away from cash. Right? I think that's a big mistake people make sometimes. As I said, and not just me, actually, somebody, as I said, that senior person who was a director in Tata Sons said that cash flow, right? I think that's most important. You've got to keep an eye on the cash, right? If you lose a heartbeat there, you're in deep trouble. I think that's the first. The second financial mistake people can make is actually not having financials in sync with the company objectives, right? Quite often, I've seen situations where somebody makes a P&L and balance sheet and saying, here's where the next year is going to be like. Hey, but you didn't talk to the business. You didn't talk to the product teams. You didn't talk to what innovation is going to come through, whether they will be able to deliver. You said you will spend 20 crores in marketing, right? Hey, but no, I may have a product launch and it may make sense for me to spend 25 crores. Because with 20 crores, I may be able to do a crappy job and only get 100 crores of revenue. But if I spend that 5 crores more, and I'm just making up numbers, not necessarily that's how it works, but I may have been able to give you 130 crores of revenue, right? So you should not work in isolation as a finance guy, right? You have to be in context of business. In some companies, finance does take a large role and drives quite a few things. Nothing wrong with that. But it always has to be in context of where the company is headed, where the company objectives are. So if you lose your heartbeat on that, I think that can be in trouble. And there are many finance mistakes people make, right? I think trying to be, we are in finance, if you look at it as chartered accountants, right? What they teach you to find mistakes, because you say, okay, you're auditing to find mistakes, right? Your mind is tuned to always finding mistakes rather than finding opportunities, right? That's a big difference. But you're trained to say, I'm auditing something that you've already done, to say, okay, did you do it right? Right? I think there are some of those subtle mistakes people make to say, hey, I'm just an auditor. I will control. I will tell you so much is the budget. No, but just think a little bit broader, think a little bit bigger, right? If you don't think, you are going to make mistakes and you shouldn't do that.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much. You have patiently answered to all the questions that was raised by our participants. And I'm sure everyone enjoyed the session with such an amazing, presentation that you had. It was a really informative session for all our, participants here and for all of us here present. Thank you so much, sir. Mamta, over to you.
Sure, thanks. Well, sir, our audience definitely does have so many more questions, but it's not every day that we get to directly ask questions to a CFO, right? So they are taking the maximum advantage of this opportunity. But in the interest of time, it would be great if, we can email these questions to you, and whenever you do have the time, if you can possibly, reply to them, that would be great.
No, and thank you for having me around. It was a great session. I liked quite a few of the questions that came through. And thank you for this opportunity to get to speak to everybody. It's just my honor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The pleasure was all ours. Thank you so much. You can now exit the webinar. We'll continue with the next session.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Have a great day. Well, after such an informative session, I would like to move on to the next session. However, it would be incomplete without me taking this opportunity to thank our event partner, UNICEF Yuva, who have been instrumental in making this event reach lakhs of young aspirants across India. So, well, we have been discussing technology, banking, finance all day, that we felt we must not lose out on covering at least one self-development and career-based, topic. So career counseling is a small part of our traditional system. However, it has not gained much traction or is not being taken very seriously in today's, setup. But what we do at Edubridge, we believe that counseling for all learners is crucial and helps shape their mindsets along with the skill sets. So keeping this in mind, our next session is based on how to build a successful career path. Now, we have amongst us one of the top career coaches of India, Ms. Dhairya Gangwani. Welcome, Dhairya. How are you doing today?
Hi, Mamta. I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible, loud and clear. Well, let me just take this opportunity to introduce you to our audience. Well, Dhairya is an ECE engineer turned management consultant who is now a full-time career coach and content creator. She has worked with KPMG in India as a SAP SAP Associate Consultant for 2 years and I think 7 months. She has delivered more than 300 talks all across the globe in the past 1.5 years alone. As a career coach via her initiative of Varia Decodes, she has been able to impact over 5,000 working professionals and students. She also has her own talk show called the Career Development Series, where she aims to bring awareness amongst the youth around unconventional career paths. The talk show has completed more than 160 episodes so far. She was selected as one of the top 50 content creators in India by Graphibian Academy in the year 2021 and is currently a part of the first cohort of the top 200 creators selected to be part of the LinkedIn Creator Accelerator program in India 2022. Please join me in welcoming her. As you can see there, all the reactions here for you, all the claps here for you. So welcome. Thank you for joining us today. It's an absolute pleasure to have you with us here.
It's completely my pleasure. Thanks for the wonderful introduction, Mamta. I am really happy to be here. I think, mentoring and just interacting with working professionals and students is what keeps me going. It is what I thrive on and I get to do every single day. So it's a privilege for me. Okay, with that, let's get started.
Sure.
I know we all have limited slots, but I want to make sure that the next, 25 to 30 minutes are super insightful for all of you, irrespective of whether you are just a student in college right now, you've just graduated, or you are an experienced working professional, right? I want to be able to cater to all of you, and we want to try and answer as many questions as you have for me as well. I'll typically want to start with what the context is today. I think Mamta mentioned we're here to talk about how to build a successful career. Now, while I know the word success is something that is different ways by different people, just keeping in mind that by and large, by default, we are assuming that a successful career is one wherein you are happy in what you're doing and you thrive at it. With that context, I'd like to share 5 steps which you can probably follow to build a successful career, irrespective of where you are in your career journey today, right? So I'm going to quickly start sharing my screen. Just give me a second. Okay, I'll just also turn on my camera again because this goes off. Yeah. Now, do let me know if you are able to.
Yes, we can see your slides. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Let's get started. So, like I mentioned, how do you build a successful career, right? That is the question in picture today. Now, I want to start with the first step, steps to build a successful career. Now, the first thing that I want to emphasize on, again, irrespective of what path or, what timeline are you working in with respect to your career or life journey is, having a very strong why, right? Asking yourself, why are you doing certain things? Now, let me make a typical example. If you're a college student and let's say you're in your second year, just an example, and you realize that, you know what, I'm really inclined towards a particular field, let's say marketing. I'm just intrigued by it, but I'm also inclined towards, let's say, business development. I want to explore it. Now, knowing that you're intrigued towards it or inclined towards it, it interests you is good. But asking yourself and going one step further and knowing why is it that out of so many other options and so many things that your peers doing around you, your seniors doing around you, why did marketing in the first place catch your eye, right? Similarly, if you're a working professional who is, let's say, looking to make a career switch, for example, and you are currently in a data analytics job and you decide one day that, you know what, yes, I've liked what I've done. I had a fairly good stint and, I've applied my skills, I've tested them, done well for my firm, etc. But now I want to probably move on to a consulting job, for example. Now, the day that thought comes to your head, the very next question that should come to your head is, why was consulting the only thing that came to my mind after data analytics? Or why would I want to switch from data analytics to consulting? The point being, long story short, no matter whatever it is that you're trying to do to build a successful career, the first solid step is your why. If your why is clear with respect to whatever you're doing, then everything else falls into place. The other 4 steps that I'm going to talk about will automatically become very easy to follow, right? So have your why very crystal clear to yourself. So why could be anything, right? Even if you're choosing a career path because probably it has got high paying jobs, it's okay. It's your why and you just own it. But you should be clear that that's the reason you're choosing this, right? If it is a career path you're taking up because you've heard it's going to boom in the next 5 years, so be it. But you should be honest with yourself as to why you're taking it up. So that's step one. The second thing, once you know why is it that you're doing something, is to actually not put yourself in a box. I always say this. Even when you know why you're doing certain things, don't limit yourself to just one or two things. I think experimentation is very important, and irrespective of what you're doing in your career, it is important. If you feel one day that you want to try out something new, it is not wrong, as long as you, like I said, know why you're doing it. So for example, I see a lot of college students, especially when they have the opportunity to try out different things, if they've decided marketing, they'll stick to it and they'll not try out anything else. It's good to have a clear vision, but until you would have tried out different things, how will you know that it is marketing that you would want to stick around and do, right? So my point is, practical experimentation is very important. If you have realized web development, software engineering, and UI UX designing, all three interest you, I would recommend you go out there and try something in all three of them. Could be a certification, could be a self-paced project, could be taking part in a hackathon, right? Could be learning a software or a language, but do something pertinent to each one of these fields, at least one thing. Try it out and then come to a conclusion, probably which one would you like to then further pick. Experimentation shouldn't be something you fear, right? That is what I would recommend. I mean, personally, my journey, if I was to correlate it that way, if I did not do 25 plus internships before I graduated, there was no way I would have clarity by fourth year that consulting is what I wanted to do. Right? And then in consulting, when I did my job for 2 years, I discovered my passion for mentoring, right? And I realized that that is actually my true calling. My point is, you have to keep experimenting to know what is possible and what you could be good at, right? And don't think that you're confused, right? A lot of people think that people who keep trying new things are confused. I mean, I remember back in college, everybody used to think this girl is confused, but I think, in fact, I was very clear with what I wanted to do. I was very clear that whatever I would do would be within management, but management is huge. There's sales, there's operations, there is consulting, there is BD, there's so much, right? So I wanted to figure out what within management should I do. Hence, I did 25 internships, not because I was confused. So my point is, don't let the society tell you or define that you can't experiment or try out things or you're confused, right? As long as you know what you're doing, I don't think it should be a problem, right? That's the second step. I think the third step is to go one step further and deep dive into something practically, right? Which means that now if you have understood your why, you've tried out things practically, you've experimented, given yourself the room to experiment. Now is the time that you narrow down on one thing, definitely, make an affirmative decision, and then go deep into it, which is practically gain knowledge in it. If you have realized product management, it is your thing, you would like to give it at least the next 1 or 2 years of your life. I'm not even talking about the rest of your life. If you see yourself for the next 1.5 years or 2 years doing that, then you have to make sure that you're putting in all the effort to become a good product manager, to get hired in your dream company as a product manager, which is everything that it takes, whether it's doing an internship, whether it is doing a certification, whether it is speaking to folks who are already successful product managers. Each and every action that you're going to take to be able to deep dive into that particular niche is important, right? So that I'm not saying you have to become a master or become like a subject matter expert at it, but you have to come to a level wherein you know what you bring to the table and you're skilled enough, right? Moving on to the fourth step, which is very, very crucial, and I would explain it into halves, I would say, right? Which is profile building, concentrating on profile building. Now, let me break down this word. Profile building does not mean building your profile on LinkedIn or Naukri or having a good resume. No, it's a 360-degree thing. It's holistic growth. As an individual, once you've positioned yourself in your head as what you see yourself doing, which domain you see yourself working in, the world has to also see that. And they have to see that from a 360 perspective. Your resume, your LinkedIn profile, your other social media profiles, everything else that is there, maybe your portfolio, your website, anything that is there to showcase has to be in sync and aligned, should speak for you, should speak for what you're capable of doing, right? Everything has to depict that you have enough experience or you are somebody who should be hired by a firm in that particular domain, right? For me as a consultant to get into management consulting without a B school degree, it was very important that every time I applied for an internship, my internship applications, every time I applied for a job, my resume, my LinkedIn profile, every time I spoke to somebody and I exchanged, let's say, my website with them or anything else, spoke for my capabilities and was aligned with what I was speaking to them about, both online and offline. That is profile building. It's 360 degrees, right? So it's extremely essential that all the skills you have built, anything else that you have learned, and whatever you naturally know about that particular domain as a life skill or a managerial skill is also reflecting across all of those things and offline, right? That is what I mean by profile building. And moving on to the last step, which is building the right mindset to have a successful career. The most important thing after you have done all of this is to go in with a winning mindset. Anytime you're applying for a job, you're applying for an opportunity where you're competing with people, right? Where you are striving to stand out from people. The most important thing is your mindset and what you think of yourself. The word job seeker is perceived in a very negative sense, right? Job seekers always think of themselves as people who are desperate to get jobs and we need the job, which is the wrong mindset. You have to not literally take the word seek. You have to make yourself worthy enough that when you get into a room, you know what you bring to the table and you will try your best. The rest is just left to whatever it is. I mean, at any point of time, you shouldn't feel that companies, obliging you by giving you a job. You are also going to be a part of that company and add in a lot of worth and value to it. They need you as much as you need them. And I'm not saying you have to be overconfident, but you have to go in with a winning mindset that I'm here to give in my best. I've done my best. I've done my prep. I've done my research. My technical skills, my resume, everything is in place. It's all done. And now all that I can do is just go with that winning mindset, right? So nowhere should you feel that you are somebody who is just being given a job because you're looking for a job. Never do that. And I think that is the most important thing to build a successful career. And even if you were to in the future not do a typical job and do something of your own, I think it's very important to go with a mindset wherein you know that you bring something valuable to the table, because that's when people working around you, with you, will value you as well as an asset, right? And I also feel that one more thing that I'd like to add on beyond these 5 steps to build a successful career, I think, is that a lot of people have started saying that, soft skills are very important or they're more important than technical skills. A lot of people still say that no, technical skills are very important. I beg to differ with both the, viewpoints. I feel that neither of the two will ever be more important than each other, but we've come to a time and age wherein both of them are equally important and you can't go ahead in life or succeed without any of them. That's my perspective, right? It can never be the case that a soft skill will become more important than a technical skill or vice versa, in my opinion. Both are very important. It's the time to concentrate on life skills today more than anything else. I think you can't just think that if your resume is in place, you've learned a couple of languages, particular softwares for a tech job, and okay, your communication skill is also in place, you're done. What about your life skills, which is how emotionally intelligent you are? How do you work in a team? How do you react to situations? How are you with problem solving? These are things that will help you in any job, any particular job on earth, in any company, right? So I think we found a time wherein life skills is the age of life skills, and people who have mastered that over and beyond technical and management skills are the ones who will get better opportunities, right? And I think would potentially have a great career for themselves. So I think that was a little bit of what I wanted to cover with respect to 5 steps to build a successful career. And I think with that, what we could probably do is open up the floor for questions, because I really spend more time on answering your questions. I also believe that a topic like career guidance or, career related thing cannot be generalized. I cannot answer everything for everybody. Everybody has different career problems. Everybody is in a different phase of their career. So I think maybe taking up your personal questions would benefit you more, I feel. So I think would love to take up your questions.
Sure, Dharya. Thank you so much for the information that you shared so far. There are quite a few questions, but I think I'll just pick the best ones out of that, and then maybe we can answer the rest over email.
Yes.
So let's begin the first one. How can I network effectively?
Yeah. So I think that's obviously a really good question, and I think networking again. is two-faced, right? It's online and offline. Today, we just think of networking, we think of digital platforms. And while I'm a big pioneer of the platform LinkedIn, and obviously it's the best platform to begin networking professionally at least, I would like to cover both aspects, online and offline, right? We talk about networking, let's cover online first. Typically, if you want to professionally connect with individuals who you look up to or who could help you potentially in the future with any kind of, let's say, job referrals, opportunities, etc., I think LinkedIn definitely hands down would be the best platform you should begin with, right? Because that's going to give you exposure to most of the folks working in a similar industry and who have already accomplished and done where you done things where you want to be and you know what you want to achieve. So I think if you can build a good optimized profile on LinkedIn that is up to date and you have the right keywords in place so that the right people can find you and also create content. Now, let me please clarify, content doesn't have to be created or is not only created by content creators. Content is nothing but a form of expression of what you're doing, right? Even you as an employee of a company, as a student, can create content, which is your learnings from your job, anything that you know technically that you want to share. If you are, let's say, in the data science field, you can share things relevant to data analytics, data science, anything that's happening, your thoughts on a particular research publication, literally anything under the sky. What that does for you indirectly is folks in your industry will slowly be shown that post of yours by the LinkedIn algorithm. You organic, ultimately recruiters and people in the niche will start noticing you, and you actually create job opportunities for yourself because only when you get noticed will you get approached. So LinkedIn, one is to make a good profile and send connection to right people. That's building a network. But if you want to build a strong community of people who trust you, I think you'll create content in your niche, then that would be really helpful. That's how you'll be able to network with, you know, the subject matter experts in that domain because they'll follow you because you're creating content in that niche, right? So I think that's online. Coming to offline, I think it's very important to figure out, for example, I mean, if you're in the market research analysis space, for example, I'm sure a lot of conferences happen for market research, relevant to market research, etc. Now, you'll have to go on the internet, do a little bit of research and figure out how many of these conferences happen online versus offline. What are the prerequisites to attend them? What kind of people take sessions or keynotes here? Is it going to be beneficial for me at this stage of my career path and journey, right? Similarly, irrespective of what career path you are in, if there are any meetups happening wherein you can catch up with individual or industry professionals, or there are sessions that are happening online or summits happening, right, or conferences, I think you should just be a little more active in terms of research and being up to date with what's happening on Google and also be on platforms like a LinkedIn, wherein you can get to know about these events that are happening, right? So that you can network with professionals offline as well. And I think a blend of both is more than enough to build up yourself. Yeah.
That's great. I mean, I think that's really, insightful. And of course, with the 2-3 different options that are available for them, it would get easier to now network and have a better brand built in. So the next question we have here is, how can I negotiate a higher salary or better benefits from the company?
Perfect. Okay. So I personally feel that no matter what scenario you put a person in, whether it's purchasing a purse, buying groceries, or sitting in an interview room or pitching your services as a freelancer, there's always room for negotiation in life. We all know anything that's quoted to you at a particular price never comes at that price. Never, right? You can always put it up by a percentage or a margin, plus minus, above below. So that's first thing. The first thing is that there is obviously negotiation. It's just the intent and the way you approach that negotiation, especially in a situation where you're trying to land a job, right? And sometimes it may be your dream job. You have to deal with it very delicately yet diplomatically, right? That's the beauty. So I think the when you are in an interview, you know that you are here and you know there's a particular range that you're going to be offered, or you are already aware this is the CTC that was there on the JD, on the job description. Now, one thing you have to understand is they put that basis the budget they've been given, but there is always room. Okay. Second thing, you can't get into a room without doing your research well. It's one thing to know that I did this. It's another thing to know that people with similar experience, expertise, and other experience are getting paid how much. So if you go into that room, it's good to be confident, but if you go into the room without doing your research, that on an average, let's say a business analyst, typically in India, between let's say an average CTC of 4 lakhs to a max of 10 lakhs. If you don't know that range and you are going there as an analyst, yes, some companies may have like a 12 and all, but that's after an MBA. That's why the research is important. And if you're routine, that negotiation might not work unless you're very confident about what you bring to the table. So the point is, market research and analysis is important before you demand anything. Secondly, it's very important that you always quote a range. I don't think you should quote a direct figure ever. Don't be like, oh, they're offering a 10 and I'm like, can you give me a 12? Why don't you rather say, I think I would want to work around something between an 11.5 to 12.5 rather, instead of a 10. Because if not, maybe they'll lock it at 11.5 or 11.75 or 12, but you'll at least fall into a range. That way you don't feel like you didn't get what you deserved as well. And they will also look at it from a broader perspective, I feel. When you come to one figure, there'll always be a little difficulty, you will not be satisfied. I think quoting a range is better. Third tip I'd like to give is, at times, don't just talk about what skills would you bring to the table that is aligned with the job role you are applying for. Also talk about external or additional skills that you come with and you bring to the table, so that you can show them that you have the capability to wear multiple hats and come with multidisciplinary skills. For example, to again become a business analyst, yes, JD pe likha hua, it's mentioned on the job description. You need ABCD skills, and typically you're applying for that job, you've made it till the last round, means you have those skills, 90-95%. Talk about other things. What more do you bring to the table, right? What else can you help them with? What are the other departments you could come to use in the future, if not now? Show them how you're an asset for the firm. And then hence tell them that hence I deserve an X plus 2 and not X, right? Because of ABCD in addition to what you already need. So I think those could be the 3 things that you can keep in mind when negotiating a salary. Yeah.
So I think it all boils down to the value that you create in the system that you are, a part of.
Definitely.
That makes absolutely, absolute sense there. I think in the interest of time, we'll just take one more question. And then if I can just email the rest of the questions to you and you'll be kind enough to answer them, we just forward it to the specific learners later on. So the last question here we have is, how can I balance the demands of my job and my personal life?
Very good question. So I'll tell you, there are 3 things, right? The first one is that I was just telling this to somebody very recently, that the word balance exists in the dictionary, at least. There is going to be no time where things will be balanced, is what I've understood. I'm fairly obviously young into this working space. It's been 3 years, but I've realized itself there'll never be balance. So please remove that fantasy from your head, firstly. What you can rather do is start, there's something called priority and there's something called adjustment that exists. Adjust your skill, you can accommodate things, you can't balance things, right? I'd put it that way. Now, if you want to be able to accommodate most of the things you want to do in life, the first thing that has to come to your mind is what matters to me the most. I mean, 2 years ago, because I was side hustling my full-time job, there was no way that I would let any individual, anybody, or even my family come in that way. And my family was very clear with it. They knew it that these 2 years, I'm going to only concentrate on myself, my career, because I want to ultimately do something of my own, for which I have to work extra hours, have to put in the effort, I have to hustle, and you have to bear with it. I was very vocal. My friends understood that. My family understood that. Personal life never existed, and I know can probably not exist till a certain time. So the point is, I made that conscious decision that I'm doing this for me. Now, 2.5 years later, we're lucky, things have played out well. Everything, the hustle, kind of paid off. And I know that I am privileged enough to be in a position, let me use the word privilege, that I can give some time to my family now. I can have some time for my friends now. And I can have a life of work. So I take Sundays off, which I never imagined 3 months back. Since 3 months, I've made it a rule that I will not work on a Sunday, no matter what. So the point is, it's a priority. Now it is my priority to take a little less work and not work on Sundays. Whereas 2 years back, Saturday, Sundays used to be like I wouldn't even get 15 minutes of a break. That was also my choice. This is also my choice. So you decide what you want to do. and you will have to sacrifice. No one can achieve everything without sacrifices. It's not possible. It is just not possible. And the second thing I think that really worked very well for me is, I think the more you start taking boxing very seriously and you start doing things in a certain time frame and put everything on a calendar, might sound very basic. It made my life very easy. I started everything on a calendar. Half an hour, like I know 6 to 6:30 is for Edubridge and SkillsFactor. I am here. Nobody else can take that time of mine. Then I know I have a 10-minute buffer and then I'll move to my next session, right? So the point is, the moment I know that in the morning 11 to 12 is for me, is for my reading time, whatever, it's not going anywhere, right? 12 to 1 is for, whatever documentation or whatever I have to do. 1 to 4, I'm going to take some sessions. Things just became very easy for me because now I knew when that I could relax and when I have to put complete focus to what I have to do. So I think being very clear and scheduling your day around a calendar and following it religiously also keeps you motivated with looking forward to the time where you're going to get a break and rejuvenate and come back. So I think that has really helped. And I think the last thing that I have to give you, share with you as a tip is, if you can, understand and, like I said, make certain choices wherein certain opportunities that come your way, but to give a priority one thing over another, that would also really help you in the long run. So let me put it this way, maybe I'm not able to frame it. The point is that right now you may feel that the time you're not being able to, let's say, give, a lot of people also think that, it's very important to do something of your own today or do something on the side, etc. Yes, it is important. It's good if you do it. But let me tell you, if it doesn't come to you naturally, go into that idea of somebody just telling you have a side hustle or you should also have something on it. Do it only if you have a strong reason to do it, right? That balance will also be needed. I think a lot of people, I'm not obviously denying that people in full-time jobs also obviously have to definitely given a lot of time to their job. I've been there. That eats up half of your time anyways. Even they struggle with taking out time for the family. Don't put that extra pressure of doing something extra just because the world today is telling you, in addition, and your family or whatever, something extra is needed. Only if it comes to you naturally, you feel the need, do it. And then do it with all vigor. But don't do it just because people are telling you to do it. And then you will unnecessarily create an environment wherein your basic life will also not function properly.
Yeah, totally makes sense that I think, that was, all this is truly edifying, in fact. And, I do believe that the time was really less to cover the gamut of tips that you could have had for our audience and also answered many more questions for them. However, I'll just email, these questions put together. And please, if you would be kind enough to answer them, as best as you possibly can, that would be really great.
So just in case I don't, which I will try not to, I don't reply to your emails or anything, I'm pretty approachable on LinkedIn. You can find me by my name and reach out to me with any queries or an email. Would love to answer all your questions.
Sure, that is really, really helpful. I'll put up Dhairya's, LinkedIn profile link here on chat, and everybody can actually save that and can reach out to you whenever they need some guidance from your end. So I'm sure the audiences. Thank you so much, Dhairya. I'm sure the audience is going back with a lot of pointers already that they can start to work on. And, it was truly an honor to host you. And I'm, hoping that the next time you're here, we have, a complete 1 hour where you can answer just questions from the audience. And that will be a really amazing experience for them. So thank you once again, Dhairya, for joining us today. You can now exit the webinar and we'll continue with our sessions here.
Thanks.
Sure. Thank you so much. Yeah. Is it time already? What an amazing day we have had, and the kind of sessions that we have had throughout the day. We definitely had to save the best for the last, right? So now we have selected this topic purely out of the demand from our learners and also from the larger audience who have thought about coding and programming as a career option. Now, with so many options, how does one decide which substream within the IT sector would be the most promising as a career? Now, I'm glad that neither you or me have to think much about it. Our next session is based on building a career in software programming. And I would now like to introduce you all to our esteemed speaker for the session, Mr. Dinakar Selvin. Dinakar is the Vice President and Global Head for Core Technologies at Capgemini. He's a seasoned leader in the consulting industry with over 2 decades of experience. He holds an MBA in Technology Management and has worked with companies such as Tata Innovation Labs, Infosys, and Cognizant. He is a global leader in cloudonomics and has been recognized as one of the global leaders in consulting by Consulting Magazine in 2019 and also 2020. A very warm welcome, Dinakar, and thank you so much for joining us today. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, Clementa. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Loud and clear.
Okay. I'm very sorry. I'm not able to stay in a room to talk about it due to my personal situation. First of all, very warm welcome to all of you to the career progression, which you are planning to take that particular phase of your life, and also Happy Republic Day. So the topic what was given here is building a career in software programming. Maybe I'm maybe look little dark because I'm on the road. If you want me to switch off my camera, I'm ready to do that also.
Whatever you're comfortable with, Dinakar.
Yeah, sure. So when I look at what is the career and what is software programming, and then how to build that. So there are 3 areas which you need to look at it. So I will give a brief background about me because Clementa said I am in Capgemini, one of the top 5 consulting firms, working as a technology head for core technologies. All those things started maybe 25 years back in a totally different way. In 1997, I passed out of my bachelor's in engineering from mechanical engineering side. I hate IT. Okay, that time mechanical engineers rule the world. That's how we all think. Okay, that passed away. Then I came out. Then I thought, okay, I can start my career. I started my career as a teacher in one of the schools. At the same time, I learned that time it was a kind of buzzword. Everyone started learning mainframes. So I also went and I started learning mainframes. Why I want to tell all these things is, this may resonate very well, at least for few of you who are interested to decide what should I do in software engineering. Okay, so basically mechanical engineering, and then had some 6 months course in mainframe, but I was a teacher, which is my passion. So that's how I went and I taught engineering drawing. Most of you may know engineering drawing is one of the toughest subjects in the first year of engineering. So I wanted to take that subject in that college. Along with that, my passion was, why shouldn't I teach mathematics? Because in engineering colleges, most of you know, mathematics is a separate department. But I never relate why I'm studying differential equation, why I'm studying Laplace transformation. So why can't I take maths? So I went and spoke to some of the HODs that, sir, why can't I take mathematics? They said, no, there's a maths teacher, they will take it. But one maths teacher said, okay, I'm anyway going off on maternity leave. Can you take, because you're interested? That's how I got interest in maths. Okay, 2 years passed by after my BE. This is how my life. But while I was doing maths, then I decided I should study something, because my college, which I passed out, is little known to everyone, not some top-notch college like IIT or Anna University in Tamil Nadu. Then I decided I need to do something which made everyone to look at me. I started preparing GATE exam. So I cleared GATE exam with 99.7, and I would like to tell you that I studied in Tamil medium. Okay, I'm from deep South Tamil Nadu, Tamil medium. I'm very too introvert, I would say. I cannot speak in English because I usually converse everything in Tamil. So with that, moving to Bangalore, because I got Indian Institute of Science, one of the top-notch institutes in the world in India, and also 7th in the world during that time, my department. So with all these things, my parents were thinking that how come he can go to Bangalore? Because we never moved away from Madurai. How come I can go to how can I accustom Bangalore? How will I learn Bangalore? How will I learn some other language? So with all those ifs and buts, I did the master's in aerospace engineering, where I was selected as one of the hand-picked guys by Abdul Kalam. So Abdul Kalam saw me. Maybe he is also like South, and he's also kind of introvert earlier. So he saw some potential in me, and he said, "Hey, Dinakar, I need to fulfill one of my dreams, which is building 1 kg aircraft, 1 kg weight aircraft." He named that as Sarika. Okay, so he said, can you build this plane? Because you are an aerospace engineer. Can you build this plane for India? And he went to the news, press reports, and he said, India is going to have 3 different things. One is Sarika, 1 kg weighing airplane. I'm proud to say Sarika 2 is still flying. Okay, Sarika 1, he is a project designer, that's Dinakar. There is another project called Sagarika, that's a missile. Then Saras, that's a single engine aircraft. So these 3 are India's 3 different projects which will make us stand tall in front of the world. Okay, he said this. That time he was not a president of India, so he was a scientific advisor. So he used to come to my college. I used to talk to him. I used to go and present my reports. All those things will happen. So at the end, we designed it. It started flying, and it has been dedicated to Indian government. Then he said, please go and join Guwahati for an unmanned air vehicle. Okay, because you may think why this guy is talking about all these things. When I'm talking to software programming, I'll come to that. He asked me, okay, Dinakar, you had done a spy plane. So be a part of unmanned air vehicle. That's UAV. Go and search in the internet. Unmanned air vehicle. And he trained me as a pilot also. So I was a trained Air Force pilot. Started my career in unmanned air vehicle. But I think the last question, you asked one question. How will I get my salary? How will I negotiate my salary, right? So I got a job in DRDO. My salary was 15,000 rupees. So 15,000 rupees, position in Guwahati, coming from Madurai, and by train it would take 3 days to reach Guwahati. I'm calculating all those things. While I'm getting a job in Tata Innovation Labs, that time it was Tata Research, so they are going to give me 45,000 rupees, 3 times my salary. Immediately, as many of you thought, many of you asked this question, I switched my career. I didn't even contact Kalam, okay, and then I directly joined Tata. So the first project, they said, okay, I have to work in artificial intelligence and scientific visualization in the aerospace area. That's how I started my career. One of the first projects was United Airlines, USA's one of the top airlines. They asked me to go and the whole team is working actually. They are trying to identify one guy who knows piloting, because the project is understand what that pilot sees in his console. Because the moment he enters into the cockpit, he will see all the data, and then he has to write the papers. If you have traveled in the flight, they would announce there are some more paperwork to be done, so that's why it's a delay. That paperwork is nothing but they have to calculate everything, they have to verify everything and sign before they take off. That is nothing but what is the weight in the flight. Okay, that's why people are having only this much weight you can carry. Okay, weight, weather management, crew management, crew. Even the crew also should be based on their experiences. So there are so many things. There are 7 different systems. That's how the pilot would see. So they were asking one guy who can understand what is this. So then my boss said, there is one guy in my team who is a very junior, joined only 1 year back. Please take him. That's how they took me. But the project is understanding Fortran 4 language. You might not even have heard, or you might not even have born during that time. Fortran 4 was written in the year 1940s. Okay, so that language they need to understand and rewrite it in Java. Okay, that's how the system is. That they made me. I went there and I tried, because I was from AI. 23 years back, I was working in the area of artificial intelligence and scientific visualization, which is about neural networks, or the current terminology is machine intelligence. So with in that area, 23 years back, I was working and I was giving many lectures in IITs. But this project is a IT project, and I could do something to make use of some tools to understand what that Fortran program does. So everyone was saying that, oh, this guy, even though junior, he is doing something great. Okay, and one more project manager or project program manager who came to me and said, hey man, hereafter you should not think about any other area other than this. That man is nothing but today's CTO of Tata Consultancy Services. Okay. Anant Krishnan is the one who came to me and said, you should not go back to your area. You should be part of my team. Okay. That's how my career started as aerospace scientist, ended up in software engineering. And 23 years, I'm running this and supporting many more young generation how to look at things different. And I'm still doing same kind of modernization, taking the core technologies, which is written in mainframes, which is written in old Java, which is written in Power Builder, VB, all those things have been moved to new technologies. That's how I built my career. Okay. Now, let me get into what is the real tenets of building a career. Move to the next slide, Clementa, if you can. The three things you have to understand. Forget about I want someone. I saw that I want to be a SAP engineer. I want to be a Java engineer. I want to be a COBOL engineer. Forget about all those things. First, are you building your foundation stronger? Whatever may be the technology, because the technology what you learn today will be obsolete tomorrow. How many of you know EXJS? How many of you have heard AngularJS? How many of you heard earlier that HTML5, HTML4? So there are so many languages come and go. People might know that I learned SQL, then PostgreSQL, then today MongoDB, CouchDB, AuroraDB. The technologies are getting refined and refined and refined. Today, you go to ChatGPT and ask, write a code, it will write a code for you. Maybe in another 6 months, it will write a better code than any one of us who is writing it. So what is your career then? So career is not just technology dependent, because technology may come and go. Because even Kalam, even many times I've heard this anecdote, the eagle will never fear about the rain, or the birds will never ever fear about whether the branch can hold it or not, because even the branch breaks, it can fly high. So that is because it depends on its own strength. Where will you get your strength first? That is these three things. The three things are, first one is understand the basics. Understand the basics. You may ask, hey, I learned Java, I learned C, or I learned SAP. What do you mean by basics? The basics is, you know how, I think many of you might be Java engineers. How many of you know Java does not have a compiler? Why? Why it is called as write once, run anywhere? Why? What is the difference between Java and C? These are the basic questions we usually ask in interviews. People won't even know. People will say, I can write a code, but they won't even know what is Java. Why Java has come? Because if you know why Java has come, then you will know the value of that particular language. So that is called the basics. Okay, that's one. Second, because if you ask me to talk too much about basics, I'll be talking for an hour. So then what is the second point, which is desire to learn. I have seen so many people in the organization. People will say, I know only this. I don't know anything else. I know Java. I cannot work on anything else. I know only PLSQL. I will not work on anything else. So what is the desire he has to learn? Because the day, see, for example, if you look at a baby, the baby will kick his legs and hands for some time, and then it tries to walk, and then it tries to run. So what it does, it has some desire to improve. That desire is nothing but the learning in our culture. So how will I learn? What should I learn? How will I enable myself to be a qualified engineer? Even when I start this, I think Clemenda and his team asked me, Dinakar, can you talk about software testing? That's what people are interested. But actually speaking, there is no testing at all. There's no testing existing in the world now. Believe me, there is no testing because people are expecting full stack engineers. Go and search for full stack engineers. What is DevOps? The new concept we call DevOps, which is nothing but from requirements engineering till pre-production, it is completely in chain. That's what is called DevOps. It's a continuous deployment and continuous integration. Why it is happening? Is it new? No. That's what 50 years back, a COBOL programmer who understands the requirement, and he writes on his own, and he tests it, and he deploys it. And if there's any issue, he knows where the issue, and he will solve. This is what 50 years back it was being done. So there is no such area, and don't bifurcate or don't put your own shield that I want to do just testing. No, I want to be full stack. I want to take anything and everything from the beginning till the end. That if you already knew testing, learn what is front end. If you knew already testing, if you want to go deeper, what is performance testing? How will I do performance testing? Because people will say, I'm a functional tester. Oh, I'm a load tester only. I know only those tools. No. Build the knowledge surrounding to your area. You may be expert in one area, but you should be known or you should know everything your surrounding area. That will make you as a full stack engineer. No one likes tester or developer. Okay, so be careful because the testing, development, separate, all those things era had been over now. This is a era of full stack engineers. Even further, people are going to ask, hey, the same guy who has to do from mobile to desktop platforms. So that's the world we are working on right now. So please if you have the desire to learn, we will conquer the world. Then the third one is focus in growth. See, there was another question when I joined. The question was, hey, what is the work-life balance? It's nothing but what you define for your own growth. That completely shapes your growth and your work-life balance. Because people will think work as a separate, life as a separate, so they want to have a balance. In some cases, if you have a passion in your work, you may not feel that you have a stress. If you don't have the passion, you will definitely feel that the work is stressful. Because sometimes my team guys, the young generation, we call next generation, they will ask, Dinakar, after 8 o'clock, you're so energetic. See, I will be energetic in some days, but not all the days. Okay. In some days, because I love that word. There are some, even Kalam, I can give an example. If you ask him, sir, actually these Naka, we call as Naka some numbers. So Naka, this foil is, aerofoil is not suitable. I think it failed as it is. Oh, is it? Give me. Give me 2 hours. I will also try to read something and then come back to you. So he won't consider, oh man, this guy is asking me doubts. This guy does not know what to do. He's asking me always that he's giving me work. No, that is not the one which will make you stress. So you should have strength, and that strength as the passion, that passion will make you stronger. That stronger in your mind will take you to the next level in your growth. Okay. So the three things: one is basics, second, learning desire, third, focus and growth. Now I'm talking about, okay, we talked about career. Now let's come to software engineering. Clementa, if you don't mind, to the next slide. See, there are, Clementa, maybe I'm not able to see the next slide. If it is, thank you. So there are 4 different phases in software engineering. You can be a greater person in any of this. Okay. And as I mentioned, all these things should be part of every software engineer as a professional. So first one, conceptual design. How many of you are thinking before you write the code? When I was doing my master's, my teacher, he is also Bharat Ratna awardee. He will always say, don't bring programs to me. Show me the design. So those times, you ask, what is he asking? See, I'm going to solve partial integral differential equation. Okay, why helicopter? How helicopter can be stand still in the air? There is no other object under the sun can stand still. How it's possible? If you want to solve that equation, it is a partial integral differential equation. So if you ask me what is the design, okay, before writing it, give me the design. I wondered what is the design. Then I realized design, conceptual design is nothing but planning. Okay, what am I going to do? What am I going to build? How it will look like conceptually? It may not be the end result, but before I start, can I give some picture to me? Can I give some picture to what I am going to do something? Even today, my daughter is also doing second year in IT. I'll always ask her, okay, stop writing the code. Just give me what is your design. She said, my teacher never taught me this. I said, stop. Now tell me, even if it is a program, actually that's what she was writing. She was writing a program on some hotel management, hotel reception kind of software. That's a project, mini project they had given. She started writing name of the hotel, all those things. I said, okay, wait. In the reception, what are things that are going to happen in your reception? This. Put it in writing. So either you can call that as a requirements, or you can call about what you're going to build as a design, or what you're going to do it as a plan. That is conceptual design. So define your own design, define your own requirements before you start. That is the key for your final delivery, which will be flawless. Second, flowchart. How many of you know flowchart? You might have studied in colleges, but how many of you are doing real flowchart? You not even write flowchart with full picture, but have you ever seen or have you ever written step by step? These are the 8 steps I'm going to do before I'm writing a code. Don't worry about the language. All the language is nothing but how I'm communicating to you or how you are communicating to the machine. That's all. But what I'm speaking is a content. So the content is nothing but algorithm in your software engineering. So do you have algorithm written on your paper? If you don't have written, please don't touch your laptop. Don't touch your system, because that's where the junk code gets started. That's when people who can write optimized code are writing, instead of writing 4 lines code, they will write 40 lines. Because they will write, then they will correct which is wrong, and they will leave it as it is. So find out what is your algorithm to write. Then the third one is validate our own work or your own work. That's nothing but testing. Now what will people do is, I will write a code, I tested with one test case, which is always the ideal condition. It will go through, but all non-ideal conditions will fail. Because they will think, because they are rating a system to solve one test case. But there are so many negative test cases which won't be taken care in the code. There will be no validation mechanism. Have you ever done that? That will make you a right programmer. Tomorrow, if you are writing another logic, oh, this can be possible. Oh, that can be possible. That all possibilities to take into design will come from the third step, which is validate. And then, because in the, I don't know how many of you, in the technical terminology, we will call that as shift left. So if you know everything about flowchart algorithm, obviously your design will get corrected. Okay. Then if you start validating your work, obviously we will write so many validation algorithm. Okay. And so many validation algorithm will lead you to right design. So all these things are shifting your defects to left side. So all the defects can be clarified, cleared in this before previous stage itself. And the fourth one is feedback to improve or understanding the critics. Today's world, actually this generation is not interested to listen or not interested to accept any critic. This is what I can do. Sorry, I cannot do anything. It is from with your parents, your siblings, or even in your office environment. Because if somebody says, hey, you have not written, maybe I may not be a Java programmer. Yeah, actually, I'm not a Java programmer. But if I say that, hey, this should look like this, hey, he doesn't even know what is Java. How does he can correct me? So that is another attitude which should be got rid of. That will make you shine as a right software engineer. Okay. So the four things I want to reiterate. One is build the design. Second one is the design should have steps involved, which is nothing but algorithm. Then the third one, I should be bold enough to test whatever my work in all possible ways. And then after doing all the things, and if somebody gives you critics, you should take it in a positive way and take it, consume it, and then reflect back in a positive way that yes, I learned this from you today. This is not only you are in the submissive side or you are on the receiving side. Even if you are a leader one day, or if you are a team lead, if somebody comes and tells you that, sir, this is this can be done in this fashion, you should be in a position to appreciate. Yeah, I don't even know. You had given me this. I learned this. So all these are learning and taking cuts and shine. That's how diamond shines. So these are the four different things which we have to do as a software programmer. Then the last piece, which I wanted to end with, why this day? Because I'm very keen to present this to you all. Even though my personal situation didn't allow me to do it in the right way, but on this Republic Day, when they are having this session, it was pondering in my mind. And when I saw Clemenda send the poster with tricolor and Republic Day, this kind of session, I immediately two things came into my mind. One is, what is this Republic Day is all about? Because there's a difference between independence and republic. Independence, yeah, we got. Okay, we got the freedom. What is republic? Okay, I got the freedom, but I don't know what to do. How do I run this such a large organization, such a large nation? So many people are different culture, different language, different uh, beliefs. With all these things, I got all the things, but how will I take it to the next level? That is what Constitution helped India to give some structured policies for 5 years plan for every growth. When Nehru started, how he wanted to have the industrial revolution, green revolution, all those things started from Constitution. What is relevant to you in your career? You got a job. I've seen so many people who got a job. After that, they were playing only carom in the whole afternoon till 4 o'clock. I had seen, I'm talking about 2001. I've taken those guys and I made them different scientists and different level of people, software engineers today. But people will be interested to play. Or today, they are 100% sitting on their mobile because they will coolly say, I'm on bench. I don't know what to do. I didn't get any work from my manager. So that is what predominantly people are saying it. Even if you go and if you think yourself, how many hours you're spending on your mobile for learning or for social media. Social media, I don't say that it is wrong, but how many times we are getting into debates, whether it can be political, whether it can be cinema, whether it can be something else, some interesting things, which is not going to help you in your software career or in your plan. So it's nothing, constitution is nothing but your own rule book. Write your own rule book. I want to be a software engineer. I want to be a software engineer, comma, in Java. Okay, then expert in front end, learning all the load testing tools by this date. That is what your own rule book is. So that will take you to growth mindset. When they have written the constitution, that's when they thought, oh, this state is completely coming from economically backward. This state has all the things, but it should do. So the level of knowledge and equality which should come only when you understand yourself and put your own rule. So in this Republic Day, start thinking for your career, what is the rule book I want to follow? The second point, second thing which Republic Day, the hero of Republic Day is Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. You all know who he is, how he was uh, treated in his childhood, how his community or his standard in the whole community, how he was dejected. But he is one of the guys who led the team to write the world's longest constitutions. The world's longest constitutions. And he can speak in English and he can present because writing is different, presenting is totally different. So he could get that strength to present and he should get the fluence to present. So how he upskilled himself. So that shows it's not your society. It's not your situation. It is you. It is your spirit which will make you shine and do which everyone thinks impossible. Okay. With this, consider with inclusive mindset and put your own rule book, start building your career, and God and luck and also your own trust and confidence in you will take you high. With this, I'll stop here and take any questions.
Thank you so much, Dinakar. This was truly enlightening. And the chat and the Q&A, as you can see, are actually lined up with a lot of questions for you. So I will start with directing the first question here. How do I get started with a specific programming language?
Okay. There is no specific. Today, COBOL is a niche area. How many of you know? COBOL is a very niche language. If you learn that COBOL, you will know what is front end, what is back end, what is middleware, business logic, all those things you can understand. So take one language, learn the basics. After that, you can learn any language in 5 days. I can give you a guarantee 5 days. You need not by heart any coding constructs because Google is there with us. Okay, even your IDE is there. In the olden days, there won't be any IDE, interactive development environment. So we won't have anything. So you need to by heart how while condition should be. After that, there should be any colon, semicolon, all those things you need to by heart. But now you need not even write. You need to think about it. So language, take one basic language, learn it first, and then which go and tell any interview that I learned this. That learned means you should be in a position even to talk about what is the data structure in that particular language. So if you learn that tenets, that is your language. That's how I will call, because I'm handling around 3,000 people who are having experience in COBOL and iSeries RPG, not Java, not .NET, but I don't know COBOL. I don't know COBOL. But even I had people with Java, AngularJS, EXJS, a smaller team, but I don't know any of these languages. But I know how to write, how that language should be used to write. So with that, consider, if you consider Java as a basic language, take Java. That's enough. But learn Java 100%. Don't learn Java with 5 constructs. Go and tell it in the interview. You will be selected, and you will be selected in the premium cost. That much I can give a guarantee.
That's amazing. So the next question we have here is, how can I improve my programming skills?
How can I improve the?
Improve, how can someone improve their programming skills?
Okay. Actually, fantastic question. You said programming skills, right? That starts from the 4 tenets I mentioned. First, you design, and then write algorithm. While you write algorithm, then you will think, why should I write this? Why should I do the validation? I don't even need to do the validation. I don't even need to write this code. So definitely you will reduce 30% of your code. So your programming skill will be improved by your design. Other than that, programming is same. Any language is same. But the skill in that is nothing but how optimally you write. That optimal writing will come from your own thought process, your own design process. If you start writing it and go and explain to your own manager, or even your interviewer, this is how I design. This is my algorithm. So if I write it, people will say, okay, you're selected, because you need not know language constructs. You have to know the design. You have to know what is the right algorithm I need to use. That's enough. Actually, even my kid I was always telling her, she will say, hey, in my lab, they've given 11 programs. I said, what do you mean by 11 programs? Why are you by-hearting that? You are solving 11 problems. How to solve the problem? Understand solving the problem. That then you write the code. How to write the code? So without knowing solving the problem, because if you know 5-digit number, reverse that number, then they will by heart the continuous sentences. I said, what do you mean by that? It's okay. You have to segregate the last character first. How do you take the last character? Put mod of this many digits, so this many zeros. This is nothing to do with your programming language. This is the skill. Whatever you mentioned, this is the skill in writing the program. So you should know the algorithm. Basic is nothing but your own mathematical language, or your own what do you call that, qualitative analysis skill, because that's what today everyone is talking about: data scientist, data evangelist. Nothing but I have a data, what will I infer from that? Because that's the problem. If you solve the problem, write code in C, Write the code in Java, write the code in Python, everything is same. Okay, that is how you have to improve your programming skill.
Perfect. So that falls in line with what you have already shared with the audience. The next question we have to that question is that what are the best resources according to you to learn to program?
Sources, getting the sources in the sense from where I can learn. Is that the question?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. See, there is a site called Cloudera. There is a Plural site. There are even NPTEL, our own IITs are giving learning courses for every language, including ISI, Statistical Institute of Indian Statistical Institute is giving courses in data science. IIT is giving courses in data science. So many sources, so many. If you think about 20 years back, we didn't even have Google. We usually use a site called Alta Vista. Okay, other than that, we don't have any Google search. If you write it in Google, there are thousands of sites which will give you what language, what kind of programming, what is optimal programming, everything. Today, you can even use Chat GPT because there it is. Actually, yesterday I've written one small program on AS400, which is very old language. I just asked to write a program. It did a program for me. So there are umpteen sources available. Maybe Plural site is one of the things, and test yourself with HackerRank kind of courses so that you will know where you are in.
Absolutely. So the next question here is, which language is best for career growth? Java, Python, or C++?
C++ is your basic. Through
That's
that,
the fundamental.
you should learn. That's
Yeah.
a fundamental, because that is the era which I just talked about, independence to constitution, right? Republic. Because C can write a super program. C is one of the optimal programming language, which is written even kernels, Linux kernels are written in C program. But why C++? It gives you structured way of that, because that is where the object-oriented concepts, the reusability concepts, or the derivative concepts, all those things have come in C++. So C++ is the father of all the languages whatever you see today. Java is the next generation of C++. So learn C++, learn data structures in C++, and then move to Java. That will take you a Java expert within a week.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. And I think we can take one more question. We still have time. The last question for the session today would be, how do I stay up to date with the latest technology and trends in programming, and how do I learn?
Okay. See, how do I understand latest technology? Just go and search Gartner's 2023 trends. Okay, you will come to know these are all the area. The area are vast. For example, AI is everyone knew. You also knew AI. AI is a growing area, and data science is a growing area. But people who are writing, because in my team there is 30 years experienced programmers are there who are writing COBOL programs for the last 30 years. And there is a college graduate, he also wrote COBOL program. He is also writing COBOL program today. But that the next generation's interest is, hey, I want to be a completely different guy. I don't want to be called as COBOL programmer because it's a legacy language. Why I'm taking this example is because you asked this question in the right way. The trend says AI is a trend. Okay. Or okay, artificial intelligence is a trend. Artificial intelligence is what is it? Artificial intelligence? It should decide. For example, you are going to the bank, or you are going to some shop. Okay, some 500 kilometers away. So while you are getting into your plane, you're buying something with your card, your credit card. So you bought a medicine. In another 2 hours, 600 kilometers away, you are just going and buying a gold jewelry. The system will stop you buying it. What it does, that is nothing but artificial intelligence built in the system. It thinks this guy buys a medicine with this card in a medical shop. And now, in 2 hours, 600 kilometers away, he is trying to use this card. Somebody uses this. This card is being used. Just forget about this guy. This card is being used to buy jewelry. Stop that process. Make him a call because it's an unusual. Okay, this is called AI. This is what business wanted, but the business wants this. But currently, the bank is running the whole application C++ or COBOL mainframes. So how do you implement it? So the trend sets the business expectations, but that expectation should be implemented in some majority of the times in the older languages in which it is running. Okay, this is 70% of the case. There is the remaining 30% of the case. You ask what is the trend? The trend is people are interested to buy anything and everything in their mobile. Okay, even you guys are interested, just swipe, you will get, you have to order it in Amazon. How do you make it? Okay, now that's what business wants, that's what consumer wants, that you need to build it. Where you have to build it? It's in the mobile platform. In the mobile platform, I can build it, but who will send the data? The old Oracle database or old DB2 database should send the data. So the trend can help you to work on the older technology to implement the same functionality, or the trend will make somebody else to build some new functionality but integrate with the older one. That is what we call that as APIs, MQ, or what data exposure, or data lake. All these things are the buzzwords are surrounding this problem statement. The problem statement is there is a trend, but the trend is leading where it needs to be implemented. It should be implemented in your older system, or you have to build a new one. To build a new one, you may need to learn the latest iPhone technology or i15 or iOS, the latest OS on which the user interface runs, or the older screens called kicks, which has to be rewritten to take care of this business logic. So that's how every trend will be taken. So the trend would set the business expectations, but the technology is an implementation area that is irrespective of the technology. This trend will create an impact. So don't combine trend and technology together. Because today you may say, I'm saying Python everyone, because people are interested to write scripting kind of language like PHP or like Python to grasp quicker. But the same scripting language was used in older technologies called REX, REXX. Go and search. It's one of the famous scripting technology. And there is a Unix shell scripts that also does the job. But this PHP, the Python can run on any platform, whereas Rex can run only on mainframes. Shell script only can run on Linux, Unix, and AIX. So these technologies are written for mobile. So this is OS agnostic. So you may need to learn Python. So if you understand what is your core strength, where you are, the trends you will accommodate, but the implementation technology may vary. It varies year to year. Hope I answered your question. Maybe it's a long-winding answer, but Hope
No,
you understood.
actually, the question also was pretty, open-ended, and of course, I believe you've covered most of the points that had to be covered through that question itself. So that's been absolutely amazing. So I think in the interest of time, and now we don't want to keep you long enough with us. We've taken 1 hour of your time on your way. So I believe it'll be great if we can let you go now. So thank you for this awesome session and for guiding our audience, especially those who have no prior knowledge of programming and coding, but are interested in building a career in it. And I'm sure many didn't even realize that this was a career option for them. Well, the stories you have shared would be relatable to many, and your own journey is a true inspiration to all of us and the participants who have joined us today. And as you can see, the reactions are pouring in, and you can see all the thumbs ups and all the celebratory emote icons there. So I believe everybody is really happy with the outcome and the knowledge that you shared with us today. Thank you so much for answering so many questions from your audience as well, right? It wasn't that easy. However, in the interest of time, we couldn't go ahead with more questions, but it would be great if we can email them to you, and if you'd be kind enough to answer them, as you get the time. That will really help the audience out that has joined today.
Sure, Clementa. It's my pleasure connecting with every one of you.
Sure. Thank you so much once again, Dinaka, for the amazing session. You can exit the webinar now while we continue on towards ending the day. Have a great evening and safe travels.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Wow. So that's 1 hour already with that session, and we didn't even realize, that he answered more than 15 questions right now, and has covered so much within that domain itself. I'm sure the audience has had a lot of questions, in fact, that he's answered already. So after this great session on programming, I just want to take a small break, and we have this amazing video from Edubridge learners, their parents, and even our partners. So can we please play the video for the audience?
My name is Garima Manjrekar. I'm recently working with Just Mortgages LLC in Dubai, UAE. And in my family, we are 4 members. My father, he is retired. My mother, she is a housewife. And my brother, he is a Down syndrome child. 3 of them are my strength and weakness as well. Luckily, one day I received a call from a person who was working with Edubridge, and he offered me a course named BCBF by Standard Chartered Bank. Thank you, Edubridge, for helping me to reach my final destination, that was Dubai. I would like to thank my faculty who support me during the course, Shubham Soni sir, Gifty ma'am, and Navita ma'am. Thank you so much for your support. Today I am here because of your efforts.
I am Shreya Sharkil. I am from Rupnanpur, Chittaranjan. I have completed my graduation with English Honours from Kaji Nazrul University. I have completed a basic computer diploma from Laloni Computer Academy. I have recently completed CRM Domestic Voice Associate course from Edubridge, and I live in a joint family, and there is 7 members in my family. My hobbies are painting, listening to music, and reading books. And this course was really well structured, and I learned many things from that course. I had good knowledge about computer, but I learned so many new things also from this course that I didn't know before. And I learned so many things about customer handling, CRM, and workplace readiness, interview skills. And those skills are really essential and is going to help me in the future as well. In a short span of time, we learned so many things. I want to thank my trainers, and I had so many trainers, and that in between guest lectures and they were really good, and all of them were really good. And on top of that, I want to thank Edubridge for giving us that platform, and we learned so many things from everything. The course, it was really good.
नमस्कार, मी शोभा जाधव. मी एका ग्रामीण भागातून आली, अहमदनगर. मी माझ्या मुलीचं शिक्षण इतकं म्हणजे ह्यानी केलेलं आहे, मला वाटत नव्हतं की माझी मुलगी शिकून इथपर्यंत पोहोचेल. आज मला EXL कंपनीनी जी ऑफर दिली माझ्या मुलीला, एज्युकेट फायनान्स अँड डेटाबेस, या कंपनीच्या लोकांनी खरंच आम्हाला खूप मदत केली. आणि मला असं वाटत नव्हतं की ही गोष्ट खरी आहे म्हणून. पण मी आज स्वतः या कंपनीमध्ये ज्यावेळेस आली, इथल्या मॅडम लोकांचा, सर लोकांचा, सगळ्यांचा रिस्पॉन्स पाहून मला खूप आनंद झाला की ही गोष्ट खरंच खरी आहे. नाही तर मला वाटत होतं की लोक पैसे भरा आणि आम्ही तुम्हाला ट्रेनिंग देतो, हे देतो, असं वाटत होतं. पण नाही, आज मी स्वतः इथे येऊन, आज अक्षरशः पाहून, सर लोकांबरोबर बोलून, मॅम लोकांबरोबर बोलून, आज मला इतकं बरं वाटलं ना की खरंच हे खरं आहे. म्हणून तुम्ही लोक पण असं करा.
Thank you everyone for attending. So definitely I'm very glad to be a part of this journey, and you can see the smile and you can guess, right, that I'm so happy. Like, we, the team, is very happy to associate with Edubridge Learning Private Limited. We have amazing organizations like Edubridge Learning Private Limited who actually come forward and train our graduates, make them competent to face the real world. The constant effort that these organizations put in is something we really appreciate, and we are extremely happy partnering with Edubridge Learning Private Limited.
Do we have this many trainers available? My answer will be no. And in this context, HSBC and Capgemini, along with Tata Strive and Edubridge, are coming together to create Guru School.
We are pleased to have a partnership with Edubridge to set up Guru School, which will become the destination for aspiring faculty and to employers to source quality trainers.
The partnership with Udyogini, Edubridge, Tata Strive and Capgemini is unique and the first of its kind, I would say.
Well, thank you so much, Vagisha. I believe the video does help the audience understand a lot more about the impact that Edubridge's services and teachings has on not only the learners, but also their families, communities, and then the industry as a whole. So Edubridge does act like a bridge between all of that and, try to bring everybody together. So before we close the event for the day, there have been overwhelming number of questions about what courses Edubridge offers, what are the services we offer, and how do they enroll with us. So please let me welcome Mr. Veer Dhaval Talpade, our General Manager for Business Development at Edubridge, to answer as many of those questions as he possibly can for all of you. Veer, thank you so much for joining us today. The stage is all yours.
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much, Mamta, for that great introduction. I hope my voice is pretty clear to everyone just before I go ahead.
Loud and clear, Veer. Thank you.
So a very good evening to all the audience out there and the cheerful audience who has been with us since a long time. And I'm pretty sure the sessions that Edubridge has organized at the SkillsFactor event 2023, like every year, it has been the best sessions that you guys have attended till now. I'm pretty sure about it. So I can get some thumbs up on that if you agree with me that these were the best sessions that you guys had, guys. Quickly. Amazing. Amazing. This gives me a more confidence to go ahead with the impactful programs that Edubridge has got to you. Many of the programs which few of your peers, few of your colleagues, your classmates would have already done, but I would still take an opportunity to take through with this particular programs. I request the technicals to please display the PowerPoint presentation and we go ahead with the details.
Sure. Sorry, Veer, you're on mute. Yeah.
Great. So as we all know that Edubridge started its journey since 2009, and then we started our online programs, which created a massive impact on the lives of learners, specifically people coming from the college. Many of the many of the situations where people are not directed to right job roles, they do not know where they have to go. That's where we come in to bridge the gap. We come in to direct you to the right career options. As Edubridge offering, can we go to the first slide? I mean, second slide. No, not this one. The second slide. Yeah, perfect. So at Edubridge offerings, we cater to two industries, that is information technology and banking and financial services, to help you equip with the jobs which are relevant to your academic qualifications. It is utmost important that you understand you have invested your 5 years in taking that expertise of qualifications. It could be commerce, it could be IT, it could be arts, whatever the academic qualifications you guys carry, we need to have a relevant qualifications for the job roles going ahead with the respective job markets. So as Edubridge, we cater to these two industries majorly for your jobs, that is information technology and banking and financial services. Next. So starting with information technology, right? So as technology programs, we are quite confident on giving you job guarantee programs, which is one of the unique feature at Edubridge offerings, right? So when it comes to job guarantee, it is not going to be a common job guarantee program, but it could be a life-changing decision for you to get into the best corporates with the best salary packages and right guidance from our expert career coaches, as well as our experts placement managers who will be taking you forward with this job guarantee programs, right? As you see on the screen, we have Java full stack for the people who are looking for career option into web development. Definitely Java is one of the booming job role in the market, high in demand skills in the market. So we are very much privileged to give that one job guarantee program for the people targeting to become web developers next. Second offering that we have here is into data analytics, right? So as we all know, data has become the most expensive thing that we have in this world, even more expensive than the gold, right? So when it comes to data analytics, it is one of the booming and the mastered industries for the fresh graduates. And we are here to help you with the right data analytical roles, with the right skill sets which are required for this role, right? The programs that I'm talking about, people, is the program designed by our knowledge partners. So we have our knowledge partners with companies like Capgemini, EXL, Etios. All these programs have been designed by this knowledge partners that we have on board, right? So it is going to be the relevant skills which are there with the jobs that we are offering. That gives you a right kick to your career that you will be learning for the first jobs, right? So it gives a good efficiency at your workplace also the moment you join into that job role. So we are trying to create that kind of an environment where we don't just give you a job, but we give you a sense of confidence of executing the relevant job roles also. The moment you start executing it effectively, you have better chances of getting next increments, next promotions, or maybe jumping to the next opportunities coming next to you, to your careers, right? The third program that we offer here in technology is into software testing, right? So when it comes to software testing programs, definitely some of you might have done assignments in manual testing, but most of the times you are quite curious to learn automation testing tools. So we cover all those in-demand automation testing tools here so that you have the best in possibility software testing roles to offer, right? So we will be taking care of your jobs when it comes to this particular program. Having said the job guarantee program, there would be certain eligibility criteria before we intake a single learner into this program, right? So you have to understand that you need to fit into our eligibility criteria to come over as a job guarantee program learner. Okay, this was all about my technology programs. Second that we offer is into banking and finance programs. Okay, so banking and finance, we have investment banking operations as one of the booming job market, right? People coming from finance, people coming from commerce, academics can definitely target banking and finance investment banking program. You will have n number of opportunities, not only at India level, but at a global market level as well. You heard it right. So it is not just that we will be doing an India level program. This particular program will be relevant enough to help you understand the security markets. You will be able to understand commodities, equities, currencies, debt markets. Everything will be covered in detail. In fact, I come across many of the cases where people want to learn trading options, right? This is something that will help you learn the trading options also through Edubridge's advanced learning program in investment banking operations. Again, this comes with a job guarantee for you guys. The moment you have a job guarantee, your things are 90% set. You just have to put in your 10% effort, attend the lectures, pass the assignments, and you're through with a dedicated job in the relevant industry, right? So when I say relevant industry, we will be giving jobs right suitable to the programs that you have chosen, right? So the moment you choose a program, you are very much rest assured that you will be getting a job with that domain itself, right? So you can rely on us on that. We will be able to give you that, and it is a return job guarantee for you. Okay, the last, that is my accounting and taxation program. This is for all the people who wants to get into the operational side of finance. They want to get into accounting, auditing, taxation, GST filing, tax consultation kind of job roles. The moment you get all these job roles together, that all sums up in our certification program in accounting and taxation with Tally and GST. Absolutely, yes. All thing in this world is technology driven. So we definitely have covered the latest Tally ERP 9.0 in this particular program, which will be a enhancing factor for your career, right? Everything is covered up. We have ensured you cover 3 types of skills in each of the program that I have explained till now. First and foremost, your domain skills. Whenever you go for any interviews, the first thing the interviewer is interested to look in is your domain skills. Second is going to be your aptitude skills, right? So you need to give right logical reasoning or right decision making kind of an answers when it comes to passing the aptitude assessments of those corporate. And third, but very important, is your communications and presentation. Whenever people go for interviews, majority of the time they have faced rejections because they were not able to communicate right things when asked at an interview round. So we will take care of not just your domain skills in our technology and our banking and finance programs, but we will also take care of your aptitude skills as well as communication skills in all these particular programs. So the aim of Edubridge in driving all this program is pretty simple and aligned with the freshers in this market. The aim is to give you 360-degree preparation for a job, not just technical preparation, not just certification-based preparation, not just diploma-based preparations, but 360-degree preparations to ensure you are employable in the market. That's all we have right now to give you in IT and finance, right? We also have another programs. We can go to the next slides. Yeah. So when it comes to job guarantee, programs, that is one set of programs offerings that we have. We also have interview guarantee program for people who are already working in the industry and needs a slight shift in the careers. They need a slight push in their careers. We will be happy to offer our interview guarantee programs for you. We will ensure that you get into the best corporates for the interviews, which becomes to be at times an hurdle. You are not able to clear the assessments. You are not able to clear the technicals. We will brush up your skills. We will update your skills, and we will push you for the right interview rounds with 100% preparation done through our interview guarantee programs. And third type of offerings that we have is placement support programs. So all the people who are quite confident on them, they just need a certification and updation of skills, they are most welcome to enroll for our placement support programs, right? Any questions, anything that you find coming to your minds, please feel free to text on the chats. Our team is there to assist you with all your questions. You can definitely raise your questions, maybe anything related to eligibility, anything related to a job role, whatever and what comes to your mind, you can just type and text on the chat window, guys. I hope everyone with me. Can I get a thumbs up quickly, guys? Yes, no, maybe. Perfect. Going forward, can we go to the next slide? Perfect. We also are privileged to give other offerings also, that is in the area of digital marketing. The world is digital. Why would Edubridge leave this particular domain also? So we have also ensured that we cater to digital marketing aspirants also. It's a power pack program getting you 14 plus certifications, which are important to enter into this industry, right? You can get into a relevant media agency, you can get into media roles, which this particular program will get you prepared. Like I said, not just with domain, but with your aptitude skills as well as with your communication skills. Last but not the least, the cherry on the cake that we have to offer to you is AWS certifications, right? AWS, the people who are aspiring to build career options in cloud computing, cloud roles, architecture roles, networking roles are most welcome to explore the career options with AWS certifications at Edubridge. So all these programs, which I just narrated in a quick manner, you can get to see all the details on our website. If you are right now sitting on your device, I want you guys to quickly open another tab, go to edubridgeindia.com. I repeat, edubridgeindia.com. If the team can please post the link of the website on the chat, people, you can quickly go to our website. If you are able to open a new tab, just go to the next website. I'll help you get yourself registered free. Okay. The moment you get registered free, it is not just to get you registered, but also to offer you some free goodies. Now, how do I offer that free goodies? Once you register, you will be getting an access to get your free resume builder service done through our website. The first step to your career is your resume. If your resume is set correct, you will have the best of best opportunities coming to you. So the first step, I just need you to take with one single click on edubridgeindia.com. Go to our website. I'll assist you next with opening your registered dashboard. That's your personalized dashboard that you guys can log into, right? I believe and I assume that you have gone to the website. Can we go to the next option? Next slide, please. Perfect. Once you register on the website, edubridgeindia.com, you can get a career counseling update from our expert career counseling team. That's our career coach who will be coaching you, who will be guiding you for your career options. We will be there to take care of all your career needs, or your basic doubts, all your basic understanding that you need to develop before choosing a career for yourself. It is important that you explore all the possibilities of entering a domain. Switching domains again and again is definitely not recommended. The moment you plan to enter a domain, get your 100% information on the same through the expert career counseling sessions by career coaches at Edubridge, right? We will also help you to plan not just entering the industry, but we will help you get the next 5 years career layout for you. We will help you understand how can you elevate from level 1 to level 2. We will help you understand exact timelines with our dedicated placement services, right? Let's have that registration done right away, simultaneously, like listening to these sessions. You will have the next options of exploring your careers into IT and finance at Edubridge, right? Any questions, please feel free to drop in your text at the chat window given below, right? Anything that anyone wants to know, please give a thumbs up or please post your questions on the chat window.
Yeah, so there were a few questions, here that have already been taken care of by the team. So we can actually move to the segment where I feel you can actually drop your mobile numbers and your names. And I think we can arrange for a one-on-one career counseling and, a one-on-one session with our career coaches so that, they can go through your history, they can go through your educational qualifications, they can understand your skill sets and try to deliver a layout for you, a career layout, which will help you understand, what kind of certifications to go ahead with, what kind of path would be a right path for you, what kind of jobs would be the right jobs for you. So please use the chat box, please, share your name and number. And we'll just give you another minute or so to use the chat and share your details. And whoever does that, we'd be, scheduling a call, one-on-one call with our career counselors in the coming days. So yeah, I see so many details here. Thank you so much, guys. So we'll just give you another minute. Please share your names and numbers and probably your email IDs. And we'd be so glad to have one-on-one sessions with you because every candidate is different. Every candidate's situation is different, right? So there are lots of different options that we also offer, whether it is financial, whether it is career related, whether it is, some questions related to whether should I do a job after my graduation or should I go for higher education. So there are a lot of, guidance and counseling related queries that you would already have. And being a fresh graduate, it's not easy, right? Because you already have your peers, you already have your colleagues. If you're a working professional who has just entered into the workforce, it would be really difficult for you to understand if that is the right job for you till you actually spend a few months into the system at that company. Maybe some of you have that question, that I did join a company after graduation, but I'm not happy there. Can I make a switch? Because all through today, I have, seen questions related to the big switch. So I'm in commerce, I would like to go into IT, or maybe I'm into IT, I would like to get out of it and get into commerce. Maybe just completely a different career path. Like we had Dhairya's session today. So she was part of KPMG, but then she later on decided to move on and become a content creator herself. And she's doing extremely well at that today. So even that has become part of career options today, right? So today's session was definitely related to, how we can make that switch and how we can thrive and survive and grow in each of these domains, specifically into the banking and finance as well as the IT sector. All right, I see a lot of details coming in as well. Thank you so much, guys.
Mamta, and I think one more sense of relief for the audience. We offer programs with definitely giving you a support function. That's our EMI programs. We give you programs on easy installment options, which is going to be a 0% EMI option that we give. We also offer programs with some exciting scholarship options where you do not have to pay the whole EMI before 4 months. That is the training period. So during training period, we take care of your, your EMIs. We will explore those options for the relevant candidates, relevant learners at Edubridge. So definitely pop up your details. We are there to give you all the details one by one after understanding your individual customized profiles.
That's perfect. Thank you so much, Veer, for all the information. If you do have any questions for Veer, just now, if we would like to take 1 or 2 questions and see if Veer can answer them for you. So if you'll have any questions, please use the Q&A, and Veer, if you can just go through some of them, maybe answer some of them. So Gokul has a very interesting comment here, Veer, apart from what we were actually doing. Thanks for today, Edubridge India, and all of you for giving us such a wonderful day at Republic Day. I enjoyed learning from your words throughout the day and wish you a happy Republic Day once again. Thank you. Thank you so much, Vipul. This means the world to us. I had a few questions about earlier that I had seen. I think some of our associates have already answered them. But how does a non-tech background person get into the tech field? So what kind of courses do we have available?
Sure. So when it comes to non-tech background people coming into a tech field, the easy entry, if I talk about, or the most relevant entry that we talk about, maybe you can explore is data analytics. That is, we have business intelligence and analytics program that will help you get into a tech background with a relevant knowledge into finance. So probably you can explore some job opportunities into fintech kind of in companies where analytical roles related to your finance domain is available, right? That is one of the good opportunities that a non-tech background can explore through our programs which we are offering.
Perfect. So thank you so much, Veer. There are still details coming in, and I'm sure we will get in touch with all of these aspiring candidates really soon. So thank you so much for all the information and details. I see a lot of interested people, and I think by the time they share the details and we capture them for you and share them with you, Veer, so you can give them a call. I think we would like to now move on towards what we call is the closing note of the vote of thanks. So thank you so much, Veer, for joining us today. Wow, what a day it has been. We are already at the end of this amazing, insightful journey that was designed just for young learners like you and working professionals who had pressing questions about career paths, skill sets, mindsets, even job opportunities. I hope all our speakers and sessions today have helped you gain some newfound knowledge and exciting pointers now implement in our lives. I'm sure this will help me and all of the professionals like me who are in the audience too, to think about continuous learning throughout our professional lives and careers. We have indeed learned so much from all the speakers today. I hope you all go back to your lives with renewed synergies and plans of amazing changes we need to start to implement in our daily lives to achieve the goals we generally do set for ourselves. Now, since all the attendees had this question over and over throughout the day, I would like to mention that all the attendees of the event today will receive their certificates on their provided email IDs within the next few days. Just because we are, we have thousands and thousands of people who have attended. So give us some time and you will receive your certificates in your inbox shortly. Well, I would now like to conclude this event with the vote of thanks. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers for the extremely enriching sessions that they agreed to cover on a day of their holiday and become part of this instrumental event and sharing our vision and imparting knowledge to the youth of this nation. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our event partner UNICEF Yuva, who have been instrumental in making this event reach lakhs of young aspirants across India. The event also got featured through the Times Ascent network, and we are truly grateful to the team to have provided their support with the event today. What would we have done without each other, Edubridgers? I would first like to thank my co-hosts, Lovina, Tamisha, Tanvi, and Tina. You were our pillars today. I would like to thank all the teams and divisions spearheaded by warrior-like leaders of Edubridge who made every segment possible in today's event. How can I not mention all the team members who have burnt the midnight oil over the last 2-3 months to provide a smooth experience to all the stakeholders today? Are you seeing all the reactions? This is for you guys. It is the sincerity and commitment that has made this event a huge success it has culminated in today. And lastly, it gives me immense pleasure to acknowledge the presence of the entire community of people participating in this event today, right from 8 a.m. and now we are almost at 8 p.m. Everything we had planned and now achieved at the end of the day is what we set out to achieve. the fun we had, the knowledge we gained, and the food for thought that we were able to stir in every participant's mind was what we had set out to achieve. And from all the reactions we have achieved and received throughout each session today, the interaction that we have had from the audience makes this event the success it is. We are nothing without you, and we are here for you. This event would not have been possible without the support and interaction and participation of each and every one of the participants who are present here, even till now. Thank you once again, everyone. This concludes SkillsFactor 2023, and we now declare the event closed. Thank you for joining, everyone. Have a great evening, and wishing everybody a happy Republic Day again.